Chapter 1: The Rich Man's Strategy System. Bohai City is brightly lit at night. Are you Lin Chen? Don't you see who you are? My daily pocket money is equivalent to your monthly salary. How dare a poor loser like you to pester, shall we? I tell you, you are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. A man in a black suit standing next to the Lamborghini said with a sneer. Lin Chen, we have broken up. Please don't disturb my life anymore. A pauper like you can't give me the life I want. At this time, Wang Xiaowei snuggled in the man's arms and said heartlessly. Is it because I have no money or power? Wang Xiaowei, sooner or later I will make you unable to reach me. Lin Chen's response to what Wang Xiaowei said was not only grief and anger, but more of a sense of powerlessness. Lin Chen, what I said to you before was very polite. I am already Mr. Lu's woman. From now on, you and I have no relationship at all. After saying that, Wang Xiaowei got into the man's luxury car and disappeared into the street, leaving behind the desperate Lin Chen. He returned to his apartment in Yongcheng community in a daze. Lying on the bed, Lin Chen recalled the man's face and Wang Xiaowei beside him, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. That was Lu Yang, a famous rich second generation in Bohai City and the eldest son of the Lu group. Although Lin Chen was really angry, fighting with him was like flying into a flame. For 4 years, Lin Chen has always given Wang Xiaowei the best. He had fallen for her since his freshman year and was always concerned about her. Under his persistent pursuit, Wang Xiaowei finally agreed to his pursuit. But he didn't expect that not long after graduating from university, Wang Xiaowei hooked up with Lu Yang, a wealthy man. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, and what happened yesterday also made him completely sober. Ding, it is detected that the host has fallen into the trough of life. The godly rich strategy system has been activated. Would the host like to bind? At this moment, an extremely strange voice sounded in his mind. System? Lin Chen jumped up from the bed with a bang and opened his eyes wide. What is going on? He had read a lot of online novels when he was in school, so he was very familiar with systems. According to the records in the novels, the protagonist usually reached the peak of his life after obtaining the system's golden finger. Lin Chen was ecstatic. He had already imagined himself living in a big villa and being the CEO. He never expected that such a good thing would happen to him. Lin Chen laughed loudly towards the sky at this moment. With the system, he would make all those who look down on him pay the price. If the host does not bind, the system will disappear from now on. Lin Chen quickly chose to bind. System binding. Progress 20%. In an instant, Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his head and couldn't help but groan. How so? In the novels I read before, the system binding wasn't so uncomfortable. 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the binding. The system then popped up a panel with only one copy option, which only had the first level, and all the subsequent levels were black icons. Lin Chen started the first level with confusion, then patted his forehead. It was obvious that the stinging sensation just now had not subsided yet. The host is now releasing the first level of the mission. Spend 100,000 yuan and get a Ferrari Juying worth 20 million yuan as a reward. Oh my god. Ferrari Stealth? That is a global limited edition luxury car. It is said that there are only a handful of people in the world who own this car. Now this car is out of print. It is 100 times better than Lu Yang's Lamborghini. Lin Chen was surprised and happy, but there were only a few thousand yuan left in his card. Apart from these, there was only the bank card he had never used. The card contained 100,000 yuan that his parents gave him when he just graduated from college. It was all their savings, and they were afraid that he would suffer any injustice outside. How pitiful are the parents in the world. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's face showed a bit more bitterness and unwillingness. He vowed to make a name for himself and let his parents live a good life. The emergence of the system was like timely help. Although Lin Chen only had this 100,000 yuan left, he still decided to take a gamble because he didn't want to live in such a miserable way. Boom boom boom. While Lin Chen was reminiscing, there was a loud knock on the door. You little bastard, you've been in arrears with your rent for half a year. Today is the deadline. If you can't pay, pack up and get out. This is Aunt Zhang, Lin Chen's landlord. She is a very unforgiving person. Because Lin Chen is in arrears with the rent, she often looks at him unkindly and sometimes even scolds him. Lin Chen's family is not wealthy. His parents are ordinary workers and he himself has just started working, so he doesn't have much savings. What are you arguing about? You're disturbing my sleep, Lin Chen said impatiently as he opened the door. You little bastard, have you grown up? The total rent you owe is 10,000, the landlord yelled. That's it? I'll give you 100,000, and please get out of my sight. Lin Chen was still thinking about how to spend the 100,000, and now the opportunity came. Ha, give me back the 100,000. If you can really give me 100,000, I will kneel down for you immediately, the landlord said mockingly. Okay, this is what you said, don't regret it. Lin Chen responded calmly and transferred the money into the landlord's account. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. She knew Lin Chen's financial situation very well, and she didn't believe that Lin Chen could come up with the 100,000. Ding-a-ling. The text message ringtone on the cell phone rang. I want to see how much money you transferred to me, said the landlord and went to check the text messages. Is this really 100,000 yuan? The landlord said in horror. I don't know if what Aunt Zhang said before counts. In response to the landlord's reaction, Lin Chen said calmly. The atmosphere at this moment was frozen to freezing point. Oh, Xiaolin, what I said before was just a joke. So, Auntie apologizes to you. Don't take it personally. She didn't expect this situation to happen. She also knew that it was too late to say anything now, but she still hoped that Lin Chen could give her a way out. I'm sorry, I took it seriously. I hope Aunt Zhang can do what she says. Lin Chen obviously did not appreciate the landlord's kindness. Xiaolin, I am your elder after all, so there is no need to be so aggressive, the landlord said pleadingly. She would never be able to kneel down to Lin Chen, a junior. The landlord was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. I'm aggressive? Have you forgotten what you did to me just now? I said I would give you 100,000 yuan, and I did it. I hope Aunt Zhang will also fulfill her promise. After hearing Lin Chen's response, the landlord was stunned. After a few minutes, the landlord knew that Lin Chen would not give up unless he knelt down, so he knelt down in humiliation. You can go away now, don't let me see you again. Seeing that Lin Chen did not continue to make things difficult, the landlord left in shame. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first level. The Ferrari Jueying has been retrieved to a nearby garage. Please retrieve it as soon as possible. The car key has been transferred to the host's shirt pocket. Lin Chen touched his pocket and found that there was indeed an extra golden car key. This was the exclusive golden key belonging to Ferrari Jueying, with Jueying's exclusive logo printed on it. The author has something to say. Hello everyone, I am Kailan Fan Chen, a new book has been uploaded, please support me, I am also a new author, some parts of the writing are not satisfactory, please bear with me. Chapter 2, Rebirth Potion. Ding, the manual service function has been unlocked. From now on, the host does not need to personally operate the release of tasks. The system can help the host to operate it, and the host can also choose to turn the function on and off by himself. Lin Chen chose to turn it on without saying a word, and while turning it on, he admired the user-friendly nature of the system. Ding! The manual service function has been activated. The second level of the mission is now released. Get a kiss from your boss Xiao Chuyi and you will be rewarded with a luxurious villa in the imperial capital New City. What? Imperial New Town? Luxury villa? Daido New City is superior in terms of both geographical location and feng shui scenery, and is the premier villa area in Bohai City. Because of this, the housing prices in this area are surprisingly high, and ordinary people simply cannot afford such prices, so this community is also called the wealthy area. Lin Chen's expression at this moment was extremely wonderful. Although the reward was extremely tempting, the challenge was extremely difficult. He studied computer science in college, and after graduation he naturally became a programmer. Zhao Chuyi is the daughter of the Zhao Group, the #1 goddess in Bohai City, and has countless suitors. The Zhao Group is considered a large enterprise in Bohai City, with a value of tens of billions. The company where Lin Chen works is under the name of the Zhao Group, which means that Zhao Chuyi is his immediate superior. Although Lin Chen already has a system, his appearance is okay among ordinary people, but it looks ordinary in front of the handsome guy. In addition, he is a programmer and is as tired as a dog all day long. He has no time to exercise and manage his body. Ding, the host's thoughts have been detected. A bottle of Rebirth Potion is hereby awarded as a reward. Fuck. This system is too crazy, whatever you want will happen. Lin Chen looked at the black medicine bottle floating in the air and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. Gurgle gurgle. Lin Chenjing drank the potion in one gulp. At this moment, his whole body felt warm, but then, he felt a pain as if his skin was torn apart. This feeling lasted for about 10 minutes. Lin Chen began to sweat coldly and his breathing became very rapid. He collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, early morning. Ding ling ling ding ling ling. The alarm clock rang, and Lin Chen opened his eyes hazily. It seemed that nothing had changed, but when he got out of bed and prepared to wash up, he found that his body was unusually light. But Lin Chen didn't have time to care about these things at the moment, because he was about to be late. Fuck, who is this guy? When he entered the bathroom and saw himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but be surprised. His appearance has basically not changed, but his skin has become white and smooth, his figure is well proportioned, and his 8 abdominal muscles are well defined, giving him the image of a tall, rich, and handsome man. Seeing himself in the mirror, Lin Chen felt extremely excited. With the system, he was destined to be extraordinary. After Lin Chen quickly washed up, he rushed to the company to work, ready to complete the task released by the system. Lin Chen works in one of the branches of the Zhao Group. He joined the company shortly after graduating from college. Not long ago, he had the honor of meeting Zhao Chuyi at the company's annual meeting. As the daughter and future heir of the Zhao Group, Zhao Chuyi became the focus of everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. However, Lin Chen's greatest impression of Zhao Chuyi was her beauty, which gave her a feeling of being untainted by the world. Xiaolin, why are you late again? Hurry up and finish the procedures and hand in the documents to me before noon. I'm in a good mood today. If I find you late next time, be careful or I will deduct your salary, said a middle-aged man at this time. I understand, Manager Zhou. Lin Chen responded speechlessly. This man is Zhou Tao, the manager of the programming department and Lin Chen's direct superior. When Lin Chen first started working in the company, he accidentally discovered Zhou Tao molesting a female colleague from another department in the stairwell, so he stepped forward to stop him. Since then, Zhou Tao has been targeting Lin Chen everywhere. Lin Chen has tolerated him for a long time, but there is nothing he can do. After all, he is the manager. But now, Lin Chen is no longer the same as before, and there is no need to be afraid of him anymore. But Lin Chen didn't have time to pay attention to him now, because he was thinking about how to meet Zhao Chuxue. He asked his colleagues in the company and found out that this was just a branch of the Zhao Group, so Zhao Chuyi usually wouldn't come to inspect, and the number of times he came was very few, which gave him a headache. But I can't care about so many things right now. Let's finish the work at hand first, otherwise the Zhou Paopi will keep looking for trouble. Lin Chen's office was on the 3rd floor. After he hurriedly finished typing the program file, he was about to go to the 6th floor to hand the file to Zhou Tao. However, he did not expect that the elevator broke down for maintenance, so he had to climb the stairs. Manager, please don't be like this, I still have to work. A woman begged at this time. Baby, why are you so reserved? Why are you still working? Follow me, and I will support you in the future and make sure you have everything you need. A vulgar voice answered. Lin Chen didn't need to think, he knew it was Zhou Tao as soon as he heard the voice, so he went up the stairs carefully. But why does this feeling seem so strangely familiar? Hey, what are you doing? Zhou Tao was startled by the sudden voice. He turned around and saw Lin Chen staggering in front of him. Manager Zhou is in such a good mood that he sexually harasses a female colleague here in broad daylight. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Tao calmly and said these words slowly. While they were talking, the female colleague saw this and immediately fled through the stairwell, leaving Zhou Tao behind with a look of resentment on his face. Boy, you ruined my plan before, and you dared to come again this time. It seems that I didn't teach you a lesson enough. Zhou Tao said, gritting his teeth. Ding, the host has encountered a special situation. Now a branch copy task is issued. If you respond to Zhou Tao for 5 minutes, you will be rewarded with 75% of the shares of Lu Group. Can this system also issue side quests? Lin Chen secretly smacked his lips, once again marveling at the power of the system. Wait. Isn't Lu Group the company of Lu Yong, the rich second-generation Wang Xiaowei is hanging out with? Lin Chen became completely excited. This was going to be very interesting. He wondered what Wang Xiaowei's expression would be when she found out. But for now, let's finish the task at hand. Black technology. Oh, Manager Zhou is really strong and healthy. You are so old and still sexually harassing me. Can your kidneys withstand it? You must have taken a lot of kidney tablets, right? I tried to stop you once before, but you still wouldn't change. How dare you sexually harass people when you look so disgusting? Don't you feel disgusted? Lin Chen talked a lot for 5 minutes, which really confused Zhou Tao. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 75% of the shares of Lu Group. When Lin Chen heard the system's voice, he stopped talking nonsense. Zhou Tao's expression became more ferocious, and he said, Lin Chen, what qualifications do you, a poor loser, have to talk to me here? I tell you, I can kill you with just one finger, do you believe it? Oh, I'm so scared. You. Looking at Lin Chen's harmless look, Zhou Tao's anger reached its peak at this moment. Just have fun here by yourself, I don't have time to accompany you. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at Zhou Tao, then turned and walked away. Lin Chen, let's wait and see, I won't let you go. Zhou Tao obviously would not give up and spoke angrily. Chapter 3, The Zhao Family's Daughter. Lin Chen returned to his desk, feeling extremely happy. He had been unhappy with Zhou Tao for a long time, but he had been enduring it in silence for fear of losing his job. Today, he finally got to feel proud. Lin Chen, why aren't you working? Where is the program file that I asked you to prepare? Did I ask you to eat it? A middle-aged man said sarcastically. Needless to say, the man was Zhou Tao. The appearance of Zhou Tao undoubtedly made Lin Chen's good mood disappear again. He had expected that the dog would come to cause trouble again. At this time, other colleagues also looked at Lin Chen. Before Zhou Tao could continue, Lin Chen responded, Manager, I wanted to hand you the document, but no one was there when I went to your office. I didn't expect to find you molesting a female colleague in the corridor. Isn't this a delay? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to pack up and leave? Zhou Tao didn't expect that Lin Chen would dare to challenge him directly in front of so many colleagues and tell him what happened in the corridor. He was so angry that he prepared to fire Lin Chen. What do you think I want to do here, Manager Zhou Tao? You are so old now, you should take good care of your kidneys. After all, you are so weak. I won't serve you anymore. Goodbye. After saying this, Lin Chen raised his middle finger to Zhou Tao and left the company directly, leaving behind Zhou Tao with gnashing eyes and a group of shocked colleagues. Although it is not particularly difficult to find a job as a programmer, there are not many companies that pay as well as the Zhao Group, so they generally dare not provoke Zhou Tao, for fear that Zhou Tao will fire them. But they did not expect that Lin Chen would dare to directly fight back against Zhou Tao. Little did they know that Lin Chen is no longer the same person he was before, so he naturally doesn't have to care about this job. His purpose of coming to the company is just to complete the tasks issued by the system. After Lin Chen left the company, he felt so relieved. He had tolerated Zhou Tao for a long time. If it wasn't for the sake of keeping his job, he would have quit long ago. At this time, outside Yongxin Plaza, Bohai City. A man in black said, Shui, I know a restaurant that is delicious. Do you want to try it? No need, Mr. Wang, our two families are already in a cooperative relationship. Thank you for your kindness. The woman replied in a cold tone. During the conversation, the woman got into the car. Zhao Chui, if it weren't for the cooperation with Zhao Group, do you think I would be chasing you here? Sooner or later, I will make you my toy. After Zhao Chui left, Wang Shang said with a sneer. At this time, Lin Chen was rushing to the parking lot near the apartment. Because he fell asleep after drinking the Rebirth potion last night, he forgot to go to the parking lot to pick up the car. When he entered the parking lot, he found a group of people surrounding his car and taking pictures. As expected, the rare luxury car was very stylish, so Lin Chen walked over and prepared to get in the car. Hey! Can you please line up if we want to take a photo, said a girl with heavy makeup. Lin Chen was speechless about what the girl said, and said impatiently, Sorry, this is my car, please get out of the way. Oh my, don't you see what kind of person you are? You are wearing such rags. Can you please stop bragging here? The girl didn't seem to believe what he said and said with disdain. That's right, don't disturb us while we're taking pictures. That's right, you're pretending to be a big shot here, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Brother, if you really want to take pictures, we'll let you do it. There's no need to act so pretentious here. The onlookers obviously did not believe what Lin Chen said. After all, Lin Chen couldn't afford to drive such a limited edition luxury car in his attire. Ding! Checking the host's thoughts, now issuing a side quest, slap the face of passers-by, and reward 1 billion cash. In response to the system's voice, Lin Chen smiled without saying a word and took out the car key from his pocket to unlock it. Obviously, there is no need to say more in this situation. Simply driving the car away is the best way to slap someone in the face. Beep. With a wonderful sound, the front and rear lights of the Ferrari lit up quickly. It was also the first time that Lin Chen saw such a luxury car. He looked at the red Ferrari with shining eyes. This was a luxury car that was out of print. Thinking of this, Lin Chen excitedly opened the car door. The space inside the car was very spacious, and the interior was extremely luxurious. It was golden, the same color as the car key. Sitting inside, he could clearly feel the luxurious enjoyment of the leather seats. What? This car is really yours? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is a rare Ferrari, and it belongs to this loser? I must be dreaming. Boom. Lin Chen ignored the looks and words of the onlookers and started the car directly. The roar of the engine was deafening. He then drove the Ferrari away, leaving the onlookers confused. They could never believe that a loser dressed so poorly could be the owner of this luxury car. Could it be that he was a rich kid from some corporate group who was visiting incognito? Ding, the side quest has been completed, 1 billion cash has been received, please check it. Lin Chen felt very happy when he saw the black and gold bank card in his pocket. Lin Chen drove the Ferrari into the street with excitement on his face. Just as he was about to turn at the traffic light, a Pagani luxury car rushed over from the corner. Lin Chen hurriedly turned the steering wheel, and the bodies of the two cars scraped against each other. Damn, who is this? Can't you keep your eyes open while driving? Seeing his car body was scratched, Lin Chen stopped the car, got out and yelled at the Pagani. Miss, it's too late. What should we do now? Said the middle-aged man sitting in the driver's seat. It was obvious that he was the driver. It's okay, Uncle Huber, I'll take care of it. Behind him, the woman spoke slowly. The woman got out of the car, saw Lin Chen who was yelling and cursing, and walked over steadily. I'm sorry, I have something urgent to deal with here, so I drove very fast. Please forgive me, said the woman neither humbly nor arrogantly. Lin Chen took a closer look and was stunned. The woman had waist-length hair, a pretty face, and fair and delicate skin like a water lotus. She was wearing a white suit. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Wang Xiaowei was completely different from her. But why does she look so familiar? This is my business card. Before Lin Chen could react, the girl handed him her business card. When he saw the business card, he was shocked. You are Zhao Chui? Lin Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that he and Zhao Chui would meet in this way, and he had just scolded Zhao Chui. Do we know each other? Zhao Chui asked with a puzzled look at Lin Chen's reaction. No, I don't know him. Lin Chen was extremely embarrassed at this moment. I have something urgent to deal with. Let's add each other on WeChat. I will contact you for follow-up compensation. After saying that, Zhao Chui took out the QR code business card. It doesn't matter, let's talk about it when you have time. Lin Chen said as he scanned the QR code and added a friend. Zhao Chui didn't continue talking to him and just got in the car and left. Lin Chen looked back at his Ferrari Jueying, his heart bleeding, but this also allowed him to get Zhao Chui's WeChat, which was not a loss when he thought about it. Hey, isn't this Lin Chen? Why, are you working as a mechanic here? Lin Chen turned around and looked at the person who spoke. The man was none other than Lu Yang, and next to him was Wang Xiaowei, who had a sneer on her face. Chapter 4 President Lu. Excuse me, this is my car. Lin Chen responded indifferently to what Lu Yang said. Lin Chen, don't you see what kind of person you are? Don't insult this limited edition luxury car. Get out of here right away after you've finished bragging. Don't get in the way of me and young Master Lu going shopping. Before Lu Yang could say anything, Wang Xiaowei beside him said with contempt. Lin Chen did not respond to Wang Xiaowei, but walked directly towards Ferrari Jueying. He had nothing to say about a gold digger like her. Beep. Lin Chen pressed the car key, opened the door, got in, lowered the window and said to Lu Yang, my car had some problems not long ago. I wonder if Mr. Lu has the phone number of a mechanic. The price doesn't matter. Just restore my car to its original state. Impossible, this must be the car you rented. Wang Xiaowei opened her eyes wide, unable to believe what she was seeing. Mr. Lu, why are you silent? If you don't have the mechanic's phone number, I can find it myself. Lin Chen ignored Wang Xiaowei and said to Lu Yang. You. Wang Xiaowei glared at him. She was used to Lin Chen's concern for her, and she was furious to see Lin Chen ignoring her. I do have the mechanic's phone number, but the price is beyond your means. I don't know where you rented the car. While I'm still in a good mood, get out of my sight and I'll let bygones be bygones. Lu Yang said with disdain. He had heard from Wang Xiaowei about Lin Chen's financial situation a long time ago. Although Lin Chen's change stunned him for a few seconds, to him, Lin Chen was just an ant. Who is he? He is the future heir of Lu Group. Whether you can afford the price or not, you don't need to worry about it, Mr. Lu. You just need to call the mechanic. Lin Chen responded calmly. Lin Chen, very good, I want to see how you end it. Lu Yang snorted coldly and dialed the mechanic's number. When the other party knew it was Lu Yang's call, he rushed to the scene without saying a word. Mr. Lu, you got a new car again? You are amazing. The mechanic immediately recognized that this was an out-of-print Ferrari Traverse and said in a flattering manner. This is not my car, stop talking nonsense, can you fix it? Now Lu Yang just wanted to teach Lin Chen a lesson, so he was naturally impatient with the mechanic's praise. Yes, we can repair it. The mechanic didn't dare to provoke Lu Xiao and hurriedly started repairing the car. After a while, the mechanic said with a greasy face, Mr. Lu, the car has been repaired temporarily, but the parts are too bad, so the repair is not perfect. The scratches are quite serious and need to be repainted. There is no such paint in China, so we need to import it from abroad. Okay, let's talk about the paint later. How much is the total cost of these repair parts? Lu Yang said with a playful look on his face. These parts are worth 600,000 yuan in total. I dare not ask for a lower repair fee, the mechanic said in a flattering manner. He wouldn't dare to mess with a person like Lu Yang, so how could he dare to ask for repair money? Here, Lin Chen, the total is 600,000. How are you going to pay? Why don't you kneel down and beg me? If I'm in a good mood, I might help you pay. Lu Yang said this while hugging Wang Xiaowei tightly. He wanted Wang Xiaowei to see Lin Chen kneeling down for him. Wang Xiaowei was naturally delighted with Lu Yang's actions. She had wanted to teach Lin Chen a lesson ever since Lin Chen ignored her just now, and now Lu Yang's actions made her very happy. I don't have that much cash with me. I'll find someone to pay for me. Lin Chen calmly dialed the number, and this call was made to Lu Guomin. In fact, Lin Chen could fully afford the 600,000 yuan, but he was particularly looking forward to seeing Lu Yang see Lu Guomin. Lu Guomin, chairman of the Lu Group, is also Lu Yang's father. Lin Chen had previously obtained 75% of the shares of the Lu Group through system rewards, which now came in handy. It's no use even if you ask the King of Heaven to help you. In response to Lin Chen, Lu Yang said domineeringly. The Lu Group, with an annual value of tens of billions, is one of the largest companies in Bohai City, but it is in chaos at the moment. Not long ago, Lu Guomin received a piece of news that except for his own 25% shares, all other shareholders of Lu Group had mysteriously disappeared, and all the shares were transferred to a man named Lin Chen. Originally, he held the most shares among all individuals in the company, but now, Lin Chen alone owns 75% of the shares. In other words, the Lu Group had changed hands, which was a bolt from the blue for him. Anyone who could easily acquire 75% of the shares is definitely not an ordinary person. Could he be the descendant of some hidden wealthy family? However, the current situation does not allow him to think so much. He can only find Lin Chen first and then curry favor with the new chairman. Mr. Lu, there's a call for you. The person on the other end said his name is Lin Chen. Just when Lu Guomin was getting anxious, his secretary came into the office to report. When Lu Guomin heard the name Lin Chen, he instantly became alert. He wanted to find Lin Chen, but he didn't expect that the other party would call him. Lu Guomin, you should know who I am, right? Lin Chen asked majestically on the other end of the phone. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I know who you are. I wonder what you want to talk to me about. Lu Guomin responded respectfully. It's nothing, I just need you to come to my place. I'll be waiting for you at the intersection of the Eternal Heart restaurant. Lin Chen said and hung up the phone. Lu Guomin naturally did not dare to be negligent. Before leaving, he casually assigned some tasks and hurried to Lin Chen. What? Are you done with your phone call? There's no point stalling for time. On Lin Chen's side, Lu Yang still insisted. It's okay, just wait a moment, I'm going to give you a surprise. Lin Chan responded calmly. Pretend. Lu Yang didn't continue talking. He wanted to see what Lin Chen would do. About 10 minutes later, Lu Guomin arrived at Lin Chen's side. Dad? Why are you here? Lu Yang was shocked at the appearance of Lu Guomin. He really couldn't understand why his father appeared here. Lu Guomin was also shocked. He was confused to see his son here, but then he saw Lin Chen standing next to the Ferrari Jueying. Lin Chen waved at him and said, Are you Lu Guomin? You are, Mr. Lin? When Lu Guomin saw Lin Chen, who was dressed very simply, he almost didn't recognize him. After all, Lin Chen was not quite the same as he had imagined. You're not too late. I asked you to come here for 2 reasons. First, my car broke down and needed repairs. Second, your son is hindering me here. Get him out of my sight. Lin Chen said calmly. At this time, there was a bit more fear on Lu Guomin's face, and he walked straight towards Lu Yang. Who the hell are you to order my dad around? When Lu Yang heard Lin Chen ordering his father, he started cursing. Dad, why are you here? Do you have something important to tell me? Bang! Before Lu Yang could finish his words, Lu Guomin went up to him and slapped him, then grabbed him and brought him in front of Lin Chen. You little bastard, apologize to President Lin right now. Lu Guomin was extremely annoyed at this moment. He had wanted to curry favor with Lin Chen, but he had not expected Lu Yang to cause such a scene. Mr. Lin? Dad, what are you talking about? He is just a poor loser, are you mistaken? Lu Yang covered his face and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. That's right, uncle, you have been wrong all along. I know Lin Chen very well. He is just an ordinary poor loser. Wang Xiaowei also agreed at this time. Bang! Lu Guomin immediately slapped him twice again, and Lu Yang was completely confused. You little bastard, Mr. Lin is the new chairman of our Lu group. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin and get out of here. What? Lu Yang and Wang Xiaowei both looked at Lin Chen in amazement. Chapter 5 Yongqing Community. Do you like my surprise for you? Lin Chen looked at Lu Yang with a playful expression and said. At this time, Lu Yang and Wang Xiaowei were stunned, especially Wang Xiaowei. After 4 years in college, she knew Lin Chen's family background very well, so she couldn't believe what had just happened. Boss Lin, I'm really sorry. Please don't bother with me. He doesn't know who you are. I hope you can bear with me. Lu Guomin now only hoped that Lin Chen would not delve into the matter further, and begged him humbly. I can choose not to argue with him, but you don't need to apologize here. He should do it himself. Lin Chen said calmly while looking at Lu Guomin and pointing at Lu Yang. At this moment, the whole place was silent, even the air was frozen. Lu Guomin didn't expect things to develop to this point. He stared at Lu Yang fiercely, feeling extremely angry. At this moment, Lu Yang saw his father being so servile to Lin Chen, and saw his father's ferocious eyes. He knew better than anyone what kind of person his father was. He couldn't help but shudder in his heart, and then he accepted the reality. Boss Lin, I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. This stinky woman instigated me to do all this. I hope you can forgive my mistakes and let me go. After Lu Yang understood the current situation, he immediately began to beg Lin Chen to let him go. While begging, he also did not forget to shift all the responsibility to Wang Xiaowei. Wang Xiaowei was also incredulous when she saw Lu Yang putting the blame on herself. She didn't expect Lu Yang to be such a coward. Boss Lin, look, my son has realized his mistake, please be merciful and let him go. Lu Guomin continued to plead. He didn't care what would happen to his son. After all, it was his own fault. What he cared about was whether Lin Chen would treat him well or not. After all, the Lin group was now Lin Chen's world, so he could only befriend Lin Chen and never offend him. Tell your son to go away, and don't let him appear in my sight in the future, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Lin Chen doesn't have time to get entangled with them too much. Now he just wants to complete the main task issued by the system. Yes, this situation will not happen again. Please bear with me, Mr. Lin. Lu Guomin responded respectfully. I'll leave the company to you for now. I'll let you know if there are any instructions. Contact me when the car is repaired. Remember, the repair materials must be the best. The price doesn't matter. Now send me back. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he took out a black and gold bank card from his pocket. When Lu Guomin saw the card, he couldn't help but be shocked, because this card was not an ordinary bank card, but a limited edition black and gold card for the rich. It was said that there were no more than 10 people in the world who owned this card. Lu Guomin was completely relieved now. His premonition was correct. Lin Chen was definitely a big shot that could not be messed with. Why are you still standing there, waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Lin Chen saw Lu Guomin standing there in a daze and asked. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it right away, you get in the car. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Guomin came back to his senses, turned around quickly, opened the car door, drove the driver out, let Lu Yang drive, and spoke respectfully to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I. Before Wang Xiaowei could finish her words, Lin Chen ignored her again and got into Lu Guomin's car. Under pressure from his father, Lu Yang had no choice but to leave with him. Now she was filled with endless regret, but no matter how much she regretted, she and Lin Chen could never go back. She only hated herself for not staying by Lin Chen's side all the time. At the same time, Lin Chen was resting with his eyes closed in Lu Guomin's car. Mr. Lin, where are you going now? Lu Guomin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and asked Lin Chen flatteringly. Yongqing community. Lin Chen did not say much. To him, Lu Guomin and Lu Yang were birds of a feather. If Lu Guomin did not still hold 25% of the shares of the Lu Group, Lin Chen really did not want to have too much contact with him. Yongqing community? Mr. Lin, that's a dilapidated building area. I wonder what you are doing there. When Lu Guomin heard Lin Chen, he was naturally surprised. The Yongqing apartment building is now in a dilapidated state and may collapse at any time. It is extremely dangerous. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do I need to report to you what I am going to do? Just go when I tell you to go. Lin Chen was obviously a little impatient and shouted angrily. Understood, Mr. Lin, please calm down. Lu Guomin quickly turned his head back, fearing that he would anger Lin Chen again. After all, if you offend a person of this level, you will suffer disastrous consequences. Naturally, Lu Yang did not dare to say a word throughout the whole process. After a while, the car arrived at the gate of Yongqing community, and Lu Guomin hurriedly got out of the car to open the door for Lin Chen. You can go back now. After Lin Chen got off the car, he gave instructions to Lu Guomin and his son. Yes, Mr. Lin, but I still need to inform you that this building area has too many hidden dangers and will be demolished soon. Please pay more attention to safety. I will take my leave now. Wait, what did you say? Yongqing is going to be demolished? Lu Guomin was about to leave when Lin Chen suddenly asked. After all, he still had deep feelings for Yongqing community. After all, Lin Chen had been living here since he graduated from university. Yes, Mr. Lin, don't you know? Lu Guomin responded. So which group is contracting this building area now? Lin Chen asked seriously, because he was going to contract Yongqing and turn it into a new high-end and upscale community. Mr. Lin, it's like this. This building area is quite complicated. It was originally owned by the Zhao Group. However, since this building area is too old, most of the equipment cannot be used. It needs to be completely renovated, and a lot of financial resources are needed to make it perfect. Lu Guomin responded. Isn't the Zhao Group one of the best companies in Bohai City? They should have the financial resources to build this building area, right? Lin Chen used to work in a branch of the Zhao Group, so he had some understanding of Zhao's strength. There are 3 major groups in Bohai City: Ouyang Group, Zhao Group, and Wang Group. In terms of overall strength, Zhao Group and Ouyang Group are on par with each other, while Wang Group is slightly inferior. The Zhao Group originally had the financial resources to contract Yongqing, but the Bohai government wanted to renovate it and launched a bidding. Both the Zhao Group and the Ouyang Group were determined to win this project. The government's bidding was much more important than this small Yongqing. Moreover, the government's bidding required a lot of financial resources. The Zhao Group simply did not have the extra financial resources to manage Yongqing, so they had to auction it off. Hearing Lin Chen's question, Lu Guomin responded seriously. Then which group did Yongqing sell to? Lin Chen asked again. Boss Lin, it's like this. The auction will start at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll know who will get the project then. Then how confident are we at the Lu family? After hearing Lu Guomin's answer, Lin Chen made up his mind that he was determined to take Yongqing. Boss Lin, I've thought about this before, but I found that we only have 30% chance of success. First, we had loser working on other projects that have not been completed yet and don't have much financial resources. Second, Wang's is also involved in this project. We can only make friends with Wang's group and not offend them. Lu Guomin said with a wry smile that it was not easy for the Lu group to develop to where it is today, and he did not want to take such a big risk for Yongchang. I see. Give the order and use all the remaining financial resources to participate in the auction. I am determined to take over Yongchang. Mr. Lin, this. Lu Guomin was about to say something when Lin Chen interrupted him and said, just do what I tell you to do. Go back. Yes, Mr. Lin. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Guomin naturally didn't dare to say anything more. After responding, he drove back. After Lin Chen returned upstairs, he fell headfirst into bed. He was exhausted from the day. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The phone rang. Lin Chen picked up the phone impatiently and found that someone had sent him a WeChat message. He was shocked because the person was none other than Zhao Chuyi, who had a traffic accident with him today. Chapter 6, Challenge Wang Shang. Lin Chen hurriedly checked what message Zhao Chuyi had sent him. The message on WeChat read, "Hello, I'm Zhao Chuyi. I couldn't apologize to you properly today due to work reasons. Are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner." When Lin Chen saw Zhao Chuyi asked him out for dinner, he thought this was a good opportunity to complete the task, so he replied okay, and readily agreed. On the other side, the Wang group was holding a regular meeting. No matter what, we must take Yongchang, so that our overall strength can be stronger. Chairman Wang Jin spoke first, and around him, shareholders and board members, big and small, were discussing the matter. Mr. Wang, although the Yongchang project is already in our pocket, both the Zhao group and the Ouyang group are determined to win the government auction. No matter which of them wins, it will be disadvantageous to us, said a shareholder worriedly. I understand that. I already have a plan. You guys go down first. When the shareholders heard Wang Jin's answer, they naturally didn't dare to say anything more and left with sighs. Wang Jin sat slumped in his office chair. How could he not be worried? No matter which of the two companies gets this government project, it will be even more powerful. By then, there will be no place for his wine group in Bohai City. Bang! Bang! Just when Wang Jin was worried, there was a knock on the door. He patted his forehead and shouted, "Come in." The person who came in was none other than Wang Jin's son, Wang Shang. Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you calling me here in such a hurry? What's the matter? Wang Shang asked in confusion. How's the thing I asked you to do going? Any progress? Wang Jin did not answer his son's question and asked back. Oh. Zhao Chuyi is pretty, but she doesn't know how to appreciate courtesy. I try to show her concern, but she just won't listen. I don't know what to do now. Wang Shang said with a dejected look on his face. He did have a good impression of Zhao Chuyi. After all, her looks and figure were among the best in Bohai City. All the women he had met before were far inferior to Zhao Chuyi. Useless. What use do I have for you? You never care about the family or the company, and all you do is drink and flirt with women. I thought you could be useful this time, but I didn't expect you couldn't even handle a woman. Get out of here. Before Wang Shang could continue to explain, Wang Jin scolded him and drove him out. He was like a mute swallowing bitter pill, unable to express his grievances. The next day, early morning. Lin Chen got up unexpectedly early because he was going out to dinner with Zhao Chuyi today, so he had to dress up nicely. After washing up, he opened the closet and found only some work clothes and the clothes he wore in college. So he decided to go to the mall to buy some decent clothes, put on some clothes and went out. After Lin Chen arrived at the mall, he saw a brand-name clothing store and went in without saying a word. He was greeted by a waitress wearing a white shirt. Sir, what do you need? The waitress asked with a smile on her face. It's okay, I'll just take a look. Lin Chen responded politely, while selecting various clothes and pants. When the waitress saw his shabby clothes, she couldn't help but show a look of contempt. Lin Chen saw all of this, but he didn't care because the clothes he wore were indeed very shabby. After a while, Lin Chen picked out the top and pants he liked and prepared to ask the waiter for the price. Boy, put down the clothes in your hand. This is what I ordered. Just then, a man in a black suit shouted. The waitress heard the shouting and hurried over. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, this customer didn't know that this was your reservation. Don't bother with him. The waiter quickly tried to smooth things over. After all, he knew that the young master of the Wang Group was not someone to be trifled with. Wang Sheng didn't seem to have any intention of giving up and kept yelling and cursing, while the waiter kept his head down. I took the clothes you ordered in advance. I didn't pay attention. I apologize to you, but there is no need for you to be aggressive all the time, right? Seeing his arrogant look, Lin Chen couldn't help but speak. Who the hell are you? How dare you boss me around? Get out of here now while I'm not in a particularly bad mood. When Wang Sheng saw that Lin Chen dared to contradict him, his anger was instantly directed at him. Then who are you? Do you think you are so arrogant just because you have a few stinky dollars? Lin Chen was not afraid at all. Since the other party was so arrogant, if he backed down, wouldn't he lose his current status? The waiter standing nearby was shocked when he saw Lin Chen's actions. Wang Sheng is the son of Wang Group, one of the 3 largest groups in Bohai City. He is usually a tyrant in Bohai City and no one dares to mess with him. But now, he is being scolded. A loser is yelling at me here? I tell you, you are nothing in my eyes. Remember, people like you can only talk nonsense. You can never reach my current level even if you work hard for several lifetimes. This is the gap between you and me. How much do all the brand name clothes here cost in total? Lin Chen ignored what Wang Sheng said and turned to ask the waiter. Probably more than 1 million. The waiter was also stunned by the question and responded in a daze. Is that so? Then buy them all for me. Swipe the card. After saying that, Lin Chen handed the rich man's black gold card to the waiter. You have a black gold card? Wang Sheng was also surprised when he saw the black gold card of the rich man. He had seen some celebrities holding this card on TV and had asked his father for it. However, Wang Jin told him seriously that only people at the level of the president of the country could own this card. This was also the first thing he could not get, and he was deeply impressed by it. So what? Does it have anything to do with you? Lin Chen was very calm about his question, because he only knew that this card was very noble, but he didn't expect Wang Sheng to have such a big reaction. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a poor loser like you possibly own this card? This card must be fake. Wang Sheng was completely confused. The only reason he could think of at the moment was that Lin Chen's card was fake, so he said this to himself. You'll know whether it's fake or not in a moment. After a while, the waiter came back with the black gold card and the invoice in his hand. Sir, your total consumption is 1,306,750 yuan. This is your black gold card, please keep it, said the waiter as he returned the black card and invoice. Okay, I'll keep these clothes in the store for now. I'll come get them anytime I need them. After Lin Chen handed the clothes to the waiter, he turned to Wang Sheng and said, Do you still have something to say now? I don't want the clothes you reserved in advance. The quality is too low. If you want other styles, you can come and pick mine anytime, take whatever you want. After saying that, he went to the fitting room and quickly changed into a set of Nike casual wear, then left. Wang Sheng was stunned where he was, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. After all, the appearance of this black card was too shocking for him. Ding-a-ling. As soon as Lin Chen walked out of the mall, he received a message from Zhao Chuyi saying that she had arrived, so he took a taxi to the restaurant they had agreed to meet at. Chapter 7 Shy Zhao Chuyi. After arriving at the restaurant, Lin Chen found his seat at a glance because Zhao Chuyi had already booked a private room. Zhao Chuyi was wearing a white sportswear and a pink baseball cap today, as if she had just finished exercising. However, her beauty was different today than that day. Looking at her, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. You're here? Come and sit down. Order whatever you like. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Zhao Chuyi waved at him and said with a smile. Sorry, I was a little late because of something else. Because Wang Sheng's appearance delayed some time, Lin Chen felt very guilty. It's okay, I just got here too, take a seat. After Zhao Chuyi finished speaking, she started to take orders. The waiter showed a respectful expression when he saw her, because this restaurant was owned by the Zhao Group. Okay, trouble. Lin Chen didn't continue to be polite and just sat down. I was too busy with work before and didn't have time to discuss the specifics of compensation with you, so I came to talk to you in detail today. After Zhao Chuyi ordered the restaurant's signature dish, he spoke to Lin Chen very formally. Compensation is nothing. I was just a little rude before, so I have to apologize to you. When Lin Chen thought about the day when he saw his beloved car body being scratched and then he swore at her, he felt inexplicably embarrassed, fearing that she would have a bad first impression of him. It's okay, it's just human nature. Zhao Chuyi didn't seem to care about his curse that day. Instead, he laughed out loud. He is indeed a man of extraordinary bearing and is capable of doing great things. This is Lin Chen's evaluation of her. This demeanor alone is incomparable to the cowardly second-generation rich people from some large groups. It shows how good the family education of the Zhao group is. After all the food was served, the two of them didn't say anything and just kept eating. Even someone as shameless as Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed by this scene, but when he secretly glanced at Zhao Chuyi, he found that the other party was eating normally, so he didn't say much. Give me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you. I guarantee it'll be a satisfactory amount. After dinner, Zhao Chuyi spoke first. Her sudden words startled Lin Chen. No, I'm not here for money. I just want to apologize to you. I don't have any other intentions. As for the repair fee, I can totally afford it. Zhao Chuyi showed a surprised expression in response to his answer, but this expression disappeared without a trace the next second. After all, you have a responsibility to me, so you should accept it. I'd feel bad if you didn't. Although Lin Chen's words surprised her for a second, she had seen many big scenes after all, and her every move also represented the face of the Zhao group, so she was not prepared to owe him this favor. Money is something outside of my body, and I don't lack it. If you feel embarrassed, I have a way to make you return the favor. Lin Chen came here originally to complete the system task, so he seized the opportunity and prepared to state his request. What method? Zhao Chuyi was also very curious about his request. How about you let me kiss you? I can promise you, but do you dare to let me kiss you? Zhao Chuyi really laughed this time. She suddenly felt that Lin Chen in front of her was different from all the men she had met before. It was not because he wanted to kiss her, but because it was the first time she met someone as bold and direct as him. Why should I be afraid? Being able to kiss the daughter of the Zhao group is a blessing I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he showed a lewd expression. Zhao Chuyi never expected him to say this, so he just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to respond. The situation suddenly became awkward. Chuyi, what are you doing? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded at the door of the restaurant. Lin Chen turned around and saw that it was none other than Wang Shang, who had made him feel ashamed before. We are talking about something, what are you doing here? Zhao Chuyi's face turned cold instantly, and he seemed to be unwelcoming to him. I just happened to come here and saw you, so I came to say hello. Wang Shang said with a smile. If there's nothing else, we'll leave. Zhao Chuyi ignored him and grabbed Lin Chen's hand and prepared to leave, but Wang Shang saw the whole scene. Wait, Chuyi, who is he? Wang Shang pointed at Lin Chen and asked viciously. Does this have anything to do with you? Zhao Chuyi seemed angry. He grabbed Lin Chen's hand and walked quickly towards the restaurant door. Wang Shang shamelessly ran up and quickly stopped the two of them. It has nothing to do with me, but Chuyi, have you ever thought about this? If the media photographs you holding a strange man's hand like this, it will have a lot of negative impact on the Zhao group. Do you understand? Wang Shang roared almost. Does this have anything to do with you? We are just having a normal meal. What? Wasn't the lesson I just gave you enough? Before Zhao Chuyi could say anything, Lin Chen couldn't help but speak, and Wang Shang immediately recognized him. Okay, I just let you go. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you have a super rich black gold card? I'm telling you, you're nothing in my eyes. Because Lin Chen changed into branded clothes, Wang Shang only recognized him now. What happens to me has nothing to do with you, please leave. Zhao Chuyi was extremely disgusted with Wang Shang. One reason was because he was a playboy, and another reason was because her father deliberately matched her with Wang Shang in order to establish a relationship with the Wang group and thus suppress the Ouyang group. Chuyi, it must be because of this kid. Don't be fooled by him. He is just a poor loser. Wang Shang has gone completely crazy. Everything that happened today was beyond his imagination. First, there was the black gold card from the super rich man, and then Zhao Chuyi quarreled with him. Everything was caused by Lin Chen. It's my right to be with whoever I want. Even if I'm with him, what does it have to do with you? After Zhao Chuyi finished speaking, he kissed Lin Chen on the cheek, and passers-by happened to see the scene. That girl just now must be the daughter of the Zhao group. She actually kissed a strange man in the street. Yes, yes. She usually looks gentle and refined, but I didn't expect her to be so open. But that little brother is really handsome. They are a perfect match. The pedestrians on the road were talking about it at this moment, but Lin Chen was also stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Chuyi to kiss him suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second level. The luxurious villa in the imperial capital New City has been received. The key and property certificate are in your apartment, please check them. Lin Chen came back to his senses when he heard the system prompt sound. He found that Zhao Chuyi next to him was blushing with shame, while Wang Sheng opposite him had a face full of blue and purple due to anger. He looked at the passers-by around who were discussing this matter, and realized that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he hurriedly grabbed Zhao Chuyi's hand and left the scene. The two of them kept running on the street holding hands. For some reason, Zhao Chuyi's heart was beating very fast. Well, can you let go of my hand, please? When Lin Chen heard Zhao Chuyi's sudden tender voice, he realized that he had been holding her hand. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Looking at Zhao Chuyi's blushing face, Lin Chen responded with a smile. It's okay. Well, let's consider what happened just now as compensation to you. Now we're even. Ding dong ding dong. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Chuyi received a call. On the phone, Lin Chen seemed to hear someone scolding her loudly. Sorry, I have something urgent to do here, so I have to leave first. After Zhao Chuyi hung up the phone, he seemed very anxious and spoke to Lin Chen apologetically. It's okay, do you need me to take you there? No, no need, I'll contact you on WeChat when I have time. Before Lin Chen could continue speaking, Zhao Chuyi hurriedly called a private car and left. And Lin Chen seemed to have vaguely heard something about the government auction when she was on the phone. Chapter 8: The auction begins. Ding-a-ling. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about the government auction, his cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. Lin, the auction will start at 1 p.m., where are you? Do you need me to pick you up? On the other end of the phone, Lu Guomin spoke in an extremely flattering tone, which made him feel sick. No need, just tell me the location of the auction. Lin Chen really didn't want to see that face of his, so he said with disgust. The location is on the third floor of Zhao Group. After all, they are the organizer. Beep. Before Lu Guomin could finish his words, Lin Chen hung up the phone, not for any other reason, but because he disliked him. When Lu Guomin saw him hang up the phone, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed, because the shareholders of Lu Group were all looking at him. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen took a taxi to Zhao Group without hesitation. After a while, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Zhao Group. After Lin Chen got off the car, he went directly to the third floor where the auction was held. After Lin Chen arrived at the third floor, he found that there were a lot of people present. It was the first time he had seen such a scene. So he looked left and right and found that Lu Guomin was waving at him. Everyone is welcome to participate in our auction for the Yongcheng Community Project. The auction will begin in 5 minutes. The starting price for the Yongcheng community is 50 million. Please consider it carefully. Lin Chen had just sat down when he heard the auctioneer's loud voice shouting on the stage. Where is the wine group? Lin Chen asked Lu Guomin. At the moment, he was not concerned about the starting price, but was looking at the figure of wine group. However, he soon spotted Wang Sheng, who was talking to Wang Jin not far away. Why is that person at Wang Group? Lin Chen asked while pointing at Wang Sheng. That's Wang Sheng, the son of Wang's group. The person he's talking to is Wang Jin, the chairman of Wang's group. They're both characters that you don't want to mess with. Lin Chen was a little surprised when he heard Lu Guomin's explanation. He originally thought that Wang Sheng was just an uneducated and incompetent rich second generation, but he didn't expect that he was actually a member of the wine group. The auction has officially started now. The starting price for Yongcheng community is 50 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The auctioneer's majestic voice sounded again, which also meant that the auction officially began. 100 million. A man in a black suit was the first to raise the price. And others followed closely behind. 130 million. 170 million. 200 million. After a short while, the price was raised to 300 million. At this time, some small groups shook their heads secretly. It was obvious that such a price was already their limit. 500 million. Wang Jin suddenly spoke at this time, and the remaining middle-level groups had to give up. After all, the price was no longer something they could afford, and they didn't want to get the Wang Group. Looking at the Wang Group, Wang Jin showed a smug expression, as if everything was already in his grasp. 600 million. At this moment, Lin Chen spoke, and everyone at the scene looked at him in amazement. The first reason was because of the bidding price. After all, it was not something that ordinary people could do to casually come up with 600 million. The most important thing was that he dared to challenge the Wang Group head-on. How could it be him? Wang Shang showed a shocked expression. Who is he? Wang Jin asked calmly. Hearing Wang Jin's question, Wang Shang couldn't help but shudder. He knew his father better than anyone else. Whenever his father was inexplicably calm, it meant that he was really angry. He's the man I told you was holding me back before. Wang Shang didn't dare to breathe and responded quickly. Is this the guy you said had the super rich black gold card? No wonder he had the guts to challenge me. What a pity, his choice was wrong. As soon as Wang Jin finished speaking, he raised the price to 1 billion. Damn it! At this moment, Lin Chen cursed in his heart. His own funds were only 1 billion. He never expected that Wang Jin would spend such a high price to buy Yongchang. It seemed that the other party was determined to win this auction. Just when he was worried, he immediately saw Lu Guomin, who showed an evil and obscene smile. Old Lu, how much money do you have? Lend it to me. At worst, I can pay you back double in the future. Lin Chen asked in a mean voice. Even Lu Guomin felt disgusted by this voice, which was much more disgusting than the voice he used to flatter Lin Chen before. Boss Lin, I only have 300 million at most. Some of the company's projects are not completed yet, and I don't have too much money. It's okay, that's enough. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he raised the price to 1.3 billion. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. Only a small place like Yongchang was raised to a sky-high price. 20 billion. Not long after, Wang Jin bid again. Father, 2 billion is our entire fortune now. Is it worth it? Even Wang Shang couldn't help but ask when he saw his father's crazy behavior. What do you know? If we take this project and return it to the Zhao Group as a gift after development, it will definitely deepen the relationship between our two companies. When the time comes, we will be able to combine our strengths and won't have to worry about the Ouyang Group anymore. I see. Father, I understand. After hearing Wang Jin's words, Wang Shang now completely understood his father's intention. Wang Group is asking for 2 billion now. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? The auctioneer's loud and clear voice rang out again, and the originally noisy auction scene froze to freezing point. Everyone was looking at Lin Chen to see if he would raise the price again. Lin Chen patted his forehead and sighed secretly. He didn't have enough money, otherwise he would have bought Yongchang no matter what. 2 billion first times. 2 billion for the second time. 2 billion for the third time. Deal. With the auctioneer's hammer falling, it also meant that the Yongchang community project was sold to Wang Group. Wang Jin was overjoyed at the moment, as this was their life-saving straw. Wang Shang, looking at the sighing Lin Chen, also showed a comfortable smile. From the clothing store to the restaurant, this was the first time in all these years that he had suffered such a great insult. Hey, kid, why aren't you so arrogant anymore? Where's the momentum you had just now? Wang Shang said mockingly. Obviously, if just looking at Lin Chen's lost look could not make him feel completely relieved, he would definitely have to ridicule him, otherwise it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. But at this time, Lin Chen didn't know what to respond. After all, he lost to Wang Jin, and he understood the meaning of the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Ding! Detecting the host's situation, now issuing the third-level mission, slap Wang Sheng in the face, and obtain 85% of the shares of Wang Group. Suddenly, the mechanical metal sound of the system rang in Lin Chen's mind, which surprised him. This system is so powerful. It turns out that we still have to look at the system at critical moments. It feels really good to cheat. You must have forgotten how I dealt with you in the clothing store in Zhao's restaurant. I lost to your Wang Group, but I lost to your father, not you. Why are you so arrogant here? Lin Chen said this with a look of disdain, as if he didn't take Wang Xing seriously at all. Who is that person? He just had a fight with the chairman of Wang Group. I didn't expect that he would dare to slap the young master of Wang Group in the face. Could this man be a descendant of some secret family? Otherwise, how could he dare to provoke me so blatantly? Why haven't I heard of such a person in Bohai City before? Although the auction was over, the people present had not yet completely left. Everyone was shocked to hear that Lin Chen dared to challenge Wang Sheng. It was the first time for them to see someone dare to offend someone from the Wang group in person, so they began to discuss the matter. At this moment, Wang Sheng's face turned black with anger and he clenched his fists tightly. What happened before was simply a shame for him. He didn't expect that Lin Chen would dare to say it to his face. He swore to tear Lin Chen into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the third level mission. 85% of Wang Group's shares have been received. Please check. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 9 Group Cooperation. Boss Lin, what are you doing? We can't afford to offend the Wang Group. At this time, Lu Guomin was also shocked when he saw Lin Chen's actions. After all, everyone in Bohai City knew how terrible the Wang Group was. Don't worry, things are about to change at the Wang Group. Lin Chen responded confidently. Lu Guomin looked at him with confusion, but then he didn't say anything more. After all, Lin Chen gave him a lot of surprises. First, he acquired the shares of their Lu Group, and then the black gold card of the super rich man appeared. These things that happened made him think about how terrible Lin Chen's identity was. Are you Lin Chen? I've heard about you from you. Although you have a black gold card, we at Wan's group are not pushovers. Are you sure you want us to break up? Just as everyone was whispering, Wang Jin spoke, his voice neither humble nor arrogant, but extremely calm. So what if we're at odds? Are you sure you have the capital to talk to me now? Lin Chen responded with a smile and didn't care about what Wang Jin said. You. Boom. Wang Jin was about to continue speaking when he suddenly remembered his cell phone ringing, so he answered the call. The people on the other end of the phone seemed to be discussing something important, and Wang Jin looked at Lin Chen from time to time while talking to the other party. After a while, Wang Jin hung up the phone, looked at Lin Chen in surprise, and was speechless for a moment. Dad, what's wrong with you? What happened? Wang Sheng asked with concern when he saw his father's abnormal reaction. No. It's okay, Xiao Sheng, go and call Lin Chen over. Hearing his father say this, Wang Sheng felt confused, but he still did as his father asked. He walked up to Lin Chen and said proudly, Boy, my dad is looking for you. Lin Chen did not ignore him and walked towards Wang Jin. Wang Sheng's face twitched violently a few times, and his desire to cut Lin Chen into pieces became stronger. Mr. Wang, it seems that you have received the news. Do you know who the winner is now? Lin Chen asked jokingly. Boss Lin, I didn't recognize the real master. Please forgive my ignorance just now. When Wang Jin heard Lin Chen's words at this moment, his body trembled involuntarily, and he bowed to him hurriedly and said apologetically. It's okay. Ignorance is not a crime, but do you know what to do next? Seeing his actions, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and said lightly. I understand, Mr. Lin, I know what to do. Wang Jin responded slowly. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only grit his teeth and respond to Lin Chen's words. Because just now he received a call from the group's board of directors, who said that except for his 15% of the shares, all other shareholders had mysteriously disappeared, and all the shares under their names had been transferred to a man named Lin Chen. In other words, Lin Chen is now the owner of Wang Group, and he is just a shareholder and does not even have the right to make decisions. Now that you know, then do it. Remember, don't act rashly. Wait for my instructions. Understood. General Lin. Although Wang Jin was reluctant to accept this was the reality, so he could only do as he was told. Dad, Lin Chen not only insulted me, but also trampled on the company's reputation. Can we just let this matter go? Bang! Before Wang Sheng could finish his words, Wang Jin gave him a loud and crisp slap. You little bastard, this is the new chairman of our Wang Group. How can you talk to him like that? If you dare to disrespect Mr. Lin again, I'll break your legs. After hearing Wang Jin's words, the whole audience started talking again. Did you hear that? Wang Jin said that guy is the new chairman. The Wang Group has changed its dynasty? Who is that kid? How come I've never heard of him before? Amid the discussions of the crowd, Wang Sheng was completely stunned. The appearance of Lin Chen gave him too many surprises. First, it was the super rich black gold card, and now the identity of the new chairman. All these things made him doubt his life. General Lin, what is going on? Lu Guomin couldn't help but ask when he saw this scene. You are the one who saw this situation. Now come with me to Wang Group to discuss the specific matters. Lin Chen responded without any hesitation. Take me to your office now, there are some things we still need to discuss. After Lin Chen responded to Lu Guomin, he turned to look at Wang Jin and gave instructions calmly. I understand, Mr. Lin, Wang Jin responded respectfully in a deep voice. Just like that, Lin Chen set off for Wang Group. On the other side, Zhao Chuyi was lowering her head and being scolded. The person scolding her was her father, Zhao Hongba, the chairman of Zhao Group. Shudi, do you know how much impact this incident has on our group? You are the successor of the Zhao Group. Can you pay attention to your own image? Zhao Hongba said earnestly. Father, I know I was wrong, but Mr. Wang really went too far, and I had no choice but to do this. Zhao Chudi explained patiently. I told you a long time ago that you should have a good relationship with Wang Shang. After all, the entire Wang Group is behind him. There is no harm in being on good terms with him, but you insist on offending him now. This will only make our situation worse. How can we compete with the Ouyang Group? Zhao Hanba said this dejectedly, and then coughed a few times. Suddenly, he felt weak all over and was about to fall. Zhao Chuyi hurriedly supported him and looked at him with a worried look. Father, don't worry. I will find a way to deal with the Wang Group. But I can't let my daughter get close to that Wang Shang. Zhao Chuyi said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Oh, forget it, it seems I can't control you now, you decide how to deal with it yourself. When Zhao Hanba heard her say this, he sighed secretly. He had intended to match his daughter with the son of the Wang Group. He also knew that Wang Shang was not a decent man, but he can only force himself to exchange his daughter's happiness for the benefit of the group. However, he had now broken off relations with the Wang Group, but for some reason, he felt relaxed. My daughter understands. Zhao Chudi didn't say much and just left, because she knew that her father was frail and sickly, so she didn't want to stimulate him too much. On Lin Chen's side, Wang Group started an emergency meeting. Those present included Wang Jin, Wang Shang, Lu Guomin, and some members of the Wang Group's board of directors. I called everyone here today for two main reasons. The first one must be known to everyone. From today on, I will have the final say in the Wang Group. The second one is about the affairs of Yongchang. Lin Chen spoke first. I wonder what General Lin's instructions are. Lu Guomin immediately echoed. He had already fully understood the situation. Lin Chen is definitely not an ordinary person. This is Lu Guomin's only thought now. At this time, Wang Jin also looked at Lin Chen, waiting for his instructions. Nothing much, I just want to ask, how did you originally plan to deal with Yongchang? Lin Chen said calmly while looking at Wang Jin. Boss Lin, to be honest, we plan to return Yongchang to the Zhao Group after development, so that we can improve the relationship between our two companies, and we don't have to be afraid of the Ouyang Group anymore. Hearing Lin Chen's question, Wang Jin's body trembled and he responded in panic. Ouyang Group? I understand. Yongchang will continue to be developed, but it does not need to be returned to the Zhao Group after the development is completed. You don't have to worry about anything else. After Lin Chen gave the order expressionlessly, he immediately added, from today on, Wang Group and Lu Group will officially cooperate. We must unite as one and develop together. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, I have one request, and that is to get him out of here and never let him appear in front of me again. Lin Chen said with a smile, pointing at Wang Shang who had been standing next to Wang Jin and didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 10 Good Brothers. When everyone saw Lin Chen pointing at Wang Shang and saying those words, they all nodded. Because everyone knows what kind of person Wang Shang is. Before, because he is Wang Jin's son, everyone was courteous to him. But now that the Wang Group has changed dynasties, they don't have to worry about anything. Boss Lin, isn't this a bit too harsh? Wang Jin said in a pleading tone, after all, he was his son. Is he cruel? You know your son best. He is a hopeless person, a piece of mud that can't be helped. Now that the Wang Group is under my control, I don't need useless people under my command. Do you understand? Understood, Mr. Lin, please calm down. When Wang Jin heard Lin Chen's answer, he knew that his request was impossible to achieve, so he responded in panic. At this time, Wang Shang had been standing there in a daze. To him, he was a young master in great glory the day before, but now he had become a stray dog. No one could accept this immediately. Why don't you get out of here? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said fiercely. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I'm leaving right now. Wang Sheng had no choice but to accept the reality and left the meeting room in disgrace. Others didn't even dare to breathe at this moment, secretly sighing at how terrifying Lin Chen was. After all, being able to acquire most of the shares of Luan Wang was definitely not something that ordinary people could do. Wang Zhen, in particular, was terrified to the extreme at this moment, because he had never received any news about shareholders transferring their shares before. As soon as he was informed of the news over the phone, he immediately sent people to investigate the matter secretly and found that all the shareholders had mysteriously disappeared overnight without leaving any clues. This is what scares him the most. Anything that has been done will leave traces, but the result is terrifying when you think about it carefully, because if there are no traces, there is only one possibility, that is, Lin Chen used unconventional means. As for what means were used, he no longer dared to investigate further, because he knew that if he continued, he would be the next to suffer. Thinking of this, his hair stood up instantly. After Wang Sheng left, everyone continued their meeting conversation. The shareholders of both groups were actively handing over the projects, and Lu Guomin and Wang Zhen had been talking to Lin Chen about the Zhao Group and the Ouyang Group. It turned out that the reason why Wang Zhen wanted to cooperate with the Zhao Group was because the Ouyang Group had already cooperated with a foreign group and was preparing to merge the two groups. The meeting lasted nearly 4 hours. Is there nothing else to do now? Lin Chen stretched, looked at everyone, yawned and said. The others looked around, then nodded hesitantly. Then if there's nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting and get back to work. Lin Chen's performance surprised both shareholders. It was obvious that they were in a dilemma and the only solution was the Yongqing project. The meeting lasted so long because everyone was persuading him to return Yongqing to the Zhao family after development, so as to achieve the purpose of the cooperation between the two companies. But they didn't expect that Lin Chen acted as if he didn't hear anything and just kept paddling the whole time. Mr. Lin, did you listen to what we said? This is really not a joke. Although Wang Zhen was very afraid of Lin Chen, he couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I have my own way. All the company's affairs will be handed over to you two for the time being. Don't worry about anything else for now. In fact, Lin Chen didn't know how to solve the problem in his heart. He just thought that if it was just a small Yongqing, it might not be enough as a bargaining chip for the cooperation between the two families, so there was no need for him to hand it over to the Zhao family. Besides, he believes in the existence of a system, and the others are all his younger brothers. I understand, Mr. Lin, we'll take our leave now. After hearing what Lin Chen said, although Wang Zhen didn't quite believe that he would have a solution, he thought that based on his method of acquiring shares, he might really be able to create a miracle. Thinking of this, for some reason he suddenly felt at ease. When everyone saw Wang Zhen's statement, they all left. Soon, Lin Chen was the only one left in the meeting room. After seeing the figure disappear, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He used to be just a small programmer, but he didn't expect that he would have to bear so many responsibilities now. A feeling of melancholy arose spontaneously. Ding-a-ling. When Lin Chen heard his cell phone ringing, he checked it and found that the caller was Guo Ziyang. Memories of the past instantly came flooding back. Lin Chen's family was not wealthy, and his parents were ordinary workers, so his pocket money during school was not enough to spend. He also did not want to put a heavy burden on his family, so he quietly took private work as a programmer to earn tuition. Although Lin Chen worked very hard, the rich second generation in the school still looked down on him, even those from wealthier families, so he had almost no friends. But Guo Ziyang was the first person who ignored the whole school's contempt and treated him as a good brother. He originally came from a wealthy family as his parents were in the silk business. But the good times did not last long. His parents' business ran into trouble and the family's finances plummeted, so he was forced to drop out of school and go home to deal with the situation. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone kept ringing, and Lin Chen realized that he was distracted, so he quickly answered the call. Hey, Xiaoqinzi, what are you doing? You're answering the phone now, are you no longer in love? On the other end of the line, Guo Ziyang's cocky voice rang out. Xiaoguozi, what are you talking about? I was just busy. What's the matter? What's the matter that you called me for? Lin Chen responded with a smile. Oh. I can't come to you if there's nothing wrong. I'm telling you, I'm in Bohai City, why don't you come and pick me up? Hearing Guo Ziyang's words, Lin Chen was so happy that he hurriedly asked him where he was and then rushed over. Woohoo! It turns out that my own car is still more comfortable. Lin Chen sat on the leather seat of the Ferrari Juying and couldn't help but sigh. Because just before the meeting started, Wang Jin told him that the car had been repaired and was parked in the underground garage. After a while, Lin Chen arrived at the agreed location. After getting off the car, he found a familiar figure not far away. It was Guo Ziang, so he hurried over and gave him a big hug. "Oh my god, where did you learn this? I don't like men." When Guo Ziang saw Lin Chen hugging him, he was stunned for a few seconds, then instinctively pushed him away and said with disgust, "I haven't seen you for so many years, why are you so poor now? Aren't you happy? Otherwise, do you think I want to hug you?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes at him and responded with the same disgusted tone. "Oh my god, where did you rent this luxury car? You really thought about it and made such a big show to welcome me." Guo Ziang wanted to retort again, but suddenly saw a red Ferrari not far away and asked in surprise, "This car is mine. I have to pick you up in style and arrange everything for you." Lin Chen responded calmly, "Shinzi, this is really too much. Don't think I don't know that this is a global limited edition luxury car." Guo Ziang obviously didn't believe what he said, because he knew Lin Chen's financial situation better than anyone else. "Stop talking so much, get in the car, I'll take you to a restaurant." Lin Chen didn't explain anything further. He just asked Guo Ziang to get in the car and drove towards the restaurant under the wine group. After arriving at the restaurant, Lin Chen asked Guo Ziang to get off the car and wait for him at the door because he needed to find a parking space. "How dare a loser come here to eat? Do you know which group owns this restaurant? Get out of here." Just as Lin Chen was about to reach the entrance of the restaurant, he found a man in work clothes swearing at Guo Ziang. Chapter 11 Meeting Wang Shall we again? What's going on? Seeing Guo Ziang being insulted, Lin Chen got really angry and glared at him angrily. "I just stood at the door for a while, and he came to chase me away, saying that I was disrupting their restaurant's business." "It's okay, let's go." Guo Ziang glanced at the man and responded with a smile. Seeing his appearance, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel distressed. Guo Ziang used to be an unruly person, but now, he has become like this. What on earth has he experienced? "You're his friend, what? You want to stand up for him? I'll tell you, don't come here to cause trouble, get out of here right now." Just as he was thinking, the man yelled again, cursing. "You are the restaurant manager, right? You're fired, go to the finance department to get your salary." Lin Chen spoke slowly and dialed Wang Jin's number. "What are you talking about? I was fired? Who the hell are you? Get out of my sight now while I'm not in a bad mood, or I can't guarantee what will happen to you." When the restaurant manager heard what he said, he couldn't help laughing out loud. He thought Lin Chen was here to make people laugh. "Hey! Wang Jin, I'm at the entrance of the group restaurant preparing to treat everyone to a meal, but the manager here is getting in my way. What should I do?" Just as the manager was laughing, Lin Chen turned on the speakerphone. "You ungrateful person, do you know who you are stopping? He is the new chairman of our Wang group, get out of here right now." Wang Jin roared on the other end of the phone. When the manager heard the voice on the phone, his face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. "Now you know? Hurry up and go to the finance department to collect your salary," Lin Chen said calmly, looking at the manager slumped on the ground. Guo Ziang, who was standing next to Lin Chen, felt like he was dreaming when he saw the scene. "Boss Lin, I'm blind and don't know a great man. Please give me a chance." When the manager heard what Lin Chen said, he immediately knelt down and begged while kowtowing. This kneeling attracted passers-by to come and watch. Lin Chen was the one who was most afraid of trouble, so he said impatiently, "You insulted my friend. There is no room for negotiation. Get out of here." After saying this, Lin Chen continued to care about the manager's reaction and directly pulled Guo Ziang into the restaurant. After entering the restaurant, the service staff came out to greet them immediately. They had just witnessed what happened while hiding inside and knew Lin Chen's identity, so they did not dare to delay and came out to welcome him to the box. "Mr. Lin, what would you like to order?" the waitress asked softly with a smile on her face. "Serve up all the restaurant's signature dishes and a few cases of beer." After ordering the dishes, Lin Chen looked at Guo Ziang and said jokingly, "How is it, am I doing okay?" "Fuck. You're amazing. When did you become so rich?" "That's a long story. So, what are your plans next?" Lin Chen asked seriously without replying to him. "Actually, I don't know either. I just paid off my family's debts a while ago, so now I want to come to Bohai City to find something to do." Guo Ziang responded with a slightly vicissitudes of life look. Lin Chen felt bad when he saw his expression. After all, they were as close as brothers before. What made Lin Chen even more upset was that after something happened in Guo Ziang's family, he never contacted him again because he was afraid of implicating him. Oh. You found a treasure by coming to me. Just follow me and I'll make sure you have everything you need. After a brief recollection, Lin Chen said with a solemn vow. I've been waiting for you to say this. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would be polite to you? Guo Ziang responded with a greedy expression. The two of them chatted happily and kept telling each other about the interesting things that happened during school. After a while, the dishes and wine were served, and the two of them immediately began to wolf down the food. Before long, all the food was gone. Seeing that the meal was almost finished, Lin Chen pressed the service bell again to order. When the waiter came into the box, he saw the messy scene and was shocked. Looking at the way Lin Chen was eating, he secretly wondered in his heart if this was really the new president of the group. After serving the dishes, the waiter quietly left, while Lin Chen and the other person continued to drink and eat meat. Well, you drink first, I'm going to the bathroom first. After 3 rounds of drinks, Guo Ziang spoke loudly with a red face. You're useless now. You're going to the toilet so soon. Okay, go quickly and we'll fight again when you come back. Lin Chen responded in a daze, chewing a pig's trotter in his mouth. After using the bathroom, Guo Ziang was staggering back to the private room to continue drinking when he suddenly bumped into a girl. Don't you have eyes? You're bumping into me in such a big place like the door, the girl said with disgust. Guo Ziang was already in a bad mood. When he heard the girl's voice, he was about to respond, but when he saw the girl's appearance, he was stunned on the spot. Wang, shall we? Why are you here? When he saw the girl's appearance, Guo Ziang recognized her instantly. She was Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend Wang Xiaowei. Are you Guo Ziang? I just came here to eat, why are you here? Wang Xiaowei was naturally shocked when she saw him. After all, since he dropped out of school, none of his classmates, including Lin Chen, had seen him again. She didn't expect to meet him now. Tetsuko and I are drinking here. Didn't he tell you? Guo Ziang thought that Lin Chen had not broken up with her yet, so he asked in confusion. What? You said Lin Chen is here? Why yeah, what's wrong? Seeing Wang Xiaowei's reaction, Guo Ziang had a black question mark on his face. Aren't they a couple? What does it mean to be so surprised? After thinking for a while, he realized that it was useless to think more, so it would be better to take her to see Lin Chen directly. So without saying a word, he grabbed Wang Xiaowei's arm and walked towards the box. What took you so long? Did you fall in? Hearing someone enter the box, Lin Chen, who was gnawing on a pig's trotter, thought it was Guo Ziang who came back, and said jokingly. But when he looked, he found that the person was not Guo Ziang, but Wang Xiaowei with a complicated expression on her face, and the smile on his face disappeared immediately. Shinzi, look who I bumped into? What a coincidence, I bumped into Xiaowei right here. I told her I was drinking with you, but she didn't believe me. You didn't sneak out without telling her, did you? Guo Ziang asked half jokingly and half seriously, not forgetting to smile while asking. You are not welcome here, please get out. Lin Chen did not respond to Guo Ziang's words, but looked at Wang Xiaowei behind him and said expressionlessly. Lin Chen, I know I was wrong. I was distracted and lost in love at the time, so I made such a mistake. Can't you forgive me? Wang Xiaowei lowered her head and asked in a deep voice. Forgive? I never blamed you, so how can I forgive you? Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. Although I was very angry at the time, I figured it out afterwards. Everyone has their own choices. Since you have chosen this path, I will respect your choice. In fact, Lin Chen couldn't say that he was relieved about Wang Xiaowei, but at least he didn't hate her anymore, because only when you love someone deeply can you hate them deeply. Now he didn't have any feelings for Wang Xiaowei. Lin Chen, please don't be like this. I really know I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? I promise I will never do it again. I will do whatever you want me to do. The more Wang Xiaowei spoke, the more excited she became. Guo Ziang, who was standing nearby, saw the scene and was about to say something when he saw Lin Chen waving at him. He understood what Lin Chen meant, so he remained silent. Stop it. I guess you said the same thing to Lu Yang, right? Why, they dumped you and you come here to find me again? This is not a shelter. I don't know if you've heard of the saying that a good horse never turns back to eat the grass it has grown, so please don't bother me anymore. Lin Chen's words were very heartless, but Wang Xiaowei still refused to give in, which made him very annoyed, so he quickly grabbed Guo Ziang and prepared to leave. Lin Chen, I'm pregnant. Just as Lin Chen walked to the door, he heard the truth told by Wang Xiaowei and was stunned for a moment. Chapter 12 New System Tasks. Whose child is it? Lin Chen asked in disbelief. His. As she spoke here, Wang Xiaowei's voice became lower and lower. What does that have to do with me? You make it seem like it's mine. Hearing her answer, Lin Chen felt a complex emotion in his heart, but then this emotion disappeared. Since she was the one who betrayed him, he did not do anything wrong to her, so he asked her back. It has nothing to do with you, but I really have no other choice. Lu Yang has never come to see me since we broke up last time. I went to find him and told him about the child, but he told me to abort the child. At this point, Wang Xiaowei's voice choked up. Then get rid of it. Lin Chen's seemingly ordinary words made her cry uncontrollably. No matter what, she is my own flesh and blood, the child is innocent. At this point, Wang Xiaowei could no longer hold back and burst into tears. You don't have to cry here. Since you want to give birth to the child, what does it have to do with me? Lin Chen was really impatient and yelled. But I have no money now, so I have no choice but to ask you for help. Wang Xiaowei no longer cared about her dignity and just begged. I see. I was wondering why you wouldn't let me go. It turns out you were after money. Lin Chen really laughed this time, and while laughing he asked the waiter for paper and pen, and then said, write down your card number. Before noon tomorrow, a sum of money will be deposited into your account. It is enough for you to raise your child. But I have one condition. Please don't show up in front of me again. Lin Chen shakily handed the note to Wang Xiaowei and said slowly. Lin Chen, If you don't want to write, forget it, Guizi, let's go. Before Wang Xiaowei could say anything, Lin Chen waved to Guo Ziang and prepared to leave. No, I'll write it. After saying that, Wang Xiaowei snatched the note from his hand, wrote the card number on it, and returned it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't say anything else. He took the note and left with Guo Ziang. Wang Xiaowei looked at her back, squatted down, hugged her head and started crying. Once upon a time, Lin Chen gave her everything he had, but she did not know how to cherish it and destroyed this beautiful relationship. When Lin Chen and Guo Ziang walked out of the restaurant, they found that it was already dark, so they supported each other all the way and staggered towards the parking space. Shenzi, there is something I don't know whether I should ask or not. Guo Ziang suddenly asked Lin Chen seriously. You want to ask about Wang Xiaowei, right? In fact, Lin Chen had already guessed what he wanted to ask, and then patiently explained, just as you see, we have no relationship now. Oh. It's okay, Shenzi, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Guo Ziang sighed deeply, and then encouraged him in a cocky manner. You think I'm that fragile? I've let it go a long time ago. I just feel sorry for her. I'll help her one last time for the sake of our past relationship. We won't have any connection in the future. After saying this, Lin Chen looked up at the dark night sky, muttering to himself as he recalled his college days. After a while, Lin Chen came back to his senses. Patting his forehead, Lin Chen took Guo Ziang to the back seat of the Ferrari, called a designated driver, took the two back to the apartment, and then took the villa key and property certificate and set off for the imperial capital New City. After arriving at the gate of the villa area, the two got out of the car, and then Lin Chen asked the driver to drive the Ferrari to the underground garage. Oh my god, Shenzi, this house is too grand. Guo Ziang was completely shocked when he saw the mansion in front of him. Calm down, this is just a routine operation, let's go in first. When Lin Chen saw his look, he seemed calm on the surface, but he was actually very excited inside, because it was also his first time in this villa. After Lin Chen went in and turned on the light, he was completely amazed by the scene before him. Both the furniture and decorations in the house were made of pure gold, even the table and bed. Tetsuko, you're not robbing a bank, are you? Guo Ziang was completely panicked now and hurriedly asked Lin Chen. I am a legal citizen. I told you to stay calm. This is just a routine operation. Why are you panicking? Lin Chen swallowed and looked at these custom-made gold products. Each one was priceless. The total value of these custom-made products must be at least several hundred million, right? So he continued to visit with Guo Ziang with this idea in mind, and successively discovered a series of scenes including the swimming pool, the back garden, and the rooftop. Each scene was extremely luxurious, and Lin Chen was secretly amazed by it. After walking around for a while, the two finally found the bedroom, and then they collapsed on the bed. Tenko, how big is your house? Why did it take us so long to find the bedroom? After being asked by Guo Ziang, Lin Chen realized that he didn't know how big the villa was, so he hurriedly opened the property certificate and saw that the villa was 2,666 square meters, and it said that this was the largest property in Bohai City. Lin Chen was surprised and told him the area of the villa. Guo Ziang's eyes almost popped out when he found out, because Lin Chen gave him too many surprises today, so he still couldn't believe what happened today. Go to sleep. Come with me to the company tomorrow. I will arrange a position for you and I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Lin Chen felt his eyes becoming more and more tired and he became more and more sleepy. He fell asleep after he finished speaking. After Guo Ziang responded, he also fell asleep. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. Who is it? Are you annoying so early in the morning? Lin Chen answered the phone impatiently. He had a headache because he drank too much last night. It's me, General Lin. The person on the other end of the phone was Lu Guomin. If you have anything to say, tell me now. I have to go to bed after that. Lin Chen asked with disgust, as if he was about to explode in the next second. Boss Lin, I'm afraid you really can't sleep. According to reliable information, Ouyang Group has started to make big moves. Hearing this, Lin Chen instantly became alert, then immediately jumped out of bed, went to the underground garage to pick up the car and prepared to go to Wang Group. Don't act rashly yet, we'll talk about it in detail when I get here. Lin Chen gave instructions as he hurried to the underground garage. Clear. Lu Guomin didn't say much. After spending these days together, he knew that Lin Chen was a person who didn't like nonsense, so he hung up the phone. After arriving at Wang Group, Lin Chen found that the shareholders were all waiting anxiously. When they saw him, they were like seeing a savior. What's the situation now? Lin Chen sat in the chairman's seat and asked directly without any unnecessary words. Boss Lin, this is what happened. We secretly investigated and found that Ouyang Chuan, chairman of the Ouyang Group, has registered 80% of the group's shares under the name of Wushuan Group in Magic City. The two companies have reached a cooperation agreement. The Wushuan Group and the Magic City? It's really a difficult problem. Lin Chen touched his chin and murmured in thought. Of course he knew about Magic City, as it was the capital of China. The economic conditions in Bohai City were vastly different from those in Magic City. Any group in Magic City would be among the best in Bohai City, not to mention the Wushuan Group, which was one of the best in Magic City. If the two companies cooperate, then the government project will definitely belong to the Ouyang Group. After that, the Ouyang Group will slowly swallow up all the large and small groups in Bohai City. By then, we will all be finished. Lin Chen also nodded. The reason why he said there was a way before was that he was praying that the system would issue a task. The reward might help him get through the difficulties. However, the system never issued any task. Is it possible that they can only cooperate with the Zhao family? But even if they cooperate, it is not a long-term solution. With their strength, they will be swallowed up sooner or later. Ding, the host has detected a strong will, and now the 4th level mission is released, provoke Ouyang Chuan, the reward is random. Chapter 13 Meeting of the two parties. Random rewards, what does that mean? Lin Chen was confused. The system's rewards were very clear before, so why were the rewards random this time? The system's mission this time was formed due to the host's strong will, so it is naturally different from ordinary missions. The random content of the reward is determined by the influence of the host in completing the mission. The greater the influence, the richer the reward. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen suddenly understood everything. You want me to publicly provoke Ouyang Chuan? The more people know, the better. Yes. This wave of operations by the system was undoubtedly a timely help. Lin Chen was completely excited and immediately called Wang Jin to prepare for a press conference. He couldn't wait to see Ouyang Chuan's furious look. Mr. Lin, I wonder why you are holding a press conference. Wang Jin couldn't help but ask. Holding a press conference now would be tantamount to seeking death. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. If they hold a high-profile press conference at this time, they will definitely become the first target of acquisition by the Ouyang Group. The current situation does not allow us to be passive. We might as well take the initiative. This way there is still a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen could only say this. He couldn't tell him about the system. I understand, Mr. Lin, I will go and prepare for the press conference right away. When Wang Jin heard what Lin Chen said, he felt that it made some sense. Instead of passively taking a beating, it would be better to give it a try, so he didn't say much. By the way, invite as many reporters as possible to the press conference. There is a short video platform called Douyin that is very popular recently. Remember to invite reporters from that platform as well. The more traffic the platform has, the better. Clear. Although Wang Jin still had many doubts about Lin Chen's actions, he could only obey orders. After all, he was in charge of the Wang group. After Wang Jin left, Lin Chen sat down at the desk and began to rest with his eyes closed. He drank a little too much last night, so he hasn't recovered yet. Ding-a-ling. Just when Lin Chen closed his eyes to relieve his fatigue, the cell phone rang again. Now his mentality is completely blown away. Will he be able to rest? Thinking of this, he answered the phone impatiently. Just as he was about to curse, an extremely familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaochen, how are you doing in Bohai City? Are you well fed and warmly dressed? The person who called was Lin Chen's mother, Wang Xiufang. Mom, I'm living well here. I've been busy and don't have time to go back to see you and Dad. Lin Chen responded with a little guilt. In the past, he was too busy with his work as a programmer and had no time to go back and honor his parents. After owning the system, he only cared about his own pleasure and didn't think about his parents. This is why he feels guilty. Silly child, it's okay, everything is fine at home, you don't have to worry. Hearing Wang Xiufang's indifferent answer, Lin Chen felt even more guilty, but he still suppressed his emotions and asked, Mom, is there something important that you called me about? The reason why he asked this was because his parents would never call him for trivial matters, for fear of causing him unnecessary trouble, but now that his mother called, it must be something important. It's not a big deal, do you still remember Aunt Li? Hearing his mother ask this, memories came to Lin Chen's mind. Aunt Li used to be their neighbor and the two families had a very good relationship. Aunt Li's family was quite well off at the beginning, and her husband ran a real estate company. Despite this, she did not despise them, but instead helped them in every way. But when he was 10 years old, Aunt Lin's family moved away because Aunt Lin's husband worked far away from home and they could not take care of both places, so they had to move. Lin Chen still vaguely remembers that when they moved away, Aunt Lin hugged his mother and cried for a long time, and told her to keep in touch. Of course I remember, but didn't she move away? Thinking of this, Lin Chen came back to his senses and asked curiously. She did move away, but she called me a few days ago and told me that she was going back to Tiancheng for a few days. She also invited us to dinner and mentioned you, saying that she wanted to see you too, so Mom came to ask if you have time to come back? What date is the appointment? Hearing Wang Xiufang's question, Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then asked back. Although he is busy with the group's affairs now, he still plans to meet Aunt Lin. After all, one should not forget his roots, because she has helped his family a lot in the past. Number 11. Lin Chen looked at his phone and found that today was only the first of the day and there were still 10 days left, which should be enough for him to get some things done, so he agreed without saying a word. When Wang Xiufang on the other end of the phone heard her son's agreement, she couldn't help but smile a little more. After all, she hadn't seen her son for a long time. Then Mom won't bother you with your work anymore. Bye. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Wang Xiufang hung up the phone, leaving him helpless. It turned out that his dislike of listening to nonsense was inherited from his mother. But now is not the time to think about these things. The first priority is to hold a press conference as soon as possible. Even if he wants to go back to see his family, he must make sure he has no worries. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. When Lin Chen was about to give a speech to provoke Ouyang Chuan at the press conference, he saw Guo Ziang calling him. Tetsuko, where have you been? When I woke up, I found that you were gone. Hearing his unpleasant voice, Lin Chen responded grumblingly, I was called up by the company for a meeting. Life as a worker is really hard. Come on, you're the CEO of the company, and you're still working as an employee. Aren't you ashamed? When Guo Ziang heard Lin Chen's Versailles answer, he rolled his eyes and became furious. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Just come to Wang Group now. I'm here and can arrange a good position for you. Lin Chen said very seriously. Okay. My brother Lin. Guo Ziang responded in an extremely mean tone. Get lost. Hurry up. It's too late.
Lin Chen hung up the phone right after he finished speaking.
He really couldn't help it.
The voice was a bit disgusting and he couldn't accept it.
On the other side, the top floor building of Ouyang Group.
A middle-aged man in a gray suit was looking through documents, smoking a cigar.
That person was none other than Ouyang Chuan, the chairman of Ouyang Group. Boom boom boom. Enter. Ouyang Chuan said as he reviewed the documents.
Chairman, the manager of Wuxuan Group is waiting for you in the conference room, the female secretary came in and reported.
I understand. You go and keep him company. I'll be there soon. Yes. After hearing Ouyang Chuan's answer, the secretary didn't say much. He immediately left the office and walked towards the meeting room.
After arriving at the door of the conference room, the secretary habitually put on black stockings, making her clothes more revealing, and went straight in.
After a while, Ouyang Chuan finally arrived at the meeting room.
Looking at the manager who had just sorted out his clothes, he asked with a smile, I was a little busy just now, so I can only let you wait for a while.
How is it, Manager Zhang, is our entertainment okay?
When Manager Zhang heard Ouyang Chuan's question, he smiled and looked at the secretary next to him and said, Not bad, I hope I can come again next time.
I wonder why the manager wants to see me. Is there any new instructions from above?
Ouyang Chuan's straightforward question startled the manager, who then smiled and said, as expected of the president of Ouyang Group, you are indeed a smart man.
There are no new instructions, but they just ask you to complete the plan as soon as possible.
Hearing this, Ouyang Chuan's face changed slightly, but the next second his expression returned to normal.
Chapter 14 Superb Physical Fitness.
I can understand your request, but the situation in Bohai City is a bit complicated now, so I didn't act rashly.
Ouyang Chuan said seriously. Oh?
Your company said before that if we help you get the government project, your biggest competitor will be defeated, and then you will monopolize the economy of the entire Bohai City. But now you say the situation is complicated.
Are you kidding us? The manager obviously didn't believe Ouyang Chuan's words. Since he came to discuss business on behalf of the company, he naturally did his homework in advance. He now knew the situation in Bohai City very well. How could this be? If I play tricks on you, wouldn't that be asking for trouble?
The reason I didn't dare to act rashly is because the Wang Group and the Lu Group have cooperated.
So what?
You are very clear about the strength of these two companies. Even if they cooperate, it will not be a big deal, the manager said sternly. Of course I understand this, but according to reliable information I have obtained, the current presidents of the two companies are no longer Wang Jin and Lu Guomin, but a young man named Lin Chen. That person bought up most of the shares of Wang and Lu within a few days, and there was no trace of any transaction afterwards. This method makes me wonder what kind of power is behind him.
After hearing Ouyang Chuan's analysis, the manager fell silent for a moment.
Indeed, although the Ouyang Group could also acquire all the shares of other small groups within a few days, it would definitely not be so straightforward and would not leave any traces.
Seeing that he didn't say anything, Ouyang Chuan immediately said.
What's even more bizarre is that I tried to investigate Lin Chen's background and found out that he was just an ordinary person. Before acquiring Wang's and Lu's, he was just a programmer working at Zhao's branch. The manager's face completely sank, and then he said solemnly, in this case, I will report to the higher-ups and ask them to thoroughly investigate this Lin Chen. I will definitely give you a satisfactory result. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Zhang. I'll go take care of some things first.
Please take a good look around.
Ouyang Chuan was about to get up and leave, and said sorry. Then he patted the secretary on the shoulder and said softly to the manager with a lewd smile on his face, please do as you please. The manager immediately understood what he meant. After Ouyang Chuan left, he closed the door of the conference room and started a new round of tours. After Guo Ziang arrived at Wang Group, he had a smooth journey and was even received by a special person. Because he had already instructed that if Guo Ziang arrived, he should be taken directly to his office.
Tenko, your house is too big, isn't it?
It took me a long time to find the door.
Until he woke up this morning, Guo Ziang still couldn't believe that this was Lin Chen's house. It was like a dream. How many times do you want me to say it? I've already told you that this is a routine operation. Can you be a little more ambitious?
Lin Chen responded unhappily, then handed him a contract.
This is? Guo Ziang asked doubtfully. Share transfer letter.
I am going to transfer 35% of Lu Group's shares to you. This way, you will be the second largest shareholder of Lu Group and have absolute say.
If you don't want to get involved in the disputes of business intrigue, you can keep your identity. I guarantee that you will earn 6 figures every month.
Hearing Lin Chen say this, Ziang was inexplicably moved, because when they were in school, he was very disgusted with doing business.
If it weren't for the incident at home, he probably wouldn't know what he was doing now. Can you please stop staring at me? Don't you know you look disgusting? I really can't stand it, okay? Seeing Ziang's dejected reaction, Lin Chen said jokingly. You are the one who is disgusting.
I was just feeling touched, but you brought me back to reality with just one sentence.
It's really boring. Ziang knew that Lin Chen was trying to change the subject, so he responded in a cocky manner. Okay, stop talking nonsense and sign it quickly. You can decide what you want to do next. Lin Chen really didn't want to be mushy with him anymore. He just couldn't get used to this feeling.
Seeing that he was so straightforward, Ziang had no reason to refuse and signed the contract without saying a word. Tenko, I've decided to stay and help you. Although I used to hate doing business, if it's to help you, I'll do it without hesitation. Ziang suddenly said seriously, which made Lin Chen stunned, and then he smiled and patted his shoulder.
Ding-a-ling.
Just after Lin Chen handed over some projects to Guizifan, Wang Jin called and said that everything for the press conference had been prepared and asked when he wanted to hold it.
Then tomorrow.
This was Lin Chen's answer. For him, the sooner he attacked, the better it would be for him, so naturally the sooner the better.
Clear. Wang Jin didn't say anything more and went straight to see the press conference venue.
But Lin Chen suddenly collapsed in his seat as if he had lost all strength.
He felt cold all over. Ding.
Problems with the host's body are detected. Reward, super physical fitness. Lin Chen touched his forehead and found that it was really hot. He said that he just drank some wine, so why did his head hurt for a whole day? It turned out that he had a fever. Super physical fitness has arrived. As soon as the system's voice fell, Lin Chen suddenly felt warm all over, and then he felt his muscles tearing and hurt as if they were being reorganized, and he groaned. After a while, the pain disappeared, and he immediately checked his body and found that his muscles had become bigger. He then felt refreshed.
System, what exactly is this super physical fitness? Lin Chen asked puzzledly. Physical fitness refers to the health of a person's body.
The host's current physical fitness is comparable to that of a special forces soldier, and may even be better.
Hiss. Lin Chen took a deep breath.
He had only seen special forces on TV.
Had he reached that level now? But now is not the time to lament about these things. The most important thing now is to hold a press conference.
But right now, it is more important to conserve energy, so Lin Chen went to the group's underground garage to pick up the car. After returning to the villa, Lin Chen looked at the luxurious furniture neatly arranged, but he felt an empty feeling in his heart. But he didn't think too much about it. He took a shower and went to bed early.
The next day, noon.
Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes and found that it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
The notification sound on his cell phone kept ringing.
He checked his phone and found that Wang Jin had called him more than a dozen times, but he didn't answer any of them.
Ding-a-ling.
Just when he was calming down, he found that Wang Jin called again.
Boss Lin, why are you answering the phone now? I'm so anxious.
On the other end of the phone, Wang Jin asked anxiously.
Sorry, I overslept. Has the press conference started? Lin Chen responded slowly. Overslept? Is this the reason? The press conference will be held in half an hour. Reporters are already waiting in the waiting room. Please hurry up. Wang Jin was surprised and helpless, but what could he do?
Now they were grasshoppers tied to the same rope. I thought it had already started.
Don't panic. Keep them calm.
The longer we make them wait, the more they will think we are going to make a big move today. Lin Chen stretched and put on his clothes leisurely.
What do you mean? After hearing what Lin Chen said, Wang Jin suddenly realized. That's right. Do you think the Ouyang group wouldn't know about our press conference?
There should be people from the Ouyang group mixed in with those reporters right now. Even if Lin Chen hadn't woken up late, he wouldn't have gone there early, because he had already expected that people from the Ouyang group would do something.
What is their purpose then?
Wang Jin thought that if he just sneaked into the press conference, it would not cause any loss to them. At most, he would set a trap during the reporters' question session and lure Lin Chen into it. The worst result would be just some public opinion, and some companies became popular precisely because of public opinion, so no matter how you look at it, this matter has no disadvantages for them. This is also the reason that puzzled Wang Jin. They're going to declare war. Chapter 15 Open Declaration of War. What? Hearing Lin Chen's calm answer, Wang Jin began to lose his composure. Stop talking nonsense and do as I say. I'll be there in a moment. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, he went out for lunch, got a haircut, and then drove his Ferrari Jueying to Wang Group. At the press conference, reporters of all sizes were crowding at the door. They had been waiting in the waiting room for a long time, so they were all a little anxious. Why hasn't the press conference been held yet? Didn't we agree to hold the press conference at 12:30 sharp? Are you kidding us? This press conference was held by the Wang Group. They recently announced the new chairman, whose name is Lin Chen. He seems to be a young man. As expected, young people are not punctual. They have no professional qualities. Media reporters and some staff were talking about Lin Chen's lateness. At this time, Lin Chen had just arrived at the door of Wang Group. After parking his car in the parking space, he slowly walked towards the press conference. While walking on the road, Lin Chen sent a WeChat message to Wang Jin, asking him to bring the reporter to the scene. After entering the scene, the reporters found that there was no one else except themselves, and they cursed in their hearts because they had never encountered such a situation before. After the reporters set up the camera, Lin Chen finally arrived. As soon as the door opened, they immediately started taking photos and videos. After Lin Chen walked to the chairman's seat, he looked at the surrounding environment curiously. This was the first time he had experienced such a scene, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. In the past, I always watched successful people holding press conferences on TV, but I never thought that there would be such a day for me. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, what are your plans for the group in the future? Boss Lin, according to reliable sources, I heard that you are planning to bid for the government? Mr. Lin, some people on the internet said that you acquired Wang's shares by shady means. What do you think about this? The reporters' questions flooded in, but Lin Chen remained silent. After the reporters finished asking all the questions, the scene fell into silence. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly stood up. I choose not to answer your questions, but I have something to announce to everyone. Having said that, Lin Chen deliberately paused to whet the appetite of the reporters on the scene. I want to say that our Wang Group has fallen into a difficult situation, and the biggest obstacle in front of us is the Ouyang Group. I also know that there are people from the Ouyang Group among you all here today, but I don't care, because what I am going to say next is exactly to your Ouyang Group. Lin Chen looked at the people below the stage and then said. As everyone knows, the chairman of the Ouyang Group, Ouyang Chuan, is a despicable and shameless piece of trash. The main purpose of my holding a press conference today is to declare war on the Ouyang Group. After hearing what Lin Chen said, not only the reporters in the audience, but even Wang Jin beside him widened their eyes, unable to believe what he said. Boss Lin, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? Wang Jin was completely confused now. Doing this now would undoubtedly be courting trouble. But Lin Chen ignored him and continued to insult and provoke Ouyang Chuan for a full 10 minutes, while the reporters below the stage remained silent. This was definitely the first time they had encountered such a situation in their careers. After Lin Chen had his fill, he finally stopped, and the reporters below finally came to their senses and put the microphone directly into his face. Excuse me, General Lin, what is the real purpose of your declaration of war? Boss Lin, do you have any hidden reasons for declaring war on the Ouyang Group? The reporters' questions came again, and after Lin Chen finished his speech, he ignored the reporters and left alone. For a time, the news that Lin Chen provoked Ouyang Chuan and declared war on Ouyang Group spread all over the internet. On Douyin, the most popular short video software at the moment, this matter was widely circulated, and discussions on the internet were overwhelming for a while. This incident has become the hottest topic of discussion in Bohai City, and Lin Chen has become a celebrity in Bohai City. Oh my god, this little brother is so handsome, I love him. The young man is so young, he is really fearless. It seems that Wang Group is going to be in trouble. I didn't expect this guy to dare to publicly declare war on the Ouyang Group. What a man! And on the Ouyang Group side, Ouyang Chuan sat at his desk with his eyes closed. In front of him was the general manager of Ouyang Group, Feng Yuan. Tell me, what on earth is going on? Ouyang Chuan's extremely calm voice made Feng Yuan look ashen and he couldn't help but shudder. I don't know either. I thought Lin Chen held the press conference to promote some company projects and sent someone to find out the situation, to rub his arrogance and prove the strength of our Ouyang group. Feng Yuan couldn't help swallowing, and Ouyang Chuan, who was sitting opposite him, closed his eyes to rest, then slowly opened his eyes and stared at him.
Go on.
Seeing Ouyang Chuan's eyes that looked like the god of death, he was really scared. But I didn't expect that Lin Chen would dare to openly challenge you.
This is also my negligence.
I promise that this situation will never happen again in the future. At this point, Feng Yuan's voice began to stutter, because he found that Ouyang Chuan was staring at him. I don't like to hear other people's promises, because they can't cover up the result of failure.
Let's do things according to the rules.
After Ouyang Chuan finished speaking, he waved his hand backwards, and a man in a black suit suddenly appeared and grabbed Feng Yuan's arm.
Ah!
With a scream, his arm was broken and he rolled on the ground in pain.
He is of no value now, I leave it to you to deal with. Ouyang Chuan looked at Feng Yuan lying on the ground, as if nothing had happened, and gave instructions to the man in black.
Yes. The man in black responded, knocked Feng Yuan unconscious with a palm, and put him into a sack.
Now I'll give you a new task. Get rid of that Lin Chen, and you can be free again. Just as the man was about to leave, Ouyang Chuan's voice rang out again, but the man didn't say anything. He just nodded lightly and left the room. After the man left, Ouyang Chuan smiled meaningfully. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the 4th level mission. The random reward has been issued, please check. Lin Chen, who had just left the press conference, was sitting in the office. When he heard the system prompt, he had a look of question marks on his face.
System, where is the random reward? Why didn't I receive it?
Originally, the system's rewards would notify the recipient of the item after completion, but there was no reminder just now, so Lin Chen asked curiously. The host can summon the system page with his mind, project the page into your mind, find the backpack, and open the reward.
Me? Is this okay? Lin Chen didn't say anything extra and just closed his eyes.
The system main page appeared directly in his mind. In fact, he saw the system page when he just found the system, but since the first time, the system page has never appeared again. Lin Chen also tried to summon, but found no response, so he had to give up. But now he understood that he had been misunderstanding the key point before.
The system needs to be summoned in the mind and will not appear out of thin air.
Lin Chen found the backpack page, discovered a random gift package, and clicked to open it.
Ding!
The random gift package has been opened, rewarding 80% of the shares of Ouyang Group, and an additional 100 experience points and 20 points.
Chapter 16, Restart. Experience? Integral? What are these?
He was not surprised by the share reward, because it had been included in the rewards before, but this experience value and points appeared for the first time. Thinking of this, Lin Chen clicked on the points icon and found the system prompt page. It shows that the level is not high enough and it cannot be used, and all other icons are black as usual. But he found that the top of the page showed the system was at level 5, but there were no changes anywhere else.
Ding!
The system has been upgraded to level 5, and a small growth gift pack will be awarded. Just when Lin Chen was at a loss, he discovered that the system made a metallic sound again. After Lin Chen opened the gift package, he found 3 options: Mastery of Peerless Chinese Martial Arts, Mastery of Peerless Medical Skills, and Mastery of Peerless Culinary Skills. So he decided not to open it for now and wait and see how the situation develops later. After all, plans can never keep up with changes. After dealing with the matter of the small gift package, Lin Chen continued to study the system and finally found a mall icon, but after clicking it, he found that it required 100 points to unlock the mall.
Does it take 100 points just to unlock them all? Oh my god, this system is too dark, right? I only have 20 points now. How long will it take for me to unlock them all?
Thinking of this, Lin Chen began to have a headache, because he believed that there must be good things in the mall.
After a brief headache, Lin Chen discovered that there was also an icon for personal information.
After clicking in, personal information is displayed.
Host, Lin Chen. Account balance, 995693250.
Properties under his name: Ferrari Juying, Imperial Capital New City Villa District, 40% of Lu Group S shares, 85% of Wang Group S shares, 80% of Ouyang Group S shares. Super physical fitness data.
Physical strength, 10. Strength, 10. Mental strength, 9. Skills, none.
Seeing this, Lin Chen realized that his body had undergone a qualitative leap. Before, he just felt refreshed. As for why there is no skill column yet, it is because I have not yet received the system's reward skills. The previous small gift package should have belonged to the skill category. After reading the personal homepage, Lin Chen continued to browse the system. He found that in addition to the black icons within the system, there were some faint starlights outside the system, which was very mysterious. After several attempts, he found that there was no result, so he shut down the system and slowly opened his eyes.
What the hell? What are you doing?
As soon as Lin Chen opened his eyes, he found that Guo Ziang was staring at him.
What do I want to do?
I have something to discuss with you, but when I came in I found you resting with your eyes closed, so I didn't have the heart to call you, okay?
Guo Ziang rolled his eyes at him and responded with a shrug. Where did you learn this trick? Can you stop disgusting me? If you do this again, we'll be friends forever, okay?
Lin Chen really couldn't stand him like this. After all, his expression and voice were really hard to describe.
Okay, it's just a joke. Why do you take it so seriously?
When Guo Ziang heard his words, he immediately became serious and reported, actually, I came to you because of some things in the group.
Oh? Where do I start?
After hearing Guo Ziang's report, Lin Chen asked with interest. According to the information we received, Ouyang Group lost 80% of its shares overnight and lost most of its assets.
Those shares were previously registered under the name of Moda Wushuang Group. What's even more bizarre is that Ouyang Chuan used his last 20% of shares to join Wushuang Group.
Listening to Guo Ziang's endless report, Lin Chen touched the water cup in his hand thoughtfully.
Isn't this a good thing? Won't the Ouyang Group be removed from Bohai City? Lin Chen suddenly responded with a smile. Although this is a good thing, we have discovered a traitor from the Wushuang Group within our group. A traitor?
After hearing his report, Lin Chen reacted calmly, because after the press conference, he had expected that Wushuang Group would notice him and make some moves in secret, but he didn't expect that they would act so quickly. To be precise, if the shares had not disappeared out of thin air this time, the traitor would not have been exposed.
Guo Ziang said with a serious face. Thank you for your hard work. I understand.
Now, you will help me conduct a comprehensive investigation of all the personnel in the group. If there are any suspicious persons, they will be fired directly.
Do not recruit new employees during this period. Okay, got it. Guo Ziang was surprised to see Lin Chen's calmness, but he had to admit that even he himself could not see through Lin Chen. In the Magic City, inside the Wushuang Group.
Ouyang Chuan, 80% of the shares of your Ouyang Group under our name disappeared overnight, and the shareholders of your group also disappeared out of thin air.
Don't you have anything to explain about this?
In the meeting room, a man with an extremely vulgar appearance pointed at Ouyang Chuan's nose and scolded him.
Chen Daocheng, are you suspecting that I have hidden my shares? Ouyang Chuan did not show any anger at Chen Daocheng's rebuke, but asked calmly. Shouldn't I doubt you?
Chen Daocheng's voice became louder and louder, while Ouyang Chuan, who was sitting opposite him, narrowed his eyes slightly but did not respond.
Okay, Daocheng, I believe this matter has nothing to do with President Ouyang, otherwise he wouldn't have come to discuss it with us. Now.
A woman sitting in the seat between Chen Daocheng and Ouyang Chuan spoke slowly. The woman had a high ponytail and wore a black suit, her feminine temperament being no less than that of men was evident at a glance. And that woman was none other than Shangguan Xiubai, the general manager of Wushuang Group.
Thank you, General Manager. When Ouyang Chuan heard Shangguan Xiubai's excuses for himself, he quickly thanked him. Then I wonder if President Ouyang has any clues about the disappearance of the shares? Shangguan Xiubai didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point.
I can't say I have any clues, but I did find out some things.
Based on my investigation, I think the disappearance of the shares is definitely related to Lin Chen.
Because it was after Lin Chen held the press conference that the shares mysteriously disappeared. And according to reliable sources, Lin Chen's acquisition of Wang and Lu was done in the same way. When Ouyang Chuan heard her question, he naturally did not dare to be negligent and reported slowly.
He had heard of Shangguan Xiubai's name before.
Not only was she the second in command of the Wushuang Group, but it was also rumored that there was a secret force behind her. It seems necessary to deal with this matter of Lin Chen, who has repeatedly obstructed us.
After hearing his report, Shangguan Xiubai's face became more vicious and he gave orders softly. Understood. I have sent someone to secretly deal with him. I believe there will be results soon. Ouyang Chuan naturally understood Shangguan Xiubai's meaning and responded immediately.
At this time, Lin Chen was sitting in the office with his eyes closed. because he was thinking about countermeasures. Although he had obtained 80% of the shares of Ouyang Group, he was afraid that he could not compete with Wushuang Group with his current strength, so he had to think of a countermeasure. But after thinking for a long time, there was still no result, which made him a little annoyed.
Boom, boom, boom. Enter. Just when he was getting annoyed, Wang Jin knocked on the door. Only after hearing Lin Chen's agreement did he dare to enter the office.
Boss Lin, reliable information reports that Ouyang Chuan has registered another company in Bohai City, this time under the name of a branch of Wushuang Group.
And the reason he came back this time is most likely for the government project. Hearing Wang Jin's report, Lin Chen couldn't help but be shocked.
He never expected that the other party would act so quickly.
Ding!
Detecting the special situation encountered by the host, now issuing a reward project unlimited amount card to help the host bid for government projects. Chapter 17 Mastery of Peerless Chinese Martial Arts.
Project Unlimited Amount Card? What is that?
Hearing the prompt sound of the system reward, Lin Chen asked in his mind with some doubt. The unlimited amount project card can be designated for a project.
There is no upper limit on the funds and you can use them at will. Holy crap! Isn't this system too humane? This wave of operations has helped him get out of his current predicament.
If he can use the unlimited amount card to buy and develop government projects, it will be of great help to him and will make the group's strength go to a higher level.
Why can't you give me any rewards earlier?
Every time you release them just when I'm having a hard time. Lin Chen complained to the system. Indeed, the system always issues tasks when he is in trouble recently. Although this feeling will make him more surprised, it will test his heart's endurance even more. After he complained, the system fell silent again. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, but he had already gotten used to the system.
Boss Lin? What's wrong with you? Hearing Wang Jin's question, Lin Chen instantly opened his eyes and came back to his senses. It's okay.
Give the order and prepare to bid for the government project with all your strength.
We must not let Ouyang Chuan succeed. After hearing Lin Chen's instructions, Wang Jin was completely confused and immediately asked back. Boss Lin, don't you know what kind of project the government is?
Using our group's financial resources to bid for it is simply like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm.
Do you think I don't know? I have my reasons for asking you to do your job well. Why are you talking so much nonsense?
Understood, understood.
Mr. Lin. Seeing Lin Chen furious, Wang Jin didn't dare to breathe and responded quickly. Ding dong.
The cell phone rang, and Lin Chen checked it and found that Zhao Chuyi had sent him a WeChat message, the general content of which was to ask him to discuss something. Looking at the news about Zhao Chuyi, Lin Chen felt more confused. He thought that after their last meeting, he and Zhao Chuyi would no longer have any connection. But when he looked at the message on his phone, he felt a little strange in his heart. He always felt that this would definitely not be a simple interview. Despite this, he still agreed. After all, even if anything happened, he would be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen asked about the meeting place and set off. The location was still where they met last time, but after Lin Chen arrived, he always felt something was wrong. Sure enough, after he entered the door, he found that the door was full of bodyguards in black suits. After he entered the box, the person he met was not Zhao Chuyi, but a middle-aged man. Lin Chen looked around and found that there was no sign of Zhao Chuyi.
You don't have to look for me. I used Chuyi's phone to ask you to come here.
The middle-aged man suddenly spoke at this time, and Lin Chen frowned slightly. Sure enough, his premonition was accurate. It seemed that this was not a simple interview.
Who are you? Lin Chen asked directly without any unnecessary words.
When the middle-aged man heard his question, he smiled and said, "You are indeed courageous.
No wonder you dare to openly provoke Ouyang Chuan. Thanks for the compliment, but you haven't answered my question yet."
The bodyguard next to the middle-aged man saw that Lin Chen dared to be so presumptuous and grabbed his shoulder with a big hand.
Beep. I sense an unknown murderous aura around the host. I'm rewarding you with aura of power and pressure. Please check. Following the system prompt sound, Lin Chen's temperament changed drastically in an instant, and he instantly stared at the bodyguard who was holding his shoulders. When the bodyguard saw his eyes, he instinctively loosened his grip and took a few steps back, sweating profusely. He felt that Lin Chen in front of him was as terrifying as Ashura. The middle-aged man was also surprised to see his bodyguard's reaction, because he had just felt an inexplicable oppressive aura, but he didn't expect that even his personal bodyguard could not suppress this aura.
I am Zhao Hongba, chairman of the Zhao Group. After hearing Zhao Hongba's answer, Lin Chen put away his momentum, sat opposite him, and asked slowly.
Then I wonder what Mr. Zhao wants to discuss with me? I think you should know about the government auction.
The purpose of my visit to you is precisely for cooperation.
Cooperation? Then how would you like to cooperate, Mr. Zhao?
Zhao Hongba's meaningful answer made Lin Chen ask curiously. You and I will work together to get this government project, so that we can ensure that nothing goes wrong.
I'm sorry, I'm not interested in cooperating.
Zhao Hongba did not expect that Lin Chen would so decisively refuse the cooperation. He couldn't help feeling a little surprised, but after all, he had been in the business world for decades and did not show his surprise.
Then I wonder what Mr. Lin is planning. After a short silence, Zhao Hongba couldn't help but ask. I will definitely win the government's bid, and I can do it myself.
Yang Chuan is not a big deal, so you don't have to worry about him. Lin Chen's remarks made Zhao Hongba change his opinion of the young man in front of him.
He originally thought that Lin Chen was just a rich second generation from some hidden family.
But now it seems that things are not as he imagined. In that case, I will no longer force you, Mr. Lin.
If you need my help in the future, just ask. I will definitely help you to the best of my ability.
Zhao Hongba just saw Lin Chen's confident look, and Zhao Hongba smiled.
Mr. Zhao, you are too kind. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Before Zhao Hongba could say anything, Lin Chen got up and left. Zhao Hongba looked at his back as he left, and an admiring smile appeared on his face.
Chairman, you seem to think highly of that boy. The bodyguard beside Zhao Hongba suddenly asked.
Just wait and see, this kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Zhao Hongba did not answer the bodyguard's words, but kept staring at Lin Chen's back and spoke.
Lin Chen was walking on the way home, thinking back to the conversation just now, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Because of Zhao Chuyi, he originally did not regard the Zhao Group as a rival, but he did not know what kind of person Zhao Hongba was before, so he was also worried that the Zhao Group would be detrimental to him. But through the conversation just now, he was completely sure that the Zhao Group was not an enemy, and the concerns in his heart immediately disappeared.
When Lin Chen got home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening.
The moment he opened the door, he instantly felt an unusual murderous intent.
He only now realized that the aura and pressure rewarded by the system could not only suppress the opponent's aura in all directions, but also detect any unusual aura. Since you're already here, why not show up?
After Lin Chen entered the villa, he sat on the sofa and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a masked man in black appeared in front of him.
I didn't expect you to be able to detect my presence. You really are a troublesome person.
The man in black was a little surprised that Lin Chen could sense his presence. The next second, a sharp blade appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Lin Chen's chest. When Lin Chen saw the other party attacking him, he used all his strength to exert pressure. The man in black suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and took a few steps back in an instant. But soon he discovered that Lin Chen did not make any moves except releasing his pressure. So he rushed towards Lin Chen again, ready to kill him with one move. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that there was a skill in the growth gift package that the system had rewarded before, which seemed to be the mastery of peerless Chinese martial arts. So he immediately used his mind to open the gift package and chose the column for mastering peerless Chinese martial arts.
Ding!
The mastery of peerless national martial arts has been received, please check it out. As soon as the system's voice fell, Lin Chen felt a large amount of information pouring into his mind.
Chapter 18 Baji Jin.
The large amount of information in Lin Chen's mind showed all the martial arts in China, and even some long-lost martial arts. The man in black saw that Lin Chen had his eyes closed and was surprised for a few seconds, but did not stop attacking and stabbed towards Lin Chen's chest. Now Lin Chen has mastered all the Chinese martial arts in his mind. In his eyes, the movements of the man in black are not only slow but also clumsy. So he grabbed the black-clad man's wrist, knocked the dagger away, and then threw the black-clad man against the wall, causing him to spit out blood. Lin Chen was surprised by himself. He never thought that just a slight swing could have such great power.
This is absolutely impossible. Die!
Just as he was wondering, the man in black stood up again, roaring madly. He would never allow himself to fail. He rushed to Lin Chen with a few quick steps, wearing brass knuckles on his hands, and punched at an extremely fast speed, gradually forming a fist shadow. But in Lin Chen's current eyes, these are all fancy operations. I saw him gathering the power of Tai Chi in his palms and dodging the attacks of the man in black in an orderly manner. Seeing that none of his moves could hit Lin Chen, the man in black became more and more crazy, and his attack speed became faster and faster. Lin Chen remained calm in the face of this crazy attack. He relied on his martial arts skills to dodge quickly and waited for an opportunity to find the opponent's weakness. After about a few minutes, the man in black's strength gradually decreased and his attack speed gradually slowed down.
Lin Chen knew that now was the time.
If he allowed the other party to relax, it would be troublesome. So he quickly released the Tai Chi power that he had previously condensed in his hands.
Bang!
Lin Chen hit the man in black in the stomach with his palm, sending him flying.
How can you use Baji Jin?
The man in black collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. He looked at Lin Chen in disbelief and recognized the move he had just used. That move was the long-lost unique skill of Tai Chi, Baji power, and he had only seen relevant information about this move in the fragments of martial arts.
You are not qualified to ask me to answer questions. Now I ask you to answer. You are sent by Wuxuan Group, right? Lin Chen asked the man in black with a calm face.
In fact, Lin Chen had already guessed his identity almost exactly, but he still wanted to confirm it himself. Seeing that the situation was not good, the man in black directly threw a smoke bomb. When the smoke dissipated, the man disappeared. Seeing the other party running away, Lin Chen did not chase him, because when he used Baji Jin to hit the man in black just now, he had already broken the meridians in his body. In other words, if an ordinary person's meridians are completely broken, he will probably have to spend the rest of his life paralyzed in bed. But if a martial artist's meridians are broken, although it is not as serious as that of an ordinary person, he will lose all his skills and his strength will be far less than that of an ordinary person, which means he will become a useless person. The situation of the man in black belongs to the latter, so he no longer poses any threat to Lin Chen. Lin Chen kept staring at his hands. With this kind of power, if the opponent just now was an ordinary person, he would probably die in his hands today.
This feeling made him afraid.
It seems that I need to be more restrained in the future, otherwise I might hurt the people around me.
That was all he was thinking about now.
The next second, Lin Chen looked at the mess he had made and couldn't help but sigh a few times. He then called Wang Jin and asked him to ask a repairman to renovate the villa the next day. After Wang Jin answered the phone and agreed, he was told the date of the government bidding, which was set for 1 month later. After listening to this, Lin Chen hung up the phone, went to the bathroom, took a shower, and lay down on the bed.
Ding-a-ling.
Lin Chen was just about to go to bed when he received a call from an unfamiliar number. After answering the call, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone.
Lin Chen, I'm sorry.
I was busy with work before, so my dad used my WeChat to ask you out. I only found out about it afterwards, so I have to apologize to you no matter what.
Lin Chen immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was Zhao Chuyi. It's okay. I had a very pleasant conversation with my uncle.
Zhao Chuyi listened to Lin Chen's calm tone, and for some reason, she felt a sense of loss in her heart.
Are you free tomorrow? I want to invite you to dinner.
Recalling what happened that day, Zhao Chuyi's face immediately turned red, and he asked in a low voice. Lin Chen was also stumped by her question. He originally thought that Zhao Chuyi just came to apologize and be polite, but he didn't expect that she would actually ask him out.
Okay, let's set the venue at the restaurant under your company's name. Lin Chen thought, since the other party wanted to invite him to dinner, why not go? What's more, you get to eat with a beautiful woman, so why not? Then see you there.
Before Lin Chen could continue speaking, Zhao Chuyi hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen found that there was nothing to do, so he went to bed early.
Inside Ouyang Group. Ouyang Chuan sat on the sofa in the office, drinking tea and playing opera on his mobile phone. Plop. The office door was suddenly opened. Ouyang Chuan looked up suddenly and found a staggering figure. It was the man in black who was injured by Lin Chen. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to assassinate Lin Chen? How did it turn out like this? Ouyang Chuan was also frightened by the scene in front of him. He saw that the man in black was covered in blood. Because he was wearing a black night suit, it looked like he was soaked at first glance. There is an error in the report. You said before that Lin Chen was just an ordinary person, but when I fought with him, both his aura and his skills were top-notch in the contemporary world. What? How is this possible? After hearing the report from the man in black, Ouyang Chuan was completely shocked. He had investigated Lin Chen before. Lin Chen was just an ordinary person. How could he beat his confidant like this? Chairman, I'm afraid I can no longer work for you. Because I have become a useless person now. Please give me the antidote and set me free. Antidote? You still have the nerve to ask me for the antidote when the task is not completed?
Hearing this, Ouyang Chuan's eyes turned cold. To him, useless people had no value. Chairman, I beg you, I have lost all my strength now.
If there is no antidote, then I will have no way to survive.
The man in black knelt down and begged as he spoke. You have lost your value.
What does your life or death have to do with me?
After Ouyang Chuan finished speaking, he started to make tea.
In that case, let's go to hell together.
The kneeling man in black suddenly showed a ferocious look on his face, and took the dagger at his waist and stabbed Ouyang Chuan. He felt that even if he was going to die, he had to take someone with him. But when he saw the other party attacking, Ouyang Chuan was not panicked at all and was still smelling the fragrance of tea.
Whoosh! Suddenly, a man in black appeared again in the corner behind Ouyang Chuan. Do you think you're my only bodyguard? Naive. Ah.
As Ouyang Chuan finished speaking, screams rang out in his office.
The next day, noon.
Lin Chen opened his eyes drowsily and found that he was about to be late, so he quickly put on his clothes and headed for the restaurant where he had agreed to meet. After arriving at the restaurant, Lin Chen found that Zhao Chuyi had been waiting for him, so he sat down awkwardly.
I'm sorry to have made you wait for me again,
Lin Chen said apologetically.
Zhao Chuyi couldn't help but laugh when he saw his embarrassed look. All right, if you want to laugh, then laugh.
Seeing her trying to hold back her laughter, Lin Chen rolled his eyes at her and said impatiently.
After hearing what he said, Zhao Chuyi couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud.
When Lin Chen saw Zhao Chuyi laughing so hard, he felt very depressed. He had gone to bed early the night before, so why did he get up so late?
Okay, stop laughing. Tell me, what is the matter that you asked me out today? Lin Chen asked straight to the point. What? Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? Of course you can, but why are you looking for me for nothing? Hearing his question, Zhao Chuyi thought to himself, is this what is called a straight man? Chapter 19 Return to Tiancheng. What's wrong with you?
Seeing Zhao Chuyi distracted, Lin Chen asked curiously.
No. It's okay.
Zhao Chuyi came back to her senses after hearing Lin Chen's words, but she couldn't tell him what she was thinking, so she responded hesitantly.
Oh, that's great. What are we going to eat today?
Lin Chen didn't know why, but ever since he gained the ability to master Chinese martial arts, he felt that his appetite was unusually good. Just watch out, I'm looking for you today mainly because of the group's business. Seeing that he was about to eat up the entire table, Zhao Chuyi quickly called the waiter over. After ordering the dishes, he said with a serious face.
Oh? What's going on with the group?
After all the dishes were served, Lin Chen wolfed down everything on the table as if he hadn't eaten for 10 years, and asked while eating.
This series of actions shocked Zhao Chuyi. She had never seen anyone eat so rudely. It's nothing, actually. I just heard from my father that you want to get the government bid.
Lin Chen, who was eating, stopped eating immediately when he heard what Zhao Chuyi said.
Yes, any questions? Lin Chenyun's calm response made Zhao Chuyi a little confused. Why can he make things sound so simple?
You know, government bidding is not an ordinary project. In order to get this project, my father racked his brains to think of many ways, and even thought about letting me marry Wang Sheng to achieve cooperation between the two families. The purpose of the cooperation is to obtain the development rights of this project. But just yesterday, after my father came home, he started to behave very abnormally. Not only did he announce to everyone in the group that he would give up the government bidding, he also told her privately that she should have a good relationship with Lin Chen.
This series of abnormal events began after the father met with Lin Chen. That's why she couldn't help but make an appointment with Lin Chen to find out the truth. But now seeing Lin Chen's confident look, she seemed to understand why her father asked her to have a good relationship with him. No problem, I'm just curious why you are so confident.
Thinking of this, Zhao Chuyi couldn't help but ask curiously.
Because I'm strong enough, I'm confident. Lin Chen responded with a smile. How dare you say that? How dare you be so shameless? Zhao Chuyi rolled his eyes at him and joked. You know I'm thick-skinned, don't forget last time.
Before Lin Chen could finish speaking, Zhao Chuyi picked up the food on the table and blocked his mouth.
Just eat your food, why are you talking so much?
Zhao Chuyi said shyly. Hearing her words, Lin Chen was confused.
Didn't you say I was thick-skinned? I admitted it and you still say I talk too much?
Women are indeed fickle creatures. But seriously, are you sure you can get the government project? You should know that if this project is snatched away by Ouyang Chuan, both our families will be finished. Zhao Chuyi suddenly asked seriously. Of course, do you think I'm kidding? I told your father the same thing. I am determined to win this project. As for Ouyang Chuan, he is not worthy of being my opponent. Listening to Lin Chen's lofty ambitions, Zhao Chuyi looked at him with admiration. For some reason, she felt that the man in front of her was like a mystery and she couldn't see through him at all, but she still couldn't help but pay attention to him. Why are you looking at me with such lustful eyes? Do you have any evil thoughts about me? Because Lin Chen just noticed the way Zhao Chuyi looked at him, he felt uncomfortable all over, so he joked to her. You hooligan. Hearing him teasing her, Zhao Chuyi's heartbeat suddenly quickened and she responded shyly. Lin Chen didn't say anything else after that, but concentrated on eating. After a while, all the dishes were cleared, and then Lin Chen called the waiter and ordered another portion of the food he had eaten before. Zhao Chuyi looked at him eating and there was only one adjective in his mind: monster. She had never seen anyone with such a big appetite, and today she had broadened her horizons. Ding ding ding. The cell phone rang, and Zhao Chuyi's face changed slightly after he answered the call. I'm sorry, the company suddenly has something for me to deal with. You can eat first. I've already paid for the bill. Let's meet again when we have time. Before Lin Chen could respond, Zhao Chuyi left in a hurry. After she left, Lin Chen continued to eat for an hour before he stopped. After returning home, Lin Chen kept burping, feeling that he had eaten too much today, so he went to the village gym to exercise his digestion and try out his current strength. I saw him lifting a 100-pound barbell with one hand, but he didn't feel anything, as if he was not holding anything. Then he increased the weight of the barbell to 500 kilograms. Although it was a little difficult, he still lifted it with one hand. Hiss. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He actually possessed such terrifying strength. It seemed that 500 kilograms was not his limit. If he had been out of weights at home, he would have definitely tested his current limits. After trying out the barbell, Lin Chen returned to his room and did some calculations. It was almost time to go home. So he called Lu Guomin, Wang Zhan and Guo Ziang, indicating that the next work would be temporarily handed over to them, and they could just ask him if they had any questions. The next few days, Lin Chen stays at home every day, and practices some martial arts in his mind one by one. Although he has mastered the Chinese martial arts, just like the assassination incident he encountered before, Lin Chen's reaction was actually confused. Therefore, he also needs to cultivate a good mentality in this regard. After all, things in the world are unpredictable and no one can predict what will happen in the future. A few more days pass like this. Lin Chen bought the ticket home and prepared to go home early to give his family a surprise. He originally wanted to drive home, but the journey was long. Driving was okay for him for a ride, but for a long journey, forget it. Lin Chen bought nutritional supplements and fruits early and arrived at the train station. He booked a ticket for a soft sleeper compartment. During the entire day and night-long journey, Lin Chen had been practicing Chinese martial arts in his mind with his eyes closed, so much so that he forgot to eat. The other passengers who slept in the soft sleeper with him looked at him as if he were a monster. Tiancheng, a small county town on the outskirts of Bohai City. This is where Lin Chen grew up. He stayed in this small county town until high school. It was not until he was admitted to Bohai University of Computer Science that he left Tiancheng and his home for the first time. After Lin Chen got off the train, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He still remembered the last time he came back here, when he went home for the New Year holiday. At that time, he was still a poor boy. He is no longer the same person he was before, but looking at this extremely familiar environment, he still feels warm in his heart. Lin Chen returned home and found his mother listening to the radio in the yard. Mom, I'm back, did you miss me? Wang Xiufang was startled to see her son suddenly appear at the door. She then screamed and went over to hug Lin Chen, crying with joy. Didn't you say you would be back on the 11th? Why did you come back early without telling me? And you brought so many things with you. Wang Xiufang asked while crying. Mom, don't cry, I'm just giving you a surprise. You kid. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Xiufang wiped away her tears and hurriedly brought him into the house. Chapter 20 Teaching Yang Feng a Lesson. After entering the house, Lin Chen found that the decoration inside the house had not changed, except for some new wall paintings. You kid, you came back early without even telling me.
Mom didn't even cook for me. Wang Xiufang murmured. Mom, stop worrying. I'm just going home for a few days. No need to make such a big fuss. Lin Chen responded with a smile, and then asked, Isn't my dad off work yet? Not yet, your dad said he has to work overtime at the factory today and will be back later. Lin Chen's parents are ordinary workers. His mother chose to retire early due to her frail health. For so many years, it has been his father Lin Chetian who has been struggling to support all the expenses of the family. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a little more sad, but this feeling was fleeting. Now he is no longer the poor boy he used to be. The purpose of his coming back this time is not only to see Aunt Lin, but also to bring his parents to live in Bohai City. Mom, stop working and take care of yourself. Lin Chen was really worried about his mother's health and quickly ordered. Okay, Mom, I get it. I'll stop now. Wang Xiufang's weak answer made Lin Chen's nose sore. In the early years, in order to prevent her son from being outdone by his classmates, Wang Xiufang took care of everything at home while working in a factory. Over time, she developed a hidden illness and her health deteriorated day by day. I went to the hospital for a checkup and the doctor said I had coronary heart disease. If I continued working for a long time, my life would be in danger. So her father Lin Chetian really asked her to quit her job in the factory. Why does Aunt Lin want to see me? Lin Chen decided not to think too much about it, so he asked Wang Xiufang. He remembered that although Aunt Lin had a good relationship with his mother, her relationship with him was not particularly good, because Lin Chen was very naughty when he was a child and Aunt Lin often scolded him. I don't know either. We were just chatting and you came up. Aunt Lin said she would come back with her daughter to visit you and me this time. After hearing Wang Xiufang's answer, Lin Chen seemed to understand something. It turned out that it was just a polite remark, and his mother was just tricking him. But he did miss home, and it was always good to take this opportunity to go back home. After all, his parents were also very important to him. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lin Chen asked his mother to have a good rest and went to open the door. You little brat, why didn't you tell me you came back early? Lin Chen took a look and found that the person knocking on the door was his father, Lin Chetian. At this time, Lin Chetian was sweating all over, and there seemed to be a slap mark on his face. Dad! What happened to your face? Seeing his father injured, Lin Chen asked anxiously. No. It's okay. I just accidentally fell while working. Lin Chetian responded with a smile. Dad, don't lie to me. I know this wasn't caused by a fall. What happened? Lin Chen's voice of questioning became louder and louder, prompting Wang Xiufang to rush over to check. Well, Xiufang, we don't have enough food at home. I'll take my son out to buy some food. You can have a good rest at home. After saying that, Lin Chetian signaled Lin Chen with his eyes to go with him. Lin Chen immediately understood what he meant, and then said, Yes, Mom, you go into the house first, Dad and I will be back after buying vegetables. Hearing her son say this, Wang Xiufang naturally had no doubts, so she went to the kitchen to continue working. As they walked on the road, the two remained silent. Dad, can you tell me what's going on now? It's nothing, actually. Today, when I was working, our manager came to pick a fight on purpose, and then I was working well, and I got slapped in the face? In response to Lin Chen's question, Lin Chetian sighed deeply. He actually dared to hit you? It seems that he doesn't want to live anymore. Hearing his father say this, Lin Chen was really angry. His parents were a taboo for him that could not be touched. Without letting Lin Chetian continue speaking, Lin Chen headed straight to where he worked. Son, you can't go. He is not someone we can afford to offend. Seeing Lin Chen's look, Lin Chetian knew what he was going to do and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Dad, don't worry about it. If he dares to touch you, he will have to pay the price. Lin Chen's physical fitness is more than twice as strong as that of ordinary people, so Lin Chetian can't keep up with his speed at all and can only watch him leave. Not long after, Lin Chen arrived at the factory gate. Looking at the busy workers inside, Lin Chen's memories came flooding back. When I was a child playing nearby, I also saw the manager speaking ill of my father, but I didn't understand anything at the time, and I didn't have the ability to stand up for my father. But now, everything will be different. Thinking of this, Lin Chen had already arrived inside the factory. He saw a man in camouflage work clothes ordering the workers around not far away. There is no work in your eyes. Don't you have eyes? If you want to do it, just bear with it. If you don't want to do it, get out of here.
The man was the factory manager, Yang Feng.
The workers under him were angry but dared not speak out against his exploitation. You are manager Yang Feng, right?
Lin Chen's voice sounded slowly, and Yang Feng heard someone calling him, so he hurriedly turned around to check.
Who are you? What's the matter? Yang Feng asked puzzledly. It seems that Uncle Yang is a forgetful person. Have you forgotten that I played here when I was a kid? You have seen me. Hearing Lin Chen's answer, Yang Feng seemed to have thought of something. You are Lin Chen, right? Yang Feng looked at Lin Chen and asked uncertainly. Uncle Yang has good eyesight. I didn't expect he could recognize me. Lin Chen responded indifferently. Xiaochen, what are you talking about? What do you want to talk to me about today?
Yang Feng remembered what he had done to Lin Chetian before, so he changed the subject.
Have you forgotten what you did before? I came here today just to ask for an explanation. An explanation? You want an explanation from me?
Your dad didn't work properly during working hours, and he talked back to me when I said a few words to him.
Beating him is the least I can do. Hearing that Lin Chen wanted to ask for an explanation, Yang Feng responded with disdain.
He originally looked down on Lin Xishan's family, so he didn't take Lin Chen seriously at all. Just as Lin Chen was about to say something, Lin Chetian arrived.
Manager Yang, no. I'm sorry, this is a misunderstanding.
Please don't take it to heart with Xiaochen. Lin Chetian actually wanted to rebel against Yang Feng for a long time, but he just endured it in order to keep his job.
So it was a misunderstanding. If that's the case, then take your son and get out of here. Remember, be on time for work tomorrow. If you're late, I'll deduct your salary. Okay, I get it.
Lin Chetian was just about to leave when he unexpectedly Lin Chen suddenly grabbed his hand.
I gave you enough respect because you are my elder, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. If that's the case, don't blame me.
As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen immediately released his imposing aura and pressure towards Yang Feng. In front of him, Yang Feng felt an extremely strong aura of oppression at this moment. The oppression came not only from the body, but also from the soul. Then, Lin Chen rushed to Yang Feng, grabbed his neck and lifted him up.
Ahem!
Yang Feng was already choking from Lin Chen's pinch and was coughing all the time. The workers around Lin Chen were stunned when they saw this scene. Even Lin Chetian felt a little strange when looking at his son.
You, let go.
Yang Feng was begging for mercy in a daze at this time, and his breathing was becoming more and more difficult.
Chapter 21 Factory Director Shin Feng. Xiaochen, stop it now.
Seeing that Yang Feng was about to die, Lin Chetian hurriedly said to Lin Chen.
After hearing his father's dissuasion, Lin Chen stopped exerting force.
After he let go, Yang Feng fell to the ground, coughing dryly.
Let's go.
Lin Chen looked at Yang Feng lying on the ground. Without saying anything, he directly dragged Lin Chetian away.
Xiaochen, you. While walking on the road, Lin Chetian couldn't help but ask. Dad, I'm fine. Let's go back quickly. Don't tell Mom about what happened today. I'm afraid she will think too much. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Lin Chetian didn't say much and just nodded.
After returning home, Lin Chen looked at his hands and couldn't help feeling scared. If I had used a little more force just now, Yang Feng would probably have died in my hands today.
Xiaochen, why did your dad leave work early today? I asked your dad, but he was hesitant. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, Wang Xiufang's concerned voice rang out. Mom, it's okay. My dad isn't feeling well, so the factory manager gave him a day off. Kid, why are you talking nonsense? Your dad just helped me move things. And he even went out to buy soy sauce for me.
Lin Chen slapped his forehead helplessly, thinking to himself that it was not good, even though he had agreed with his father in advance not to tell Wang Xiufang about what happened today. But he found that he had forgotten to tell his father the reason for going home in advance.
Oh. Mom, my dad doesn't want you to worry.
Lin Chen responded guiltily.
Well, I'll ask him about it when he comes back.
Lin Chen sighed deeply a few times and didn't say much. Now he just hoped that Lin Chetian would not be exposed when he came back. Just like that, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, practiced Chinese martial arts in his mind again, and then fell asleep in a daze.
The next day, early morning. Lin Chen got up early.
He found that after practicing Chinese arts in his mind every day, he felt something was wrong with him. He used to be a typical night owl, but unexpectedly he has developed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. Wang Xiufang was also surprised to see him like this, because Lin Chen had never taken the initiative to get up so early since he was a child. Due to his work, Lin Chetian usually had breakfast after arriving at the factory, so most of the time, Lin Chen and Wang Xiufang had breakfast together.
Son, Mom has a question for you. Wang Xiufang asked curiously while drinking porridge. Mom, if you have any questions, just tell me. Lin Chen responded calmly. Why doesn't the sun rise from the west?
Hearing Wang Xiufang's question, Lin Chen rolled his eyes and chose not to respond.
This was a living, naked implication. Wang Xiufang looked at him and laughed out loud.
Lin Chen was now completely helpless. It turned out that his mother built his pain on top of her own happiness. By the way, your second uncle heard that you're back and said he'd like to host a party for the three of us to go to his house for a gathering tonight. Hearing his mother say this, Lin Chen responded casually, but in fact he really didn't want to go.
Because Lin Chen's second uncle Lin Mengqiao is an extremely snobbish person.
Since Lin Chen was a child, whenever his second uncle came to his house, he would scold his parents because his father had no money. Lin Mengqiao owns a small company in Bohai City, and that is why he looks down on Lin Xishan's family. Although he is not a very good person, he is his second uncle after all, so Lin Chen will still go to meet him. After breakfast, Lin Chen returned to the room and prepared to call Wang Jin to inquire about the company's situation. But he saw his father standing at the door and was reluctant to come in, so he quickly ran to the door to let his father in. Dad, why did you leave work early?
Did something happen?
Lin Chen was absolutely familiar with his father's work.
Normally, he would go to work in the morning and would not come back until dark.
But he came back in the middle of the day, so something must have happened.
No. It's okay, I just came back to take a look. Lin Chetian responded hesitantly. You're talking nonsense. Why did you come back when you have nothing to do? Did Yang Feng cause trouble for you again?
Lin Chen knew at first glance that he was lying, so he prepared to go to the factory again.
Xiaochen, Yang Feng found the factory director Shin Feng and bit me back.
Then Shin Feng fired me. So it's useless for you to go find Yang Feng now. Lin Chetian grabbed Lin Chen's arm and roared.
Dad, your factory is under the name of Bohai Lu Group, right? Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something.
When Lu Guomin was talking to him about the project planning of Lu Group, he seemed to have mentioned Shin Feng's name.
How do you know?
Lin Chetian was very surprised at Lin Chen's question, because in fact, even the workers in the factory rarely knew about this matter.
If that's the case, then it's easy. Just wait for them to come to our house and apologize. Lin Chen responded calmly, preparing to drag his father into the house. But Lin Chetian just stood there and refused to go into the house. Dad, what's wrong with you? Come in.
Lin Chen couldn't help but ask when he saw his father's embarrassed look.
You told your mother yesterday that I was sick and the factory gave me a day off.
Then your mother kept asking me about it, and I tried my best to get her to accept it.
What should I say if I go in now?
Hearing Lin Xishan's answer, Lin Chen slapped his forehead helplessly.
Indeed, you can't always use the same reason, otherwise it will be exposed. Dad, how about this?
You said the factory wants to give you a promotion, so you should go home and wait for the news.
No, son, is it really okay for us to lie to your mother like this? Otherwise, I'd better tell the truth.
Lin Chetian said guiltily.
You know my mother's health condition. If he knew, it would be disastrous. Don't worry, I have my own way.
Hearing his son say this, Lin Chetian nodded and followed Lin Chen into the house. After Lin Chen returned to the house, he directly dialed Lu Guomin's number.
Boss Lin, you haven't called me for a long time. Do you have any new instructions?
On the other end of the phone, Lu Guomin's flattering voice sounded, and his voice was so mean that it made Lin Chen feel a little nauseous. This was also the reason why he was unwilling to call Lu Guomin.
There are no new instructions, but I need your help with something.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Boss Lin, what are you talking about? It's my honor to help you. Tell me, what do you want me to do?
Lin Chen's words made Lu Guomin feel more and more that something was wrong, so he replied in panic.
You should know Shin Feng, right? My dad worked in his factory, but he kicked him out. What do you think should be done about this? Boss Lin, please calm down. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Hearing Lin Chen's question, Lu Guomin's face turned pale instantly and he spoke slowly.
That's better. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone.
What? You said the factory is going to give you a promotion. Is that true?
Lin Chen had just hung up the phone when he heard Wang Xiufang's excited voice in the living room. So he hurried to the living room to check the situation and found that Lin Chetian was swallowing nervously in front of Wang Xiufang.
Okay, Mom, don't be so excited and take care of yourself. Lin Chen walked to Wang Xiufang and said with concern. Because he was really afraid that Lin Chetian would be exposed. After all, his father was a man who would not lie. Chapter 22 Becoming the Factory Director. I know my own physical condition, but you are really something. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing as promotion earlier? Wang Xiufang asked Lin Chetian.
Oh, Mom, my dad just received the notice today, so he went home to tell you.
Okay, go back to your room and get some rest. Seeing his father's nervous look, Lin Chen responded in a helpful way. Okay, remember to call me if you need anything. Wang Xiufang couldn't persuade Lin Chen anymore, so she could only go back to her room to rest. Okay, Dad, you don't have to pretend anymore.
Lin Chen said slowly, sitting on the stool.
Lin Chetian breathed a sigh of relief only after he saw Wang Xiufang enter the room, and he kept taking deep breaths. Dad, do you have to be so nervous? Lin Chen looked at his father and joked. What do you know, you little bastard? Your dad has never lied to your mom in my life. This is the first time. Lin Chetian replied nervously.
After saying this, he did not forget to observe Wang Xiufang's position, for fear of being discovered.
Seeing what my father looked like, Lin Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. But this feeling is so good. Ding dong.
Lin Chen heard someone knocking on the door. He had roughly guessed who it was.
Sure enough, Lin Chen opened the door.
Yang Feng and another man knelt down directly. Needless to say, the man was Shin Feng. Mr. Lin, I am a person who has failed to recognize a great man.
Please spare me.
Shin Feng spoke first and begged. Yang Feng behind Shin Feng also begged hurriedly, Boss Lin, for the sake of the relationship between me and your father, please let me go.
Oh? Why should I let you go? Lin Chen responded with a sneer.
His parents are his Achilles heel.
Whoever dares to move must pay the price.
And Shin Feng and the other two. He was shocked when he heard Lin Chen's answer and kept kowtowing.
Shachen, what's going on?
Lin Chetian saw that Lin Chen had not come back yet. So I hurried to the door to check the situation. As a result, we saw the scene of Shin Feng and Yang Feng kowtowing.
It's okay, Dad.
They said they came here to admit their mistakes.
Lin Chen responded with a smile. What?
Lin Chetian couldn't believe what he saw, so he doubted. Brother Lin, please ask your son not to fire me. My whole family is counting on me to support them. Yang Feng kowtowed several times to Lin Chetian and begged bitterly.
Shachun, this.
Lin Chetian looked at Yang Feng kowtowing to him, and was speechless for a moment, looking at Lin Chen, not knowing what to say.
Dad, leave it to me.
You just go to work as usual. Uncle Shin Feng said that he plans to make you the new factory director. After saying this, Lin Chen looked at Shin Feng who was kowtowing.
That's right, Brother Lin, I'm here to tell you that you are the new factory director.
Shin Feng saw Lin Chen staring at him, his face pale, and he said in panic. When Lin Chetian heard the news, he was stunned.
Okay, Dad, go to work quickly. The workers in the factory are still waiting for your instructions.
Lin Chen pushed Lin Chetian and said with a smile. After being pushed by Lin Chen, Lin Chetian finally came back to his senses and hurried to the factory.
You really have good judgment. No wonder you can become the factory director.
After Lin Chetian left, Lin Chen looked at Shin Feng and said slowly.
Boss Lin, please show some mercy and leave me a chance to live.
Shin Feng naturally knew what Lin Chen was talking about and begged desperately.
Since you are so sensible, I can let you be an ordinary worker. If you don't want to do it, I won't force you.
Lin Chen's eyes turned cold, and he immediately said to Yang Feng, as for you, just get out of here, otherwise you should know the consequences. When Shin Feng and Yang Feng heard his answer, they wanted to continue praying, but Lin Chen directly released his powerful aura and pressure, which shocked the two of them.
Mr. Lin, please stop. I'll get out of here right now.
Yang Feng begged for mercy hurriedly. Because Lin Chen almost strangled Yang Feng to death after releasing this pressure, so he was so scared.
What about you?
Lin Chen looked at Shin Feng again and asked, while increasing the intensity of the pressure.
I'm leaving.
Looking at Lin Chen's eyes that looked like the god of death, Shin Feng responded fearfully. I heard the two begging for mercy. Lin Chen immediately withdrew his pressure and closed the door.
After returning to the room,
Lin Chen started practicing Chinese martial arts again.
because of the information in his mind,
There are many records of Chinese martial arts, so he needs to practice each one.
this way you will become more proficient in actual combat.
So, Lin Chen sat cross-legged and entered deep meditation. Wang Xiufang fell asleep as soon as she returned to the house. After waking up, I got up and walked around, only to find that my husband and son were not there. After strolling into Lin Chen's room, when he found Lin Chen meditating, he couldn't help but feel curious and kept staring at him.
Mom, what are you doing?
After the rehearsal, Lin Chen slowly withdrew from his mind and just opened his eyes. He was startled when he found that Wang Xiufang was staring at him.
I'm looking for your dad. I just slept for a while and then he disappeared. Do you know where he went?
Wang Xiufang coughed a few times and asked. Just now the factory sent a message saying that my dad will be the new factory director, and he went to work.
Lin Chen responded with a smile. What? Your dad just came back and went to work not long ago. Didn't you tell him to wait for news? Wang Xiufang questioned Lin Chen.
While you were asleep, the former factory director Shin Feng came and told my dad that he had become the factory director, so my dad hurried to the factory. After all, the factory was still waiting for him to take charge.
Wang Xiufang felt relieved after hearing Lin Chen's explanation. But then, she realized something was wrong. What? Your dad became the factory director?
After Wang Xiufang finished speaking, she was about to jump up with excitement. She originally thought that even if Lin Chetian was promoted, his position would not be high. But I didn't expect that he would become the factory director all of a sudden.
Oh my mom, please take it easy and pay attention to your health. Hear what Lin Chen said. Only then did Wang Xiufang calm down.
Then the tears began to flow. Lin Chen felt so distressed when he saw his mother like this.
Sometime after Wang Xiufang fell ill. I want to divorce Lin Chetian.
Because she felt like she was a burden.
But Lin Chetian never left her.
She also recognized this man from the bottom of her heart.
But despite this, reality hit them hard. Ever since Wang Xiufang retired, the family's financial situation is already low.
Not to mention the fact that he had to pay for Lin Chen to go to school. She also had to provide for her own substantial medical expenses.
The burden of life fell entirely on Lin Chetian. But he never complained.
This made Wang Xiufang feel more self-blame and guilt. But now, Lin Chetian has become the factory director. It also means that those days are over. I was so excited that I shed tears.
Mom, don't cry, everything will be fine. Hear Lin Chen's comfort and encouragement.
Wang Xiufang wiped away her tears and nodded at him. After Lin Chen sent his mother back to the room, he closed his eyes and continued to practice martial arts.
Soon, it was night. After Lin Chen prepared the gift.
Call Wang Xiufang and prepare to go to my second uncle's house.
Wang Xiufang also dressed up a little, but was still a little dissatisfied. Mom, don't do that, you'll look good no matter how you dress up. You just say it nicely.
Wang Xiufang's praise for her son. Although he seemed to dislike it on the surface, he still enjoyed it in his heart. After working for a while, she followed Lin Chen to her second uncle's house.
Lin Chen's second uncle Lin Mengqiao. In Tanchang, the economic conditions are considered very good. He set up a small outsourcing company in Bohai City,
specialized in contracting some work on construction sites. So it is not a problem to earn hundreds of thousands a year. Lin Chen and his mother arrived at the door of his second uncle's house. I knocked on the door but no one greeted me.
Chapter 23 Confrontation between the two sides. In fact, Lin Chen had already gotten used to it. Because it was the same when he went to his second uncle's house before. Everyone knows it. Many people say that if it weren't for blood ties,
Lin Mengqiao would never contact Lin Xishan's family.
Mom, let's go in.
Lin Chen spoke calmly to Wang Xiufang and then helped her walk.
Wang Xiufang nodded lightly without saying anything more. After reaching the door,
Lin Chen knocked on the door again, but still no one answered.
Lin Chen couldn't control himself anymore.
He was about to kick the door open. Wang Xiufang grabbed him and shook her head at him.
Seeing what my mother looked like, Lin Chen knew if he did this, it will affect the relationship between the two families. After all, in Wang Xiufang's eyes, sometimes I have to ask Lin Mengqiao for help. Is that Xiaochen? I was busy just now and didn't hear you knocking on the door. I'm so sorry. Please come in.
In the room, Lin Mengqiao's voice rang out. I heard Lin Mengqiao's voice.
Lin Chen didn't say much. Just as I was about to open the door, I found it was locked.
Ouch, Xiaochen, I'm so sorry, I forgot to lock the door, please wait a moment. Lin Mengqiao's voice sounded again. Lin Chen clenched his fists at this moment. Wang Xiufang, who was beside him, also noticed his change. He kept holding his wrist. After a while, Lin Mengqiao did not respond.
Lin Chen knew that his second uncle was trying to intimidate him.
Because Lin Chen had contradicted Lin Mengqiao before.
At a previous dinner party,
Lin Mengqiao spoke harshly to his father.
So they couldn't help it and had an argument. Since then,
Lin Mengqiao never contacted their family again.
Even if we contact each other, we just speak bad words to each other. Even more excessive than before.
Originally, Lin Chen did not have the strength to resist.
Because I am just a poor student. Even after graduation, I'm still a pauper. But he is different now.
He will not allow himself or his parents to be bullied again.
Thinking of this, the Tai Chi power in Lin Chen's hands instantly condensed. Bang! Lin Chen slapped the door, which startled Wang Xiufang. Jingle!
A crisp sound was heard. Lin Chen smiled slightly.
Wang Xiufang was about to say something.
Lin Chen took him directly into the living room.
And at this time Lin Mengqiao,
drinking tea leisurely in the house. He planned to leave Lin Chen alone for a while.
After drinking tea,
then he slowly walked towards the living room. After Lin Mengqiao arrived at the living room, I found Lin Chen sitting on the sofa in the living room feeding Wang Xiufang some fruit.
He was startled and stood there in a daze. I clearly locked the door. How did he get in?
What Lin Mengqiao didn't know was that just now,
Lin Chen used Baji Jin to break the lock on the door from a distance. Second uncle, you're here. What have you been doing? I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Lin Chen looked at Lin Mengqiao, who was standing there in a daze, and asked.
No. It's okay. I just dealt with some things at the company.
When Lin Mengqiao was asked this question, he came back to his senses instantly and said awkwardly.
Oh, uncle, are you busy? If you are, I can wait for you a little longer. Lin Chen asked indifferently. It's okay, I'm done with my work.
Where's your dad?
Why didn't he come? Lin Mengqiao pretended to be concerned.
My father has just taken over as the factory director and is very busy at work.
He will probably be here late. What? Your father became the factory director?
Lin Mengqiao widened his eyes and said to Lin Chen in shock. The director of the Tiancheng factory.
That is a position that everyone covets.
Even Lin Mengqiao himself is the same. Although Lin Mengqiao earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. But there is basically no rest time throughout the year.
But the factory manager basically rests during the day.
Unless there is major work.
Otherwise, I will hand it over to my subordinates. Despite this,
the factory director's annual income also reached hundreds of thousands.
So that's what makes people jealous. Yes, I just notified you today. What's the matter, uncle? Lin Chen asked, pretending to be ignorant.
Lin Mengqiao heard his answer. He swallowed a few times and sat on the sofa.
It's okay, let's eat first and wait for your dad. Good.
Lin Chen responded briefly and found that Wang Xiufang, who was sitting next to him, was beginning to act strangely.
Mom, are you okay? Wang Xiufang remained silent from beginning to end. It's because I stood outside the door for too long.
This caused her hidden illness to relapse.
So I have been enduring the pain. Seeing the painful expression on my mother's face,
Lin Chen clenched his fists and stared at Lin Mengqiao.
If it weren't for him, how could his mother suffer like this?
Lin Mengqiao saw Lin Chen staring at him. So she instinctively avoided his gaze out of guilt.
It's okay, Xiaochen. It's just an old problem. It will be fine after a while. Perhaps noticing the change in Lin Chen's mood, Wang Xiufang quickly responded. Hear the mother's answer. Lin Chen's clenched fists finally relaxed.
But he swore that he would make Lin Mengqiao pay the price.
Sister-in-law, since you're fine, let's eat, otherwise the food will get cold.
After Lin Mengqiao finished speaking, he shouted to the kitchen to serve the food quickly. The person who served the food was his wife, Fong Min. After all the dishes are served, the four of them sat down and began to exchange polite greetings. Lin Chen looked at his mother's pale face.
I have been worried about her illness. Wang Xiufang just shook her head calmly and told him that it was okay.
Just like that, a while passed before Lin Chetian finally arrived. But Lin Mengqiao was unusually enthusiastic when he saw him.
He went straight up and gave Lin Chetian a hug. Brother, why did you come just now? We have been waiting for you for a long time.
When Lin Chetian heard Lin Mengqiao calling him big brother, he was stunned at first, then he sat down with a smile.
Brother, I heard that you became the factory director? Congratulations.
After Lin Chetian took his seat, he picked up the wine glass and spoke to him respectfully. Lin Chen found his polite words very ridiculous.
Because ever since Lin Chen could remember,
Lin Mengqiao never called his father big brother,
always calling him by his first name.
But now, because his father became the factory director, he chose to change his words.
It's just luck. Mengqiao is thoughtful.
Although Lin Chetian knew that Lin Mengqiao never regarded him as an elder brother in his heart, but still responded with a smile. Brother, I have a project cooperation with Wang's group in Bohai City, but I'm short of funds, so can you use your connections to help me?
If you can help me, I'll buy your shares, how about that? Lin Mengqiao asked shamelessly. When he asked this, Lin Chetian didn't know how to answer for a moment. Uncle, my dad just became the factory director. He doesn't have any connections. Lin Chen looked at his father's embarrassed expression and responded helpfully. What does it have to do with you, a kid? What adults are talking about? We are talking about business, right, brother?
Lin Mengqiao asked Lin Chetian.
He had always looked down upon Lin Qishan's family. But now that Lin Chetian has become the factory director, he naturally cannot be offended.
But when faced with the junior Lin Chen, he didn't take him seriously at all.
Uncle, I'm already 23 years old, don't treat me like a child. Lin Chen was naturally dissatisfied, so he couldn't help but speak. No matter how old you are still a child in my eyes. I am talking to your father. Why are you butting in? Do you have a say? Mengqiao, please stop talking.
Lin Chetian saw his younger brother scolding his son. He shook his head helplessly and then spoke slowly.
Brother and sister-in-law, I tell you, this is all because of you. How dare you talk back?
That's right, sister-in-law, you've spoiled this child. Lin Mengqiao's next words became more and more unpleasant, and Fong Min followed suit.
Wang Xiufang kept holding Lin Chen's hand to signal him not to talk back. After all, a harmonious family is the key to success. But Lin Chen knew that if he endured it today, from now on, he will never be able to hold his head up, just like his father. Chapter 24, Teaching Lin Mengqiao a Lesson. Uncle, if you want to say something, come at me. Don't take it out on my parents. At you? Who do you think you are? I heard that you are just a small programmer in Bohai City and can't even support yourself in a month. Do you have the right to speak? Lin Chen's further rebuttal undoubtedly ignited Lin Mengqiao's anger.
Then he poured the wine in the glass onto Lin Chen's face, and then said, You little bastard, your parents don't care about you, so I'm here to discipline you and teach you what it means to respect your elders. Lin Chen wiped the wine off his face with his hand. His eyes gradually became fierce. He knew that today was bound to be a falling out.
Uncle, what qualifications do you have to criticize me?
As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father.
How did you treat my father before? Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to say that you respect your elders?
When Lin Mengqiao heard what Lin Chen said, he was furious and his face turned blue and purple with anger.
You little bastard, are you getting too bold? I guess I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents.
After saying that, Lin Mengqiao slapped Lin Chen directly in the face. Seeing this, Lin Chen dodged the slap. He turned around and rushed to Lin Mengqiao.
Punched him directly in the stomach. How dare you hit me?
Lin Mengqiao was knocked to the ground by Lin Chen's punch.
He looked at Lin Chen with disbelief. You asked for it, you can't blame anyone else. Lin Chetian, this is the good son you taught. As expected, if the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. Your family is not a good thing. Regarding Lin Chen's response, Lin Mengqiao has lost his mind.
He yelled at Lin Chetian, who was sitting in his seat in a daze. At this time, Lin Chetian chose to remain silent again and shook his head secretly.
Since you are seeking death, you can't blame me.
Lin Chen was originally planning to let Lin Mengxiao go. But he didn't expect that Lin Mengxiao still dared to insult his parents. So he decided not to hold back. Lin Chen walked forward.
Before Lin Mengxiao could say anything,
he grabbed his neck and exerted force instantly.
You.
Lin Mengxiao was being pinched by Lin Chen and couldn't breathe. He spoke vaguely.
A few minutes later,
Lin Mengxiao had been strangled to the point of foaming at the mouth, but Lin Chen still did not stop.
Xiaochen, stop it immediately, or someone will die. I have seen what happened to Yan Feng.
Lin Chetian knew how terrible his son was now, so he spoke hurriedly. After hearing his father's words, Lin Chen let go and threw Lin Mengxiao to the ground.
Indeed, if someone really died, it would be a waste of time. Ahem.
Lin Mengxiao, who fell to the ground, coughed a few times.
Why did you stop? Aren't you brave enough to kill me? Aren't you very powerful, little bastard? After Lin Mengxiao regained consciousness, he yelled at Lin Chen. Uncle, I heard that you want to cooperate with Wang's group, right?
I can tell you clearly that you have no chance.
At this time, Lin Chen was muttering while eating the food on the table.
Lin Mengxiao gradually regained his strength and climbed up with difficulty. Looking at Lin Chen, who was eating, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine.
Because he knows.
If Lin Chen had not stopped in time,
I'm afraid he will die from difficulty breathing due to the pressure. Who the hell are you? How dare you say such outrageous things? How can you just comment on the Wang group casually? Lin Chetian knew that Lin Chen didn't dare to do anything to him. After all, this is a society ruled by law. It's not good for anyone if someone gets killed.
Uncle, I heard that you invested all your money in Wang's group's projects, and now you are raising funds everywhere, preparing to do something big, right?
Lin Chen did not respond to Lin Meiqiao's words and continued to ask back. So what?
Lin Chetian was very curious why Lin Chen knew these things. In fact, it was just before that Lin Mengxiao asked his father to use his connections to help him.
Lin Chen secretly sent a WeChat message to Wang Jin, asking about the details. Wang Jin naturally didn't dare to hide anything. So he narrated the whole thing. If so, that's easy.
As Lin Chen spoke, he dialed Wang Jin's number.
Boss Lin, do you have any instructions? On the other end of the phone, Wang Jin asked diligently. It's nothing. I mentioned Lu Mengxiao to you before. All cooperation with him will be terminated. Do you understand? Lin Chen ordered calmly. Understood, Mr. Lin.
Without waiting for Wang Jin to continue speaking, Lin Chen hung up the phone.
Who are you trying to scare here? Do you think I will believe what you say?
At this time, Lin Mengxiao heard the content of Lin Chen's call. He didn't believe that Lin Chen had such ability at all, so he said with disdain.
Then let's wait and see. Lin Chen didn't say much. But he was still eating the food on the table.
From time to time, he had to look at Wang Xiaofang beside him, fearing that something might happen to her. At this time, Lin Chetian just kept his head down and remained silent. He originally hoped that his family would be harmonious and everything would be prosperous. Although Lin Mengxiao repeatedly abused him, he still endured it. Because he treated Lin Mengxiao as his own younger brother.
But right now,
he has completely seen through Lin Mengxiao.
He is an ungrateful person. No matter how good you are to him, he will never be grateful to you. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Lin Mengxiao's cell phone rang.
He hurriedly checked and found that it was Wang Jin calling.
Hello, Mr. Wang, I wonder if you are calling me because there is any new progress in the project? Lin Mengxiao asked excitedly.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid we have to terminate our cooperation.
Wang Jin responded helplessly. Because he thinks this project is very good.
Everything was originally planned to be carried out, but things did not go as planned.
Boss Wang, why is this happening? Didn't we agree on this in advance? Lin Mengxiao was completely confused and asked quickly. Because you have offended someone you shouldn't have. I will return the project funds to you when I have time, that's all. After Wang Jin finished speaking, he hung up the phone. At this moment, Lin Mengxiao felt like he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and he stood there in a daze. Lin Chen smiled and said to Lin Mengxiao. It looks like you've received the message. You did it? Lin Mengqiao asked Lin Chen with a look of disbelief. It seems that you are not stupid. No wonder you can run the company to this extent. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are just a programmer. How can you have such ability? I absolutely don't believe it. You must be lying to me.
When Lin Mengqiao heard Lin Chen's answer, his mentality completely collapsed.
Believe it or not, I'm too lazy to say anything to you. If it weren't for my parents this time, I wouldn't even bother to see you. Lin Chen responded with disdain.
After saying that, he left with his parents. Lin Chen felt disgusted if he spoke to that kind of person for even 1 second longer.
Xiaochen, was Dad really too cowardly before? Walking on the way home, Lin Chetian suddenly asked Lin Chen.
Wang Xiufang, who was beside him, saw her husband's lost look and held his hand tightly.
Dad, don't think like that. This is not your fault.
I know you don't want to ruin the relationship between the two families.
I understand you. Hearing Lin Chen's answer, Lin Chetian felt very relieved and smiled faintly. Okay, I'm hungry.
I didn't have enough to eat at that scumbag's house just now.
I want to eat the food my mom cooks. Lin Chen said to Wang Xiufang with a smile on his face. You little bastard, dare to say your mother is old, wait and see how I deal with you.
Wang Xiufang heard Lin Chen say that he was old.
He grabbed his ears and responded with a scolding laugh. Oops, I was wrong. I won't do it again next time.
With his ears being pulled by Wang Xiufang, Lin Chen quickly begged for mercy.
The family of three walked back home laughing and joking. Chapter 25, Cutting Off. After returning home,
Wang Xiufang had stood outside the Linmeng Bridge for too long,
leading to recurrence of hidden illness.
So he hurried back to the house to rest. Lin Chetian saw his wife's pain relapse.
I feel so guilty. If I wasn't a coward, how could I let my wife suffer such injustice? Dad, don't blame yourself. You are the factory director now. Our family will only get better and better in the future.
Lin Chen noticed the change in his father's mood and patted him on the back to comfort him. Hearing his son's words, Lin Chetian nodded lightly. Afterwards, he went to the kitchen to prepare Chinese medicine for Wang Xiufang. Lin Chen returned to his room.
I called Wang Jin again. Tell him that he not only wants to terminate the cooperation with Lin Mengqiao. They must also monopolize Lin Mengqiao's retreat at all costs. After hearing Lin Chen's order, Wang Jin naturally did not dare to disobey. So in the next few days,
Lin Mengqiao fell into complete despair.
Not only did the wine group terminate its cooperation with him, even other large and small groups in Bohai City followed suit,
refused to cooperate with his company.
Ding dong.
One day at noon, Lin Chen was practicing martial arts in the house. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. When Lin Chen opened the door, he saw Lin Mengqiao kneeling in front of the door.
Boss Lin, I beg you to spare me. Lin Mengqiao knelt on the ground and begged desperately. It seems that Wang Jin has already told you. Lin Chen responded calmly.
Boss Lin, I was ungrateful before, but now I beg you to let me live. Lin Mengqiao begged and kowtowed several times.
Uncle, please don't do this. I can't bear it. I can't help you. Find another way out.
After Lin Chen finished speaking, he closed the door and went back to the house to practice Chinese martial arts.
Lin Mengqiao has completely collapsed now.
He knelt in front of the door and burst into tears. It attracted all the neighbors to come and watch the fun.
Isn't this the second son of the Lin family? Why is he kneeling at the door of the old man's house? Doesn't the second brother look down on the eldest family? Why would he come here?
The neighbors were all talking about it. At this time, Lin Mengqiao was still crying and kowtowing at the door of Lin Chen's house to apologize. He was originally a very ambitious person.
Also very face-saving.
That's why he looked down on Lin Qishan's family.
But right now,
he no longer cares about face and dignity.
Crying like a baby. Xiaochen, why don't you let him in? After all, this will only make the neighbors laugh at you. Wang Xiufang stood in the living room and said to Lin Chen. Mom, don't forget what he did to us that night. And I didn't ask him to kneel outside. What does it have to do with me if he kneels down?
Lin Chen's words made Wang Xiufang not know how to respond for a moment, so she went to the kitchen to pack up.
At night,
Lin Chetian was walking home from get off work, feeling a sore back. Logically speaking, the factory manager doesn't need to do much work. But Lin Chetian has already gotten used to his previous life. If he is left with nothing to do, he won't be able to adapt. Mengqiao, why are you kneeling here? After Lin Chetian arrived at the door of his house, Lin Mengqiao was found kneeling on the ground. I was completely exhausted, so I asked hurriedly. When Lin Mengqiao saw Lin Chetian, he felt like he had seen a savior. He kowtowed and begged. Brother, you are finally back, please beg Xiaochen for me, ask him to let me go. Mengqiao, don't be like this. Tell me what Xiaochen did to you? Lin Chetian couldn't bear to see him like this, and immediately asked. Brother, Xiaochen has ordered Wang's group to monopolize all the back doors of my company. I have no other options now. Please help me and let Xiaochen let me go. After saying this, Lin Mengqiao's tears fell again. It is said that men don't shed tears easily. But for Lin Mengqiao, that small business was his only source of income. If this source of income is cut off, then he would have nothing. If you have anything to say, come inside first. Lin Chetian saw Lin Mengqiao's pitiful appearance. So he hurriedly helped him up and prepared to let him into the house. But after opening the door, Lin Mengqiao found Lin Chen standing at the door. So he knelt down again. Xiaochen, your second uncle has been kneeling at the door for a long time, let him come in and we can talk. Dad, do you know how he treated me and my mom last night? I will never forgive him. Go inside first. Lin Chen didn't listen to Lin Xishan's advice at all. Lin Chetian has also known this for many years. This family has suffered too much from Lin Mengqiao. I didn't know how to continue persuading him for a moment and could only shake my head helplessly. Lin Mengqiao, if you know what's best for you, get out of here now, or I'll be rude to you. After Lin Chetian entered the room, Lin Chen glared at Lin Mengqiao who was kneeling on the ground. Boss Lin, please give me another chance. I was ignorant before. I know I was wrong, and I will never make the same mistake again. After hearing what Lin Chen said, Lin Mengqiao still begged without giving up. Lin Chen did not respond to him and just closed the door. In the living room, Lin Chetian was the first to ask. Xiaochen, are we being too cruel? After all, he is also your second uncle and my biological brother. Dad, you know what he did to our family. You treat him as your own brother, but does he treat you as his own brother? Lin Chen's answer left Lin Chetian speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Really? Lin Mengqiao really didn't take their family seriously before. Lin Chetian also knew that he was unforgivable, but he still couldn't bear it in his heart. Seeing Lin Xishan's eyes, Lin Chen sighed deeply and shook his head secretly. He knew that his father was too kind, so he went to the door, looked at Lin Mengqiao kneeling on the ground and said calmly. Lin Mengqiao, I can revoke the economic monopoly on your company, but I have a condition. What conditions? Seeing hope, Lin Mengqiao asked anxiously. From now on, our two families will be separated. For Lin Chen, I just want my father to have nothing to do with Lin Mengqiao, that's all. Is it that simple? Lin Mengqiao found it incredible when he heard Lin Chen's conditions. He thought he would have to pay a particularly heavy price, but he didn't expect it to be just this. Yes, it's that simple. Okay, I promise you. Lin Mengqiao responded hurriedly, fearing that Lin Chen would go back on his word. You can go now. Lin Chen didn't say much and just closed the door. Seeing his parents in the living room, Lin Chen said with a smile. It's okay, it's all resolved. From now on, our two families will have nothing to do with each other anymore. As Lin Chen's words fell, the family of three looked at each other and smiled. Wang Xiufang suddenly asked. Son, how long are you going to keep this secret from us? What did I hide from you? When asked this by Wang Xiufang, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Just now, someone named Wang Jin called you and said that Wang's group needs you to go back and take charge of the situation. Didn't you tell me and your father? Wang Xiufang asked with a gossipy look on her face while holding Lin Chen's phone. Lin Chen actually didn't intend to hide it. But a lot of things happened after I got home. As a result, he forgot to say it. It's a good time to bring it up now. So he confessed the affairs of the Wang group to his parents. But he concealed the system's affairs. Because no one would believe this news if they heard it. Chapter 26 Sky Eye Ability. Lin Chen spoke with great confidence. Lin Chetian and his wife were stunned when they heard this. As if he couldn't believe what he said.
Son, do you mean to say that you are now the president of Wine Group? Wang Xiaofang asked with eyes wide open in disbelief. Yes. Lin Chen responded calmly.
But the next second he felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Wang Xiaofang suddenly jumped up with a scream, hugged Lin Chen and said excitedly,
Son, you are awesome. Mom has always believed that you will have a bright future. Mom, calm down, I can't breathe.
Being hugged by her like this, Lin Chen felt a little difficult to breathe.
Sorry, Mom is a little excited.
Wang Xiaofang looked at Lin Chen and said with a chuckle. Although I saw my parents were happy. He was also very happy, but he always felt like he had forgotten something.
Next second.
He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard his mother say that Wang Jin called him and talked about the group's affairs. So he quickly picked up his phone and dialed Wang Jin's number.
Boss Lin, something big has happened.
Wang Jin's anxious voice sounded on the other end of the phone.
What's wrong? What happened? Lin Chen responded calmly.
The government auction has been moved up to next week, and there is also bad news, which is that the second in command of Wushuan Group will come to the auction site in person this time.
After hearing Wang Jin's words, Lin Chen asked back. The second in command of Wushuan Group? Do you have his/her detailed information? About the Ouyang Group in Shanghai. Lin Chen still has some understanding of it. After all, he is the supporter behind the Ouyang Group. Lin Chen once used his connections to conduct an in-depth investigation. But the result obtained was only some news about Wushuan Group in Shanghai. As for the group president and internal affairs, there is no news.
Not to mention the so-called second in command. No, we searched for a long time and only found one name, Shang Wanshoubai.
There is no other information.
This was the first time Lin Chen heard this name, and he couldn't help feeling confused. Logically speaking, a large group like Wushuan Group, whether it is publicity or cooperative projects,
the top management of the group never showed up and just asked their subordinates to sign the contracts on their behalf.
Therefore, the Wushuan Group is also called the mysterious group by the people of Shanghai.
Okay, I get it. You stabilize the company first, and I will go back early. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, he kept thinking. There are too many unknowns for Wushuan Group. And he had a hunch.
This time Shang Wanshoubai came for him. Lin Chetian saw Lin Chen's melancholy look and asked hurriedly.
Son, is there something wrong at the company?
Something happened that I need to go back to deal with, but now that I'm back, I still have to meet Aunt Lin. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he looked at his mother Wang Xiaofang. Wang Xiaofang knew what her son meant. So he went back to his room and called Aunt Lin to ask when she would arrive in Tiancheng.
After dinner.
Lin Chen has been thinking about Shang Wanshoubai, but found no clues. Suddenly an idea struck him.
He wondered if the system could do anything about it.
So with the intention of giving it a try, I closed my eyes and summoned the system homepage in my mind. But he found that the system's homepage was still pitch black. In addition to updating some of the skills it possesses on the personal homepage,
there is no difference from before. System, I'm really in trouble this time, can you please help me? Lin Chen asked for help shamelessly.
No matter how much Lin Chen asked for help,
he found that the system was still unresponsive.
Just when I was about to give up, the system's voice suddenly rang out.
Ding!
The host's strong will is detected, and the ability Sky Eye is now awarded. Please check it. As the system's voice fell,
Lin Chen suddenly felt his eyes warm.
Then everything went black before his eyes and he lost consciousness.
When he wakes up again, found myself lying in bed. There is no change in the whole person. Ding!
The ability of the Sky Eye is quite complicated.
The system will now explain it.
The host can activate the Sky Eye that is attached to the host's pupils through thoughts.
The ability of the Sky Eye is to see through everything in the world. Me? So cool? Lin Chen was very surprised by the ability rewarded by the system. He originally just wanted the system to help him check Shang Wanshoubai. But I didn't expect that he would be rewarded with such a perverted ability.
So, without saying anything, Lin Chen controlled his mind and activated his third eye ability. In an instant, Lin Chen felt an input bar appear.
There is also a magnifying glass logo.
When Lin Chen saw this input bar, he felt very familiar.
Isn't this the web search bar on mobile phones and computers? Is this okay? So Lin Chen typed Shang Wanshoubai's name in the input field. Then click the magnifying glass icon. Ding! Searching for content.
As the voice of the Sky Eye sounded, a point of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind.
Shangwan Qiubai, the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family, a hidden family in Magic City. She has an extremely strange personality and is hard to figure out.
She is currently the general manager of Magic City Wushuan Group. Lin Chen looked at the information and found nothing else.
That's it? Can't see anything from this? Then Lin Chen had an idea.
I entered Shangwan family in the search bar and a large number of information points appeared.
The Shangwan family is one of the 4 major families in Magic City. They are extremely mysterious and low-key.
Due to their failure in fighting with other groups in their early years, the family fell into decline and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight.
Seeing the search results, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. What are the 4 major families in Magic City?
Why did Lin Chen feel like he would have to search for a long time today? So with this idea in mind, Lin Chen entered the keyword "the 4 great families of Magic City" in the search bar.
The 4 major families in Magic City are 4 mysterious families inherited from the Tang dynasty.
Over the years, the families have been fighting each other.
However, since the beginning of the 21st century, the 4 major families have faded from people's sight. No other information is available at the moment.
Lin Chen looked at the information point and felt speechless.
That's it? I searched for a long time and found nothing? However, there are very few information points. But there are clues to be found. Shangwan Qiubai must be related to these 4 major families. As long as I reach the Magic City later, looking for traces of the 4 major families, then the mystery will be solved.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen withdrew his mind.
Son, I asked your Aunt Lin, she said we'll be in Tiancheng tomorrow, so we'll probably meet the day after tomorrow. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, Wang Xiufang entered the room and murmured, "Okay, Mom, I got it." Lin Chen looked at Wang Xiaofang and responded with a smile. Ding! Scanning the specified person.
Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Chen felt confused.
What the hell is scanning? Just when Lin Chen was at a loss,
he found that he did not have the ability to close his third eye, so he scanned Wang Xiufang directly.
Next, a page pops up. Name, Wang Xiufang. Age, 47. Birthplace, Tiancheng County, Bohai City.
Seeing this, Lin Chen was completely shocked.
This guy can not only search for the information you want to know, it can even scan anyone or anything.
Then he scanned the tables and chairs next to him again. But he found no response.
There is even some swelling and pain in the eyeballs.
It seems that this ability can only be used a limited number of times a day. Lin Chen murmured.
Chapter 27 Pei Yuan Dao.
After turning off the ability of the third eye, Lin Chen discovered that this ability would be overused.
May cause temporary loss of vision. Because he can't see things clearly now. Son, what's wrong with you?
Wang Xiufang felt that something was wrong with Lin Chen from the beginning, so she asked hurriedly.
It's okay, Mom. I'm just a little tired. I know about Aunt Lin's situation. I'll take a nap first.
After Lin Chen finished speaking, he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Because of the excessive use of the ability of the third eye just now.
As a result, I feel a little confused now. I heard my son say this.
Wang Xiufang didn't know what to say, so she left the room quietly. After she left, Lin Chen fell into a deep sleep. No words were spoken that night. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again,
I found that it was already noon the next day. He sat up with difficulty. I patted my head and found that I still felt a little dizzy and painful.
Recalling the side effects of the third eye ability last night, Lin Chen felt a little scared.
But I have to say, this ability is really useful. System, why didn't you explain that this ability has side effects?
Lin Chen closed his eyes and entered his mind, complaining loudly to the system.
Ding!
The system didn't finish reporting last night, and the host used his ability directly.
Hear the system's answer.
Lin Chen suddenly realized that this seemed to be the case.
The system was indeed preparing to report something last night. However, because he was anxious to find out about Shangwan Qiubai, he directly used his ability.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen asked the system again. Then tell me the limit on the number of times this ability can be used.
Ding!
The ability of the Sky Eye is to spy on the secrets of heaven, so the number of times it can be used in a day is limited. The Sky Eye search ability can only be used 3 times a day, but the scanning ability is unlimited.
After hearing the system's answer, Lin Chen felt something was wrong.
I only used the search ability 3 times last night, so why do I still feel so uncomfortable?
Just as he was wondering, the system's voice sounded again.
But if the host has used the search ability the maximum number of times, the scanning ability cannot be used.
Lin Chen now understood completely. No wonder I just scanned Wang Xiufang's message last night. Before anything happened, there were such serious consequences.
Lin Chen was very curious about this ability, so he slowly asked,
"What will happen if you force overuse it?"
"If the host uses it forcefully, he will lose his eyesight at best, or even his life at worst."
Oh shit.
Hearing the system's answer, Lin Chen broke out in a cold sweat.
My life was almost in danger last night.
It seems that this ability should be used with caution.
This is Lin Chen's only thought now. "Son, it's already afternoon, hurry up and get up to eat."
Outside the door, Wang Xiufang's slightly disgusted voice was heard. Hearing his mother's loving call, Lin Chen responded with a smile. "I'll be up soon, you eat first, I'll be there soon." After saying that, Lin Chen slapped his forehead hard. I made myself more alert, then got out of bed and went out to eat. In the living room, mother and son were having lunch.
"Your father goes to work so early again. I think he should take a break now that he's the factory director, right?"
Wang Xiufang said with concern.
"Oh, Mom, you know my dad's temper, and he can't sit still." "It's okay, you don't have to worry."
Lin Chen knew that his mother was worried about his father, so he hurried to comfort her. Then, in order to change the subject, he asked Wang Xiufan,
"Mom, didn't you say yesterday that Auntie Lin would have dinner with us tomorrow? What time is it?"
"It should be tomorrow night, because your Aunt Lin's daughter won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon, so the time can only be set in the evening."
Hearing Lin Chen's question, Wang Xiufang responded, "Aunt Lin's daughter is coming too?" Lin Chen couldn't help but ask.
"Although I met Aunt Lin many times when I was a child. But she only met her daughter Lin Chen twice.
One time was during the Chinese New Year.
Another time was when Aunt Lin moved.
It is said that Aunt Lin's daughter has been studying in Bohai City. So I don't go back to Tiancheng's home often. Lin Chen went to school in Tiancheng until high school.
So naturally there are few opportunities to meet."
He didn't even know what Aunt Lin's daughter's name was.
"Yes, your Aunt Lin said that her daughter came back this time to discuss an important job, so it was a good opportunity for her to have dinner with us."
Seeing Lin Chen's confused look, Wang Xiufang explained patiently.
Then she showed a malicious smile and said to Lin Chen,
"But I heard that your Aunt Lin's daughter is still single."
Hearing his mother say this, Lin Chen was stunned at first, and then responded, "Mom, please stop trying to match people up with other people.
If people find out, they'll think your son is unwanted." "What nonsense! My son is so great." When Wang Xiufang heard Lin Chen's answer, she responded with pride.
Seeing her look, Lin Chen could only shake his head helplessly.
Sure enough, all mothers in the world are the same.
After dinner, Lin Chen asked his mother to go back to her room to rest.
After washing the dishes by myself,
he returned to his room and closed his eyes, practicing the Chinese martial arts in his mind.
During the exercise,
Lin Chen discovered that he had gradually integrated all the Chinese martial arts into an extremely domineering martial art. The lethality of this martial art is many times greater than that of Bajijin.
Lin Chen named this martial art Hunyuan Wuji Dao.
After the exercise, Lin Chen was still lost in thought. Because he had seen a martial art for strengthening the body in his mind before, called Peiyuan Dao. The principles of this martial art are very similar to Tai Chi, and it follows the principles of Judo. But it is not an ordinary martial art.
Because its function is to change the human body constitution.
Because of the superb physical fitness rewarded by the system. So Lin Chen has no use for this martial arts book at all. But now it suddenly occurred to him. You can let your mother practice this martial art. This might improve her physical condition. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen picked up a pen and paper. I wrote down the martial arts techniques and moves of Peiyuan Dao.
After a few minutes, Lin Chen finally finished recording.
When he walked out of the room, he found Wang Xiufang sweeping the floor.
So Lin Chen tried to say,
"Mom, I was in a martial arts gym in Bohai City before, and I accidentally learned the true martial arts from a master. The master said that this kind of martial arts can make the body better.
Do you want to try to practice it?
Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Xiufang looked at him as if he were a fool, and then responded.
Are you sure you're not lying to me?
I saw that my mother didn't believe what I said. Lin Chen showed a helpless smile. I did tell my mother a lot of lies in the past.
As a result, my mother now doubts what I say.
I'm sure I'm serious this time. Others who practice this martial art say it's good, so I want you to try it.
Maybe this way your body will get better.
After saying that, Lin Chen handed the techniques he had just memorized to Wang Xiufang. Wang Xiufang looked at her son with a serious expression. Knowing that he was not lying, he took the paper that Lin Chen handed to him.
Pei Yuan Dao? Looking at the techniques written on the paper, Wang Xiufang asked Lin Chen.
At this time, Lin Chen did not say much, but just nodded lightly.
Afterwards, Lin Chen personally demonstrated the Pei Yuan Dao. Wang Xiufang was staring at him in amazement.
She always felt that her son had changed a lot after coming back this time.
Chapter 28, Health Improves. Mom, did you see clearly?
After Lin Chen finished practicing Pei Yuan Dao, he asked Wang Xiufang.
Ah, look, see it clearly.
When Wang Xiufang realized that her son was asking her, she came back to her senses and responded quickly. Lin Chen smiled helplessly when he saw his mother's reaction.
In fact, he had already noticed that Wang Xiufang was distracted. It's just that it hasn't been exposed yet. So Lin Chen said to his mother lovingly.
Okay, I'll show you again, watch carefully.
Hearing her son's words, Wang Xiufang smiled and nodded. In the next few hours,
Lin Chen taught Wang Xiufang all the techniques and skills of Pei Yuan Dao bit by bit. Lin Chen discovered that his mother was extremely talented in this area.
He was very surprised that he could remember it basically as soon as it was said. After teaching all of Pei Yuan Dao to Wang Xiufang,
Lin Chen watched her practice from the side, afraid that something might go wrong with her.
After all, Wang Xiufang's health is not very good now. Don't do too much strenuous exercise. So Lin Chen must pay attention at all times. There can't be any mistakes.
After Wang Xiufang finished practicing the Pei Yuan Dao moves, he began to meditate on the bed with his eyes closed and practiced the mind method.
Several hours passed in the sitting. Lin Chen kept dozing off while sitting next to Wang Xiufang. Phew.
Wang Xiufang let out a long breath and then opened her eyes. Seeing his mother wake up, Lin Chen asked anxiously.
Mom, how do you feel?
When Wang Xiufang heard her son calling her, she was stunned for a moment. Then she felt a warm current in her body.
Mom, try getting out of bed and walking around to see if you feel anything.
Lin Chen also felt that Wang Xiufang had changed a bit. So he hurried to help his mother out of bed.
Let's see what's going on.
After Wang Xiufang got out of bed, she felt much lighter. She was pleasantly surprised that she felt much less tired. Son, your method seems to really work. Feeling the changes in herself, Wang Xiufang said to Lin Chen in surprise.
That's great, Mom. You must practice more in the future. With time, your body will definitely recover and even become stronger than before.
Hearing his mother's words, Lin Chen responded with the same excitement. Just like that, Wang Xiufang started a new round of practice. What she looked like before I saw my mother. Lin Chen was relieved and returned to his room to practice the Hunyuan Wuji Dao. Lin Chen sat on the bed and entered into meditation. A lot of information about Chinese martial arts emerged in my mind. It made him feel dazzled. Since he acquired mastery of Chinese martial arts, I practice Chinese martial arts in my mind every day. Although the system prompts him that he has mastered all the Chinese martial arts in his mind. But he just learned it all. If you want to improve, you have to spend time studying it. But after these few days of exercises, Lin Chen discovered that there were too many Chinese martial arts recorded in his mind. So that he has besides Baji Jin. The other moves have only been practiced to the basics. So he thought of a way. Just watch all the Chinese martial arts. Then blend the essence into one. This is the origin of the Hunyuan Wujidao technique. In this way, Lin Chen practiced until dinner time. At night, Lin Chaixia got home from work. Wang Xiufang then told him everything about her practice of Pei Yuan Dao. When Lin Chetian found out, he was so happy that he shed tears of joy. After all, he knew exactly how Wang Xiufang had gotten through all these years.
So the family of three ate dinner and talked and laughed, talking about happy things. After dinner,
Lin Chen returned to the house and prepared to call Wang Jin to inquire about the company's situation.
after the call was connected, Wang Jin did not answer.
He also called Lu Guomen and Guo Ziang.
The results are the same.
This gave Lin Chen a bad feeling. He felt that something big must have happened in Bohai City. If it weren't for the fact that the ability of the third eye cannot be used now,
He must find out what is going on.
but he thought, even if he knew the details,
He couldn't go back now.
so he prepared to meet Aunt Lin tomorrow.
Hurry back to Bohai City to find out. With this idea in mind, Lin Chen then practiced Hunyuan Wuji Dao again. Because he knew that it was useless to be anxious now. The only thing we can do is to stabilize first. After finishing the practice, Lin Chen called Guo Ziang again.
Finding that there was still no news, he fell asleep.
The next day, early morning, Lin Chen got up early. I had some insomnia because of what happened last night.
While eating breakfast, Wang Xiufan looked at the listless Lin Chen and asked hurriedly,
Son, why do you look so bad? What happened? Mom, it's nothing. There are just some things at the company that I need to go back to deal with. After I see Aunt Lin, I will go back.
Lin Chen replied with a smile.
Is that so?
Since there's something going on at the company, you should hurry back.
You don't have to worry about home.
Wang Xiufang showed a lost expression when she heard Lin Chen's words. But he still responded with a smile. Lin Chen felt very uncomfortable when he saw his mother's appearance. He wanted to spend more time with his family when he came back this time, but things went against his wishes.
Oh, Mom, it's okay. I'll come back to see you when I have time.
Or I can take you and my dad to live in Bohai City, so that our family of three can always be together.
In response to Lin Chen's request, Wang Xiufang shook her head and said lightly, Forget about going to Bohai City. Your father and I are already used to living in Tiancheng.
There's no point in going there where we're unfamiliar with the place, and it would only cause you trouble.
Forget it. Lin Chen was not surprised to hear Wang Xiufang's answer,
because he mentioned this to his parents a few days after returning home. But it was rejected outright, for the same reason I just mentioned. In fact, Lin Chen understood how his parents felt, so he did not force it.
Back in the house, Lin Chen used his mind to open his third eye. I entered the keyword current status of Wang's group in Bohai City in the search bar. Ding, content search in progress? A few seconds after the prompt sounded, the answer interface popped up.
Bohai Wang Group is now controlled by Sheng Wanqiubai, General Manager of Wushuan Group.
No other information is available at this time.
Lin Chen looked at the information he searched for with a calm expression. Because he had already guessed it almost exactly when he called last night.
Just checking to confirm. Shang Wanqiubai.
Lin Chen murmured.
Lin Chen only knew one clue about Shang Wanqiubai, and that was the four major families.
Other than that, there was no other information.
Ding-a-ling.
Just as Lin Chen was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. He checked his phone and found that it was Guo Ziang calling, so he quickly dialed the number.
Hello, Mr. Lin, we have never met before. Would you like to get to know me?
A mysterious female voice sounded from the other end of the line. When Lin Chen heard the voice, he guessed who the other party was, so he replied calmly.
Of course, Shang Wanqiubai, hello, my name is Lin Chen, nice to meet you.
I heard Lin Chen calling out my name. Shang Wanqiubai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said,
You are not an ordinary person because you know my name. It's the same for you.
You are not an ordinary person to be able to take action against Wang and Lu so quickly. Lin Chen replied calmly.
Chapter 29. What kind of fairy story is this? Boss Lin, you're joking.
Those good-for-nothings in your company are not worth my effort at all.
Shang Wanqiubai continued to taunt. If you really like playing word games, I don't mind accompanying you. However, when I return, I will personally deal with that old man Ouyang Chuan. And of course, you as well. Hearing Shang Wanqiubai's ridicule,
Lin Chen responded calmly, as if he didn't take the other party seriously.
Interesting. Then I will wait for you, Mr. Lin. Shang Wanqiubai smiled slightly and then hung up the phone. Miss, do you want us to send someone to find him? And then get rid of him? Just after Shang Wanqiubai hung up the phone,
a man in black with a mysterious mask and cloak appeared behind her and muttered. No need to look for him, he will appear by himself.
After saying this, Shangguan Qiubai revealed a meaningful smile.
Lin Chen didn't expect that Shangguan Qiubai would actually call him on his own initiative. But this was exactly what he wanted. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen decided not to think about it anymore.
No matter how you think about it now, nothing will come of it.
Although his own people are in Shangguan Qiubai's hands. But as long as I don't show up, they will be safe for the time being. Everything can only be completely resolved when I return to Bohai City.
And so it finally came to night.
Lin Chen and Wang Xiufang, mother and son, were both dressing themselves up carefully.
Wang Xiufang, in particular, was dressed extremely formally. Wang Xiufang was seen wearing a red floral dress and putting on foundation and lipstick.
This series of actions simply stunned Lin Chen's eyes, because he had never seen his mother dressed like this before.
So he couldn't help but ask, "Mom, is it necessary to do this just to meet Aunt Lin?" "What do you know, little kid? This is a signal between me and your Aunt Lin.
When she moved, she told me that if we have a chance to meet in the future, I must wear this dress.
This is our agreement." Wang Xiufang's answer left Lin Chen speechless. What kind of weird agreements are these? Will she really not be mistaken for a psycho girl when she walks down the street? With this question in mind, Lin Chen and Wang Xiufang set off to the agreed location.
When they arrived, they found that Aunt Lin had arrived early and had been waiting for them.
Lin Chen took a closer look.
I found that Aunt Lin was wearing the same skirt as Wang Xiufang. Aunt Lin saw Wang Xiufang and gave her a bear hug, and said excitedly,
"Fong Fong, long time no see. Long time no see, Mimi."
Seeing Lin Mimi hugging herself,
Wang Xiufang responded in the same excited tone.
Lin Chen saw the two of them hugging each other. The two floral skirts also merged together. This made him feel unable to look straight. But I heard my mother call Aunt Lin Mimi. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that Aunt Lin's name was Lin Mimi.
Because too much time has passed.
As a result, Lin Chen only remembered Aunt Lin.
But I forgot her name. You are Xiaochen, right?
I haven't seen you for so long and I didn't expect you to have grown so big. After the two hugged each other tightly, Lin Mimi looked at Lin Chen with a smile. Looking at Lin Mimi's kind and charitable face, Lin Chen responded with a smile.
"Aunt Lin, long time no see. Okay, both of you, stop standing there and take your seats."
After Lin Mimi finished speaking, she quickly grabbed Lin Chen and Wang Xiufang and sat down. After the two sat down, Lin Mimi called the waiter and ordered the restaurant's signature dishes. After that, Wang Xiufang and Lin Mimi began to have a lively chat.
We talked about some past events. Lin Chen didn't interrupt at all, eating the food on the table in silence.
While chatting, Wang Xiufang suddenly asked,
"Mimi, didn't you say you would come with your daughter? She's still busy working."
"She'll probably be here soon.
Let's eat first." After hearing Lin Mimi's answer, Wang Xiufang didn't say much. Continued chatting with her about some interesting things in the past. "Mom, I'm sorry, I'm late. I just finished work." Just when the two were chatting happily,
a voice of apology sounded behind them.
Lin Chen looked back and was stunned. "I almost spit out the food in my mouth." The woman looked at Lin Chen with a surprised expression. "Why, Chuyi, do you know Xiaochen?" Lin Mimi asked Zhao Chuyi curiously.
When Zhao Chuyi heard his mother asking him, he hurriedly looked at Lin Chen and asked what to do. Lin Chen shook his head secretly, signaling her not to say it out loud.
Seeing Lin Chen's gesture, Zhao Chuyi hurriedly said, "I don't know him. I just didn't expect Aunt Wang's son to have grown up so much."
Hearing her daughter's words, Lin Mimi burst into laughter.
Then he asked Zhao Chuyi to sit down and eat together. The atmosphere that followed was extremely subtle. Wang Xiufang and Lin Mimi were still chatting animatedly.
Lin Chen and Zhao Chuyi sat in their respective corners and ate in silence. Zhao Chuyi would secretly glance at Lin Chen from time to time.
Sometimes Lin Chen would see her eyes and avoid them instinctively. Zhao Chuyi couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Chen's expression. Lin Chen still hasn't recovered from the shock. Aunt Lin's daughter is Zhao Chuyi? What kind of magical plot is this? Isn't this too much? Lin Chen asked 3 questions in his mind. After a while, Lin Chen gradually accepted the reality. When he saw Zhao Chuyi looking at him and smiling, he felt helpless. Ding dong. At this time, Zhao Chuyi's cell phone rang, so she answered the call. After the call, Zhao Chudi apologized to Wang Xiufang and said, "Sorry, Aunt Wang, I have some work to do here, so I have to leave first." "It's okay, Chudi, just do your thing. It's not safe for a girl to walk outside at night. Why don't you let our Xiaochen take you there?" After Wang Xiufang responded, she gave Lin Chen a malicious look.
Hearing his mother say this, Lin Chen initially rejected it in his heart.
But for the sake of politeness, Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, Sister Chuyi, let me take you there. It's not safe to be outside alone." "That makes sense. Then come and see me off. Thank you for your help."
When Lin Chen heard Zhao Chuyi's answer, he was stunned.
He thought Zhao Chuyi would refuse. "I didn't expect this woman to agree." Lin Chen spoke the following words through gritted teeth. "It's not a bother, it's not a bother." "What are you talking about, Sister Chuyi?"
Walking to the entrance of the hotel, Zhao Chuyi smiled proudly. Lin Chen looked at him and wanted to curse him.
"If you want to be busy, just go ahead and do it. Why bring me along?"
Lin Chen said with an impatient look on his face.
Seeing the helpless look, Zhao Chuyi laughed even more wantonly, and then responded, "Am I the one who wants to take you? Didn't Aunt Wang say so? When I think about it carefully, it makes sense. Of course I have to agree."
Seeing her success, Lin Chen complained helplessly. Women's hearts are truly the most vicious.
"Okay, take me to work quickly, I have something urgent to deal with," Zhao Chuyi said anxiously. "I don't have a car." "I have." After a brief awkward atmosphere, Lin Chen then got into Zhao Chuyi's personal car. In the special car, Lin Chen remained silent.
And Zhao Chuyi kept looking at him from time to time, as if he wanted to say something. Looking at her, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask,
"You asked me to take you there, so you must have something to tell me, right?" Chapter 30 Return to Bohai City. "You should know that something happened to Wang and Lu, right?"
Hearing Lin Chen asking him, Zhao Chuyi no longer concealed it and said with a melancholy look on his face,
"Of course." Lin Chen responded calmly. "Then you're not worried? Something might have happened to them."
Zhao Chuyi was really anxious now. She felt a little confused about Lin Chen's thoughts.
"What's the point of being anxious? I will be back in Bohai City tomorrow, and by then, the winner will be clear. Are you really planning to confront Ouyang Chuan head-on? Don't forget that Wushuan Group is behind him." After hearing Lin Chen's answer, Zhao Chuyi panicked and said,
Ouyang Chuan must have made full preparations for his comeback this time, and I heard that the second in command of Wushuan Group has also come to Bohai City this time.
"So what? Do you think I'm afraid of them? If it weren't for meeting Aunt Lin, I would have gone back to deal with them long ago." Hearing Lin Chen's confident answer, Zhao Chuyi really laughed. "I don't know why. No matter what the man in front of me said." She felt very safe. "In that case, I wish you success."
Zhao Chuyi felt that since things had come to this point,
"I don't have any more to say."
Then he showed a melancholy look.
Lin Chen happened to see this scene, so he asked Zhao Chuyi,
"Thank you for your good words, but how is your Zhao group doing now?
Didn't Ouyang Chuan take action against you?"
"Of course we did it, but luckily my father foresaw what was going to happen and we took timely measures, otherwise we would have been doomed."
Zhao Chuyi responded softly, but the expression on his face still did not improve.
Lin Chen looked at him and said softly,
"That's good, don't worry, leave everything to me." Zhao Chuyi nodded and said nothing more. After arriving at the place,
Lin Chen sent Zhao Chuyi in and then ran home quickly.
Because Lin Chen's physique is now superior to that of ordinary people, so this distance is no problem for him at all. After arriving home,
Lin Chen went to his room to pack his luggage, preparing to return to Bohai City tomorrow. After packing his luggage, Lin Chen sat in the living room waiting for his parents to come back.
The first one to come back was Lin Chetian.
When I saw my son sitting in the living room, I already knew what he was going to say next.
So he sat next to Lin Chen.
After a long silence, Lin Chetian suddenly asked,
"I heard from your mother that you will be going back tomorrow, right?" "Yes, there are some urgent matters at the company that I need to go back to deal with, so I have to go back early." After Lin Chen responded softly, the two fell into silence again.
After a while, Wang Xiufang came back with a red face, and it was obvious that she had drunk a lot. She saw her husband and son sitting in the living room.
"I can already guess what's going to happen next. Xiaochen, don't worry about going back. You don't have to worry about my family.
I'm getting better day by day, and your father has become the factory director.
Don't worry about me over there. I.
Before Wang Xiaofang could finish her words, Lin Chen hugged her and started crying.
Crying like a little child. Seeing my son like this. Wang Xiaofang could no longer hold back her tears and burst into tears.
Okay, now you're the CEO of the company, stop being so useless and hold back your tears.
Wang Xiaofang ordered Lin Chen.
In fact, Lin Chen cried not only because he was about to be separated from his parents.
Instead, I thought about the hard work my parents had done before. Hearing my mother say this.
Lin Chen wiped his tears. Then he forced a bright smile. After saying goodbye to his parents, Lin Chen returned to his room. I started planning tomorrow's actions and then fell asleep.
The next day, noon.
Lin Chen packed up and prepared to go to the train station.
He didn't ask his parents to see him off.
Because he was afraid of what would happen if his parents came to send him off.
Will miss them.
After waiting for a while at the train station, the train arrived. Lin Chen went straight into the carriage and prepared to find his seat.
And after he entered the car, Wang Xiaofang secretly appeared in the corner.
When she saw her son getting on the bus, she wiped the tears from her face. Lin Chen found a soft seat. Since I booked the ticket late, I didn't get a soft sleeper. As a last resort, he could only choose the soft seat. After a while, Lin Chen fell asleep in the car. When he woke up again, it was already midnight.
Looking at the passengers around who were already asleep, Lin Chen fell into deep meditation,
practicing the Hunyuan Wuji Dao in my mind.
He had a hunch. This time you may be able to show your skills in a big way, so you need to practice harder. When Lin Chen wakes up, it was already noon the next day.
The train had arrived at the station, so he got off with his luggage. As soon as he got off the bus, Lin Chen found a Porsche Sprint parked at the entrance of the station. Next to the car stood a man in black wearing sunglasses.
Our young lady invites you. After Lin Chen walked to the door, the man in black said respectfully. Oh? Shangguan Xiaobai is so anxious? What if I don't go?
Lin Chen responded with a smile, and then simply ignored the man in black. She walked past him and prepared to return to her villa.
Our lady said that your people are with her. If you don't go, then I can't guarantee what will happen to them.
The man in black said expressionlessly, then opened the car door and made a gesture of invitation.
It seems I have to go.
Lin Chen didn't say much and got into the car. After a while, they arrived at the gate of Ouyang Group. The man in black respectfully opened Lin Chen's car door and made a gesture of invitation. After getting off the car, Lin Chen went straight to the president's office of Ouyang Group. After reaching the office door, the man in black retreated. Lin Chen always felt that something was wrong. As soon as I came in, the whole group was surprisingly quiet. So he immediately activated his aura and pressure, exploring everything around him. Lin Chen discovered the dark places in every corner of the group. There are no less than 100 people hiding, all of them are full of murderous intent. And they all hid it very secretly.
Most people can't even notice it. After viewing,
Lin Chen regained his composure and opened the office door.
After entering the office, Lin Chen found it next to the desk.
There was a graceful woman in a white suit watering the flowers. When the woman saw Lin Chen coming, she smiled and said,
Boss Lin, you are finally here. If I don't come, won't that disappoint you? Don't you think so, Shangguan Xiaobai?
Hearing her words, Lin Chen also smiled and responded lightly.
Boss Lin, you must be joking. I didn't force you to come.
Shangguan Xiaobai chuckled, then handed Lin Chen a document and said to him coldly,
Sign this and your people will be fine. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the consequences. What is this? Isn't this a contract to sell my body? Shangguan Xiaobai, if you want me, just tell me. I can do anything for you.
In response to her threat, Lin Chen responded with an extremely mean tone.
It seems like you want to drink the wine instead of accepting it? Shangguan Xiaobai seemed a little angry, but he suppressed his emotions and persuaded.
Sign this share transfer agreement, and I can guarantee that you and the people around you will be safe, and I will also give you a reasonable price.
Why not? Consider it. You have to let me meet him, otherwise what if I sign and you cheat me? Lin Chen now only wants to rescue Guo Ziyang and the company's senior executives.
But before rescuing them, he had to find their location, so he tried.
Chapter 31, Dao Power Pressure. Do you think you have a choice? Hearing Lin Chen's question, Shangguan Bai responded with disdain and handed him a pen. Ding! The host's strong will is detected. The ability of breath perception is now awarded. This ability can detect the breath of any person or thing to find their location. Hearing the system's reward, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly widened. Damn, this system is so powerful. I think I have the right to choose. For example, I can take my people away directly, and you can't stop me at all. Hear Lin Chen's answer. The expression on Shangguan Bai's face disappeared. With a wave of his hand, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen. Boss Lin, don't worry, I won't let you go. Shangguan Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. After that, he waved his hand again, and one of the figures attacked Lin Chen with all his strength. Seeing this, Lin Chen directly activated the Baji power in his hands to confront it head-on. Bang! The two sides clashed in palm power, and Lin Chen was pushed back a few steps, while the man in black did not move at all. You can actually use Baji Jin at such a young age? No wonder Ouyang Chuan lost to you. However, meeting me is your greatest misfortune. The man in black didn't waste any more time and rushed towards Lin Chen again, ready to finish him off with one move. Seeing this, Lin Chen once again concentrated the power of Baji in his hands and took the head-on attack from the man in black. Puff! Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. He. It seems that your kung fu training is not good enough, prepare to die. The man in black looked in Lin Chen's direction and said harshly. It seems that I have been underestimated. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. Then he jumped directly out of the office window. Is he going to die? This is the top floor of the building. Shangguan Bai, who saw this scene, said to the man in black in surprise. Don't worry, Mississippi. Since he is a warrior, he won't die that easily. After saying this, the man in black looked ferocious. He followed closely in the direction where Lin Chen jumped. The other men in black also jumped down. Whoosh! After Lin Chen jumped from the top of the building, he used the power of Hunyuan Wuji Dao to successfully grab the railing in the middle of the floor. Then he jumped into the 13th floor. He didn't use his full strength just now. It was because he had activated the breath perception before. It required careful concentration to search, which allowed the man in black to take advantage of the opportunity. In fact, Lin Chen didn't take those men in black seriously. But he was afraid that Shangguan Bai would deal with his people in advance. That's why Lin Chen had to find them immediately. Through the battle just now, Lin Chen has used his ability to detect the location of his people. It is on this 13th floor. Lin Chen walked cautiously, checking the surrounding environment. Just when he entered the 13th floor, he had already sensed that there were several auras following him to the 13th floor. Come out. Aren't you tired of hiding? Lin Chen really didn't have time to play hide and seek with them, so he decided to take the initiative. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the man in black who had fought with Lin Chen before. I didn't expect you to be able to stand up after being hit by me. I really underestimated you. Stop now, you still have a chance. The man in black murmured when he saw that Lin Chen was safe and sound. Lin Chen shook off the dust on his body and responded with disdain. Sorry, we were just playing just now, now it's time to get serious. Very good, the young lady said she would spare your life. If that's the case, then you shall die. The man in black ignored what Lin Chen was saying. He directly grabbed Lin Chen with his tiger claws. This time, Lin Chen chose to fight hard again. The Hunyuan Dao force in his hand condensed, and with one move he directly knocked the man in black away. What? How is this possible? How can you have such strength? The man in black fell to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, and said to Lin Chen with an incredible expression. Nothing is impossible. After saying that, Lin Chen rushed forward with a few quick steps. He grabbed the black-clothed man by the neck and responded calmly. After responding, Lin Chen slammed the other person heavily to the ground. The man in black then lost consciousness. Whoosh! 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 The ghost is still there. Looking at the man in black chasing after him, Lin Chen said impatiently. Because of his superb physical fitness,
In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen shook off the man in black behind him. Ran towards the conference room on the 13th floor. Because just when he sensed the breath, it was discovered that Guo Ziang and the company's senior executives were in the conference room on the 13th floor. And around them, Lin Chen felt a murderous aura that was completely different from before. He secretly thought that something was wrong and instantly increased his running speed. Arriving at the door of the meeting room, Lin Chen heard Guo Ziang's screams. Now he was really angry. He kicked the door open and found Guo Ziang being tortured by a group of men in black. The other senior executives had already fainted with wounds all over their bodies. Finally, you're here, kid. If you were any later, I wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Seeing Lin Chen coming, Guo Ziang smiled with relief. Then he spoke weakly, and fainted after that. Lin Chen saw the scene in front of him. The anger in my heart was completely ignited. The Hunyuan Dao force in his hand quickly condensed. I didn't expect you to find this place. It seems we underestimated you. One of the men in black looked at Lin Chen. A sinister voice sounded slowly. Lin Chen remained silent at this time. He rushed directly to the man in black and knocked him away with a punch. I saw the leader being knocked away by Lin Chen. The other men in black couldn't hold back either. One after another, they all attacked Lin Chen. Lin Chen saw that things were not going well. Although he doesn't take these people seriously. But it will take some time to deal with them. The current situation does not allow him to waste time. Because every second wasted, the lives of Guo Ziang and the company's senior management would be in greater danger. Lin Chen did not make any unnecessary movements. Directly released the momentum and pressure. The men in black who attacked him suddenly felt a very terrifying aura and retreated instinctively. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly had a bold idea. Baji Jin is the internal force in Tai Chi. So it is just more advanced than ordinary martial arts. But the Hunyuan Wuji Dao is different. Before this, Lin Chen had always been practicing and had never engaged in actual combat. But just now, he used the Hunyuan Wuji Dao to defeat two men in black. This feeling is completely different from the previous use of Baji Jin. Baji Jin is just an ordinary high-level internal force. But just now, when he was performing the Hunyuan Wuji Dao, not only felt the inner strength. Instead, I felt a flow of breath in my hands. He couldn't tell what this breath was. But he was sure of one thing. He can condense this energy anywhere on his body to create both protective and offensive effects. His current idea is to integrate the Hunyuan Taoist force into the momentum and pressure. There might be unexpected results. Thinking of this, Lin Chen began to try this method. Boom! The power of imposing aura and coercion spread. Wherever he went, cracks appeared on the walls of the entire conference room. The same fate befell the tables, chairs, and other objects in the room. At this time, the man in black saw that something was wrong and prepared to retreat at full speed. Want to leave? Stop dreaming. Lin Chen smiled evilly, releasing all his Hunyuan Dao power and imposing pressure with all his strength. All the men in black were pinned to the ground, unable to move. What trick did you play? The men in black who were pressed to the ground felt a strong force suppressing them. It seems that all it takes is a little more effort. They will be completely crushed by this force. Chapter 32 Heading to Zhao's house. Lin Chen did not respond to the man in black's question. Instead, he continued to release his pressure. At this time, Guo Ziang gradually woke up from his coma. He looked at everything around him in a daze and saw Lin Chen in front of him smiling knowingly. Boss Lin. Stop resisting. You can't get out. Just sign the contract. This way you can still survive. At this moment, a broadcast suddenly sounded. The voice belonged to none other than Shangguan Xiubai. The broadcast just ended. Dozens more men in black appeared at the door of the conference room. It seems like you are ready to take me down, but are you sure you're going to hide at the door and not come out? Just as Shangguan Xiubai was talking to Lin Tai using the radio voice, Lin Chen sensed her location. Shangguan Xiubai, who was standing outside the meeting room, was shocked when he heard what Lin Chen said. I was clearly not exposed, so why was I discovered? With this question in mind, Shangguan Xiubai opened the door of the conference room and walked straight in. Seeing Lin Chen's calm face, he couldn't help but ask curiously. You actually know my location. It seems that you are not an ordinary person.
Miss Shangguan, you are really joking. It's just a coincidence. But if you really admire me, you can try to pursue me. I won't mind. Shangguan Qiubai's face became even angrier when he heard Lin Chen teasing him.
But then, the emotion disappeared. Having seen Lin Chen's methods, she naturally did not dare to act rashly.
Boss Lin, my patience is limited. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for killing you. Although he knew he couldn't do anything to Lin Chen, Shangguan Qiubai still spoke viciously.
Lin Chen looked at Shangguan Qiubai in front of him and said with a smile.
Miss Shangguan, if you really wanted to kill me, why wait until now?
I guess you are delaying me now, because you are going to report your annihilation to Wushuan Group. If you had met someone else, I'm afraid you, such a beautiful woman, would have really fooled me.
Unfortunately, you met me. Lin Chen had long known that this was Shangguan Qiubai's delaying tactic.
So he wasn't going to sit there and wait for death. He rushed towards Shangguan Qiubai with big strides. He grabbed her neck. The man in black lying on the ground saw Shangguan Qiubai being captured. Be ready to rise to the rescue. Once again, he was unable to move due to the pressure of Lin Chen's Taoist power.
Ahem. What on earth do you want to do? Being pinched by Lin Chen, Shangguan Qiubai asked with a dry cough.
Lin Chen looked at Shangguan Qiubai with a smile, then smelled her hair and murmured in response.
Of course I'm asking you to release my people. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will do anything to you.
You dare.
If anything happens to me, Wushuan Group will not let you go.
Shangguan Qiubai saw Lin Chen's wretched appearance.
I was suddenly in a panic. Reputation is extremely important to her.
If she loses this innocence, she will be abandoned by her family.
Do you think I'm afraid of the Wushuan Group? But to be honest, I'm quite interested in the family behind you. Lin Chen saw that she was uneasy. I already know what her weakness is.
Then he continued to smell her hair and spoke slowly.
How do you know this? Shangguan Qiubai was very surprised that Lin Chen knew about his family. Although her family is not completely reclusive. But you can look at the entire Magic City.
Apart from the 4 major families, very few people know about it.
There's no need to report this to you. All you need to do now is find a car to take us away. I won't hurt you. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for everyone. Hear what Lin Chen said. Shangguan Qiubai sighed softly and then nodded.
Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately released his hand that was pinching her neck.
And it also lifted the pressure of Taoist power around it. Shangguan Qiubai saw this wave of operations. I couldn't help but be curious about the man in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I might suddenly regret it? Why should I be afraid? You should know what will happen to you if you regret it now. Hearing her question, Lin Chen just smiled slightly and then responded. Seeing Lin Chen's confident look,
Shangguan Qiubai gradually became interested in the man in front of him. But she quickly concealed this expression.
Interesting. Mr. Lin, if that's the case, then let's meet at the government auction in a few days. After saying that, Shangguan Qiubai waved his hand, opened the door, and then left with the man in black.
After seeing the other party leave, Lin Chen instantly collapsed to the ground. He encountered this situation once. Although I just scared the other party. But I was also very panicked inside. I saw many people lying on the ground. Lin Chen hurriedly called an ambulance. They were all rushed to the hospital and given first aid. They are all out of danger for the time being. After returning home, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. Looking at the traces of blood on his hands left by the head on confrontation with the man in black using Baji Jin, he couldn't help but sigh.
1 month ago. He is just an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. But now, so many changes have taken place.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen decided not to think about it anymore and to look forward to everything. Today's match also gave him a great touch. If he had not integrated the essence of Chinese martial arts in his mind into the Hunyuan Wuji Dao in advance, I'm afraid I will die in Ouyang Group today. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen fell into meditation. Constantly integrate the essence of other Chinese martial arts into the Hunyuan Wuji Dao in your mind. After the exercise, Lin Chen fell asleep.
The next day, early morning, Lin Chen arrived at Bohai City Hospital early.
Because when the company's top executives in Guoziang were sent here last night, it was already dark and the doctors who performed the surgery had gone off work. So we can only take some rescue measures. The actual surgery can only be performed in the morning after professional doctors come to work.
In the VIP ward, Guo Ziang has completed the operation, but is still in anesthesia and coma.
Lin Chen felt very guilty when he saw him like this. If it weren't for me, I'm afraid he wouldn't be involved in this war.
Tenko, I believe you will come to save us. Just when Lin Chen was feeling guilty, Guo Ziang, who was lying on the bed, said weakly. Seeing him wake up, Lin Chen was so happy that he quickly responded. I'm glad you're awake. You just had the surgery and you need to rest. Leave the rest to me.
Don't worry, I won't let any of those people go. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Guo Ziang chuckled and fell asleep again.
After Lin Chen checked on Guo Ziang,
I then went to see Wang Jin and Lu Guomin. Wang Jin's injuries were relatively minor, with only a few broken bones. But Lu Guomin's condition was not ideal, as his internal organs were injured.
After Lin Chen entered the ward, the effect of Lu Guomin's anesthetic has not yet worn off.
He had been sleeping, but Wang Jin woke up early.
Tell me, what exactly happened? How did you all get arrested?
Looking at Wang Jin, who had already woken up, Lin Chen asked calmly.
I don't know what happened.
Our two families were holding their regular meetings as usual, but for some reason, I suddenly felt weak all over and then passed out. When I woke up again, I was already in the meeting room of Ouyang Group. After hearing Wang Jin's report, Lin Chen touched his chin thoughtfully.
Being able to charm so many people without them realizing it. It's definitely not something an ordinary person would do. After thinking about it, Lin Chen gave Wang Jin a few instructions and left the hospital. Chapter 33: The 5 Major Groups in Magic City. Walking on the way home,
Lin Chen decided to go to the Zhao family to meet Zhao Hongba. Zhao Hongba had said before that if there was anything, he could be consulted for help at any time. So Lin Chen prepared to ask him about the 4 major families.
Because all the clues now point to the 4 major families in Magic City.
And Zhao Hongba has been a leader in the business world for so many years, so there must be some other clues. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen called Zhao Chuyi.
Hey, brother Lin, what can I do for you? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Chuyi asked in a mischievous voice.
When Lin Chen heard her voice, he couldn't help but rolled his eyes and responded. I want to make an appointment with your dad because I have something very important to ask.
I see.
My dad told me before that if you want to date him, just go to the president's office of the Zhao Group.
He's always waiting for you.
Hearing Lin Chen's serious tone, Zhao Chuyi naturally answered seriously.
Okay, then I'll go to Zhao's to find him myself. Sorry for the trouble. Before Zhao Chuyi could reply,
Lin Chen hung up the phone and hurried to Zhao Group.
Zhao Chuyi saw Lin Chen hang up the phone. He didn't even say thank you and secretly cursed me for being rude.
Lin Chen soon arrived at the gate of Lin Group. After arriving at the president's office, I found that Zhao Hongba had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lin Chen coming, Zhao Hongba greeted him with a smile and said,
Boss Lin, long time no see. Mr. Zhao, you should know what you are talking about.
Aunt Lin and my mother are old friends, so you can just call me Xiaochen. Lin Chen responded flatteringly.
Yes, it's a rare fate.
How about this, Xiaochen, you don't have to be so formal.
Just call me Uncle Zhao. Come and try the good tea I just made.
Zhao Hongba responded to Lin Chen with a smile on his face.
He seemed to be in a good mood and handed a bowl of tea to Lin Chen.
Seeing this, Lin Chen took the teacup and said with a smile, Well, Uncle Zhao, I will obey your command.
So in the next few hours, Zhao Hongba had been talking to Lin Chen about various kinds of tea and antique collectibles.
Lin Chen felt a little sleepy after listening to it, because he didn't understand it at all.
Tell me, what do you want from me?
Just when Lin Chen was about to fall asleep, Zhao Hongba suddenly asked.
Such a sudden question. Lin Chen was stunned and didn't know what to say.
Zhao Hongba saw Lin Chen's confused look and immediately explained. You've been chatting with me for such a long time, and you've given me enough face.
If you have any questions, just ask directly. I will definitely answer them. Uncle Zhao, this is what I want to ask. Do you know anything about the 4 major families in Magic City? After hearing what Zhao Hongba said, Lin Chen asked directly and frankly. Zhao Hongba heard Lin Chen's question. I was shocked on the spot. If he hadn't been sitting in the seat, I'm afraid he will collapse directly to the ground. Seeing his reaction, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. What's wrong, Uncle Zhao? Do you know something?
I didn't expect that you knew about the affairs of the four major families at such a young age.
I really underestimated you. Zhao Hongbao looked at Lin Chen and responded with a melancholy face.
After responding, Zhao Hongbao continued. I once ventured into Shanghai in the early years. At that time, I was young and full of energy. I thought that although Shanghai was big, one day I would develop the Zhao group into the number one group in Shanghai.
However, the good times didn't last long.
Just when the Zhao group was in high spirits, four other groups suddenly emerged. They swallowed up all the industrial chains I had already established. The Zhao group was on the verge of bankruptcy. I had no choice but to return to Bohai City and start over.
So that's how it is. That means there are four major groups in Shanghai now, right?
Lin Chen couldn't help but ask as he listened to Zhao Hongbao's recollections. Hearing Lin Chen's question, Zhao Hongbao shook his head and said, according to the reliable information I found out earlier, there are now 5 major groups in the Magic City.
5 major groups? Didn't you say 4 major groups before? Lin Chen asked again after hearing what Zhao Hongbao said.
When the 4 major groups emerged, Demon City already had a group that was older than them, the Xingqian group. Listen to what Zhao Hongbao said.
Lin Chen also roughly understood the situation in the Demon City. In the following period of time,
Lin Chen and Zhao Hongbao exchanged a few more pleasantries and then left. After returning to the villa, Lin Chen sat on the bed in the bedroom and activated his clairvoyance ability.
He entered the keyword Modu Xingqian Group in the search bar.
The results are as follows. Xingqian Group, the leader of the 5 major groups in Magic City, is as famous as Wushuang Group, Tianxia Group, Leitang Group, and Yuing Group.
No other information is available at the moment.
Seeing this message, Lin Chen was stunned. This star group is actually superior to the groups founded by the 4 major families.
This gave him an unprecedented sense of crisis.
Now he has offended the Wushuang Group. Although the forces of other families will not help them. But you will definitely notice yourself.
Everything is against me now.
The only way now is to improve one's own strength as much as possible.
Only in this way will we have a chance to compete with it. And bidding for the government is the first step in his promotion.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen withdrew his mind and turned off his third eye ability.
He collapsed on the bed, thinking about what to do.
Today, the power of Bohai City is completely in his own hands. Lu Group, Wang Group, and Ouyang Group.
Although there is still the Zhao family, Lin Chen does not want to drag them into the water.
After all, the Zhao family has a lot of connections with my family. Besides, even if Zhao cooperates with me, I'm afraid I can't compete with the people from the 4 major families. Not to mention the Star Group. Although he could choose to develop in a smaller place and avoid the limelight.
Just like the Zhao Group in the past.
But Lin Chen thinks that this is not his style. This is not his goal.
Since he is going to do it, he has to be the best.
Besides, he has the system in hand. This also further strengthened his confidence.
And just as Lin Chen was thinking,
he sensed a strange presence downstairs. This aura is the same as the one from the man in black who fought at Ouyang Group yesterday. So Lin Chen opened the window, jumped directly in front of the man in black. The Hanyuan Dao force quickly condensed and gave the other party a slap in the face. I didn't expect Shangguan Shoubai to care about me so much.
Go back and tell her that I am annoyed by some dirty things following me. If I find them again next time, I will go straight to Ouyang Group. By then, I can't guarantee what the result will be.
The man in black looked at Lin Chen in shock. The attack just now caused him to spin 720 degrees in the air. If I hadn't practiced martial arts for many years,
I'm afraid this blow will take him away directly.
Lin Chen saw the man in black standing there in a daze, and then asked,
what? Why don't you leave? Wait for me to treat you to spicy hot pot? Hear what Lin Chen said.
The man in black slowly came to his senses and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh.
After the man in black left,
Lin Chen expanded the range of breath perception.
No extra mice were found. Then I went back to my room to rest. The next few days,
Lin Chen continued to integrate the Hanyuan Wuji Dao at home. Whenever she has time, she goes to the hospital to take care of Guoziang.
In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the government auction. Chapter 34 Official Auction. Lin Chen got up very early on the day of the auction.
Moreover, the fusion of Hunyuan Wuji Dao has been basically completed in the past few days. Now is the time to activate the Hunyuan Taoist power. A faint luster can also be seen. After putting on clothes and dressing up carefully,
Lin Chen went to the underground garage. Drove a Ferrari stealth to the auction site. The auction will take place in the government hall.
When Lin Chen arrived at the door of the hall, I found a Porsche Blazer parked at the door. Looking at the car, he knew that Shang Wanqiubai had arrived. After entering the hall, many groups had already arrived. Lin Chen immediately looked at Shang Wanqiubai, who was sitting in the front seat with headphones on. At this time, Shang Wanqiubai also discovered that Lin Chen had arrived.
Smile at him.
Then, under the attention of the whole audience, he walked straight towards Lin Chen.
After walking in front of Lin Chen, Shang Wanqiubai held his hand and said softly, "Long time no see. I thought you weren't coming. How could that be?
I am determined to win this project.
How could I not come?"
Lin Chen simply responded indifferently to Shang Wanqiubai's words. After saying that, he shook her hand a little harder, causing Shang Wanqiubai to groan softly.
That person must be Lin Chen, who declared war on the Ouyang group some time ago.
Now the Ouyang group has changed hands and has been taken over by the Moda Wushuan group.
How dare he show up here?
Yes. Look, the second in command of Wushuan group is actually shaking hands with him.
Did they know each other before? As people around talked about it.
Shang Wanqiubai grabbed Lin Chen and sat next to her. And after Lin Chen sat next to her,
I saw Ouyang Chuan not far away.
And Ouyang Chuan saw Lin Chen looking at him. Hastily avoided his gaze.
Seeing his reaction, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, what a waste. He didn't even have the courage to talk to me face to face.
But Lin Chen doesn't have time to deal with this kind of minion.
Miss Shangwan, is it really okay for you to hold me like this? Seeing Shang Wanqiubai holding onto him and not letting go, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Hearing Lin Chen's question, Shang Wanqiubai smiled charmingly and responded in a soft voice.
Of course.
What if you run away? I really don't want to leave you.
As soon as this voice came out, Lin Chen got goosebumps all over his body.
Who could stand this?
But in the next second, Lin Chen calmed down.
The auction is about to begin, and we can't let her lead the way.
So Lin Chen hugged Shang Wanqiubai's waist and whispered in her ear.
Since you are so reluctant to leave me, do you want to do something exciting? Shang Wanqiubai's face instantly turned red when he heard Lin Chen teasing him. He quickly let go of the hand that was holding him. She originally wanted to tease Lin Chen, but she didn't expect to be teased back. Let go, or I'll. Be careful about what?
Before she could finish, Lin Chen hugged her waist even tighter.
He asked back in a deep voice.
Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, Shang Wanqiubai was at a loss for words for a moment and just sat there in a daze. The employees of Ouyang Group saw this scene and were also surprised. After all, in their eyes, Shang Wanqiubai has always been a cruel and ruthless woman.
But now she actually showed the attitude of a little woman. A while passed like this. The official auctioneer appeared in the center of the hall, holding the government's project plan in his hand. Today's bidding is not like the auctions you have participated in the past. You cannot raise the price at will. The reserve price for each increase is 500 million. I now declare that the government auction has officially begun.
The starting price is 1.5 billion. As the auctioneer's voice sounded, people at the scene began to raise their bids.
2 billion. 2.5 billion. 3 billion. The prices are getting higher and higher.
As the price increases, fewer and fewer people come. The situation on the scene has reached a fever pitch. They watched each other and dared not raise the price at will.
10 billion. Shang Wanqiubai suddenly raised the price at this time, attracting the attention of the whole audience.
The other groups could only shake their heads secretly. However, Shang Wanqiubai didn't care about other groups at this time.
For her, the biggest threat to the entire Bohai city is Lin Chen.
But at this moment, Lin Chen was dozing off.
Don't care about the bidding situation at all.
This surprised Shang Wanqiubai very much.
Someone has already raised the price to 10 billion. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The officer's questioning voice rang out.
At this time, everyone at the scene was silent.
Because they can no longer afford the current price.
Seeing that everyone was silent, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile at Shangguan Xiaobai.
Miss Shangguan is so generous.
I didn't expect that she would invest so much money in this project.
Hearing Lin Chen's question, Shangguan Xiaobai responded with a smile. In order to prevent you from playing tricks, you have to be generous.
10 billion first times.
10 billion for the second time.
At this time, the auctioneer's voice sounded again.
And after Lin Chen heard the auctioneer's shout, use the item unlimited amount card directly from the system backpack in your mind.
This card is used to specify a project. The cost from start to finish can be used unlimitedly.
200 billion. Just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer for the third time,
Lin Chen used the power of the unlimited amount card to raise the price. Hearing the increase in the bid of 20 billion, everyone in the audience instantly looked at Lin Chen.
Even Shangguan Xiaobai looked at him in shock. Okay, now someone has raised the price to 20 billion. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price higher? The whole audience was silent again. Even Shangguan Xiaobai was a little hesitant about whether to raise the price,
although she now has the ability to raise the price.
But it was just a small project of the Bohai municipal government. Not enough for her to invest such a large amount of money. What's wrong, Miss Shangguan? Is this all you can offer? Are you not going to raise the price further?
Lin Chen's mocking voice made Shangguan Xiaobai look unwilling.
Clenched his fists tightly. Raise the price. We must get this project.
Just when Shangguan Xiaobai was feeling unwilling to accept the result, an old voice sounded in her headphones, commanding slowly. I heard the command in the headset. Shangguan Xiaobai raised the price directly to 30 billion.
At this moment, no one in the audience knew what to say. Because this is no longer a war they can participate in. 50 billion.
I heard Shangguan Xiaobai raise the price again. Lin Chen was naturally not afraid at all. With the ability of unlimited amount cards, he can raise the price infinitely. They actually raised the price to 50 billion.
How is this possible?
I heard an unbelievable voice coming from the headset.
Shangguan Xiaobai knew that he had no chance of winning this auction. The price is around 50 billion now, is there anyone bidding higher? Good. No one raised the price, 50 billion for the first time. 50 billion for the second time. 50 billion for the third time, deal.
With the sound of the auctioneer's hammer. This means that this government project now belongs to Lin Chen.
What's wrong? Miss Shangguan, are you dissatisfied?
Looking at Shangguan Xiaobai who was in his arms, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer.
But the next second, he realized something was wrong. Because during the entire auction process,
Lin Chen never let go and held her in his arms the whole time.
Shangguan Xiaobai also seemed to have discovered this.
She struggled to break free with a blushing face.
Chapter 35 Lin Group is established.
Lin Chen saw that the arrow was already on the string.
So he hugged her again wantonly and asked, "Is my brother's arms warm?"
And this scene was once again seen by the entire audience. But Lin Chen was not panicked at all.
Shangguan Xiaobai saw Lin Chen's unbridled behavior and said coquettishly, "You are a public figure after all, don't you know what shame is?" Shame? Can shame be eaten?
In response to Shangguan Xiaobai's shy question, Lin Chen simply responded indifferently.
You?
And heard his answer.
Shangguan Xiaobai was really furious this time. A punch hit Lin Chen in the stomach.
But she found that this punch hit her.
It was like hitting a steel plate. Hiss. Shangguan Xiaobai found that this punch did not cause any harm to Lin Chen. Instead, it caused my hands to hurt.
The black-clad bodyguards standing around her saw their lady being bullied. He rushed forward and prepared to give Lin Chen a good beating. When the people at the scene saw the scene, they all ran away. They already knew Shangguan Xiaobai's identity before they came to bid.
So this time I'm just here for show.
Now they saw the black-clad bodyguards about to attack Lin Chen. Know the seriousness of the matter. So he quickly fled the scene. The government officials originally wanted to give the project plan to Lin Chen. But seeing this scene, I didn't know what to do. They naturally knew Shangguan Xiaobai's identity. Moreover, people from Wushuang Group had already informed the high-ranking government officials. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen got the upper hand. Lin Chen saw the man in black attacking him. Without saying a word, he released the powerful force of Taoism. The men in black around him were pinned to the ground and unable to move. Miss Shangguan, you should know that these good-for-nothings can't cause any harm to me. You should persuade them to save their energy, otherwise I can't guarantee that I will do anything to you. Lin Chen suddenly said with a smile to Shangguan Qiubai in his arms. At this time, the blush on Shangguan Qiubai's face did not fade. Seeing Lin Chen's shameless look, he could only shake his head helplessly and wave to the man in black. Lin Chen naturally saw her reaction, so he lifted the pressure of Taoism. Then he released his arms around her and said mischievously, Miss Shangguan, thank you very much. There was no wait for Shangguan Qiubai to respond. Lin Chen walked directly to the official and took away the project plan. Looking at Lin Chen's departing back, Shangguan Qiubai's blushing face showed a more complicated expression. But then this expression disappeared in an instant. After leaving the government, Lin Chen went straight to the hospital. Tell Guo Ziyang and the company's senior management the good news. Afterwards, Lin Chen left the hospital and went directly to Wine Group. The government project plan was handed over to the technical department for development. The government was asked to use the best materials for renovation, regardless of the price. Who told him to have an unlimited amount card? It feels so good to cheat. This is Lin Chen's only thought now. After giving the order, Lin Chen sat alone in the office, thinking back on everything that happened today. I raised the price to 20 billion during the auction. Shangguan Qiubai's reaction at that time was hesitant. Lin Chen thought he had a sure win. But unexpectedly, Shangguan Qiubai suddenly and decisively raised the price. Although he used the power of the unlimited amount card, he still won the government project. But he couldn't help but wonder why Shangguan Qiubai suddenly became so decisive. Lin Chen was sure that there must be someone behind her who was secretly ordering her. Otherwise she wouldn't have raised the price so decisively. And the person who can command Shangguan Qiubai. There is only one possibility, that is someone from the Shangguan family. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Shangguan family actually extended their hands into Bohai City so quickly. It seems that Bohai City will be in turmoil again after this. Then a new idea came into his mind. That is to merge all the current groups into a new group. Although the shares he owns now give him absolute say in every group. But if groups just cooperate with each other, it will end up being a mess. Think of this. Lin Chen immediately called Wang Jin and Lu Guomen, who had already regained consciousness, and discussed the issue of the group merger. Lin Chen thought they would refuse. But I didn't expect that they would agree with each other. This surprised Lin Chen very much. But think about it carefully. Now their only way out is to merge the groups. Because only in this way can we fight against the Wushuang group. Otherwise you will only be beaten. In the next few days, after Wang Jin was discharged from the hospital, he began to busy himself with the merger of the group. After the company's successful merger, it was renamed Lin Group, with Lin Chen holding a 60% stake. Wang Jin, Lu Guomen and Guo Ziyang each hold 10% of the shares. The remaining 10% was divided among a number of small shareholders on the board of directors. The working building of Lin Group is exactly where Wang Group used to work. The former Lu Group also became a branch of the Lin Group. But Lin Chen had previously obtained 80% of the shares of Ouyang Group. It is still under his own name and has not been merged. Because the remaining 20% of Ouyang Group is in Ouyang Chuan's hands. The opening day of Lin Group. It attracted large and small groups from Bohai City to visit. Even the Zhao Group was congratulating, and the scene was very grand. Because Lin Chen had publicly declared war on Ouyang Chuan at a press conference before. Plus, he filmed a government project a few days ago. It has already become famous in Bohai City. Just as the opening ceremony was about to end, a Porsche Shadow drove over and stopped in front of the entrance of Lin Group. The bodyguard in black opened the car door and the person who got out was Shangguan Qiubai. Today she wore a pink suit, tied her hair into a high ponytail, and put on light makeup, showing her feminine charm to the fullest. Lin Chen saw her, took the initiative to shake hands with her, and said with a smile, "I never thought you would come in person. Did you miss me?" "Of course I miss you, Mr. Lin, but you know that if you win the government project, you and I will have a feud." Hearing Lin Chen teasing him, Shangguan Qiubai did not get angry, but responded with a smile. "Just make it. Even if I don't win this project, the Shangguan family will still not let me go, right?" Shangguan Qiubai was stunned when he heard Lin Chen mention the Shangguan family.
No matter which force it is, they all know about the Wushuan group in the Magic City. But the name of the Shangguan family.
It had been so long since she had heard from another's ears.
How do you know about the Shangguan family? As to why Lin Chen knew about the existence of the family, Shangguan Shoubai was puzzled, so he asked curiously.
At this time, Lin Chen did not respond to her directly. Instead, he held her in his arms again and said softly,
"If you really want to know the answer to the question, stay with me for one night and I will tell you. How about that?"
The man in black behind Shangguan Shoubai naturally saw this scene as well. Just as he was about to fight with Lin Chen, Shangguan Shoubai directly signaled him to stop. Because he had already seen Lin Chen's methods.
"Okay, of course I can accompany you for a night, but I'm afraid you don't dare."
She seemed to be used to Lin Chen's teasing, so she responded with a smile. Hearing Shangguan Shoubai's answer, Lin Chen immediately released his arms around her waist and said with a smile,
"Okay then, come to my villa tonight and I'll tell you the answer in person." After saying that, Lin Chen didn't say anything to Shangguan Shoubai. Then he went straight into the Lin Group building. After Lin Chen left, Shangguan Shoubai dialed an unfamiliar number and reported. Lin Chen actually knows about the family's affairs. Should we send someone to get rid of her? Chapter 36. Throw yourself into his arms. Not for now.
Previously, in Ouyang Group in the government hall, that guy used unusual means.
We need to understand his means and must not be reckless.
Besides, he actually used such a huge amount of financial resources in the government auction.
This boy's background is definitely not ordinary. He is probably from another family.
But if we can subdue that kid, he will definitely become a great help to our family.
As for the method of subduing that kid, the beauty trap is also a good idea.
There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, and then the command was given slowly.
Okay. I understand. Regarding the order from the other end of the phone, the expression on Shangguan Shoubai's face became more complicated.
But he still nodded faintly in response. At this time, Lin Chen had already arrived at the conference room, discussing the development of government projects with company executives. During the discussion, Lin Chen also received good news. The development of Yongqing community has now entered the final stage. Now we just need to wait for the government project to be completed. After that, Lin Chen explained some work details in the meeting.
He returned to the villa and waited for Shangguan Shoubai's arrival. In fact, Lin Chen is very interested in the Shangguan family behind Shangguan Shoubai.
After all, as one of the 5 major families in Magic City, its strength is unquestionable. But now he has a feud with the Shangguan family.
He had to find out what his enemy was like. The other party is in the dark, while you are in the light. This is very disadvantageous to me.
Lin Chen sitting in the living room of the villa,
still practicing the Hunyuan Wuji Dao in his mind. But what he is practicing now is more about how to completely integrate the Hunyuan Taoist force into the momentum and pressure. Since the last attempt,
Lin Chen was very fond of this method of clearing the area. So now we need to quickly integrate the Hunyuan Dao force into it bit by bit. And named this move Hunyuan pressure.
Night soon fell.
And Lin Chen was still sitting on the sofa. He kept rehearsing the Hunyuan pressure in his mind.
Ding dong.
At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Chen slowly withdrew from his mind and jumped off the sofa. Arrived at the door of the room.
The moment he opened the door, I found Shangguan Shoubai standing at the door. She was also wearing an extremely sexy black lace nightgown.
When Lin Chen saw this scene, his nose almost bled. I froze in place on the spot. Because what he saw before him was more than just black lace pajamas.
More exposed white skin. He originally thought that Shangguan Shoubai would bring his family members to negotiate with him. But he really didn't expect this scene. Well, can I come in? Seeing Lin Chen standing there in a daze, Shangguan Shoubai asked shyly.
But at this time, Lin Chen still did not respond to her. He kept staring at her. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Shangguan Shoubai went straight into the villa. After seeing her actions, Lin Chen finally came back to his senses. You just came, why are you wearing such revealing clothes? Lin Chen was really a little panicked now.
Even the former Wang Xiaowei.
I have never worn such revealing clothes in front of him. When Shangguan Shoubai saw Lin Chen's reaction, he couldn't help but smile and said,
I didn't expect you to be shy?
Before, she had always been teased by Lin Chen. As a result, she always thought that Lin Chen was an expert in love.
But seeing Lin Chen's panic, Shang Wenxiubai couldn't help but want to laugh. Who said I was shy?
It's just that you came too suddenly and I wasn't prepared. Hearing Shang Wenxiubai teasing him, Lin Chen explained calmly on the surface. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually still panicking inside.
And Shang Wenxiubai seemed to see through his disguise.
So she directly pressed her body close to Lin Chen, gave him a waldon, and then said in an extremely charming voice.
Are you ready now? Do you want me to give you some more time to prepare?
Hearing Shang Wenxiubai's seductive and mocking voice, Lin Chen really couldn't stand it anymore.
As a man full of vigor and vitality, how can I let a woman look down on me? So Lin Chen took the initiative. He performed a counter waldong on Shang Wenxiubai.
Then he picked her up and threw her on the bed in the master bedroom. Looking at Shang Wenxiubai, who was lying on the bed with a slightly frightened expression, Lin Chen took off his shirt directly, revealing 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. When Shang Wenxiubai saw the scene, his mind was instantly stunned. She never thought that Lin Chen would be so direct, and she seemed not to be prepared. But at this time, Lin Chen showed her a lewd smile and said slowly,
What? Do you want to take it off yourself, or do you want me to help you?
I can do it myself.
Having said that, Shang Wenxiubai took off her pajamas, revealing even sexier underwear.
Then he closed his eyes and waited for Lin Chen to take the next step.
But what happened next did not develop as she had imagined.
Lin Chen just picked up the quilt and covered her with it.
Shang Wenxiubai was stunned by his action.
He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled look.
Is it worth it to complete the family's mission?
In fact, Lin Chen had already guessed the purpose of her visit. So he asked calmly.
When Shang Wenxiubai heard Lin Chen's question, tears instantly welled up in his eyes. None of your business.
I've already thrown myself into your arms, just do what you want. Why bother pretending to be a gentleman here? Didn't you call me to your house just to do those dirty things?
Shang Wenxiubai responded with a choked roar.
After saying this, he did not forget to lift the quilt.
Continue taking off the rest of your clothes.
Seeing this, Lin Chen picked up the quilt and wrapped her whole body. Then he released his powerful force and pressed her down on the bed.
Let me go, what are you going to do?
Pinned to the bed, unable to move, Shang Wenxiubai was still struggling, roaring and questioning Lin Chen. In response to her roar, Lin Chen shook his head calmly, and then responded calmly.
I don't want to do anything, but I just want to tell you that I called you here today to lead out the family behind you. Hear Lin Chen's answer. Shang Wenxiubai suddenly gave up struggling and burst into tears.
Seeing her so sad, Lin Chen didn't know why, but he felt very uncomfortable. In this way, Shang Wenxiubai cried for a full hour before he stopped. Lin Chen just sat beside her without saying a word.
Can you let me go now? After crying, Shang Wenxiubai asked Lin Chen in a delicate voice.
Lin Chen saw her current appearance. Without saying anything more, he immediately removed the pressure of Tao power. Then he handed her the pajamas she had just taken off. And Shang Wenxiubai, who had just been relieved of the pressure.
He took the pajamas and put them on. Although Shang Wenxiubai had put on pajamas, she was still very exposed.
So Lin Chen found the shirt he was wearing in the closet in his bedroom. Then he threw the shirt to Shang Wenxiubai and left the bedroom directly. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lin Chen fell into meditation again.
I couldn't help but recall the scene just now. That was really rough.
But what he thought of next was Shang Wenxiubai closing his eyes on the bed.
That reluctant and sad expression.
If I had done that to her directly at that time, she would never resist. But what if I really did something to her? Lin Chen would feel that he was looked down upon.
Chapter 37 Final Request.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen slowly withdrew his mind. The moment he opened his eyes, he found Shang Wenxiubai sitting next to him.
Because I was too focused in meditation just now, I didn't even notice her voice.
At this time, Shang Wenxiubai suddenly said to Lin Chen,
"Thank you."
These 3 short words made Lin Chen a little overwhelmed.
But he still asked curiously, "Your family sent you here, right? And this method was exactly what the old man in your family ordered you to do, right?" Ding-a-ling. Shang Wenxiubai was about to say something.
Her phone started ringing.
I saw my cell phone ringing.
Shangguan Xiaobai discovered that the call was from an unfamiliar number. At this moment she knew who was calling, so she answered the call.
How was it? Was the plan successful? An old and hoarse voice asked on the other end of the phone. As for the inquiry on the other end of the phone, Shangguan Xiaobai was silent for a while, then reported.
I'm sorry, he discovered our plan and the mission failed.
Lin Chen saw all of this.
He had roughly guessed who had called Shangguan Xiaobai.
After Shangguan Xiaobai finished his report,
there was no sound from the other end of the phone, and then the call was hung up.
Are all the people in your family of this style?
After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at the lost Shangguan Xiaobai and teased with a smile.
I heard Lin Chen was joking with me. At this moment, Shangguan Xiaobai couldn't laugh at all.
Before Lin Chen could say anything else, she left the villa.
I saw Shangguan Xiaobai's back as he left.
Lin Chen had a strange feeling in his heart.
I don't know why.
In his heart, he actually felt sorry for Shangguan Xiaobai.
This woman who is his opponent. Maybe it's because she is a beauty.
With this thought in mind, Lin Chen smiled helplessly.
So I decided not to think about it anymore. Just as he was about to meditate again, suddenly I sensed an unusual murderous aura around me. This murderous aura is not directed at me.
Instead, he rushed towards the direction where Shangguan Xiaobai had just left. Lin Chen screamed that something was wrong.
So he hurriedly ran in the direction Shangguan Xiaobai left.
After Shangguan Xiaobai left Lin Chen's villa,
walking alone on the street,
thinking back to what had just happened, he shook his head secretly. After walking for a while, she prepared to call a special car.
Send her back to Ouyang Group.
But she found that her cell phone suddenly had no signal. The streets were empty and eerily quiet at this time.
Feeling this weird atmosphere, Shangguan Xiaobai felt that something was not right, so he quickened his pace.
As she was walking quickly,
a group of mysterious people wearing masks appeared behind her.
He caught up with her in a few steps.
Is the family trying to get rid of me completely?
Looking at the masked men swarming towards him,
Shangguan Xiaobai asked in a low voice.
The masked man did not respond to her. Instead, he attacked her vital points directly.
Shangguan Xiaobai had seen many big scenes and quickly avoided the vital points.
She took off her high heels and smashed them on the masked man's head.
Bang! The masked man did not dodge, but took Shangguan Xiaobai's attack. The blood from his head immediately flowed down, and he murmured to Shangguan Xiaobai. Miss, this is my final reward to you. Shangguan Xiaobai's eyes widened when he heard his voice. Just when she was about to say something,
he was thrown dozens of meters away by the masked man.
After the masked man threw Shangguan Xiaobai out,
heading towards the other masked men, ready for a fight to the death. At this time, Lin Chen was using his ability to sense breath and running towards this side.
Hey Kuei! Don't worry about me, just go away.
After Shangguan Xiaobai flew out, he fell heavily to the ground and was unable to get up for a while. But she looked at the masked man in front of her who was already a bloody mess. He recognized it immediately as He Kuei, who had been protecting him closely, and then yelled at him. But no matter how she called out, He Kuei did not respond. Next to He Kuei stood another masked man who said in a sinister voice,
You still have the mind to care about others at this time. I am following the order of the clan leader to completely eliminate you. Prepare to die.
As soon as the words fell, the masked man leaped into the air.
He took out a blue dagger from his arms and stabbed Shangguan Xiaobai.
The other masked men followed closely and rushed towards her. Seeing himself surrounded,
Shangguan Xiaobai knew that he might die here today.
For some reason, a man's back flashed across her eyes.
This figure had teased me many times before. Maybe without him, I wouldn't be in this situation today. But think about it. I have regrets to some extent. But now I have let it all go. With this idea in mind, Shangguan Xiaobai closed his eyes, ready to meet his own end. Bang! Just when Shangguan Xiaobai was preparing to die,
suddenly a strange sound was heard. She opened her eyes and found Lin Chen standing in front of her. The men in black around her were all pinned to the ground, not moving at all. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said to her,
You ran so fast just now. It was so hard for me to find you. See the man in front of you.
For some reason, she shed tears. At this moment, the masked man behind Lin Chen suddenly spit out a poison dart from his mouth and shot it at Lin Chen.
After seeing this, Shangwan Xiaobai directly stood behind Lin Chen, and the poisonous arrow shot her back. Puff! Shangwan Xiaobai groaned, vomited black blood, and then fainted on the spot. Court death.
Seeing Shangwan Xiaobai being poisoned, Lin Chen's anger reached its peak. The Han Yuan Dao force in his hand quickly condensed. He rushed over and punched the masked man in the chest. With this blow, the masked man's internal organs were instantly displaced and he lost consciousness on the spot. Without any unnecessary words, Lin Chen carried the unconscious Shangwan Xiaobai and rushed towards Bohai City Hospital. Possessing superb physical fitness. After a while, Lin Chen ran to the hospital, handed Shangwan Xiaobai to the doctor, and began to rescue him. Lin Chen sat in front of the emergency room. My hands were shaking and I felt extremely nervous. Because of my own negligence, I let others suffer the harm for me. After a while, the doctor came out of the emergency room and Lin Chen hurried over to inquire about the situation. It was sent here too late. The poison has already invaded her internal organs, so she doesn't have much time left. If you have anything you want to say to her, please say it now. In response to Lin Chen's question, the doctor shook his head helplessly. Then he sighed deeply a few times and left. Watching the doctor's back as he left, Lin Chen was stunned on the spot. My hands became more trembling. When he entered the emergency room, I found Shangwan Xiaobai lying quietly on the hospital bed. Lin Chen didn't expect this woman who was once his opponent. He would actually risk his own life to save me. She was lying in front of him now. Lin Chen had an indescribable feeling in his heart. You're here. I didn't expect you would be the one to see me off at the last moment of my life. He saw Lin Chen standing in front of him in a daze. Shangwan Xiaobai spoke weakly. After saying that, he did not forget to look at the sky outside. Hearing her words, Lin Chen responded guiltily. Why are you so stupid? If you hadn't saved me, you wouldn't have ended up like this. I should thank you. I was so tired in the past. If you hadn't appeared, I wouldn't be as relaxed as I am now. Can you agree to my last request? In response to Lin Chen's guilt, Shangwan Xiaobai just shook his head lightly, and then asked with a smile. Chapter 38, 8 Needles for Prolonging Life. At this moment, Lin Chen heard her question and nodded heavily. Can you please remember me, because the reason why I was remembered before was because of my status? I want you to treat me as a friend and then. At this time, Shangwan Xiaobai's voice became smaller and smaller. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's heart completely collapsed. His eyes were red and he was roaring madly. This was the first time Lin Chen experienced life and death. This is also the first time I feel so helpless. Now he feels like a piece of trash. Ding! A special situation has been detected for the host. Now I am rewarding you with peerless medical skills. Please check it out. The mechanical sound of the system rang out, and a large amount of medical information was transmitted into Lin Chen's mind. At this moment he felt hope and calmed down. I was looking through the methods of curing Shangwan Xiaobai in my mind. Suddenly he saw an acupuncture method called 8 Needles for Prolonging Life. This method is different from conventional acupuncture methods. Ordinary acupuncture can only treat some common diseases. The 8 life-sustaining needles involves integrating the body's internal energy into silver needles for acupuncture. The most important essence of the 8 life-extending needles is not the fusion of internal force, but the technique of acupuncture. If the technique is absolutely skillful, even if the injured person only has one last breath, you can also bring him or her back to life. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly looked around for the silver needle. But nothing came of it because this was the emergency room. There is no such thing as a silver needle. It seemed that Shangwan Xiaobai was about to die. Lin Chen directly integrated the Hunyuan Taoist power into the 2 fingers of his right hand. Then he tapped directly on the back of her neck. This is also the fragment of the acupuncture point map that Lin Chen just saw in his mind. Just use your inner strength to tap this acupuncture point. The last breath of the injured can be saved. Until the injured are treated. I saw that this acupuncture method is effective. Lin Chen hurried out to ask the nurse for a set of silver needles. After reaching the nursing department, Lin Chen found no traces of silver needles. And listened to what the nurse in the nursing department said. Medical Director Han Shang has a set of offices.
Lin Chen did not hesitate and ran directly to the director's office. After Lin Chen left, the two nurses talked about it. Are you crazy?
Everyone in the hospital knows that the silver needles are Director Han's family heirloom.
People use them for their lives. What's there to be afraid of? We didn't ask him to take it. We just told him. Besides, that man seems to have something really important. Isn't our job to help others? You're right. Forget it. Love is what it is.
After arriving, Lin Chen knocked on the door and found that the medical director was not there. So Lin Chen took the silver needle from the cabinet and ran to the emergency room.
After arriving at the emergency room, Lin Chen locked the door directly.
Because during the acupuncture of the 8 life-sustaining needles, no one should be disturbed. Looking at Shang Xiubai, who was dying in front of him, there were some strange emotions in Lin Chen's heart.
But now is not the time to think about these things.
Lin Chen took out a silver needle.
Melt the internal force into the silver needle. Then prepare to start acupuncture. But now the first step is to untie the acupoints on the back of Shang Xiubai's neck. Acupuncture must be performed immediately after untying the knot.
Otherwise she could die at any time.
After Lin Chen untied the acupoints,
without saying a word, he started acupuncture. What we need to do now is to use silver needles to protect all the meridians and internal organs in her body. The next step is to draw the poison out of her wound.
Each step is extremely tedious and takes a lot of time.
But these are nothing for Lin Chen, who is already proficient in medical skills.
It's not a problem at all.
On the other side, inside the Ouyang group,
a man in a black and white striped suit sat in the president's office.
There were a dozen masked men standing in front of him.
Report to the master, the target has been cleared. Although someone appeared in the middle and hindered our plan, Shang Xiubai has been hit by my poison arrow. There is absolutely no possibility that she will survive.
Listen to the masked man's report. The man in the suit just nodded slightly, and then showed a meaningful smile. At this time, Lin Chen was still performing acupuncture. The sweat on his face increased a little.
He didn't expect that the 8 life-renewing needles would actually consume his internal energy. A short beginning.
It has already consumed most of his internal energy.
If it weren't for the blessing of super strong physical fitness, he probably couldn't hold on any longer now.
And Shang Xiubai in front of him showed an extremely painful expression at this moment.
Breathing heavily.
Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the emergency room. Seeing this, Lin Chen secretly thought that this was not good. Now has come the most critical period.
If you are interrupted, all your efforts will be wasted. Outside the door, Han Shang suddenly yelled. Hey, you took my silver needle, right away. It's very important to me.
But Lin Chen now has no time to pay attention to him. If you get distracted now, it will directly lead to the failure of acupuncture.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Han Shang saw no response in the emergency room. So he started banging on the door.
Although doing so would violate hospital regulations.
But he couldn't care less about that.
Because that set of silver needles is his family heirloom. If he lost it, he didn't know how to face his ancestors.
The door of the emergency room was about to be knocked open.
Lin Chen increased the speed of acupuncture. Although this will accelerate the consumption of one's internal energy, he didn't know if his body could hold up. But there is no other way at the moment, so I can only go ahead with it. Whoosh! Whoosh!
As the banging noises outside the door grew louder,
Lin Chen's acupuncture speed is getting faster and faster. Bang!
The door to the emergency room burst open. At this time, Lin Chen only had one step left to complete.
This last step is also the most important one. Hurry up and give me back my silver needle. Han Shang shouted at Lin Chen. He went to a meeting before and returned to the office.
It was discovered that the cabinet had signs of having been tampered with.
So I hurried to check.
After discovering that the silver needle was missing, he hurried to the nursing department to ask if anyone had been to his office.
Naturally, the nurse didn't dare to lie. So I told him about Lin Chen, but he didn't believe it. Because if you are an ordinary person, you will not be able to save people with acupuncture. Even if that person is a master,
then he would not be without the silver needle.
With this idea in mind,
Han Shang ran to the emergency room, and then what happened just now happened. Hearing his roar, Lin Chen ignored him.
Because the most important step is taking place right now.
The worst part is that a lot of internal force was used. Now Lin Chen can no longer exert his Taoist power.
We can only let Han Shang do whatever he wants.
But what happened next surprised Lin Chen. Han Shang looked at his acupuncture technique, suddenly knelt down, and then said,
Is this the 8 life-sustaining needles? Seeing his look, Lin Chen couldn't help feeling confused. How could this ordinary medical director know about the existence of the 8 life-sustaining injections? But now is not the time to think about these things. It's about completing this important final step. Think of this.
Lin Chen poured all the remaining internal energy in his body into the silver needle.
Then he inserted the silver needle into Shang Wanqiubai's wound. Call out.
Under Lin Chen's gaze, all the poisonous blood was drawn out.
Shang Wanqiubai's expression also changed from previous pain to calmness. See, she is safe and sound.
Lin Chen's eyes suddenly went dark and he lost consciousness.
When he wakes up again, I found myself lying in a hospital ward.
Beside him, Han Shang was looking at him intently.
Chapter 39. I have always been there. What about my friend? How is she now? Lin Chen asked anxiously. Han Shang saw Lin Chen's anxious look and responded.
She is no longer in danger of death, but is still in a deep coma. I heard that Shang Wanqiubai was fine. The big stone in Lin Chen's heart was finally put down, and he breathed a sigh of relief.
Plop. Just when he was happy,
Han Shang, who was standing next to him, suddenly knelt down. Lin Chen was at a loss.
What are you doing? Why are you kneeling down suddenly?
Seeing Han Shang's actions,
this scared Lin Chen.
After all, the other party is also a medical director. He couldn't bear to kneel down to him.
You just used the long-lost 8 life-extending needles, right?
Han Shang, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly looked at Lin Chen and asked seriously. Lin Chen was also shocked that Han Shang knew about the existence of the 8 life-sustaining needles. After all, what he remembered was that this acupuncture method had been lost as early as the Ming dynasty. However, looking at Han Shang's expectant expression, Lin Chen nodded slightly.
Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, Han Shang's tears instantly flowed down, and then he pleaded. Can you give me the 8 life-sustaining needles? This is very important to me.
Why should I teach you? If you hadn't interrupted me when I was giving acupuncture just now, I would have completed the treatment long ago.
But your appearance almost made me fail. You know, that was a life.
Lin Chen decisively chose to refuse Han Shang's request.
He is not the kind of person who always responds to requests.
Besides, Han Shang's appearance just now almost led to his failure.
Then let Shang Wanqiubai lose his life.
Based on this point alone, Lin Chen had no reason to agree to him.
Before Han Shang could continue speaking, Lin Chen went straight to bed and prepared to visit Shang Wanqiubai. Please, teach me the 8 life-extending needles. The reason I disturbed you is because you took the silver needles that were passed down from my family. The 8 needles for prolonging life is a unique skill that has been lost in my family for a long time. I have only seen relevant information in the family tree.
When Lin Chen was about to walk out of the ward,
Han Shang cowed out heavily and pleaded again.
Lin Chen did not respond to what he said. Instead, he walked straight to Shang Wanqiubai's ward.
Only Han Shang was left kneeling on the ground.
After arriving at Shang Wanqiubai's ward, Lin Chen looked at the girl who almost lost her life while saving him. There was a strange feeling in my heart. That's all. Lin Chen had been sitting next to Shang Wanqiubai and watching her, fearing that something might happen to her. As he sat there, Lin Chen fell asleep leaning against the table next to him. After all, he had consumed a lot of internal energy before.
It takes time to recover right now. The night passed like this. Lin Chen has been staying by her side.
Although he was asleep, he was still guarding.
The next day, early morning, Shang Wanqiubai slowly opened his eyes.
The wound on her back caused her excruciating pain. She felt as if she had been through the gates of hell. Then she looked to the side.
I found Lin Chen leaning on the bed and sleeping. I couldn't help but feel doubtful. I was clearly poisoned. How did I survive? Was it this man who saved me? Swish. Just when she was confused,
Lin Chen, who was sleeping, drooled unconsciously.
Shang Wenxiubai saw the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Why does this man look so stupid? Ahem.
Lin Chen was suddenly choked by his own saliva. He coughed a few times, then suddenly opened his eyes. He found that Shang Wenxiubai was staring at him.
Are you awake? How do you feel?
Seeing her wake up, Lin Chen asked with concern. At this time, Shang Wenxiubai was just about to respond. But she was too weak to speak. Lin Chen naturally understood what she meant, and then said, "You must take good care of yourself during this period of time. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to you, I will stay with you until you are discharged from the hospital." After hearing Lin Chen's words, Shang Wenxiubai felt a warm feeling in his heart for some reason. She had never been cared for so much by others before. Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Chen and nodded slightly to show her agreement. Seeing Shang Wenxiubai's reaction, Lin Chen smiled slightly, pulled her quilt up to cover her, and then said softly,
"Sleep well, I'm always here." Shang Wenxiubai looked at Lin Chen's confident smile.
My heart was suddenly filled with a sense of security, and I slowly fell asleep. Lin Chen, who had already slept for a night, had now fully recovered his internal strength.
After yesterday's battle,
he discovered that he had a fatal weakness. That was when he released the mighty power of Tao. He was completely unaware of the other party's murderous intent.
Even the breath-sensing ability will be automatically shut down. It is precisely because of this weakness. This allowed the masked man to take advantage of the opportunity
and put Shang Wenxiubai into such a dangerous situation.
The enemies you encounter in the future will become increasingly difficult to deal with.
Therefore, Lin Chen must improve his strength as soon as possible, whether it is financial or military power. Thinking of this, Lin Chen closed his eyes and started to sense the breath. Now his perception has reached the level of perfection, able to detect outside the ward, even everything around the entire hospital. Then he suddenly sensed an inexplicable murderous aura not far from the hospital, which seemed to be directed at him.
Lin Chen didn't say much. He ran directly towards the location of the unusual aura. "We have lured the target out, act quickly." Lin Chen had just arrived at the sensing location.
I saw a masked man squatting in the corner,
reporting in a direction not far away.
And this direction is exactly the location of Shang Wenxiubai's ward.
Hear the masked man's report.
Lin Chen smiled evilly, and the power of Hunyuan Taoism condensed in his fist. He rushed forward and punched the masked man on the head,
directly blasted the opponent away.
And at this time on the other side, more than a dozen masked men have arrived at Shang Wenxiubai's ward. The masked man who was the leader took out a syringe from his arms, prepared to inject the drug into her body.
Ding! Bang!
The masked man in the lead was about to take action. Suddenly, white light flashed around Shang Wenxiubai. Then he found himself suddenly unable to move. Not only himself, but all the masked men behind him were also trapped in place.
The masked man cried out inwardly, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen returned to the room.
Seeing the masked man who had been imprisoned, he smiled maliciously.
"You, what on earth did you do?"
"When they were just imprisoned."
The masked leader already knew that this was Lin Chen's trap.
But what puzzled him was what method Lin Chen used.
In fact, they don't know. When Lin Chen just went out to fight, to prevent Shang Wenxiubai from encountering any more accidents.
So they set up a formation around her.
This formation is called the instant array.
It was a long-lost formation recorded in the fragments in his mind.
The function of this formation is to detect murderous aura nearby. It will be triggered automatically.
Anyone within a 10-meter radius around it will be completely confined for 10 minutes.
I heard the masked man ask.
Lin Chen did not respond. Instead, he released the mighty power of Tao towards them.
Due to the confinement of the instant grid formation, they were not overwhelmed and remained standing. Chapter 40 Recovery and Discharge. The masked men began to spit blood one by one. They clearly felt it.
This force is crushing his own meridians and internal organs. So everyone looked at Lin Chen with fear in their eyes. In their eyes, Lin Chen now looked like the god of death. You can control their life and death at any time. Feel the meridians and internal organs being torn apart. The masked man in the lead asked Lin Chen again.
What on earth are you going to do?" You don't need to know. Now I ask, can you answer? Do you understand? Hear the masked man's question.
Lin Chen responded coldly. Then he increased the power of the Taoist pressure. As Lin Chen increased the pressure of his Tao power,
the masked man's expression became more and more painful. There were dozens of gaping wounds on his body.
Every wound bled profusely.
Seeing this, the masked leader begged Lin Chen for mercy and said, "Please be merciful and let me go. You were sent by the Shangguan family, right?"
At this time, Lin Chen heard the masked man begging for mercy.
He asked in a cold voice, his eyes narrowed slightly. Realized the terrifying aura of Lin Chen.
The leading masked man nodded quickly. The other masked men did the same.
I see. Then go back and tell the Shangguan family that Shangguan Xiaobai is my woman. Don't have any bad ideas about anyone around me in the future, otherwise I will definitely kill the Shangguan family and settle this account. Remember, this is the last time. Hearing Lin Chen's warning, the masked men nodded. And at this time, the time for the instant formation has also come. The power of confinement disappears.
All the masked men were pinned to the ground.
They wanted to get up.
However, it was discovered that the meridians and internal organs were severely damaged.
Now they have basically lost their ability to move. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't say anything more.
He immediately released the pressure of Tao power and said one word to them, "Get lost." All the masked men who had just been released.
I heard what Lin Chen said.
He hurriedly got up and staggered out of the ward.
After watching the masked man leave,
Lin Chen once again set up a formation around Shangguan Xiaobai. Afraid that the other party will be on guard, Lin Chen superimposed 9 more formations on top of his own formation.
This is the limit of what he can do now. After getting these done,
Lin Chen needed to make a phone call to communicate some work matters.
So in order not to disturb Shangguan Xiaobai's rest, then he quietly walked out of the ward. After Lin Chen left, Shangguan Xiaobai lying on the hospital bed.
Suddenly he slowly opened his eyes and started to cry. In fact, she had already woken up when the masked man was about to attack her.
And what happened next?
She knew it all, too.
Recalling what Lin Chen just said, her tears could not be controlled and flowed down.
I was born into a family that values status and power.
The people around me only give superficial compliments without any sincerity. Some people even made friends with her in order to get close to her family. And there are reasons why some men pursue her.
In addition to her family, there is also her body.
But since I met Lin Chen, whatever their relationship is, be it an enemy or a friend, for Shangguan Xiaobai,
she had never met anyone who was so kind to her.
Are you awake? Why are you still crying? Does your wound hurt? Do you want me to ask a nurse to check you out?
Just as Shangguan Xiaobai was reminiscing, Lin Chen just finished a phone call to the company. When I returned to the ward, I saw that she had woken up. So we launched a series of 4 questions to express our concern. In response to Lin Chen's concerned inquiries,
Shangguan Xiaobai just shook his head slightly. And Lin Chen also understood what she meant. He didn't say anything more. Within the next month, Lin Group began to fully develop government projects.
Whether it is facilities or some practical tools, Lin Chen wants the best.
Anyway, there are cards with unlimited amounts.
Naturally, we must develop this project to the best of our ability. And within this month,
Lin Chen has been accompanying Shangguan Xiaobai. All the company's affairs are temporarily handed over to Guoziang. But Lin Chen has been following up on government projects.
After all, this is the most important project of their Lin Group now.
Bohai City, inside the VIP ward. Shangguan Xiaobai sat on the hospital bed and said coquettishly, "I've already said that I'm almost well again, so it's time for me to be discharged from the hospital, right? Didn't the doctor tell you that you need to be observed for a few more days before you can be discharged? Just be patient."
At this time, Lin Chen was sitting on a stool next to the bed, peeling an orange and muttering in response. After saying that, he did not forget to hand her the peeled orange.
"Why do you listen to the doctor? I know my own body well.
Please help me get discharged from the hospital." After hearing her words, Lin Chen could only roll his eyes helplessly in response to her.
As early as half a month ago,
As soon as she was able to get out of bed, she asked to be discharged from the hospital.
At present, the quarrel has been going on for half a month. Look at Lin Chen's persistence. Shang Wanqiubai temporarily gave up the question of leaving the hospital and then asked seriously, "Is there any news from the family?" "No news. There has been no news since the last fight." Lin Chen responded calmly to Shang Wanqiubai's question.
Lin Chen was also very confused about this matter.
Logically speaking, since his last warning, the Shangwan family should have taken some action.
But within this month,
there was no news about the Shangwan family at all.
Even the masked man who had been hiding in the dark never appeared again.
Hear Lin Chen's answer. Shang Wanqiubai just smiled faintly and said nothing more.
Seeing her like this, Lin Chen felt very uncomfortable, so he comforted her.
"It's okay. I'll talk to the doctor and have you discharged as soon as possible, okay?"
Shang Wanqiubai immediately perked up when he heard his words and started cheering. When Lin Chen saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh that he seemed to have been tricked. But he did have the idea of asking the doctor, because he had already examined Shang Wanqiubai's condition.
"It's totally fine now." Walked to the door of the director's office. Lin Chen saw a Mediterranean man sitting in an office seat drinking hot tea. This is the manager of the inpatient department, Qian Lei. Qian Lei saw Lin Chen coming, shook his head helplessly and said, "I told you a long time ago that your girlfriend needs to be observed for a few more days before she can be discharged from the hospital. Director Qian, I'm so sorry, my girlfriend and I have an emergency and must be discharged from the hospital. And I think he's fine now, so please be flexible." In response to Qian Lei's answer, Lin Chen just smiled and asked.
Lin Chen originally thought that he would agree, but unexpectedly Qian Lei suddenly yelled at him.
"Do you think he's okay? Are you the doctor or am I?"
"If you insist on being discharged, I won't stop you, but if anything happens, don't put the blame on our hospital." Hearing his harsh words, Lin Chen became furious and clenched his fists. Just as he was about to argue something, Shang Wanqiubai suddenly appeared, stopped him, and took him back to the ward.
After returning to the room, Shang Wanqiubai looked at Lin Chen, who looked angry, and said mischievously, "Well, since we can't convince him, let's sneak away." Before Lin Chen could say anything, Shang Wanqiubai started packing his luggage. This wave of operations simply made Lin Chen show off to the fullest. Lin Chen seriously suspected that she had planned this in advance. But he has no evidence. Chapter 41. Can I live at your house? Just like that, Shang Wanqiubai quickly packed his luggage.
He took Lin Chen away from the hospital.
After the two left, Qian Lei saw the two people leaving through the office window.
There was a bit more strange expression.
Then I called an unknown number.
"Hey, those two have already left, and I can't stop them,"
Qian Lei reported calmly.
Before the other end of the phone responded, he hung up. Then he showed a sinister smile towards the direction where Lin Chen and the others left.
"What are your future plans?"
In response to Lin Chen's question,
Shang Wanqiubai did not answer his question directly. Instead, he asked, "Can I stay at your house tonight?"
Lin Chen heard her ask himself this.
He stood there in shock. "I didn't know what to respond for a moment. I don't know why. Every time I see Lin Chen looking dazed." Shang Wanqiubai couldn't help wanting to laugh. Then he teased him. "Take me to your villa quickly. I just recovered from a serious illness and it's not good for me to be blown by the wind for too long." Hear what Shang Wanqiubai said.
Lin Chen finally came back to his senses. He hurriedly called for the Lin Group's special car.
After a while, a special car arrived and took the two back to the villa. After returning to the villa,
Lin Chen sat on the sofa in the living room nervously.
Shang Wanqiubai was just wandering around, saying, "Are you sure you don't want to give me a good introduction to your home? I only went to the bedroom last time and didn't visit other places."
At this time, Lin Chen saw her graceful back.
I didn't know what to say for a moment.
So she hurriedly got up and walked to Shang Wanqiubai's side.
He began to introduce the rooms in the villa and its environment structure. It took about half an hour for Lin Chen to finish his explanation. Looking at Lin Chen, who was chattering all the time, Shang Wanqiubai cursed in his heart, "What a straight man. I asked you to introduce the house to me to ease your embarrassment. Are you really going to give me a comprehensive explanation? Well, you don't have to continue. I've already explained it in detail enough." You should drink some water. She really couldn't bear to see Lin Chen's dry mouth. So I quickly went to the living room, poured him a glass of water and handed it to him. Lin Chen was not polite either and took the cup of water. He did talk a bit too much just now. As a result, his throat feels a bit uncomfortable now. However, when he saw Shang Wanqiubai's expression, he asked nervously. You didn't put drugs in the water? Hearing Lin Chen's question, Shang Wanqiubai's face instantly turned red and he cursed loudly. What are you thinking, you bastard? How could I possibly do such a thing? No. I'm sorry. I just asked you on the spur of the moment, don't take it seriously. Seeing Shang Wanqiubai's intense reaction, Lin Chen quickly responded and drank the water in the cup. Shang Wanqiubai couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw him explaining. She originally thought that Lin Chen was a playboy. I didn't expect that he had such a shy side. Thought for a while. She took off her coat. Wearing a white shirt, her figure is faintly visible. Lin Chen almost had a nosebleed when he saw the scene, and he stuttered. No. No. Why are you taking off your clothes? See how shy he is. Shang Wanqiubai suddenly had an idea. She suddenly approached Lin Chen. His right hand was placed directly next to Lin Chen's head. It was in a sofa bang position. Weren't you quite open before? Why are you so shy now? After hearing Shang Wanqiubai's words, Lin Chen could no longer bear it. As a man, how could I be looked down upon by a woman? So, Lin Chen directly gave her a backhanded bang. He pressed her whole body onto the sofa. Looking at her arrogant response. I just didn't respond to you because I saw you were recovering from a serious illness. Do you really think I'm shy? Shang Wanqiubai was suppressed by Lin Chen. Her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She had just wanted to tease him. But I didn't expect Lin Chen to have such a big reaction. At this moment, Lin Chen's face was getting closer and closer to her. It was also the first time that Shang Wanqiubai saw his face up close, and his heart beat faster and faster. After the transformation of the Rebirth potion, Lin Chen's skin became fairer and his facial features became more angular. Now he is definitely a handsome guy. Shang Wanqiubai was deeply mesmerized by Lin Chen's appearance up close. But the next second, she suddenly regained her sanity and yelled. Why do you keep pressing on me? I'm telling you, don't even think about doing those things to me. Bah! Do you really think I want to do something to you? If you hadn't touched me first, I wouldn't have bothered to do this to you. Seeing Shang Wanqiubai have such a violent reaction, Lin Chen quickly covered her mouth with his hand, then responded slowly. When Shang Wanqiubai heard what Lin Chen said, the flames of war in his heart instantly ignited, as if he was saying, What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Is it that I have no charm? With this idea, Shang Wanqiubai was about to take off his inner clothes. See how Lin Chen reacts. She still didn't believe it. How could Lin Chen not be tempted by such a beauty as herself? Seeing this, Lin Chen yelled fuck. Then he stood up instantly and shouted at Shang Wanqiubai. How can you be so indecent as a woman? You take off your clothes in another man's house casually. I won't pay any attention to you, so that you don't say that I have bad intentions towards you. After saying that, Lin Chen quickly fled back to his bedroom. Only Shang Wanqiubai was left sitting on the sofa with a confused look on his face. Saw Lin Chen fleeing. Shang Wanqiubai cursed him as a coward. Then he returned to his room. You're quite clean. After returning to the room, Shang Wanqiubai looked at the neat bedding and various decorations, and couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards Lin Chen, and then murmured. But I remembered how Lin Chen ran away just now. The smile on Shang Wanqiubai's face deepened. Lin Chen after returning to the room. For some reason, I felt my heartbeat speed up inexplicably. Could it be because the other person is a beautiful woman? The thought of this made him feel confused. So he decided not to think about it anymore. Because the most important thing now is to correct the weaknesses mentioned earlier. He discovered that the reason he couldn't use breath perception when releasing the power of Tao was because he had previously simply integrated the Hanyuan Dao force and the imposing pressure into Dao force pressure. But they forget that breath perception also needs to be integrated. Because the power of Taoism is a fusion technique. Therefore, you cannot use breath perception while releasing. If you want to use breath perception, there is only one way.
That is to integrate the perception of breath into the pressure of Tao power.
This way you can ensure that nothing goes wrong.
After Lin Chen finished taking a shower, he sat on the bed, closed his eyes and started meditating.
Start preparing to integrate the perception of breath into the pressure of Tao power. But the process was much more difficult than he had imagined. Because the previous fusion just integrated 2 skills into 1.
But now, it has become 3, and the difficulty is definitely going to increase.
After a while, Lin Chen's expression became complicated.
He tried for a long time, but the result was not good.
Although breath perception is a very simple skill, it cannot be integrated into it. Ding! The host's difficulties have been detected. The 5th level mission is now released. Go to Shanghai in person.
The reward is 100% of the shares of Magic Capital Jinghua Hotel, 200 experience points and 100 points.
Chapter 42 Physical Data Evolution.
Although Lin Chen was very surprised when he heard the prompt sound of the system releasing the task and the content of the reward.
But does this have anything to do with the difficulties we are facing now? Just as I was thinking about this, the system prompt sounded again.
Since the system task rewards 200 experience points, the system will automatically evolve after completing the task, thus helping the host solve the current difficulties.
Hearing the system prompt again, Lin Chen yelled, "Oh shit." This system always appears at the critical moment when he encounters difficulties. Isn't it too humane?
But the next second, Lin Chen began to worry.
Not because of anything else. This is because the task of the system is to kiss Shangguan Shoubai.
I just had such an awkward moment with her. As a result, the system has now released this task.
It seems we have to do it another day. But if there is another opportunity.
It is not certain how long Shangguan Shoubai will live in his own home.
And the most important thing right now is skill integration. If it's not done soon,
it will cause more people around him to be hurt.
Never mind, let us do it once and for all.
It will be the same sooner or later anyway.
With this idea in mind,
Lin Chen went straight to Shangguan Shoubai's bedroom.
After reaching the door, Lin Chen prepared to knock.
But he found that his hands started to become uncontrollable. After much deliberation, Lin Chen decided to go back and think it over.
Just when he was about to leave,
Shangguan Shoubai, wearing a bath towel, suddenly opened the door and ran into him. I saw Lin Chen standing outside the door.
Shangguan Shoubai asked with a puzzled look. "What are you doing standing here?" Well, good evening.
I'm just passing by and looking for a place to enjoy the moon."
"Oh? Shouldn't you go outside to admire the moon? Why are you here in my bedroom?
Besides, it's raining tonight, there's no moon at all." After hearing Shangguan Shoubai's words, Lin Chen knew he could no longer hide it. I just wanted to run away, but then I thought about it carefully.
Anyway, sooner or later, we have to go through this step.
So, Lin Chen walked directly in front of her, pressed her against the wall, and responded slowly. "I'm sorry, this is all for the future and for world peace." Shangguan Shoubai was about to say something when Lin Chen kissed her on the cheek. That feeling made her freeze in place for a moment, losing the ability to move.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the 5th level. 100% of the shares of Magic Capital Jinghua Hotel, 200 experience points and 100 points have been received.
Hear the system prompt sound when the task is completed.
Lin Chen quickly left the scene without saying a word. Only Shangguan Shoubai was left with a confused look on his face. After returning to the room, Lin Chen's breathing became extremely rapid.
For some reason, he just kissed Shangguan Shoubai. My heart is beating so fast. It seemed as if it was about to jump out of my throat. Although I just had a life and death experience. But what makes Lin Chen happy is that at least there are rewards for the mission. Ding!
The system has been upgraded to level 10.
Host, do you want to evolve? Just when Lin Chen was feeling relieved, the system prompt sounded again.
Without saying a word, Lin Chen closed his eyes and summoned the system homepage in his mind.
Just after opening the homepage, a page popped up.
It asked whether to evolve, and Lin Chen directly chose to confirm.
Ding! System evolution is complete, please feel the changes.
Hearing the system prompt sound, Lin Chen's face was filled with question marks.
But before he could react, suddenly I felt a warm current in my body.
The warmth seemed to be healing his wounds.
When I was in Ouyang group,
He used Baji Jin to confront the man in black head-on, resulting in injuries. Although superior physical fitness can make the recovery from injuries very fast, some hidden injuries still remain.
But now this hidden injury has been completely cured by the system. Just when Lin Chen was surprised, suddenly I felt that there was something extra in my mind.
So he hurried to check. I discovered that the perception of breath has been completely integrated with the Hunyuan Wuji Dao.
Ding!
Evolution is complete, the super physical fitness has evolved into peerless physical fitness. Following the system's prompt, Lin Chen suddenly felt that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes.
So he immediately opened his personal information to check. Host, Lin Chen. Account balance, 966650320.
Assets, Ferrari Juying, Imperial Capital New City Villa District, 80% of Ouyang Group, 60% of Lin Group, 100% of Magic Capital Jinghua Hotel.
Peerless physical fitness data. Physical strength, 20. Strength, 20. Mental strength, 20.
Skills, mastery of peerless Chinese martial arts, mastery of peerless medical skills, breath perception ability, clairvoyance ability. Seeing the data of his own body, Lin Chen was secretly amazed.
Does this value really exist?
He had previously tried to lift a 500-pound barbell with one hand. Although it was a bit strenuous, it was far from his limit. Right now, physical fitness data is evolving. It was hard for Lin Chen to imagine how strong his body was now.
Think of this.
Lin Chen suddenly discovered that his points were now enough to unlock them all.
So I exited the personal homepage panel. After clicking on them all,
it shows whether to use 100 points to unlock, and Lin Chen clicks OK.
Ding! The system mall has been unlocked.
Lin Chen ignored the system's prompt tone. Just open the mall to see what good stuff is available. The results surprised him.
There is also a novice mall in the mall. The other icons remain black. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. The system is too dark, isn't it? I worked hard to get 100 points. And this is the result we are waiting for?
For his curse. The system did not respond to this.
Lin Chen sighed deeply.
Then continue with the contents of the novice mall. But he found that there were hundreds of items in the novice mall alone.
But they all require points to redeem.
The above skills include peerless financial mastery, peerless vocal mastery, peerless dance mastery, etc., and the types are extremely diverse. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was completely stunned.
There are so many things in the novice mall alone. What if you unlock the intermediate and advanced levels?
Lin Chen looked up and saw icons for intermediate and advanced levels. He also found that there seemed to be a column of unknown black icons above these icons. After browsing, Lin Chen saw the periphery of the system again. The originally faint starlight has now gradually become slightly brighter. Lin Chen couldn't help but put his hand into the starlight, but there was no response. Just when he was confused, the starlight directly stunned his consciousness.
Wait until he regains consciousness. It was already noon of the next day.
Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes.
I still feel a little dizzy. Recall what just happened.
Lin Chen found it very strange. I just reached my hand into the starlight.
Why is there such a big reaction? Think of this. Lin Chen took a deep breath and felt a headache.
But for some reason, he always had a strange feeling. So he quickly calmed his mind, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and slowly entered his mind. After entering his mind, Lin Chen found that the surroundings were pitch black. The system had completely disappeared, and now he was panicking.
What about the system? Why is there nothing left? Chapter 43 Special Mission.
Just when he was confused, I discovered that there were faint starlights floating in the pitch-black surroundings.
But it's different from what I've encountered before.
The starlight encountered before was floating on the periphery of the system. But now the starlight is floating in front of me.
Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to think of something.
So he touched the stars with his hands.
Call out.
The moment Lin Chen's hand touched the starlight, the whole person's consciousness was blown away again.
After consciousness was blown away,
Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes and gasped heavily.
Ding!
The host's mental energy is seriously depleted, please use it with caution.
Hear the system prompt tone.
Lin Chen closed his eyes again and entered his mind. He found the system page appearing in his mind.
outside the system. The faint starlight is still floating. See this scene. Lin Chen knew that he was not wrong. The pitch-black environment just now should be the world outside the system. And this starlight is the key to open that world. Hear the system's prompt just now. It seems that it will cost a lot to enter that world. That is mental power. If it weren't for the evolution of Lin Chen's physical fitness data, his mental strength would have greatly increased. I'm afraid his consciousness is trapped in that world and can't come back. Even if he could come back, he would probably be too mentally exhausted and become stupid. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. It seems that it is better not to enter that world to check it out before being absolutely sure. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen prepared to go to the living room to cook something. Afterwards, I went to the Lin group to check out the development of the government project. When he arrived in the living room, he found the table already filled with food.
Shangguan Xiaobai was cooking in the kitchen. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but be a little dazed. Seeing Lin Chen like this, Shangguan Xiaobai laughed and said loudly, "Are you awake? Stop standing there, wash your hands and eat." "Oh, okay." Shangguan Xiaobai's words brought Lin Chen back to his senses instantly. So he sat down in his seat and responded softly, looking at the sumptuous meal on the table. For some reason, Lin Chen had a different feeling in his heart. It seems that this empty villa has a much more homely feel. What are you going to do after you finish eating? Shangguan Xiaobai put the last dish on the table. Looking at Lin Chen, he asked seriously. To her inquiry, Lin Chen also had no intention of hiding anything, and immediately responded. I will go to the Lin group in a while and take charge personally to complete the development of the government project as soon as possible. This way, the strength of our Lin group can be taken to a higher level, and we won't have to worry about unknown enemies. Lin Chen originally wanted to say the name of the Shangguan family. But I thought of Shangguan Xiaobai's lost look. The Shangguan family was turned into an unknown enemy. Hear Lin Chen's answer. Shangguan Xiaobai naturally understood what he meant. Then he smiled and nodded slightly. The two of them began to concentrate on eating. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen washed all the dishes. Then I started choosing clothes to wear to work today. Because he had bought all the goods from the famous brand clothing store before. So now he changes his clothes every day. Despite this, he still hasn't finished wearing all the clothes from that clothing store. After a while, Lin Chen finished choosing the clothes. After a little dressing up, so I prepared to drive to the company. Just as Lin Chen was about to open the door and prepare to go out, Shangguan Xiaobai suddenly asked, "Can you take me to the company?" Lin Chen was a little hesitant about her question. It's not that I'm afraid she might be detrimental to the company. Rather, if she were allowed to show up in public now, wouldn't that make him a sitting duck for the Shangguan family? See Lin Chen's reaction. Shangguan Xiaobai thought that he was afraid that he would be detrimental to the company, so he hurriedly whispered, "Don't worry, I just don't want to be too far away from you. I will never interfere in the company's affairs." When Lin Chen heard Shangguan Xiaobai's words, he suddenly fell silent. A few seconds passed. He took her hand and sat on the sofa, then made a phone call. "Hurry up and get me a few dozen sets of women's clothes. I want something that looks like a goddess." Lin Chen gave instructions to the person on the other end of the phone, and then hung up the call. Shangguan Xiaobai saw this wave of operations. I couldn't help but feel confused and wanted to know what he was trying to do. Ding dong. After a while, the doorbell rang and Lin Chen hurriedly opened the door. A few waiters came towards us. Lin Chen ordered them to deliver all the clothes to Shangguan Xiaobai's bedroom. Then asked them to put all their clothes in the closet. If there is not enough space in the closet, place it in the large closet in the living room. After about half an hour, all the clothes were finally put away. When the waiters left, Lin Chen gave each of them a tip of 1,000. What are you going to do? After the waiter left, Shangguan Xiaobai couldn't help but ask Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not respond to her question. She just pulled Shangguan Xiaobai back to her bedroom. Then he opened the wardrobe and let her choose. Shangguan Xiaobai didn't understand what he meant and was about to ask something. Lin Chen suddenly said, "Didn't you say you wanted to go to the company with me? I can't let you stay there for nothing, so come and work for me. These are work clothes, so you can just make do with them for now." Hear what he says. For some reason Shang Xiaobai couldn't control his tears. When Lin Chen saw her look, he didn't know what to do. So he quickly handed her the tissue. Shang Xiaobai cried for a long time and then asked with sobs. Why do you trust me so much? You let me work in your company. Aren't you afraid that I will leak the information to the Shangwan family? When Lin Chen saw her crying and asking, he didn't know why, he felt a little confused and didn't know how to respond to her. Ding! It is detected that the host is a blockhead. A special task is now issued. Hug Shangwan Xiaobai. If you fail to complete it, all the host's assets will be deducted. When Lin Chen heard the system's prompt sound, he wanted to kill the system. Why is there no reward for posting a task, and there is a penalty for failing to complete it? But the way the system issues tasks doesn't sound like a joke. It's just a hug for Shangwan Xiaobai. I've already kissed you, are you still afraid of me hugging you? Thinking of this, Lin Chen directly hugged Shangwan Xiaobai in his arms. Being held in Lin Chen's arms, looking at his optimistic smiling face, and feeling his broad arms, Shangwan Xiaobai cried even harder. At this time, Lin Chen didn't know how to comfort her. I could only continue to hold her tightly in my arms. A while passed like this. Shangwan Xiaobai also finished crying and murmured to Lin Chen. Can you let go now? Hearing Shangwan Xiaobai's words, Lin Chen quickly released the hand that was holding her, and then stood there in a daze. I'm about to change my clothes, why are you still standing here? Do you want to watch me change? I saw Lin Chen standing there motionless. Shangwan Xiaobai asked teasingly. Ahem. That's not what I meant. I'm leaving now. When Lin Chen heard her words, he coughed a few times. Then he left the bedroom in embarrassment. Phew. After Lin Chen left, Shangwan Xiaobai recalled how embarrassed he had just been. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, then muttered, idiot. Chapter 44 New shareholder of Lin Group. Lin Chen after leaving the bedroom. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Shangwan Xiaobai to change his clothes. But he always felt something was wrong. It's like something is missing. Suddenly, he remembered that the system did not give any prompt after he had just completed the task. So I hurriedly asked the system what was going on. But the system didn't respond at all. After a while, the system replied him with a few words, you will be grateful to me in the future. Lin Chen was left speechless by the system's actions. He always felt that the system was playing tricks on him, but he had no evidence. I'm done changing, let's go. Just when Lin Chen was confused, Shangwan Xiaobai had already changed his clothes and shouted from inside the bedroom. Hear what Shangwan Xiaobai said. Lin Chen went to the underground garage to drive the car. After the two arrived at the group, senior executives within the group always look at Shangwan Xiaobai from time to time, because Shangwan Xiaobai had caught them before. So she was very confused about Lin Chen bringing her to the company. At this time, Shangwan Xiaobai lowered her head as she listened to others talking about her. And Lin Chen happened to see the scene. Didn't say anything. Instead, he directly held Shangwan Xiaobai's hand. He looked coldly at the other employees who were talking. The employees of the group saw Lin Chen staring at them. They immediately stopped talking and quickly fled the scene. I saw Lin Chen holding my hand. A bright smile appeared on Shangwan Xiaobai's face. In this way, Lin Chen held her hand all the way to the meeting room. Inside the meeting room, Guo Ziang, Wang Jian, and Lu Guomin were all there. There are also some other shareholders. Everyone looked at Lin Chen holding Shangwan Xiaobai's hand, with complicated expressions on their faces. Because they had all witnessed how terrible Shangwan Xiaobai was. After Lin Chen took his seat, he found that the seats downstairs were already full. And no one else found a seat for Shangwan Xiaobai. Lin Chen saw all of this. Then stood up. He picked up a stool from the corner and placed it next to himself, motioning Shangwan Xiaobai to sit down. When everyone saw what Lin Chen did, they became even more unhappy. To the women who have done them harm. They didn't understand why Lin Chen did this. I came here today for two main reasons. First, I plan to come back and follow up on the government project in person. Second, I plan to give 15% of the shares of Lin Group to Miss Shangwan. Hear what Lin Chen said. Not just the top executives of the company below. Even Shangwan Xiaobai was stunned at this moment. At this time, Lu Guomin suddenly stood up and said,
Boss Lin, I think this is inappropriate. Don't forget that she is from Wushuang Group. Doing this is like inviting a wolf into the house.
Other senior executives of the company, including Guo Ziang, nodded in agreement when they heard Lu Guomin's words.
I'm the president of the company, and this matter is settled.
Lin Chen did not have the chance to refute with other senior executives.
He took Shangguan Shoubai away and returned to the president's office. In the office, Shangguan Shoubai couldn't help but ask, "Why did you give me this 15% stake? Aren't you afraid that I will betray you and hand over the information to Wushuang Group? Why so many whys? I'll give it to you if I want to. I'm not afraid of you betraying me, because you won't, right?" I heard Shangguan Shoubai ask this question again.
Lin Chen stood up directly, pushed her against the wall, and responded with a smile.
Being pushed against the wall by Lin Chen. Shangguan Shoubai's face turned red instantly. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Just at this moment, Guo Ziang suddenly entered the office. Just happened to see this scene.
At this time, Lin Chen was so scared that he quickly returned to his seat.
Well, I didn't see anything. You guys continue, I'll come back later. Seeing that Lin Chen was a little angry. After Guo Ziang finished speaking, he quickly left the office and closed the door. After he left, Shangguan Shoubai looked at Lin Chen with contempt. That look seemed to be saying, "Why are you so cowardly?" The look in Shangguan Shoubai's eyes. Lin Chen chose to avoid it.
Because if I look into her eyes,
I felt like I was going to be killed by her. I have something to say to you, I hope you can remember it. After a while,
after Lin Chen printed out the share transfer document, he spoke seriously to Shangguan Shoubai.
Shangguan Shoubai looked at Lin Chen's serious expression and nodded directly. After Lin Chen signed his name on the share transfer document, he handed the share transfer letter to Shangguan Shoubai and then said seriously, "I'm not worried about giving you the shares because I trust you, but you should know who the enemy of the Lin Group is, so do you understand what I mean? It's up to you to decide whether to sign this contract or not." After hearing what Lin Chen said, Shangguan Shoubai hesitated.
Of course she understood what Lin Chen meant.
The enemy that the Lin Group is facing now is the Shangguan family. Although the Shangguan family had sent someone to kill him before.
But that was also where she grew up. I know that the patriarch of the Shangguan family is your father, so it is unreasonable to ask you to deal with your father. I didn't want you to get involved, but if you must stay in the Lin Group, you must have a say, otherwise you will be attacked by too many people, and the say means these shares.
In fact, Shangguan Shoubai understood what Lin Chen said better than anyone else. But after a while, she seemed to have figured it out. So he took the share transfer document and signed his name.
Seeing Shangguan Shoubai sign the share contract, Lin Chen reminded again.
Have you thought about it?
If you sign it, it means I will become the enemy of your family.
If the situation gets out of control, don't blame me for taking action against your family. So what if I'm the enemy of my family? I cut off all ties with them the moment they were ready to kill me. Don't worry, if it really comes to that in the future, I won't hinder you. Shangguan Shoubai responded indifferently to Lin Chen's reminder.
Then the share transfer certificate was returned to him. Lin Chen took the transfer letter. I found that Shangguan Shoubai had already walked towards the meeting room. So he hurriedly followed, afraid that something might happen. After Shangguan Shoubai opened the door of the conference room, the company's top executives haven't left yet. Because Lin Chen's behavior just now was too strange. So they are still discussing countermeasures. At this time they saw Shangguan Shoubai coming. The expression gradually became more complicated. I have just signed a contract with Mr. Lin, which means that I am now the second largest shareholder of the Lin Group. Please take good care of me in the future. I saw the top management discussing it. Shangguan Shoubai sat directly in Lin Chen's seat and muttered orders. For her orders. The other senior executives were whispering below and chose not to respond. Shangguan Shoubai looked at the senior executives below with a sharp look. The author has something to say. The new book has 100,000 words. Thank you for your support. If you like it, please add it to your bookshelf. If you have any comments, please leave comments and give your valuable suggestions. Thank you very much. Chapter 45, A Drinking Party for 3 People. If you can't hear what I say, you can leave. But I don't know what President Lin will think after you leave. After hearing Shang Wanqiubai's words, the shareholders below began to hesitate. At this time, Guo Ziyang was the first to express his opinion.
Since this is Mr. Lin's decision, I support it. Miss Shangguan, you are welcome to join the Lin Group. Following Guo Ziyang's statement, other senior shareholders also expressed their agreement. So next, Shang Wanqiubai began to ask other shareholders about the company's project status. Shareholders gave their reports, and a business meeting began. At this moment, outside the meeting room, Lin Chen smiled slightly as he watched Shang Wanqiubai attending the meeting. I couldn't help but think of the first time I met her. It feels like a dream. After the meeting, Lin Chen arranged an office for Shang Wanqiubai. After that, I continued to follow up on government projects. Ding-a-ling.
Just as Lin Chen was discussing development matters with project staff, his cell phone suddenly rang. He quickly checked and found that it was Guo Ziyang calling, so he answered it.
Tenko, we haven't had a drink together in a while, do you want to go for a drink tonight?
Hearing Guo Ziyang's arrogant question, Lin Chen expressed helplessness.
This is a critical moment for the company, how can you think about drinking?
Thinking of this, Lin Chen replied very seriously, time and place. After Lin Chen followed up on the project, he gave a few more instructions to the project staff. So he set out to have a drink with Guo Ziyang. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he was stopped by Shang Wanqiubai. Lin Chen looked at her with confusion, wondering what she was going to do.
Where are you going? The work at the group isn't finished yet.
Shang Wanqiubai looked at Lin Chen, who had a lewd look on his face, and asked loudly.
This attracted the group's employees who were walking back and forth and couldn't help but watch.
At this moment, Lin Chen saw the gazes of the people around him. He hurriedly told her to lower her voice, and then responded softly.
I'm going to have a drink with Guo Ziyang and we'll be back later.
Having said that, Lin Chen prepared to slip away. In the end, he was able to escape from Shang Wanqiubai's clutches.
Are you willing to leave me alone in the group?
She just ignored the eyes of people around her and pushed Lin Chen against the wall. Then she asked in a seductive tone.
Hear her make this sound. Lin Chen really couldn't bear it anymore.
So he prepared to flee the scene. But he didn't expect Shang Wanqiubai's face to get closer and closer to him. Lin Chen didn't know what to do for a moment, so he asked helplessly.
What do you want? Either don't go out, or take me with you, your choice. Shang Wanqiubai looked at Lin Chen and responded with a smile.
And Lin Chen saw her face so close to him. I could even feel her breathing. After swallowing, he said.
Okay, then come with me.
In fact, Lin Chen didn't want to go in the first place.
But I remembered that I had already promised Guo Ziyang. And I haven't had a drink in a long time.
So he decided to take Shang Wanqiubai with him. So Lin Chen went to the group's underground garage to pick up the car. He took Shang Wanqiubai to the place he had agreed with Guo Ziyang.
After arriving at the location,
Lin Chen quickly found the private room they had agreed on previously. So he took Shang Wanqiubai with him.
Just opened the box door. Then I saw Guo Ziyang gnawing on a pig's trotter alone. And Guo Ziyang saw Lin Chen coming.
He quickly picked up a tissue and wiped his hands. He walked forward and hugged Lin Chen excitedly.
Since the last time we had a drink together,
the two of them devoted themselves to their work and never met again. We had time to drink together. But he had been injured before and had been in the hospital for a long time.
So there is even less chance to drink. Guo Ziyang held Lin Chen like this for a long time. Shang Wanqiubai watched them hugging each other. There is a feeling of disgust in my heart.
At this moment, Guo Ziyang saw Shang Wanqiubai suddenly let go of his hand and asked hurriedly.
No, why are you here? Regarding his inquiry, Shang Wanqiubai simply chose to ignore it and sat down directly in his seat. See this scene.
Lin Chen coughed helplessly, then motioned Guo Ziyang to sit down with him. Then, Lin Chen found the waiter and ordered the restaurant's signature dish. After that, the three of them fell into an awkward situation.
Guo Ziyang kept looking at Lin Chen questioningly. Why did Shang Wanqiubai come along?
When Lin Chen saw his eyes, he could only shake his head helplessly.
It was awkward for a while.
The waiter then served all the dishes. After exchanging pleasantries with the waiter, the three of them fell silent again.
Well, Miss Shangguan, can we start eating? Otherwise, the food will get cold in a while. Feeling the extremely awkward atmosphere, Guo Ziyang couldn't help but ask. Shang Wanqiubai heard his question. He directly put the food on the table into Lin Chen's bowl, and then said softly, "Eat more." When Lin Chen and Guo Ziyang heard her words, they immediately became alert. It was like hearing an order to start eating. So in the following time, the two of them began to eat voraciously. Shang Wanqiubai saw the scene. To be honest, she was stunned. Because she had never seen anyone eat so rudely before. Eat for a while. Lin Chen called the waiter to bring beer. The two started drinking and playing finger-guessing games again. Shang Wanqiubai could only roll his eyes to express his helplessness. Then eat the food that has not been seriously spoiled. A long time passed like this, and it was already midnight. The two were already drunk and unconscious. Shang Wanqiubai looked at Lin Chen, whose face turned red, and was speechless. She really didn't understand what was so good about this wine. But think so. She still paid the bill silently, then called a special car and took the two of them to it. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Shang Wanqiubai sat in the middle of the back seat. On the left is Lin Chen, and on the right is Guo Ziyang. The driver of the special car was so scared that Lin Chen and the other man vomited on the seat. So he asked Shang Wanqiubai to open the car window. Sure enough, Shang Wanqiubai had just opened the car window. Lin Chen and Guo Ziyang vomited violently out of the window. Seeing Lin Chen looking uncomfortable, Shang Wanqiubai quickly patted him on the back. Throwing up for a while, Lin Chen fell asleep in the back seat. Shang Wanqiubai looked at the man sleeping beside him and felt that he seemed to have many sides. Serious, open, gentleman, scoundrel, serious, shy. For a while, she was very curious about what kind of person this man was. Just thinking about this, Lin Chen suddenly leaned on her shoulder. Looking at the man next to him, Shang Wanqiubai laughed out loud. "Miss, you are smiling happily." Just when Shang Wanqiubai was happy, the driver suddenly said in a cold voice. Hearing this familiar voice, Shang Wanqiubai looked at him in surprise and asked, "Why are you here?" Chapter 46 Killer Kirin. "My lady, the master has missed you very much these days." The man responded quietly, then tore off the human skin mask on his face. Only one eye was closed, and the scar on the eye was obvious. But his other eye was fixed on Shang Wanqiubai. Seeing his eyes, Shang Wanqiubai just responded calmly. "Missing me? He must have forgotten who gave the order to kill me." "Kill you? How could this happen?" The man was puzzled by Shang Wanqiubai's answer. Shang Wanqiubai couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw the man's reaction, and then said coldly, "Go back and tell your master that I can't go back. I'm sure he knows my current position and identity. Tell him that one day I will come to settle accounts with him in person. But the master has given me a death order. If you don't go back today, then my fate will be miserable." Although the man could tell from Shang Wanqiubai's tone that every word he said was true, but he still responded with embarrassment. Then he parked the car aside. He grabbed Shang Wanqiubai directly. Shang Wanqiubai saw that he was being caught and tried his best to dodge. But the man was too strong and she couldn't break free. Seeing all this, the man slowly dissuaded. "Miss, stop struggling and come with me. Let go of your hand." At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes and his face blushed. The drunken hand grabbed the man's wrist, and then spoke in a nonchalant manner. He was grabbed fiercely by Lin Chen. For some reason the man couldn't break free. Then he gradually let go of Shang Wanqiubai's hand. Lin Chen is still drunk. Previously, I had integrated the perception of breath into the Hunyuan Wuji Dao. So now breath perception has become a passive skill. In other words, breath perception is now always on. And it doesn't consume Lin Chen's mental energy. This is also the reason why Lin Chen could sense that Shang Wanqiubai was in danger after being drunk. "Go back and tell that master of your house that Shang Wanqiubai will be under my protection from now on. Get out of here right now." After Lin Chen finished speaking, he opened the driver's door. "Throw the man out alive." But that man was not an ordinary person. After being thrown out by Lin Chen, he was able to land smoothly. The man looked at Lin Chen viciously at this time, and then yelled, "You are just a young boy? How dare you insult the Shangwan family? You are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, the man pulled out 2 black knives from his back. Holding one in each hand, he rushed directly towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, hurry up and leave. He is the Shangguan family's best killer, the Qilin. You can't beat him.
Seeing Qilin attacking Lin Chen, Shangguan Xiaobai shouted hurriedly. But now Lin Chen had drunk too much and was a little drunk. The power of Hanyuan Dao spread throughout his body and he took Qilin's sword head-on.
Bang!
Lin Chen's Hanyuan Taoist force collided with Qilin's sword, and sparks flew directly from the friction.
Qilin saw that Lin Chen's Hanyuan Dao power was so powerful.
He immediately used all his strength to chop at Lin Chen with the knife. The aura sensed Qilin's attack, and Lin Chen was not inferior at all. The power of Hanyuan Dao condensed again and took the man's sword attack.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In this way, the two fought for several more rounds. Lin Chen was forced to retreat step by Qilin's sword.
And cracks appeared on his knife. Damn it! What kind of monster are you?
After several rounds of fighting, Qilin found that even though he tried his best, he was unable to cut through Lin Chen's defense. Even his own knife had cracks on it, so he started cursing. When Lin Chen heard Qilin's words, he just smiled evilly and then murmured,
"It's my turn to fight back."
The battle just now had sobered him up a little.
So Lin Chen decided to fight quickly and decisively.
There was no chance to wait for Qilin to react. Lin Chen rushed to the man in a few steps. He concentrated all the Hanyuan Dao force in his body into his right fist. Then it hit him directly in the chest.
Puff! Qilin was hit with all his strength by Lin Chen, and he vomited blood and flew dozens of meters away.
"You, who are you?" saw Lin Chen gradually approaching him.
Qilin stood up with difficulty and asked fearfully.
Because he felt the blow just now. The meridians in my body have been broken. Now he has become a useless person. Lin Chen didn't respond to him, but walked up to him and grabbed his neck. Then he was brought to Shangguan Xiaobai.
Kicked him on the knee.
After Qilin let out a scream, he fell to his knees on the ground.
Lin Chen staggered to Shangguan Xiaobai's side and murmured, "It's solved. The rest is up to you. I can't take it anymore."
After explaining all this, Lin Chen leaned on Shangguan Xiaobai's shoulder and fell asleep.
Hearing Lin Chen's words, Shangguan Xiaobai looked at him lovingly. I don't know why. She thought Lin Chen's blushing face was so cute. Then Shangguan Xiaobai saw Lin Chen's arm. Because of the battle just now, he had a few minor scratches on his arm. See here. Shangguan Xiaobai showed a look of heartache. Then he stared fiercely at Qilin, who was kneeling on the ground. "Miss, please let me go. I am also following the orders of the master." Seeing Shangguan Xiaobai's eyes,
Qilin was really scared this time, and begged for mercy quickly.
When Shangguan Xiaobai heard his words, a complicated expression appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but sigh.
"Uncle Qilin, for the sake of our previous relationship, I will let you go this time."
"Go back and tell him that I will never go back."
From the moment he wanted to kill me, Shangguan Xiaobai was already dead.
No Qilin said anything. Shangguan Xiaobai helped Lin Chen back to the special car.
Then he drove his special car to take Lin Chen and the other person back to the apartment.
After returning to the apartment,
Shangguan Xiaobai struggled to help Lin Chen and the other person to the sofa in the living room. Looking at Lin Chen, who was slumped on the sofa and sleeping soundly,
Shangguan Xiaobai smiled brilliantly. Then he sent Lin Chen back to the bed in the bedroom. As for Guo Ziang, after Shangguan Xiaobai put him on the sofa, he ignored him. The next day, early morning,
Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. He felt an immense pain in his head. And his memory of last night was very vague.
I just remember that I fought against a very strong person. Forgot everything else.
So he slapped his forehead hard.
I found that I still couldn't remember it.
So he got out of bed quickly. Prepare to ask Shangguan Xiaobai for the specific situation.
After he opened the door, I found out that Shangguan Xiaobai also wanted this door.
So the two of them bumped into each other.
Shangguan Xiaobai naturally fell into Lin Chen's arms. The moment she entered Lin Chen's arms, Shangguan Xiaobai stood there in a daze.
Lin Chen naturally had the same reaction. In this way, the two of them fell into an awkward situation.
Well, what do you want from me?
In order to break this awkward situation, Lin Chen asked slowly.
Chapter 47. A call from the Jinghua Hotel. I'm here to wake you up for dinner.
Shang Guanqiubai replied with a blushing face and stuttering. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen smiled and teased.
Then just tell me you want to eat. Why do you keep staying in my arms? Why, you can't bear to leave. Shang Guanqiubai heard Lin Chen teasing her and pushed him away.
Then he punched him directly in the stomach. But for some reason, Shang Guanqiubai felt that this punch was like hitting a steel plate. Lin Chen was fine, but his hand was hurting from the vibration.
I'm ignoring you.
Seeing that she was unable to do anything to Lin Chen, Shang Guanqiubai responded with a coquettish tone. He left the bedroom directly, leaving Lin Chen confused.
But let us not worry about that for now, eating is the most important thing.
So, Lin Chen went to take a shower first.
I drank too much last night and didn't take a shower when I got home.
As a result, he now reeks of alcohol all over. After taking a shower, Lin Chen slowly arrived at the living room. He found Shang Guanqiubai waiting for him at the dinner table.
And Guo Ziang was still sleeping on the sofa.
I saw Guo Ziang sleeping with his legs spread out.
Lin Chen couldn't help but ask Shang Guanqiubai. You left him here last night? Yeah, what's the problem? Regarding his inquiry, Shang Guanqiubai responded indifferently and picked up the food on the table.
Then he looked at Lin Chen coldly. Seeing her eyes, Lin Chen immediately coughed a few times. Then he quickly avoided her gaze and started eating.
The two of them ate in silence. Lin Chen kept stealing glances at Shang Guanqiubai from time to time,
afraid that she had some conspiracy. But he found that Shang Guanqiubai was just eating quietly.
Didn't even look at him. After the two finished their meal, Sheikh Guo Ziang awake directly.
Afterwards, they went to the Lin group together. After arriving at the Lin group, Lin Chen received a message.
That means the development of the government project is nearing completion.
It is estimated that the total revenue this time will be nearly 80 billion.
And it will get the support of Bohai municipal government.
And in everyone's eyes, these 80 billion is just a net profit of 30 billion. Because in their opinion, Lin Chen personally spent 50 billion to film this project. But only Lin Chen himself knows.
This is because of the ability of the project unlimited amount card. So these 80 billion are free. Think of this.
Lin Chen then informed the project technicians of the precautions.
Then he returned to the president's office.
Lin Chen sat on the chair,
recalling what happened last night. He only vaguely remembered that he seemed to sense a murderous aura in the special car.
Then I fought for many rounds with a man holding a knife with both hands. He has no memory of what happened afterwards.
Regarding last night's battle, Lin Chen always felt that something was wrong. My breath perception is always on.
And that man was able to hide in his own car quietly.
This person is by no means simple. Hey! What are you thinking about?
When Lin Chen recalled,
Shang Guanqiubai suddenly appeared in front of him and asked.
Lin Chen was startled by her, and then responded quickly.
Oh my god! You walk without making any sound? Are you a ghost? You are the one who has something wrong in your mind, right?
I came in normally, but you were the one who was in a daze the whole time.
What were you thinking about? Regarding Lin Chen's response, Shang Guanqiubai expressed great disdain.
But then he asked curiously. Seeing her curious look, Lin Chen didn't want to tell her what happened last night.
But there are really many mysteries in Lin Chen's heart. So he couldn't help but ask Shang Guanqiubai what happened last night.
I heard Lin Chen ask myself.
Shang Guanqiubai hesitated for a while.
But I still told him the whole story.
Understand the whole story. Lin Chen suddenly fell silent.
He looked at the scratches on his arms. I didn't expect that I would use all my Hunyuan Dao power to resist.
He was actually injured by that Qilin.
Although I had never chosen to attack before, I was just defending. But Lin Chen was a little surprised that there was someone in this world who could break through his defense. After all, Hunyuan Daily is the strength of his fusion of hundreds of martial arts.
Anyone who can break through its defense must not be an ordinary person. It seems that there is always someone better than you. What's wrong with you?
Seeing that Lin Chen was still in a daze, Shang Guanqiubai couldn't help but ask again.
Hearing her question, Lin Chen came back to his senses, then smiled and responded, "It's okay." Ding-a-ling. The phone suddenly rang and Lin Chen checked his phone.
I found out that the call was from an unfamiliar number, and it was not a local number.
After a little confusion, Lin Chen still chose to answer the call. "Excuse me, are you Lin Chen?" A deep and magnetic voice asked on the other end of the phone. I heard the person on the other end of the phone calling my name. Lin Chen became even more confused, so he responded softly. "It's me, who are you?" "Great, I finally found you, Mr. Lin. I'm Chen Ling, the general manager of Magic Capital Jinghua Hotel.
Not long ago, our chairman said that he would sell all the shares to you and then travel around the world."
Lin Chen now completely understood what was going on. The previous system rewards did include 100% shares of the Magic City Capital Hotel.
He originally wanted to wait until he went to Shanghai to visit this hotel. I didn't expect that the other party would come to me on his own initiative.
So Lin Chen slowly asked, "So what do you want to talk to me about now?"
"It's like this, Mr. Lin, since the last chairman left, the hotel is now leaderless, and we need you to come back and take charge of the situation." Chen Ling pleaded in an extremely disgusting tone. The disgusting voice was even worse than Lu Guomin's, making Lin Chen feel a little nauseous. "I have something to do in Bohai City right now and I can't go back. All hotel affairs are temporarily handed over to you for decision. If you can't solve it, put it aside for the time being and discuss it after I arrive in the Magic City." Lin Chen really couldn't stand this disgusting sound. So he hurriedly gave the order and prepared to hang up the phone. Chen Ling naturally heard Lin Chen's disdainful tone, and then responded with a smile.
"I understand. Mr. Lin, please leave it to me. There is also a branch of our Jinghua Hotel in Bohai City. You can visit it when you have time."
Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen hung up the phone.
He really couldn't stand Chen Ling's tone. What happened? Shang Guanqiubai saw Lin Chen's unhappy expression after he hung up the phone.
So he hurriedly asked with concern. Lin Chen heard Shang Guanqiubai's concerned question. So he told her what happened at the Jinghua Hotel.
And Shang Guanqiubai heard the news.
With a shocked expression on his face, he asked hurriedly,
"What did you say? You acquired the Royal Hotel?" "Yeah, what's wrong?"
Seeing her shocked expression,
Lin Chen responded calmly, as if he didn't take the matter seriously. Chapter 48: Suspicious Person.
Do you know that the Jinghua Hotel is the best hotel in Shanghai, with a profit of 100 billion per year?
Shang Guanqiubai looked at Lin Chen, who looked calm, and then said, "Moreover, 100 billion a year is just the profit of that hotel in Shanghai. The Jinghua Hotel has nearly 20 branches. Its presence can be seen in every city. There is also a branch in Bohai City."
I heard about it, but our top priority right now is not the hotel, but the government project. After hearing Shang Guanqiubai's introduction, Lin Chen responded calmly. After that, the finishing work of the government project was handed over to her. Looking at Lin Chen's indifferent expression, Shang Guanqiubai smiled and shook his head, then went to the project development site to inspect the work.
After she left, Lin Chen instantly showed an ecstatic expression. "Oh shit! Is this Jinghua Hotel really so awesome? I didn't really understand it before, and I almost couldn't hold it in just now."
But you must stay calm in front of Shang Guanqiubai.
Otherwise, she would probably laugh at me for a long time. This is why Lin Chen looked so calm just now.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile for a while. It seems that this is the Jinghua Hotel.
This is his first step into the Magic City. But now is not the time to think about that.
I heard Shang Guanqiubai tell me what happened last night.
People from the Shangguan family could actually sneak up on him quietly. And he was completely unable to detect his own breath. This is the scariest part. The current situation is for Lin Chen. It seems like I'm in a dilemma and don't know what to do.
At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly thought of a solution.
The clairvoyance ability that I had acquired before. Maybe this deadlock can be broken. Whenever I meet someone suspicious, just use Sky Eye to scan the other party. This way you can identify the other person. Without saying much, Lin Chen stood up. He then inspected various locations of the group. He planned to scan all the people in the group, because this matter cannot be underestimated.
In this way, Lin Chen patrolled and scanned.
I'm actually among the interns.
People of different identities were scanned.
Lin Chen didn't say anything more and directly fired those people.
Afterwards, Lin Chen told the Minister of Human Resources,
"The company will recruit people in the future. No matter which position you choose, you must interview in person before you can be qualified. This way you can be sure of success. Time passed quickly and it was evening. Lin Chen has scanned all the employees in the group. Now the only thing left to do is scan it by the government project technicians. So he slowly walked to the project meeting room. I found that Shangguan Xiaobai was leading everyone in an emergency meeting. It seems like something went wrong with the project. Lin Chen stood at the door with a slightly frown on his face. I have a bad feeling in my heart. So they immediately opened the Sky Eye to scan the project personnel. Sure enough, a suspicious person was scanned among the technicians. After the scan was completed, Lin Chen went directly into the meeting room and asked, "What's the problem?" There were some problems with the capital chain. Everything was fine before, but I don't know why, problems suddenly occurred. Hearing Lin Chen's question, Shangguan Xiaobai responded indifferently. Then continued to discuss solutions with technical staff. Seeing that she was so busy, Lin Chen didn't ask any more questions. Stand aside and discuss countermeasures with everyone. After a while, I finally found a solution. So Shangguan Xiaobai assigned each person the tasks they should do. Is there anything else you need to explain? Shangguan Xiaobai looked at the technicians below and asked calmly. After hearing Shangguan Xiaobai's words, the technical staff below all shook their heads. Seeing that his technical staff had nothing to do, Shangguan Xiaobai said slowly, "Well, let's adjourn the meeting." The technician heard her and started to leave. Just at this moment, Lin Chen stopped a technician named Tian Hao and said he had something to tell him. Other technicians saw this scene. Without saying anything, he quickly left. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, what instructions do you have for me? Did I do anything wrong? Tian Hao asked Lin Chen with a pitiful look on his face. When Lin Chen saw him like this, he couldn't help but laugh. This kid is really good at pretending. Xuanwu, how long are you going to keep pretending? When Tian Hao heard Lin Chen's words, his expression changed instantly, and he said in a cold voice, "How did you find me?" Lin Chen did not respond to his question. Instead, he grabbed his neck with his right hand. His left hand tore off the human skin mask on his face. Uncle Xuanwu, I never thought that my father would send you to be an undercover agent. This series of operations stunned Shangguan Xiaobai, who was standing next to him, and then he said to Xuanwu in surprise. At this time, Xuanwu grabbed Lin Chen's right hand with all his strength and released the strength in his hand. Seeing this, Lin Chen directly activated the Hunyuan Dao force in his right hand to resist and had an internal strength duel with Xuanwu. Xuanwu, are you sure you want to fight here? Otherwise, let's go somewhere else. The facilities in my conference room are really expensive. Before Xuanwu could reply, Lin Chen directly activated the Hunyuan Taoist force in his left hand to shake open the window of the conference room. Then he threw Xuanwu out. After Lin Chen threw Xuanwu out, he was about to follow him down. Shangguan Xiaobai was stunned when he saw this scene, and hurriedly stopped Lin Chen and said, "Are you crazy? This is the 16th floor. So what? Don't forget, when we first met, I also jumped from a very high place." Hear Lin Chen's answer. Shangguan Xiaobai recalled the first time they met, and it seemed to be true. Seeing that she was still in a daze, Lin Chen jumped out of the window. "Hey! Wait for me. Why are you running so fast? At least tell me the location." Seeing Lin Chen jump down, Shangguan Xiaobai asked hurriedly. But she found that no one responded because Lin Chen had disappeared without a trace. On the rooftop of the Lin Group building. When Lin Chen arrived, he saw Xuanwu sitting leisurely on the ground with his eyes closed in meditation. "I threw you down, but you ended up running up there. You're really good at it. Are you afraid that I'll catch up with you?" Lin Chen looked at Xuanwu, who was meditating, and said with a smile. At this time, Xuanwu slowly opened his eyes. He stared at Lin Chen with a sinister look, then murmured, "You were the one who crippled Qilin, weren't you?" "That's right. Who told him to plot against Shangguan Xiaobai? But you hid it very well. You were inside and he was outside. You should cooperate with him as soon as you get a chance, right? I have to say, your patriarch is really good, but it's a pity that he met me." After Lin Chen responded indifferently, he directly mobilized all his Hunyuan Taoist power and rushed towards Xuanwu. And Xuanwu was still meditating calmly. Just when Lin Chen was about to reach him, suddenly, he was blown away by an unknown force. Chapter 49 Completely Suppressed. After Lin Chen was blown away,
He looked at Xuanwu, who was meditating in front of him, with surprise.
I clearly used all my Hunyuan Dao power just now.
Unexpectedly, he was completely unable to break through his defensive barrier and was even blown away. Although I myself am not a big problem, but the force just now did suppress me. Just when Lin Chen was surprised, Xuanwu suddenly sneered and mocked.
Little kid, you don't really think that if you defeat Qilin, you will be my opponent, right? Hearing his sarcasm, Lin Chen didn't say much.
He once again used all his strength to activate the Hunyuan Taoist power and rushed towards Xuanwu. But the result was the same as the first time. Lin Chen was blown away. Lin Chen was unwilling to give up, as he had been practicing Hunyuan Dao power for such a long time.
I couldn't even break through the defensive barrier of the man in front of me. Little doll, have you had enough fun?
Xuanwu looked at Lin Chen, who had been attacking him, and asked with disdain. Feeling his disdain, Lin Chen immediately decided to change his strategy. Then the Hunyuan Taoist force condensed again and rushed towards Xuanwu.
Xuanwu yawned and immediately set up a defensive barrier around him.
Just when Lin Chen was about to reach the defensive position, he simply compressed all the Hunyuan Taoist power in his body into his right fist, and then punched towards Xuanwu.
Bang! Sizzle!
Lin Chen punched with all his strength on Xuanwu's defensive barrier, causing a sharp sound. Then, some cracks appeared on the defensive barrier. When Xuanwu saw these cracks, his expression changed slightly and he couldn't help but sigh.
I didn't expect you to have such power. It seems that I underestimated you. Now you are qualified to be my opponent.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanwu took out 2 serrated boxing gloves from his arms. After putting on the 2 gloves, he quickly attacked Lin Chen's weak spot. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly activated his Hunyuan Taoist power to protect his weak spot. Then he looked at Xuanwu with horror. When I was reading the fragments of Chinese martial arts, I naturally knew the location of the weak point. This position is the weakness of all those who practice martial arts. It is also a place that cannot be protected by people who practice martial arts.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Seeing that Lin Chen had protected his weak spot, Xuanwu gave a playful and disdainful smile, then quickly threw a heavy punch. The blow hit Lin Chen directly in the chest. Although he used all his Hunyuan Dao power to resist, he was still shocked to the point of spitting blood.
Seeing Lin Chen vomiting blood, Xuanwu's smile gradually became crazy, and then he said, "You can actually withstand this blow. Let's see if you can withstand the next one."
Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Chen stood up and was about to jump off the roof.
Want to leave? No way. Just as Lin Chen was about to escape from the rooftop, Xuanwu sneered.
Then he poured all his strength into the boxing gloves, ready to finish off Lin Chen with one move. Lin Chen saw Xuanwu attacking him like a madman and directly released the pressure of Taoism.
Bang!
The force of oppression hit Xuanwu. Although it had no effect on him, it affected the speed of his attack. Just like that, Lin Chen jumped directly from the rooftop. After the pressure was lifted, Xuanwu looked coldly in the direction where Lin Chen fell, and then jumped down. When Lin Chen fell to the 16th floor, he saw that the window he had opened before was not closed yet.
Shangguan Xiaobai was sitting in the conference room waiting for him to come back.
So Lin Chen jumped back from the window.
Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing Lin Chen coming back, Shangguan Xiaobai finally put his worries to rest.
But the next second she looked at the bloodstains on Lin Chen's clothes and hurriedly expressed her concern. After hearing her question, Lin Chen did not respond because there was no time left.
Xuanwu is not an ordinary person, he can definitely sense his own aura.
So, he should be coming into this office now. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen hurriedly grabbed Shangguan Xiaobai's hand. Prepare to take her away from this group first. Then find a safe place to put her down. Only in this way can I deal with Xuanwu with peace of mind.
Being held by Lin Chen like this, Shangguan Xiaobai's face turned red instantly. She thought Lin Chen was going to do something to her.
But the next second, Lin Chen carried her like a princess. Then he jumped out of the window again, followed by Shangguan Xiaobai's scream. The two of them fell directly to the ground from a high altitude.
Shangguan Xiaobai kept his eyes closed and did not dare to look around. Call out. After a while, the two landed smoothly. The passers-by around looked at Lin Chen as if he were a monster. But Lin Chen couldn't care about these things right now. because he sensed that Xuanwu was coming towards him not far away.
So he hurriedly picked up Shangguan Xiubai and ran towards his villa. After arriving at the villa bedroom, Lin Chen put Shangguan Xiubai down and then said to her hurriedly,
"You stay here. No matter what happens, don't come out. Do you understand? I won't. Don't even think about abandoning me." Seeing Lin Chen's anxious look, Shangguan Xiubai firmly rejected it.
Lin Chen wanted to continue speaking, but he sensed that Xuanwu was getting closer and closer to him.
So he pressed Shangguan Xiubai's acupoints. "Lin Chen, what are you doing? Let me go." I realized I couldn't move at all. Shangguan Xiubai felt like Lin Chen was saying goodbye to him.
So he shouted hurriedly with tears in his eyes. But no matter how she called,
Lin Chen acted as if he didn't hear anything. Something was moving around her.
At this time, Lin Chen was setting up a formation around her, fearing that she would be in danger.
This formation was also used in the hospital before.
It was the instant formation. "I'll lead Xuanwu away first, you just stay here. The acupuncture points on your body will be released in an hour, and the formation around you can trap people for 3 hours. If you encounter danger, lead them to your current position, and you will have time to escape." After Lin Chen finished explaining all this,
before Shangguan Xiubai could continue speaking,
he jumped out of the bedroom window. Before leaving, Lin Chen did not forget to look at Shangguan Xiubai a few more times. Then he closed the window and disappeared in an instant.
"Call out."
Just when Xuanwu was about to reach the villa, Lin Chen suddenly appeared in front of him.
"Little kid, why don't you hide?"
Looking at Lin Chen standing in front of him, Xuanwu said in a cold voice. Lin Chen did not choose to respond to his question. The power of Hunyuan Dao gathered throughout his body again and rushed towards Xuanwu. But this time, Xuanwu did not open the defense barrier. Instead, he poured all his strength into the gloves on his hands, ready to attack. Lin Chen naturally saw this scene as well. So he directly integrated all the Hunyuan Taoist power into his fists.
Prepare to fight Xuanwu in one move to decide the outcome. Snap.
The two fists collided, sparks flew, and ripples were created all around. Lin Chen now felt that his hands and arms had been broken by the shock.
After that, I felt my consciousness gradually becoming blurred. Chapter 50, Farewell Kiss.
It seems this is your limit.
Xuanwu looked at Lin Chen, who was already unconscious, and said with a mocking tone.
At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly roared loudly and condensed the Hunyuan Taoist force again.
But this time, Xuanwu did not give him the opportunity.
The boxing gloves in his hand hit Lin Chen's weak spot directly.
Ahem.
Being hit in the weak spot, Lin Chen completely lost his ability to fight and collapsed to the ground.
Xuanwu saw Lin Chen's expression and sneered.
Then she grabbed his hair and walked towards the villa.
"Don't even think about it."
Seeing Xuanwu getting closer and closer to Shangguan Xiubai, Lin Chen shouted with all his might. He attempted to circulate the Hunyuan Taoist force again to impact the Ren and Du meridians. He had seen it before in the medical fragments in his mind. If the weak point is hit, as long as the Ren and Du meridians are opened by force, there will be a glimmer of hope.
Feeling the change in Lin Chen's aura, Xuanwu frowned slightly.
Then he lifted Lin Chen up and threw him heavily to the ground. This blow caused Lin Chen to vomit blood. Almost all of my ribs were broken. If it weren't for the previous evolution of physical fitness data, I'm afraid he has died here now.
I didn't expect you to last until now, Xuanwu said with a slightly appreciative tone at this moment. Most people would have died after being hit by these attacks.
But now Lin Chen is still alive. Lin Chen now really hopes that the system will appear to rescue him. But he found that the system did not respond.
So he was held by Xuanwu and taken to the villa.
After arriving at the villa, Xuanwu sensed that Shangguan Xiubai was in the bedroom. So Lin Chen threw it on the ground aside and slowly walked towards the bedroom.
Run as soon as the acupoints are unlocked,
Lin Chen shouted loudly with his last bit of strength.
Xuanwu simply disdained his last cry. It seems like everything is under my control.
So he opened the door.
I found Shangguan Xiubai sitting motionless on the bed.
When he saw the scene, he realized that something was wrong. But he still chose to move forward. Just when Xuanwu was about to reach Shangguan Xiubai,
suddenly I felt like I was trapped and couldn't move. Is this a formation? Xuanwu looked at the pictures and texts around him and was surprised.
He had only seen things like formations in ancient books.
This is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes.
No matter how surprised he was, Xuanwu still tried his best to break free. After all, completing the family's mission is the most important thing. But after trying several times, he found that he couldn't get free. So he used all his strength to break the formation.
Sizzle! Xuanwu's power collides with the formation.
There was a harsh friction sound. After a while, there were cracks on the periphery of the formation.
Miss, you better come back with me, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen to that kid.
While Xuanwu was fighting against the instant formation, he did not forget to threaten Shangguanqiubai. And now Shangguanqiubai was acupunctured by Lin Chen. As a result, she is now unable to speak or respond. And so some time passed. The acupuncture points on Shangguanqiubai's body were suddenly unblocked.
The acupoints have just been unblocked. Shangguanqiubai shouted Lin Chen's name.
Then he hurried to the living room. Because she had heard Lin Chen shouting in the living room just now.
So she knew that Lin Chen must be in some danger. Shangguanqiubai had just arrived in the living room.
He found Lin Chen lying on the ground covered in blood, and said hurriedly,
Lin Chen, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, say something. You, quickly, run.
After hearing her words, Lin Chen gradually regained a little consciousness and murmured softly,
looking at the man who fought for her life. Shangguanqiubai shed tears and hugged him tightly in his arms. Bang!
Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in Shangguanqiubai's bedroom. Little kid, it seems you have quite a few cards up your sleeve. This thing really took me a lot of effort. At this time, Xuanwu suddenly walked out of the bedroom, looked in the direction of Lin Chen and the others, and said in a cold voice. Seeing this, Lin Chen wanted to continue fighting back.
But his current body no longer allows him to resist. Shangguanqiubai looked at the seriously injured Lin Chen and said slowly to Xuanwu. Uncle Xuanwu, what do you want?
Miss, you should be very clear about my purpose.
Regarding her questions. Xuanwu just slowly sat down on the sofa and responded indifferently.
Shangguanqiubai heard his response, pursed his lips, and said calmly. I can go back with you, but you have to promise me to let Lin Chen go, otherwise I will die in front of you now.
If I die, I'm afraid the family will kill you, right?
I heard what Shangguanqiubai said.
Xuanwu gave a strange look. Indeed, if the family's mission is not completed, I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Okay, I promise you. Anyway, the little kid probably won't be able to move freely like a normal person anymore. It doesn't matter to me whether he lives or not. Xuanwu spread his hands and responded with a sneer.
Then he suddenly stood up, grabbed Shangguanqiubai's shoulders, and said,
Miss, please. Wait. Give me another half an hour. When the time is up, I will go with you immediately. Now please get out. Xuanwu frowned slightly when he heard Shangguanqiubai's words. But he still released his hand on her shoulder and walked out of the villa. Hurry, go. Lin Chen looked at Shangguanqiubai and said weakly. Silly. You have to take good care of yourself when I'm gone. Don't drink so much, don't be so nice to other women, don't come to me, and don't make enemies with the Shangguan family. Thank you for being so nice to me, and thank you for appearing in my life. No one will bother you anymore, and I will remember this memory forever.
Shangguanqiubai looked at Lin Chen, who was seriously injured because of him, in his arms, and murmured with a smile. Lin Chen looked at her and was about to respond.
Shangguanqiubai kissed him directly on the mouth.
Time stops at this moment.
As they kissed, Shangguanqiubai's tears fell on Lin Chen's face. This kiss lasted for a long time. The memories of the two people emerged in their minds one by one. After the kiss, Shangguanqiubai gently put Lin Chen on the ground.
Then he used his cell phone to call Guo Ziang for help.
After finishing all the affairs, Shangguanqiubai looked at Lin Chen with reluctance and then slowly left the villa. Lin Chen looked at Shangguanqiubai's departing back and prepared to stand up and win her back. But after trying his best, he found that he could not move at all. Shangguanqiubai.
Lin Chen shouted Shangguanqiubai's name at the top of his lungs.
Then everything went black and he lost consciousness. Chapter 51, Peerless Body, Reshaped.
When Lin Chen woke up, he found himself lying in the hospital. Beside him, Guo Ziang kept staring at him, not daring to slack off for a moment.
You finally woke up, you've been in a coma for a week. Seeing Lin Chen waking up, Guo Ziang cried with joy.
Lin Chen slowly looked at the surrounding environment and then prepared to get up. But he found that he couldn't move at all. It seemed as if he had no control over his entire body. Tatsuko! Don't do this, the doctor said you can't move now. After hearing Guo Ziyang's words, Lin Chen did not respond and still tried to get up. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lin Chen at all, Guo Ziyang immediately went to call a doctor. After a while, the doctor arrived at the intensive care unit. Boss Lin, you can't move now. Your bones are broken too badly. Some of them are even shattered. You need to rest. Even though I heard the doctor say that. Lin Chen continued to move around as if he didn't hear anything, trying to get up. Because he now felt that it was not just the broken bones in his body. If it's just a broken bone, there should be severe pain. But Lin Chen now feels that his whole body has lost consciousness. That's why he kept trying to get up. Seeing that Lin Chen refused to listen, the doctor had no choice but to take compulsory measures. So they gave Lin Chen an injection of anesthetic. After the injection, Lin Chen fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, the scene of Shang Wenqiubai's departure is still vivid in my mind. Saw her leaving. Lin Chen called out her name again loudly. But there was no response. Suddenly he found that the surrounding environment began to break down. Shang Wenqiubai also gradually disappeared from his sight. Lin Chen wanted to continue shouting. But he found himself speechless. Suddenly, fragments of the shattered environment plunged directly into his heart. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Found myself in the intensive care unit. It was already the next morning. He found that Guo Ziyang had been dozing off beside him. See this scene. Lin Chen couldn't help but think of the time when he accompanied Shang Wenqiubai in the hospital. So he prepared to try to get up again. But the result was the same, he still felt some numbness in his upper body. As for the arms, waist and downwards, they have completely lost all feeling. He had roughly guessed what his current situation was. Is it just paralysis? Thinking of this, Lin Chen laughed wildly. Guo Ziyang, who was still dozing off beside him, was awakened by the laughter. Guo Zi, did the doctor tell you that I'm paralyzed? Huh? Lin Chen looked at Guo Ziyang and asked questions frantically, laughing as he asked. Seeing my good brother like this now. Guo Ziyang clenched his fists tightly. He was silent for a moment. I don't know how to respond to Lin Chen. At this time, after laughing loudly, Lin Chen looked at Guo Ziyang and said with a smile. Oh, it's okay. I'm paralyzed, so I am. You can take care of me from now on. Don't treat me as a burden. Well, you should go back and rest first. After all, it's so late. I can do it by myself. Before Guo Ziyang could say anything, Lin Chen then began to let him go home. The doctor said you need someone to take care of you. I'm worried about you if I go back now. Seeing him like this, how could Guo Ziyang feel at ease to go back, so he responded slowly. After hearing Guo Ziyang's answer, Lin Chen suddenly stopped laughing and murmured. Please, go back, I'm fine, I just want to be alone for a while. Looking at Lin Chen's lonely and decadent eyes, Guo Ziyang knew that something must have happened. After all, he rushed to Lin Chen's villa after answering Shang Wenqiubai's call. When he arrived at the living room of the villa, he immediately found Lin Chen lying on the ground, bloody and unconscious. So they rushed him to Bohai City Hospital. In fact, he wanted to find out the whole story when Lin Chen just woke up. But he didn't ask more questions because he knew Lin Chen too well. As long as Lin Chen doesn't want to say it, he won't answer you no matter how much you ask. Thinking of this, Guo Ziyang left silently. After seeing him leave, Lin Chen closed his eyes silently. Prepare to summon the system in your mind. When he was in danger before, the system did not appear, which made him very confused. When he entered his mind, I saw an incredible scene. That is, the system in front of him was severely damaged. There is a feeling of being scrapped. Seeing this, Lin Chen gradually approached the system. Be prepared to check what went wrong. Sizzle. At this moment, the system made a sound of parts colliding. Immediately following, a beam of light suddenly emitted from the center of the system and penetrated into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen groaned, feeling a pain all over his body as if it was torn apart. But then he discovered something. Can I feel it in my body? Ding. Detection, the host has encountered a strong opponent, now the reward skill Xiantian Gangqi.
Ding.
Detection that the host is in danger of life, now granting the host super regenerative ability.
Ding. Detection, the host's body has fallen into paralysis. Now reconstructing, a peerless body.
Lin Chen was enduring severe pain. Suddenly, I heard the system prompt sound. He was confused.
Why did this prompt sound feel a little wrong? What is going on here? When your life is in danger. But you also see the system appear? Isn't it a delay? Just thinking about this.
Lin Chen suddenly felt that there was more information about the innate energy in his mind. But he couldn't care less about that now. Because at this moment he felt as if his body was being skinned and his bones were being pulled out. I don't know how much time passed. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. I found myself still in the intensive care unit, but I didn't know why. He felt a warm current flowing through his body.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully reshaping his peerless body.
Fusion is beginning.
Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up.
Does this mean that I won't be paralyzed anymore?
With this thought in mind, Lin Chen tried to get up again.
Call out. I don't know why.
Lin Chen exerted a little effort and jumped to a height of several meters. This scene happened to be seen by the nurse who had just arrived. Then there was a clear and loud cry of fear.
Because Lin Chen's whole body is wrapped in bandages now.
There was blood on the bandage.
It looks like a bloody mummy.
What was most incredible to the nurse was the doctor had clearly told her this before.
Lin Chen is the president of Lin Group.
Now that he is paralyzed, he needs special care. So when she saw the scene, she was so scared that she ran away. No, Miss Nurse, please listen to my explanation. Seeing the nurse running away, Lin Chen shouted helplessly.
He obviously just wanted to get up.
As for why this effect was achieved, he himself didn't know.
Ding. The host has completely merged with the peerless body. Please feel the changes for yourself. Chapter 52 Mysterious Tattoo. Peerless body, what is this thing?
Hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen asked in confusion. Since the host's previous body has been completely destroyed, the system has rebuilt a new body for you, which is a peerless body.
What is the difference between that peerless physical quality and this peerless body? Lin Chen expressed doubts about the system's answer. Because in his opinion, there is not much difference between the two.
Peerless physical fitness is the maximum upper limit of the host's original body. The peerless body is a completely new body for the host. This body not only has the upper limit, but also has greatly improved in all aspects.
Hear the system's response.
Lin Chen suddenly understood, and then showed an expression of so that's it. After understanding the situation, the bandages wrapped around Lin Chen's body were indeed quite scary.
No wonder the nurse just ran away.
Thinking of this, he tore off the bandages on his body. However, the next scene surprised Lin Chen. The figure of this peerless body is not much different from his previous one. They are all relatively strong, with 8 distinct abdominal muscles.
But the difference is that there is an extra blue tattoo on his body. The shape of this tattoo is a dragon.
Lin Chen observed the tattoo himself.
He discovered that this dragon was different from the dragons he knew. Because this dragon has 2 wings and its eyes are extremely sharp.
It has a majestic meaning. Just when Lin Chen was puzzled, he sensed that Guo Ziang was walking towards him. So he quickly put on his clothes. The tattoo just now gave Lin Chen an indescribable feeling. The fewer people who know about this, the better. With this idea in mind, Lin Chen quickly put on all his clothes and pants, then sat on the bed.
Fuck. You.
When Guo Ziang saw Lin Chen sitting on the bed safe and sound, he said wow 3 times in a row to express his shock. When Lin Chen saw him like this, he asked unhappily, Guo Zi, what's wrong with you?
Guo Ziang did not respond to Lin Chen's question. Because he was completely stunned and staring at Lin Chen in amazement.
After all, Lin Chen was still paralyzed the day before.
You can move freely the next day. This is really unbelievable.
Seeing that he still didn't respond, Lin Chen grabbed his arm. Prepare to take him with you to complete the discharge procedures. When he was grabbed like this, Guo Ziang immediately let out a scream, with an extremely painful expression.
You, what's wrong with you? Seeing Guo Ziang's painful expression, Lin Chen asked in surprise.
Feeling the pain, Guo Ziyang finally believed that what happened before was not a dream, so he quickly replied.
What's wrong with me? Is it necessary for you to grab me so hard?
It hurts, okay. Hearing his answer, Lin Chen quickly let go of his hand. Then he looked at his own palms in disbelief. I clearly just grabbed him lightly.
Why did he react so strongly?
Then, Lin Chen remembered when he just got up.
I just stood up gently, why did he jump up directly? It seems that I can only ask the system about these mysteries when I have time.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen hurriedly took Guo Ziyang to go through the discharge procedures.
The two of them walked in the corridor, and the nurses passing by couldn't help but look at Lin Chen.
After all, Lin Chen is now a well-known figure in Bohai City. Therefore, Lin Chen's injuries were well known in Bohai City Hospital. There were no accidents, he was just found at home. And the injury was so serious, which in itself was incredible. Seeing the nurse's eyes coming back and forth, Lin Chen chose not to pay attention. Because he just wanted to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible and then return to the Lin group to handle the follow-up matters.
In fact, these are not the most important.
The most important thing is that Lin Chen decided to finish explaining the affairs of Bohai City.
He immediately set off for the Magic City.
He originally wanted to wait until his strength was strong enough.
Consider going to Shanghai again. But now, things are not developing as he imagined. So now he can only go to the Magic City in advance. As for other matters, we can only wait until we get to the Magic City.
So Lin Chen and the other person hurried to the hospital director to go through the discharge procedures. When the director saw Lin Chen jumping around, his eyes widened like bells. But Lin Chen has no time to care about other people's opinions now. After quickly completing the discharge procedures, Lin Chen and Guo Ziyang hurried to the Lin group. After arriving at the Lin group,
the company's employees all looked at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost.
Because they had just received the notice that Lin Chen was hospitalized not long ago. Lin Chen still ignored the looks of the people around him and hurried towards the meeting room. While walking, Lin Chen asked Guo Ziyang to call all the shareholders of the group to the conference room.
Said there was an important decision to be announced. Although Guo Ziyang was confused when he heard it, he chose to do it.
After arriving at the meeting room, Lin Chen sat in the main seat, waiting for the shareholders to arrive. While waiting, I thought of Shangguan Qiubai's back again. In fact, the reason why Lin Chen planned to go to the Magic City in advance was not just because of Shangguan Qiubai. It's because he doesn't want the people around him to be hurt because of him anymore. After a while, shareholders arrived one after another. The way they looked at Lin Chen was the same as the hospital nurses and company employees. After all, these things are really unbelievable. I called you here today mainly because I have two things to announce. First, I will be leaving for the Magic City soon. I will leave all the company's affairs to you. Second, I will transfer 10% of my shares to Mr. Guo, and he will decide all the affairs of the company. Lin Chen sat in the main seat and spoke slowly while looking at the shareholders below. After saying this, Lin Chen looked at Guo Ziyang alone again.
After hearing the decision, the shareholders were talking about it.
At this moment, Wang Jin suddenly asked,
Boss Lin, do you know where the Demon City is? It's the capital of China.
I know you want to defeat the Wushuan group, but you have to know that there are too many forces involved in the Magic City. There is no need for us to take this risk.
After hearing Wang Jin's advice, Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds, then responded. I have made the decision, and you just need to obey orders, understand?
After responding, Lin Chen directly released his imposing aura and pressure.
Feeling Lin Chen's terrifying aura,
the shareholders all nodded in agreement, including Wang Jin. Seeing everyone's reactions, Lin Chen didn't say much and left the meeting room directly.
At this time, in an unknown place in the Magic City,
Xuanwu brought Shangguan Qiubai to the door of a villa. At the door of the villa, a middle-aged man in a black Mao suit was drinking tea at the stone table at the door.
Chapter 53, Heading into Ouyang Group. Qiubai, you've been away for so long, I miss you so much.
The middle-aged man spoke slowly while drinking tea. At this moment Shangguan Qiubai was looking at the calm and composed man in front of him. I suddenly felt a little sad. She once doubted whether Qilin was sent by her father. But this time I saw Xuanwu coming. She was sure that her suspicions were true.
Do you really have me as your daughter in your heart? Although Shangguan Qiubai already knew the answer. But I still chose to ask even though I knew the answer. For her problem.
The middle-aged man just smiled slightly, and then responded with a smile. Xiaobai, how can you say that? You are my daughter, and this will never change. Okay, then if that's the case, you can let me go. From now on, we are no longer related as father and daughter. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, Shangwan Xiaobai found it ridiculous for some reason. No way, you're my bait. The middle-aged man responded with a sneer, then waved to Xuanwu. Shangwan Xiaobai was just about to say something. He was knocked unconscious by a palm from Xuanwu behind him. After Lin Chen left the Lin group, he prepared to return to the villa to pack up his things. Then set off to the magic city as soon as possible. Walking on the street, Lin Chen couldn't help but recall every moment he spent with Shangwan Xiaobai. Scenes passed before my eyes, as if they happened just yesterday. Tatsuko. Wait for me. Just as Lin Chen was recalling, he found Guo Ziang running towards him from behind. Lin Chen knew that Guo Ziang must have many questions, so he responded. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back to the apartment. After hearing his answer, Guo Ziang paused for a few seconds and then nodded slightly. So the two of them walked towards the villa area. After arriving at the villa, the two walked directly into the living room. Saw bloodstains in the house. Lin Chen couldn't help but recall the scene when Shangwan Xiaobai separated from him. Seeing Lin Chen standing there in a daze, Guo Ziang patted him on the shoulder. After being patted by him, Lin Chen immediately came back to his senses. Then he clenched his fists tightly. He swore to settle accounts with the Shangwan family. Tatsuko. Tell me. What happened? Sitting on the sofa, Guo Ziang asked straight to the point. The relationship between him and Lin Chen is so good that they are inseparable. So whatever they said to each other was very direct. This is also the reason why Lin Chen became friends with him. Here's what happened. In the following time, Lin Chen explained the whole story. Of course, the topic of systems was avoided. In addition, Guo Ziang was told everything about the Shangwan family. After hearing what Lin Chen said, Guo Ziang couldn't help but frown slightly. Because the current situation is indeed more complicated. So you've made up your mind, right? Guo Ziang looked at Lin Chen and asked seriously. In response to his question, Lin Chen just smiled and nodded. Seeing Lin Chen's look, Guo Ziang could only sigh helplessly, and then said, Don't worry, leave Bohai City to me. But before you leave Bohai City, we have to have another good drink, otherwise we don't know when the next time will be. Hear Guo Ziang's fighting spirit answer. Lin Chen smiled and nodded to him, then patted his shoulder. Just like that, after the two chatted for a while, Guo Ziang rushed to the group for work reasons. After he left, Lin Chen looked at the surroundings of the villa. He once again recalled every moment he had spent with Shangwan Xiaobai here. After recalling for a while, Lin Chen decided not to think about it anymore. Because now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now is to improve your strength as quickly as possible. After this incident, Lin Chen deeply realized that his growth rate was still too slow. His previous thinking was even a little narrow-minded. Now he understood that he could not fight against the entire family alone. So this time when he went to the Magic City, he planned to win over various forces so that he could be invincible. Just thinking about this, Lin Chen suddenly thought of the abnormal problem in the system. So he hurried back to his bedroom, closed his eyes and entered his mind. After summoning the system homepage, Lin Chen discovered that the previous damage to the system had disappeared. This made him very confused, as he had clearly seen that the system was in a state of disrepair before. How come it's back to how it was before? With this question in mind, Lin Chen asked the system for the details. Ding! The system has just evolved, so the internal power is unbalanced. After the host entered the periphery of the system completely collapsed. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen finally understood what was going on. No wonder the system has never appeared since entering the system periphery. So how are you recovering now? Looking at the still somewhat broken system page in front of him, Lin Chen asked worriedly. Host, rest assured. The system's internal structure has been completely repaired. The system's new appearance will be updated in 24 hours. New look? After hearing the system's answer, Lin Chen was looking forward to the system's new image. After thoroughly checking the system and finding no problems, Lin Chen slowly withdrew his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he found that it was already late at night. I didn't expect it would take me so long to check. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took off his clothes and prepared to go to bed. After all, there is still work to do tomorrow. The moment he took off his clothes, then he saw the blue tattoo again. When Lin Chen saw this tattoo for the first time today, I feel like there is a different feeling. A close look at the present moment. He seemed to be able to feel a powerful force in the tattoo. Is this also brought about by this peerless body? Lin Chen asked the system curiously. But he found that the system did not give any response. After checking the tattoo several times without any results, he went to bed early. The next day, early morning, Lin Chen woke up early. He is going to go somewhere today. That is the building of Ouyang Group. The purpose of going to Ouyang Group is to get the last 20% of shares. After washing up quickly, Lin Chen went to the underground garage to get the car. Then it headed towards Ouyang Group. After arriving at Ouyang Group, Lin Chen went straight to the president's office on the top floor. After reaching the door, the security guard downstairs immediately stopped him. Before the security guard could say anything, Lin Chen directly released his imposing aura and pressure. The security guard was pinned to the ground. They could only watch Lin Chen walk in with a swagger. Beep. Beep. Lin Chen just walked into the first floor lobby. The security guard who had just been knocked down at the door immediately pressed the alarm. The guests in the entire building were fleeing in all directions at this time, because they know that this is an alarm that symbolizes danger. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen remained calm and stood where he was. After a while, the security guards of the entire building appeared in the lobby on the first floor. Everyone held an electric baton in their hands. I see more and more people coming to the lobby on the first floor. Lin Chen smiled evilly and disappeared instantly. Wait until he appears again. Already reached the door of the president's office on the top floor. Chapter 54, Spiritual Magic. After arriving at the door of the president's office, Lin Chen did not rush in. Instead, he stood outside the door and listened to Ouyang Chuan's phone call. Oh, don't worry. According to reliable information, Lin Chen has been paralyzed. So the Lin Group will be ours sooner or later. At this time, Ouyang Chuan was sitting leisurely at his desk, reporting in a flattering manner. Sitting in his arms was a woman who was scantily clad and dressed ostentatiously. Listening to Ouyang Chuan's disdainful mocking voice, Lin Chen stood outside the office door and smiled faintly. It seemed that he did not take Ouyang Chuan's words seriously. After a while, Ouyang Chuan reported all the intelligence about the Lin Group that he had investigated previously to the person on the other end of the phone. Lin Chen just stood outside the door and listened quietly, with no emotion on his face. In fact, the reason why he stood outside the door was very simple. Because the intelligence Ouyang Chuan was investigating about the Lin Group was the latest. So this means that the Lin Group still has their undercover agents. He wanted to see if he could hear the name of the traitor in the Ouyang Group. But the result was not what he wanted. So Lin Chen kicked the office door open without saying a word. Lin Chen. How could you be here? Are you a ghost? Seeing Lin Chen standing here safe and sound, Ouyang Chuan shouted in fear. After hearing Ouyang Chuan's words, Lin Chen did not make any response. Instead, he grabbed him by the neck and pressed his head against the desk. Then Lin Chen looked at the woman who was just in Ouyang Chuan's arms, his eyes turned cold, and then he said slowly. You should know what to say when you get out. If you say something you shouldn't, you should know the consequences. The woman heard Lin Chen's intimidating words. So he nodded quickly and then hurriedly fled the scene. When Ouyang Chuan saw this scene, he was about to look up and say something, but was pushed down by Lin Chen again. You, what do you want? Seeing that he couldn't break free at all, Ouyang Chuan asked in a pleading tone. In response to his question, Lin Chen remained expressionless and said softly. I'm here to make a deal with you. I don't want anyone else to be around. Do you understand? I understand. Ouyang Chuan replied tremblingly. Because when Lin Chen was asking him just now, he increased the strength he put on him. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately released his hand and sat down on the desk. After Ouyang Chuan broke free from his restraints, he wanted to find an opportunity to escape. But when this idea just came into his mind, then he saw Lin Chen's sharp eyes. So I decisively abandoned this plan. Then he called his secretary directly and told him that he had to receive an important guest and no one could disturb him. What do you want to talk to me about? After the secretary left, Ouyang Chuan stood there and asked with a gloomy expression.
It's nothing, actually. I just came to ask you for a favor. You are a smart person, you should understand what I mean.
After saying that, Lin Chen sat down at his desk, flipping through the documents on the table.
When Ouyang Chuan heard Lin Chen's words, a look of fear appeared on his face. He had previously investigated and found that 80% of Ouyang Group S shares were acquired by Lin Chen. So he knew that Lin Chen came this time just for his remaining 20% shares. Don't worry.
I will buy your shares at the normal market price. While Ouyang Chuan was hesitating, Lin Chen had already finished reading the documents on the table. Then he took out the share transfer certificate from his pocket and said lightly, looking at the calm and composed man in front of me.
For some reason, Ouyang Chuan felt extremely scared. Okay. I'll sign it, but you have to promise me that you'll let me live. President Ouyang, what you said is true. This is a society ruled by law. What can I do to you?
Lin Chen spread his hands and replied with an innocent look on his face. After replying, he directly signed his name on the share transfer document. Then he threw the transfer letter directly in front of Ouyang Chuan.
After watching Ouyang Chuan sign his name, Lin Chen smiled slightly and said softly, President Ouyang, I forgot to tell you just now, I need your help with something else. Please tell me the spy you have arranged in the Lin Group. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Ouyang Chuan was so scared that he knelt down quickly. I said. After kneeling down, Ouyang Chuan swallowed his breath and then said, That person is Lu Guomin.
When Lin Chen heard the news, his expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure.
He couldn't help but sigh at the power of the Shangguan family.
From shareholders' meetings to private car drivers.
Now even Lu Guomin is their spy.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen decided not to think about it anymore.
Because he won't make the same mistakes again.
In the past, he underestimated the power of the Shangguan family. I believe that as long as I rely on the system, everything will be solved. But since what happened last time, Lin Chen truly realized how insignificant he was. Because of his arrogance, he almost lost his life. He also made Shangguan Shoubai take responsibility for his ignorance. After reminiscing, Lin Chen prepared to return to the Lin Group to have a good talk with Lu Guomin.
But there is one more important thing right now. That is how to deal with Ouyang Chuan, who is kneeling on the ground. Because he is originally from Wushuang Group. And behind the Wushuang Group is the Shangguan family.
Lin Chen was not ready to expose himself to the Shangguan family now. So he had to find a way to make Ouyang Chuan shut up completely. But there seemed to be no other solution except to make him disappear forever.
Ding!
The host's troubles have been detected, and the skill of spiritual wisdom is now awarded. Hearing the mechanical electronic sound of the system, Lin Chen's face was filled with question marks.
What is this spiritual magic?
Just when he was confused, the system explained. The spiritual art is a spiritual technique. As long as you use it to look at a designated person, you can search the soul memory of the designated person. But it has one most terrifying thing, which is that it can erase the soul memory of a designated person.
Hearing the introduction of the system, Lin Chen took a breath. Can you take away and erase other people's memories at will? Isn't the spiritual magic too scary? But think of this.
Lin Chen also understood the meaning of this technique rewarded by the system. So he walked up to Ouyang Chuan. Looking into his eyes, he used the spiritual power directly with his mind.
Ouyang Chuan was wondering why Lin Chen was looking at him.
Suddenly, I felt a black screen in front of my eyes, and then I lost consciousness.
The moment when Lin Chen used the spiritual magic. Ouyang Chuan's memories floated before him like scenes from a movie.
So he began to interrogate them one by one. In addition to erasing his memory of ever having seen him,
Lin Chen also wanted to find clues about the Shangguan family. But after several investigations,
it was discovered that the person who gave the order to Ouyang Chuan was the manager of Wushuan Group, Zhang Jing.
Other than that, there are no clues.
And so he continued exploring for a while.
Dirty scenes of Ouyang Chuan and some women were discovered.
Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh that Ouyang Chuan actually had such a hobby.
Chapter 55, Dealing with Lu Guomin. Looking at the scenes before my eyes,
Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. City people really know how to have fun. But this is not the most important thing now, we still have to do our business first. So he found all the memories of Ouyang Chuan meeting him today. Then he tore off all those memories. After finishing this, he decided to take another look at the dirty scene.
Ding! The host's mental power is about to be used up. Please turn off the spiritual power as soon as possible.
Lin Chen was startled when he heard the system prompt. It seems that this soul enlightening technique is the same as the third eye ability awarded before. They all consume your own mental energy. Thinking of this, Lin Chen directly turned off the spiritual magic. When he opened his eyes, he found that Ouyang Chuan had fainted on the ground. Since the memory has been deleted, then there is no need to give him money to buy the shares, right? With this thought in mind, Lin Chen quickly left the scene. After leaving Ouyang Group, Lin Chen drove the Ferrari Juying directly back to the Lin Group. After all, Lu Guomin's matter cannot be delayed. While walking on the road, Lin Chen always looked towards the passenger seat, because this position was previously occupied by Shangwan Shoubai. But now things have changed. Thinking of this, Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly onto the street. After arriving at Lin Group, Lin Chen parked the car in the underground garage. Then he went straight to the president's office. When he reached the door of the office, I found that Guo Ziang was talking on the phone about business. Lin Chen decided not to disturb him and went straight to the meeting room. After arriving at the meeting room, he saw Lu Guomin and Wang Jin discussing the project plan. So he walked in leisurely. When Lu Guomin and Wang Jin saw Lin Chen coming, the expression on his face was one of shock. They thought that since Lin Chen handed over all matters to Guo Ziang last time, he would not come to the company again. Wang Jin, please go out first. I have something to discuss with Lu Guomin. Just when the two were confused, Lin Chen gave the order indifferently. When Wang Jin heard Lin Chen say this, he naturally did not dare to disobey and hurriedly left the meeting room. Boss Lin, do you have any instructions for me? At this time, Lu Guomin looked at Lin Chen and asked flatteringly. But at this time, Lin Chen did not choose to respond, but kept staring at him. This look made Lu Guomin feel horrified, and he immediately knelt on the ground. Everything is implied. Boss Lin, please let me go. They threatened me with my family, and I really have no choice. If I don't do this, my family will be in danger. I really have no choice. Lu Guomin knelt on the ground and reported with tears in his eyes. When Lin Chen saw him like this, he knew that he was not lying. So he sighed deeply. Afterwards, the share transfer document was handed to Lu Guomin. And after Lu Guomin saw this scene, he was really panicked, and he cut out and begged while crying. Boss Lin, please let me go. If I sign, my whole family will be left starving. I will give you a reasonable price and ensure that you and your family will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Lin Chen responded indifferently to Lu Guomin's plea. He then signed his name on the share transfer document. Mr. Lin, I. Lu Guomin was about to say something when Lin Chen interrupted him again and explained. No matter what, you still did something wrong to the group, so there is no way you can stay in the group. As for the shares, you should return them to the group, because if you keep the shares, Wushuan Group will always keep an eye on you. Hear Lin Chen's explanation. After thinking about it, Lu Guomin felt that it made sense. So the share transfer contract was signed. Without saying a word, Lin Chen transferred 10 billion to Lu Guomin's card. Seeing the 11-digit number on the card, Lu Guomin was shocked. Boss Lin, aren't these too many? Not much. After all, you have contributed to the government project. Besides, even though you feel sorry for the group, you can do anything for your family. From a certain perspective, I admire you very much. Hearing what Lin Chen said, Lu Guomin was deeply moved. After that, he hugged Lin Chen's thighs and cried bitterly. Seeing him like this, Lin Chen kicked him aside in disgust. Although he admired Lu Guomin for being able to do anything for his family, but this did not prevent him from disliking Lu Guomin. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at Lu Guomin and started to use the spiritual magic. Affected by the spiritual magic, Lu Guomin began to lose consciousness. After Lin Chen checked his memories, he discovered that the person threatening him was still the manager of Wushuan Group, Zhang Jing. Seeing this, Lin Chen frowned. The Shangwan family acted so meticulously, which gave him a headache. The only way now is to take one step at a time. Think of this. Lin Chen deleted all his intelligence and memory about the Lin Group. Then he quickly turned off the spiritual magic. The huge consumption of mental energy made him a little dazed and he almost fell to the ground. It seems that this ability can only be used once a day at most. Lin Chen held onto the table and murmured.
Then everything went dark and he passed out. When he wakes up again, I found myself lying on the sofa in the office. Guo Ziang was still on the phone at his desk.
Seeing Lin Chen wake up, Guo Ziang smiled and nodded at him. He signaled with his eyes that he was busy and would talk later. Lin Chen naturally understood what he meant, so he didn't say anything to disturb him.
After a while, Guo Ziang finally finished the work at hand, and then looked at Lin Chen and asked with concern, "Tenko, are you okay? I just asked the doctor to check you out. The doctor said you have low blood sugar. Don't hide it from me. Are you okay?"
Looking at Guo Ziang's face full of concern for him,
Lin Chen laughed out loud for some reason. "Fuck, I'm asking you a question, why don't you answer me? What are you grinning for? Is he stupid? His blood sugar is low, but why does it also lower his IQ?" Hearing Lin Chen's strange smile, Guo Ziang thought he was upset by something.
So he hurriedly picked up the doctor's examination report and muttered to himself. At this time, Lin Chen heard what Guo Ziang said. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, then punched him on the shoulder and said calmly, "You have a low IQ. I'm just in a very good mood. Can't I smile?" "Of course you can, but the point is that your smile is too creepy, isn't it?" See, Lin Chen returned to normal. Guo Ziang then breathed a sigh of relief and responded slowly. In response to Guo Ziang, Lin Chen chose to remain silent. He was indeed a little abnormal just now. But the reason for his smile was actually very simple. He is very happy because he has such a good brother. Thinking of this, Lin Chen directly put his arm around Guo Ziang's shoulders and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll buy you a drink." Before Guo Ziang could say anything, Lin Chen then took him away by force. Chapter 56: The Envelope Left Behind. The two went straight to the place where they always drank. "Call the waiter and have all the dishes served." Guo Ziang picked up the wineglass first and said, "Shenzi, if you want to go to the Magic City, I won't stop you, because I know you have something you want to do. Consider this glass of wine as my farewell to you. Remember, no matter what happens, I will always be your strongest supporter." As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Ziang drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. "Okay, since you said that, I've made friends with you. I'll leave Bohai City to you. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to Modu to find me." Hear him say that, Lin Chen suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. Then he directly offered him a glass of wine in return. The two of them drank together until midnight. During this period, Lin Chen went to the bathroom once, and Guo Ziang went there 11 times. So while drinking, Lin Chen kept mocking Guo Ziang. I don't know how much time passed like this. The two of them supported each other and walked out of the hotel. Walking on the road, Lin Chen called a special car with difficulty. Then he sent himself and Guo Ziang back to the villa. After arriving at the villa, Lin Chen helped Guo Ziang to the guest bedroom. I was also ready to go back to my bedroom and go to sleep. As he was walking leisurely in the corridor, suddenly he stopped in front of the door of a room. This room was the bedroom where Shangwan Xiaobai lived before. Since the accident, Lin Chen has never entered this room, because he was afraid to recall sad things. But now, I am about to leave Bohai City. This villa contains their shared memories. He had checked other places. Only this room is left. So he decided to go in and take a closer look. Don't leave any regrets for yourself. After entering the room, I looked at everything familiar here. Lin Chen fell into memories, recalling the scenes of the past, whether in the hospital or back at the villa. For some reason, Lin Chen shed a tear. He had loved before, and even regarded the other person as important as his own life. But what was the result? Only betrayal. That experience was too traumatic for Lin Chen. So he decided not to fall in love with someone easily anymore. But then Shangwan Xiaobai appeared. But it broke all his thoughts. At first, Lin Chen kept avoiding her. But I couldn't help but pay attention to her. Despite this, he was still hiding his emotions. Even telling myself this in a self-deceptive way. That's because she is a beauty. But after experiencing the last separation, look at that person who is trying to keep himself alive. A girl who is willing to sacrifice her own freedom. He finally made up his mind. Just thinking about this, Lin Chen suddenly saw a letter under his pillow, which read, Lin Chen received. He knew that this was left for her by Shang Wanqiubai. So I quickly opened the envelope to check its contents. Lin Chen, when you saw this letter, I was probably no longer around. Maybe I was captured by my family. By the way, have you always thought that I was particularly afraid of being captured by the family? Actually, I'm not afraid at all. What scares me most is being separated from you, because I've discovered that I've fallen in love with you. You are the first person who has been kind to me since I was a child. I am so lucky to have met you. I have imagined countless times in my mind the scenes of being with you, but none of them can come true. Maybe we really are not meant to be together. If I get caught, remember not to come looking for me. I just hope you're okay. Reading the contents of the letter, Lin Chen shed tears of regret. He hated himself for not expressing his feelings earlier and hated himself for not protecting her. After crying for a short while, Lin Chen decided to cheer up. His only goal now is to rescue Shang Wanqiubai. Thinking of this, Lin Chen prepared to put the letter back into the envelope. But he found another piece of paper in the envelope. So he quickly opened it to see what was inside. After checking, he found that the content was a contract for a share transfer. On the part.A side of the contract, the 4 words Shang Wanqiubai were written. When Lin Chen saw this place, I already understood what Shang Wanqiubai meant. So I signed my name at part.B's place. After reading these, Lin Chen carefully put the envelope on his body and then left the room. After returning to my bedroom, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes and entered his mind. He planned to integrate the innate energy rewarded by the system into the Hunyuan Wuji Dao. Because both of these skills are of the tough and domineering type, so the speed of fusion is extremely fast. After a while, the two skills were integrated. At this time, Lin Chen started to practice the Hunyuan Wuji Dao. It was discovered that there was an extra layer of faint light around the Hunyuan Dao force. And this light is brought by the innate qi. Although Hunyuan Wuji Dao has made great progress, but Lin Chen always thinks back to the last battle with Xuanwu. All the tricks that he was proud of were simply vulnerable in front of him. Think of this. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Then he suppressed the urge. Because the current situation no longer allows him to act rashly. However, a detailed plan can only be made after arriving in the Magic City. So Lin Chen decided to start his journey to the Magic City in a few days. So he booked a flight to Shanghai on his mobile phone. The time is set for 3 days later. After booking the tickets, Lin Chen tidied up the room and went to bed early. But what he didn't know was, just when he was filled with murderous intent, a golden light faintly appeared above the eyes of the blue-green dragon tattoo on his body. The next 3 days, Lin Chen has been staying indoors for no other reason. He just wanted to take advantage of these few days to stay well in the villa. By the way, practice the newly integrated Hunyuan Wuji Dao. The day to leave Bohai City finally arrived. Lin Chen got up early and packed his luggage. Because I booked a morning flight a few days ago. As for why I booked a morning flight, that's because Lin Chen didn't want Guo Ziang to see him off. He didn't like the feeling of separation. After packing my luggage, Lin Chen took a few more glances at Shang Wanqiubai's room and then hurried to the airport. Walking on the street, Lin Chen dragged his heavy luggage and prepared to call a taxi. Then he waved toward the street. Suddenly he found a luxury car stopped beside him. Just when Lin Chen was wondering who the owner of the luxury car was, Guo Ziang got out of the car directly. Watching my good friend coming to see me off, Lin Chen suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, he had never experienced such a scene before. I guessed that you were going to sneak away, and I was right. Just when Lin Chen was silent, Guo Ziang punched Lin Chen in the chest and then said viciously. Lin Chen just smiled slightly at what he said. Then he got into the car and murmured to Guo Ziang. Why don't you send me away quickly? I'm going to miss my flight. Hearing Lin Chen's boastful words, Guo Ziang smiled knowingly. He hurriedly got in the car and drove to the airport. Chapter 57 Arrival at the Magic City. After arriving at the airport, the flight was about to take off. Lin Chen and Guo Ziang smiled at each other, everything was said without words. So Lin Chen dragged his suitcase through security check. Guo Ziang sought his leaving back. He smiled faintly and left the airport. After Lin Chen boarded the plane, he walked towards the first-class cabin. Then I quickly found my seat.
Sit in your seat. Lin Chen directly adjusted the seat to lying mode.
Then he lay down on it, recalling everything that happened in Bohai City. He still remembers the time when he called his parents in the villa and told them that he was going to Shanghai. His parents were worried that he would have problems in the big city.
After all, this was his first time leaving Bohai City.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen stopped recalling. The journey to Shanghai takes about 6 hours. Lin Chen sat in his seat, feeling uncomfortable. Because this was his first time flying first class, there were many things he didn't understand. It was the flight attendant who helped me adjust the seat to lie flat. After a while, the flight attendants began to serve food to the passengers on the plane.
Since he didn't eat breakfast, Lin Chen was indeed hungry.
So I hurriedly called the flight attendant and prepared to order food. When the flight attendant heard Lin Chen calling him, he hurriedly stood in front of him. Then a variety of high-end delicacies and red wines were introduced.
Lin Chen listened to the flight attendant's introduction with a confused look on his face.
To be honest, he heard the flight attendant talk about the delicious food. He didn't recognize any of them except the filet mignon.
Some have never even heard of it. I have learned a lot. This was all he could think about now.
But despite thinking this, Lin Chen was still conflicted.
Because he didn't know which one tasted better. Lin Chen? Why are you here?
Just as he was struggling, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Lin Chen turned around and saw that the person sitting diagonally opposite him was Zhao Chuyi. So he replied slowly.
I have some things to take care of in the Demon City. What about you? That's such a coincidence. My father just sent me to Shanghai to take over a project. It seems like we are destined to meet.
In response to her answer, Lin Chen just smiled helplessly and did not choose to respond. Feeling that something was wrong with him, Zhao Chuyi immediately asked.
Is there anything you need to deal with when you go to the demon capital?
I saw Zhao Chuyi asking me seriously.
Lin Chen decided to tell her what he was going to do in the Magic City. Of course, it's about the Shangwan family and Shangwan Shoubai.
Lin Chen did not choose to tell her. After all, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. If Zhao Chuyi knew about this,
I'm afraid she might be in danger too. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Zhao Chuyi nodded slowly, and then said with concern. I know you've made up your mind, but you have to promise me that you'll be safe.
She had also heard about the affairs of Wushuang Group. So she was more worried that something might happen to Lin Chen. I heard that Zhao Chuyi was worried about me. Lin Chen smiled slightly and then nodded. Then he saw the meal options the flight attendant had just given him.
I couldn't help but start to have a headache.
But then an idea suddenly occurred to him. I started by asking the flight attendant to introduce the signature dishes and wines here.
Sure enough, the flight attendant began to introduce themselves in a familiar manner. Lin Chen picked 2 at random.
After eating, he quickly closed his eyes and practiced the Hunyuan Wuji Dao. Zhao Chuyi saw that he closed his eyes.
I thought he was asleep. So I didn't bother too much. Start browsing the files.
In his mind, Lin Chen summoned the system homepage. This time when he goes to the Magic City, he must hide his identity first.
In order not to alert the enemy.
He could only choose to change his identity temporarily.
But his appearance has long been well known on the internet.
After all, he had publicly declared war on Ouyang Chuan at a press conference before. Therefore, if you want to hide your identity from being discovered, you can only turn to the system for help. When the system page opened, Lin Chen was suddenly shocked. Because he found that the system's main page was completely different from before.
The original page is similar to a panel. The page is now more human. And it's different from before. The previous panels were transparent and suspended in the air. But today's panels construct a model similar to that of a human. But now is not the time to think about these things. So Lin Chen opened them all.
Prepare to see if there are any skills that can help disguise your identity. He flipped through it for a while and found that there were some life skills. Only some skills in certain fields remain, such as peerless piano skills, peerless financial management, etc. No skills were found regarding hiding and disguising one's identity. So he continued to flip through the pages, but still found nothing. Just when I was about to give up, suddenly in the bottom corner, I found a product called Universal Mask, which only costs 20 points. When Lin Chen saw this product, he smiled with satisfaction. He was sure that this skill was what he wanted. So I chose to redeem it using points.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for purchasing the universal mask, please check it carefully. The system prompt sounded, and Lin Chen opened his eyes and withdrew from his mind. With a thought, he immediately used the universal mask. After use, Lin Chen felt a cool sensation on his face. So he quickly took out his phone to take a selfie. I found that my face had not changed at all. Just as he was wondering, the system's electronic voice sounded again. Ding! How to use the universal mask. The host can use his mind to imagine the appearance of anyone, and the mask will change directly. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Chen finally understood how to use it. He originally thought that this universal mask had options. But I didn't expect it to be so casual. So he manipulated his mind and prepared to make changes. But I don't know why. The image of Shangguan Qiubai appeared in his mind. Lin Chen suddenly stopped the mind control.
Prepare to try again.
When he was about to close his eyes,
suddenly I felt my chest feel heavy.
I also painted my nail polish on my hands. She was also wearing high heels. And the scariest thing is that he is now wearing an extremely revealing pajamas. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. So I quickly opened my phone camera and took a selfie to check. It was not his own face that came into view. It was a familiar face, it was Shangguan Qiubai.
What he looks like now. It was the night I met Qilin. Shangguan Qiubai in sexy pajamas. Look at this curvy figure.
Lin Chen's nose was almost bleeding.
But then,
he immediately imagined what he looked like before he changed.
As expected. When Lin Chen took a selfie with the camera again,
everything has returned to normal. He then tried this ability again. He discovered that this ability could not only transform into what he wanted. Even clothing and body shape can be changed.
It's like I've completely become that person.
Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh at the power of this ability. After completing the attempt, Lin Chen entered his mind again.
Start practicing the newly integrated Hunyuan Wuji Dao. Time flies. After a while, the plane arrived in the Magic City.
After arriving at the airport, Lin Chen quickly got off the plane and left the airport.
He really didn't want to travel with Zhao Chuyi. Because this will expose your identity. After getting off the plane, Zhao Chuyi wanted to find Lin Chen to travel together. But she found that Lin Chen had disappeared long ago. A look of loss gradually appeared on his face. Chapter 58 Breaking into the Jinghua Hotel. After leaving the airport,
Lin Chen directly used the power of the universal mask. Transform yourself into the person you are with your colleagues.
Walking on the street dragging a heavy suitcase, Lin Chen waved and called a taxi.
Prepare to go to Royal Hotel.
Because this Jinghua Hotel is his first step into the Magic City.
Sitting in the taxi, Lin Chen looked at the city scenery outside the window.
This is his first time in Shanghai.
He had only seen the appearance of this city on TV before. After all, as the capital of China, there will definitely be a lot of news to report.
Once upon a time,
he really wanted to live in such a big city.
But my financial situation does not allow it. So I had to give up this idea.
But now, seeing everything in front of me, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sense of unreality in his heart.
Just thinking about this.
The taxi stopped in front of a hotel.
It is the Royal Hotel. After getting off the bus,
Lin Chen looked at the historical plaque on the door and smiled slightly.
It seems that this is still an old hotel. What can I do for you?
Suddenly, the security guard at the door looked at Lin Chen and asked seriously. Hearing what the security guard said, Lin Chen responded calmly. I'm here to see the general manager of your hotel, Chen Ling.
Then do you have an appointment?
The security guard didn't seem to believe Lin Chen's answer.
Because Lin Chen's current appearance is that of his colleague.
And the colleague in his impression.
Always wearing programmer's work clothes. So the universal mask automatically changed his clothes into work clothes.
I didn't make an appointment, but we talked on the phone before and he asked me to come. If you don't believe me, just confirm it yourself. After saying that, Lin Chen handed Chen Ling's cell phone number to the security guard. The security guard dubiously dialed the number.
I found that no one answered the call. So he shouted, "I've met several people like you this week. How dare you come in here dressed so poorly? Do you know what this place is? This is the largest hotel in the Magic City. With your behavior, I advise you to leave immediately." I heard the security guards taunting. Lin Chen frowned and didn't respond. Instead, he forced his way through the security blockade and continued forward into the hall. The security guard saw that Lin Chen was so ungrateful. So he quickly pressed the danger alarm. Then he took out an electric baton from his waist. Beep. 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 The first floor lobby of Royal Hotel. At this moment, a deafening alarm sounded. The hotel guests were so frightened that they fled. Lin Chen saw this scene. I don't know why it feels so familiar. When I broke into Ouyang Group before. It seems to be this scene. Think of this. Lin Chen patted his forehead, feeling helpless. Why can't you just let yourself go in quietly? But now is not the time to think about these things. The first thing to do now is to find Chen Ling. Generally, the offices of large hotels are located upstairs. So Lin Chen didn't say much. Holding the luggage, I ran straight upstairs. When he reached the 16th floor, I found that a large number of security guards suddenly appeared upstairs. Everyone held an electric baton and a slingshot in their hands. Look at the scene in front of you. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. Then he directly released the powerful force of Taoism. The powerful pressure directly pressed the security guards to the ground, and each of them looked extremely painful. Then light traces of blood appeared on their bodies. When Lin Chen saw their appearance, he was suddenly shocked. He had used the power of Taoism to coerce many times before. But it only overwhelmed the opponent. Even the man in black who had previously ambushed Shangguan Xiaobai was crippled. But it is only with the help of the formation that such great damage can be caused. But at the moment, he was simply releasing the pressure of Tao power. How can there be such great sadness? Just as I was thinking this, the security guards' screams of pain became louder and louder. The blood on their bodies gradually increased. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly removed the pressure of Taoism. After the pressure was relieved, the security guards looked at Lin Chen with horror. And Lin Chen saw their frightened eyes. For a moment I didn't know how to react. The most important thing right now is to find Chen Ling first. This way everything can be solved. Unfortunately, he has never met Chen Ling. Otherwise, I could use my breath-sensing ability to find him. Think of this. Lin Chen left the 16th floor directly and continued searching on the upper floors. But he made it to the top floor. Still haven't found the office location. This made him very confused. Aren't most hotel offices on the top floor? Seeing that the search was fruitless, Lin Chen suddenly thought of a solution. So he jumped directly from the upstairs to the lobby on the first floor. This scene happened to be seen by the security guards who came upstairs. Everyone had an expression of extreme shock on their face. This is the top floor of the hotel. Just jump down like that? Is this still a human being? Just when they were shocked, Lin Chen had already jumped to the first floor lobby. In order not to alert the enemy, he hid directly at the entrance of a staircase. He threw the luggage into the deepest corner. After a while, he saw a man in a black suit take the elevator from the first floor lobby. So he smiled slightly and directly used the power of the universal mask. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen turned into a man. He swaggered towards the hall. After entering the hall, Lin Chen has been trying to find Chen Ling. After all, if he is not found, nothing will end. The only way now is to use the magic of spiritual enlightenment. Check other people's memories to see if there are any clues about Chen Ling. Manager Chen, what are you doing here? Aren't you going upstairs to get the documents? Frightened by unknown terrorists? Just as Lin Chen was about to find a target to cast his spiritual magic, suddenly, a curious voice asked from behind him. Lin Chen turned around suddenly. I noticed that standing behind him was a man in a dark blue suit. So he responded hastily. Well, I have something urgent to do here, and I just finished it now. I'll get it for you now, please wait a moment. After saying this, Lin Chen wanted to escape from the scene immediately. The man saw his reaction, and although he felt a little strange, he still said, Chen Ling, don't forget the deal between us. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be something you and I cannot bear. When Lin Chen heard the name Chen Ling, he instantly became energetic. Why did the man in front of him call himself Chen Ling? Could it be that the person I just saw was? Just as he was thinking of this, Lin Chen looked directly into the man's eyes. Then he used the spiritual magic. What comes into view are scenes of business cooperation. The scene was exactly the same as what was shown on TV. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that I was just a frog in a well. Suddenly, he discovered that this man had cooperated with Chen Ling more than once. The purpose of the cooperation is to make black money from the Shanghai stock market. Chapter 59, Level 6 Mission. According to Lin Chen's understanding, making black money in the stock market is a huge profit. But it is a commercial crime in itself. Lin Chen continued to explore the man's memory. It turns out that his name is Gu Shanglin, and he is the department manager of Lei Ting Group. A lot of dirty money is made every year. The most important thing is that he actually took drugs with Chen Ling. No wonder people would take risks to make dirty money in the stock market. After looking for a while, Lin Chen did not find any useful information. So he turned off the spiritual magic. After Gu Shanglin came back to his senses from a trance, I found that Lin Chen had disappeared. Just when he was full of doubts, Chen Ling patted him on the back. Then he handed the document to him. The two had a very pleasant conversation. Lin Chen, who was hiding in the corner, saw the whole scene. After talking with Gu Shanglin, Chen Ling left the Jinghua Hotel alone. Seeing this, Lin Chen directly used the power of the universal mask. He changed back into his colleague's appearance and followed behind Chen Ling. After a while, he found Chen Ling sneaking into a bar. The sign on the door of the bar said that it was temporarily closed, which made Lin Chen very curious. But in order not to alert the enemy, Lin Chen could only choose to wait outside. Then we'll see how the situation plays out. After a while, Chen Ling came out of the hotel shaking his head. Seeing him like this, Lin Chen frowned slightly. He had roughly guessed where this place was. After Chen Ling came out of the bar, he slowly walked towards the Jinghua Hotel. Lin Chen thought he was going back to Jinghua Hotel. But I didn't expect it. He walked to the door of the hotel but did not go in. Instead, continued to move slowly forward. Lin Chen just followed him like this. I followed him all the way to the door of a villa. Chen Ling stood at the door and after much hesitation finally decided to go in. Lin Chen used the aura to sense that there was only one person in the villa. The man's breath was very weak. Ding! Due to the host's situation, the 6th mission is now released. Save Chen Ling's wife and the reward is a set of Magic City Supreme World Sea View Villa. Hearing the system prompt sound, Lin Chen felt confused. Why would the system issue a task at this time? Where is Chen Ling's lover? Think of this. Lin Chen looked in the direction of the villa that Chen Ling had just entered. He had a premonition. He just detected that faint breath. It should be Chen Ling's lover. So Lin Chen said nothing. He leaped into the yard of the villa. After entering the yard, Lin Chen gradually approached the villa. When he walked to the back of the villa, suddenly I smelled a scent of medicine. It is that kind of extremely inferior Chinese medicine. Although it was the first time that Lin Chen smelled this kind of medicine. But he based on the medical information in his mind. It is still possible to identify the ingredients of the medicine. The name of this medicine is first aid powder. It is considered the most expensive type of Western medicine. The effects of this medicine can relieve heart disease. But this is only temporary and cannot cure the disease completely. The most terrifying thing about this medicine is, once consumed in excess, it can lead to strong dependence. It will cause the consumer's overall resistance to decrease, which is no different from suicide. Judging from the concentration of the medicine I just smelled, I'm afraid he has already consumed too much. Thinking of this, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Use breath perception. Lin Chen quickly found the location of Chen Ling's lover. Then he went straight to the door. He opened the door and walked in with swagger. Several security guards in the villa saw someone breaking in and hurriedly picked up electric batons. Seeing this, Lin Chen instantly gathered his Han Yuan Dao power between his fingers. He rushed forward and quickly pressed their acupoints. Afterwards, the security guards fell to the ground with expressions of extreme pain. Look at their appearance. Lin Chen didn't say any extra words. Move quickly straight into the house.
Because he felt that the breath just now was about to disappear.
Go deeper into the villa.
Lin Chen was surprised to find an infrared device in front of him. This kind of infrared device is usually only found in important places such as museums or vaults. I didn't expect that Chen Ling actually installed this device in his own home.
Just as I was thinking about this, an alarm suddenly sounded. And just after the alarm sounded,
the infrared device began to attack Lin Chen. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen felt something was wrong.
I didn't expect that I was set up.
At this time, Chen Ling stood behind the infrared device and asked in a cold voice,
"Who are you?
What is your purpose here?"
"I'm here to help you."
He had already sensed Chen Ling's appearance, so he felt something was wrong. After dodging the infrared attack, Lin Chen responded quietly,
"Do you think you'll believe that?" When Chen Ling heard Lin Chen's answer, he obviously didn't believe the stranger in front of him.
Lin Chen had already thought about his suspicion. But there is no time to explain now. So Lin Chen hurriedly released the pressure of Taoism. The infrared device crashed instantly. And Chen Ling was also pressed to the ground.
"You, who are you?"
Pressed to the ground by an inexplicable pressure, Chen Ling asked in shock. Lin Chen did not choose to respond to his shock. Instead, he rushed directly into the room behind him.
"No! What on earth are you going to do?"
Looking at the direction of the room that Lin Chen was rushing towards, Chen Ling collapsed and shouted.
Because the person in that room was his lover, Wang Xueme.
After Lin Chen entered the room, he found a pale-faced woman lying on the bed.
Seeing this scene, Lin Chen knew that his previous premonition was correct. At this time, Wang Xueme looked weakly at the stranger in front of her and was about to say something.
But because she was too weak, she didn't have the strength to speak.
"Don't say anything, I'm here to save you." Wang Xueme obviously didn't believe what Lin Chen said.
After all, I have seen many people treat my illness. Even the most famous doctor in Shanghai said that there is no cure. But looking at Lin Chen's confident eyes, Wang Xueme nodded slightly.
"After all, no matter what, we should try our best."
See her nod in agreement. Lin Chen directly activated the Hunyuan Taoist power. Then the perception of breath was integrated into it. Looking at the faint light on his hand, Lin Chen smiled slightly.
It went straight into her body.
Because the Hunyuan Taoist force itself is a strong and domineering force.
So when Lin Chen entered Wang Xueme's body,
it has protected her blood vessels in time. Feeling something unusual in her body, Wang Xueme gradually showed a painful expression. At this moment, Lin Chen was closing his eyes and exploring everything inside her body. From blood vessels and meridians to internal organs. He found that Wang Xueme's blood vessels had been blocked by the residue of the emergency powder. This is also true around the heart and blood vessels.
"Look at the scene in front of you." Lin Chen sighed deeply. Then he continued to check.
It was discovered that there were more than just drug residues in Wang Xueme's heart blood vessels.
There is also an unknown virus. It's like someone has drugged me.
Seeing this, Lin Chen seemed to understand something.
Chapter 60: The Unfortunate Couple. After viewing,
Lin Chen slowly withdrew his Hunyuan Dao power.
Wang Xueme's expression gradually returned to normal.
After finding out about her physical condition, Lin Chen found it very tricky. Although he possesses the ability to master peerless medical skills.
However, Wang Xueme has been bedridden since she was drugged. In addition, Chen Ling always gave her low-quality Chinese medicine.
Her body had already been overwhelmed. Ordinary medical technology can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause.
It seems that I can only use the 8 life-sustaining needles once more.
However, the 8 life-extending needles require a specific condition, that is, silver needles. Because when using the 8 life-sustaining needles, a very strong internal force is required to infuse the silver needles. Therefore, ordinary silver needles cannot withstand strong internal forces at all. In simple terms, if you use all your internal energy to infuse an ordinary silver needle, the internal energy will be removed. This will not only reduce the effectiveness of treatment, it may also put the patient in an even more dangerous situation. As for why he was able to use the 8 life-extending needles on Shangwan Shoubai last time, it was because Lin Chen found the set of silver needles in the medical director's office. It is inherited from our ancestors.
When I heard the news,
Lin Chen was still in a state of half belief and half doubt. But when I saw it with my own eyes, I realized that it was indeed worthy of being the silver needle passed down from my ancestors. Whether it is material or other aspects, it is really good. I'm afraid the entire Bohai city can't come up with anything better than that one. That's why Lin Chen resolutely chose the set of silver needles. But given the current situation, where can I find good silver needles? In addition to the 8 life-extending needles, there is no other way to completely cure Wang Xuemei's condition. Think of this. Lin Chen directly activated the Hunyuan Taoist power. Then it penetrated into Wang Xuemei's body. It temporarily protected her major meridians and heart. After so much repeated troubles, Wang Xuemei, who was already weak, temporarily lost her strength. So he fell asleep. Seeing this, Lin Chen slowly walked out of the room, looking at Chen Ling, who was still being pressed to the ground. His eyes revealed a chilling coldness. What on earth are you going to do? Feeling Lin Chen's horrified gaze, Chen Ling asked in panic. In response to his question, Lin Chen just slowly walked up to him. Then he increased the pressure of Tao power. You. As the pressure increased, Chen Ling was already feeling suffocated. There were also light traces of blood on his body. Do you know that your wife's time is running out? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Ling was stunned. Just as he was about to respond, Lin Chen said, I didn't expect you to take drugs. You're such a beast. When Chen Ling heard Lin Chen reveal his secret, he looked incredulous. Only he and Gu Shanglin knew about this matter. How did this stranger in front of me know this? It was unexpected though. But when Chen Ling heard Lin Chen say this, he did not choose to resist, but shed tears. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt that something seemed to be wrong. So he looked into Chen Ling's eyes. Directly released the spiritual magic. Suddenly, scenes from memory appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen carefully examined the trivial images. It was discovered that Chen Ling was led to take drugs by Gu Shanglin. The reason was that his wife Wang Xuemei died not long ago for some unknown reason. Caught a serious illness. He took his wife to all the best hospitals in the Magic City. They couldn't even find out what the disease was. Only one virus was found in her body. And this virus, the doctors at the hospital had never seen it. This virus has never even appeared in the history of medicine. In desperation, Chen Ling could only take his wife to seek medical treatment everywhere. I have also seen many famous doctors, but to no avail. Later, by chance, Chen Ling met Gu Shanglin through someone's introduction. The appearance of Gu Shanglin seemed to give Chen Ling hope. Because he learned from Gu Shanglin that there was a medicine that could cure Wang Xuemei's condition. Although it cannot be completely cured, but it can have a relieving effect. That's the first aid powder. And the price of this drug is surprisingly expensive. A bottle of medicine costs hundreds of thousands. Although Chen Ling is the general manager of the Jinghua Hotel, the best hotel in Shanghai, but the annual income is only a few million. He doesn't even have shares in the hotel. At best, he's just an employee. He obviously couldn't afford the price of this medicine. So he was tempted by Gu Shanglin. He started making dirty money from the stock market and was forced to take drugs. Although his wife took the medicine, the condition was also alleviated. But Chen Ling found that his wife was becoming more and more dependent on the emergency powder. The amount of money needed was increasing, and he originally wanted to stop early. But seeing this situation, I was forced to continue. Seeing this, Lin Chen sighed deeply. It seems that Chen Ling is a loyal person. Lin Chen slowly closed the Lingming technique. Chen Ling was a little dazed, and then he fainted. When he woke up again, he found himself in the room. And in front of him, Lin Chen was looking at Wang Xuemei slowly. Seeing his wife in danger, Chen Ling stood up and punched Lin Chen directly. But in Lin Chen's eyes, this attack seemed extremely clumsy. Lin Chen just turned around and dodged his attack. Then he kicked Chen Ling away. I'm saving your wife. You know her situation very well. If you don't want her to get into trouble, just stop me. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Ling was stunned for a moment. Although he did not believe the man in front of him. But at the moment he seemed to have no other choice. Do you have any silver needles? I need a set of the best silver needles. Your wife is going to die soon. Seeing Chen Ling standing there in a daze, Lin Chen asked seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Shueme, who was lying on the bed, suddenly coughed a few times. Then he suddenly started breathing rapidly, as if he was about to die in the next second. Seeing this, Lin Chen directly activated the power of Hunyuan Taoism. Then it directly penetrated into her meridians. After this blow, Wang Shueme fainted again.
What are you still waiting for? If you wait any longer, she'll be dead.
Chen Ling came back to his senses after hearing Lin Chen's roar. So he hurried out to look for the silver needle.
Looking at Wang Shueme lying weakly on the bed, Lin Chen sighed again.
After all, this couple can be considered a pair of star-crossed lovers.
If I hadn't shown up, I'm afraid the outcome would have been terrible. A lot of time has passed.
Wang Shueme's illness relapsed several times during this period.
But they were all suppressed by Lin Chen. A while later, Chen Ling finally rushed back panting.
There was a package in his hand. Lin Chen was just about to ask about the whereabouts of the silver needle. Chen Ling directly took out a set of silver needles from the package.
There is also a word written on Injin's coat. Although this set of silver needles is not the best in the Magic City, it is the only set I can get with my current ability.
Just when Lin Chen was confused, Chen Ling handed him the silver needle and then hurriedly explained. Lin Chen opened the silver needle. I found that the material of this silver needle is even better than the one I saw in Bohai City before.
Isn't this the best?
Looking at the silver needle in his hand, Lin Chen's feeling of being a frog in a well became more and more obvious.
The author has something to say. I am a new author, so I didn't pay attention to some details.
I am actively correcting my mistakes, and gradual progress is the greatest reward for myself.
Thank you, readers, for your tolerance, and I will try my best to provide better content to everyone in the future. Chapter 61 Treatment. Looking at the silver needle in front of me,
Lin Chen suddenly felt a sense of gap.
He originally thought that the one he saw in Bohai City was the best. But I didn't expect that there are always people better than you. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing right now is to cure the disease.
So Lin Chen said nothing. He picked up the silver needle and walked towards Wang Shueme, who was lying on the bed.
You go out first. You are not allowed to come in and disturb me without my permission.
After sitting next to Wang Shueme, Lin Chen murmured. Chen Ling originally wanted to resist Lin Chen's orders. But looking at his wife, who was still suffering,
so I gave up the idea. If this man can't be cured, then he can't expect a good ending. So I held this idea. Chen Ling left the room silently. After he left,
Lin Chen slowly took out the silver needle. Prepare to use the 8 life extending needles on Wang Shueme. When he saw the silver needle in his hand, it feels much better than the set of silver needles I saw in Bohai City before.
When I was performing the 8 life extending needles before,
Lin Chen poured his internal energy into the silver needle. But the effect was terrible. At that time, Lin Chen thought that the internal force he exerted was not strong enough. So he used all his internal strength to perform the acupuncture. Although Shangguan Shoubai's life was barely saved in the end.
But the rescue was far from perfect. And most importantly, I was completely exhausted at that time.
Later, Lin Chen also searched for the reason in his mind.
I found that the problem was not with my method.
The reason lies in the silver needle. At that time, Lin Chen thought that the set of silver needles he had used before was quite good. So I'm still wondering if it has anything to do with the silver needles. But now I see this set of silver needles in my hand. Lin Chen finally confirmed his thoughts.
Think of this.
He directly poured his internal energy into the silver needle.
Sure enough, the feeling is different. After infusing internal energy into the silver needle,
Lin Chen felt a very comfortable feeling. It was as if his mental power had merged with the silver needle. So based on this feeling, Lin Chen quickly used the 8 life-sustaining needles on Wang Shueme.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Every time Lin Chen moved the needle, it made a strange sound. But at this time, Lin Chen could not hear the sound at all.
Because his mental power has completely merged with the silver needle.
All his actions now rely on his instinctive reactions. The silver needle was inserted into the body and I felt a warm current inside.
There was a strange expression on Wang Shueme's face.
Then calm was restored. At this time, Chen Ling, who was standing outside the door, was waiting anxiously.
His wife Wang Xueme is more important to him than his own life.
He would never allow his wife to make any mistakes. So he wanted to go in and check the situation. But I thought of Lin Chen's previous instructions. And he looked serious. For some reason, Chen Ling actually believed him. So he didn't go in and could only wait anxiously outside the door.
Okay. Come in.
I don't know how much time passed. Chen Ling finally heard shouting in the house. So he rushed in quickly. He found Lin Chen sitting next to his wife with a pale face. And Wang Xueme next to him has woken up. The color on his face gradually returned, and then he slowly said,
Ling, I feel much better now, thanks to this gentleman.
Hearing his wife's weak words, Chen Ling knelt directly in front of Lin Chen.
What are you doing? Get up. How can a grown man behave like this? See Chen Ling kneeling in front of him.
Lin Chen hurried forward, ready to help him up, and said with a look of shock. That's why he was so shocked. Because I have lived for more than 20 years. He had never received such a great gift before. Although he heard Lin Chen's words, Chen Ling still knelt on the ground and then cried.
Thank you for saving my life, master. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Mayor would be. Having said this, Chen Ling couldn't go on. He thought it was all because he was useless. This is why my wife is in such a situation. Stop talking nonsense. Those are just empty words. You might as well treat me to a meal and some drinks instead. Your wife's illness has not been completely cured yet. She needs at least 2 more acupuncture treatments to be completely cured. Lin Chen sat next to Wang Xueme and spoke half jokingly and then seriously. In response to Lin Chen's request, Chen Ling nodded immediately and responded. Okay, as long as you can cure Mayor's illness, I will do whatever you want. Is that so? Why don't you just promise me that you'll quit taking drugs?
Heard his answer. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then said with a smile.
As soon as the words fell, Chen Ling showed a look of shock.
Only he and Gu Shenglin knew about his drug use. He had promised his wife that he would never hide anything from her. But this incident became the first thing to be hidden from her.
You, how do you know this? Who are you?
Looking at Lin Chen standing in front of him calmly, Chen Ling couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen did not choose to answer this question, but just said lightly. I have a way to help you get rid of this drug addiction, provided you submit to treatment. Chen Ling was completely confused after taking drugs for so long. I want to get rid of this drug addiction all the time, but I can't. Wang Xueme, who was lying on the bed at this time, heard the conversation between the two and quickly asked Chen Ling.
Drugs? What drugs? What's going on with my husband?
Chen Ling, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't know how to explain his wife's feeble questioning for a moment. Even if I told my wife about my drug use, she would not despise me. However, what if I tell my wife that I am taking drugs to treat her illness? Then the result would be completely different. Your husband was tricked by someone, so he was forced to take drugs, but don't worry, I have a way to completely cure him. Just when Chen Ling didn't know how to explain to his wife, Lin Chen stood aside and responded calmly. When Wang Xueme heard that her husband was taking drugs, she was about to say something else.
He became weak and then fainted.
Seeing his wife like this, Chen Ling thought something was wrong. So he quickly got up and prepared to check, but was stopped by Lin Chen.
Her illness is not serious for now. She just fell asleep due to exhaustion. Don't worry.
After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Chen Ling finally felt relieved and collapsed on the ground. He was just about to say something to Lin Chen. Suddenly became crazy. The whole person began to shake his head and dance. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen frowned slightly. This situation obviously shows that Chen Ling is addicted to drugs. Just as he was thinking about this, Chen Ling suddenly stood up.
He ran towards the door, seemingly eager to go somewhere.
Seeing this, Lin Chen rushed to him and knocked him unconscious with a palm. Seeing the unconscious couple, Lin Chen sighed secretly.
Chen Ling's drug addiction has now penetrated deep into his bones.
To completely remove the effect, the 8 life-renewing needles must be used again.
Chapter 62, Peerless Medical Skills, Evolution.
In Lin Chen's current state, he had just rescued Wang Xueme. I'm afraid it will take some time to recover my internal strength. But the drugs Chen Ling is taking now are highly toxic.
That is to say, there is no time to lose. This gave Lin Chen a headache.
At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly.
Ding!
It is detected that the host is in trouble.
Now I will reward you with peerless internal skills, Yi Jingjing. The system's voice just fell.
A massive amount of information entered Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was overjoyed when he noticed the change.
Yi Jingjing? Why does it feel so familiar? Isn't this the martial arts that we see in movies and TV dramas? But now is not the time to think about these things.
So Lin Chen immediately began to practice the Yi Jingjing.
After completing the training,
Lin Chen found that this internal strength was simply too amazing. Not only can you restore your internal strength in a very short time, it can actually improve your physical fitness to a higher level.
The most important thing is,
his own Hunyuan Wuji Dao was actually affected by the Yi Jingjing.
There have been some subtle changes.
The Hunyuan Wuji Dao, which was originally just tough and fierce, actually had a bit more softness.
Combining hardness and softness.
It is the most advanced realm in martial arts.
I didn't expect that I would reach this point.
Just as he was thinking about this, Lin Chen suddenly withdrew his mind.
The most important thing now is not to study these. It is more important to cure the disease first.
So Lin Chen looked at Chen Ling, who was lying on the ground. Just took off his shirt.
Chen Ling's condition is different from Wang Xuemei's.
You need to take off your clothes and then release the poisonous blood.
As for the rest, leave it to the 8 life-renewing needles to repair. Whoosh! 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 It happened in the blink of an eye.
Lin Chen directly poured all his internal energy into the silver needle. Then a needle was inserted into Chen Ling's body. When the silver needle entered his body, Lin Chen sensed that the poison in his body had become particularly strong. It doesn't seem like something that could only be caused by one drug. It seems that you were forced to take a lot of drugs.
Don't worry, I will help you get it back in justice.
Lin Chen murmured as he looked at Chen Ling, who was in great pain. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen pulled the silver needle out of his body. Black blood also began to flow along the place where the needle was removed. Lin Chen directly picked up the glass of water on the table. Then he caught the flowing black blood. I'll take some time to study exactly what drugs Chen Ling has taken.
During the bloodletting process,
Lin Chen slowly looked at Wang Xuemei beside him. Be prepared for a second injection, after all, to completely eradicate it. The only thing he could do was to clear out everything in her meridians.
This is very harmful to the human body.
But Lin Chen is not worried about this problem, because he could pass on the Peiyuan Dao to Wang Xuemei. In this way, her original essence can be gradually restored. Thinking of this, Lin Chen once again used the 8 life-sustaining needles.
But it's different from last time.
This time, Lin Chen did not pour all his internal energy into the silver needle. Because Wang Xuemei's meridians and blood vessels had been treated with the 8 life-sustaining needles last time,
it has become very fragile. If you use your extremely strong internal force now,
it will cause all her meridians and blood vessels to be severed. In the worst cases, it could cause her heart failure. In this case, no one can do anything to save the situation.
Think of this. Lin Chen carefully inserted the silver needle into Wang Xuemei's body.
Although Lin Chen was already very careful,
but one could still see some pain on Wang Xuemei's face. Probably a few minutes passed. Lin Chen finally stopped the acupuncture. At this time, Wang Xuemei was breathing heavily.
After all, Lin Chen was still experimenting with the treatment just now. There were several times when her meridians were almost destroyed. Fortunately, Lin Chen practiced the Yi Jingjing and controlled his internal strength perfectly.
This resulted in the acupuncture not failing. After a short rest, Wang Xuemei also fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion.
Chen Ling's black blood has almost been released. After practicing the Yi Jingjing, Lin Chen's internal strength recovered extremely quickly. So now it is completely possible to use the 8 life-extending needles on Chen Ling again. So Lin Chen said nothing. The silver needle in his hand was directly inserted into Chen Ling's body. Feeling something strange inside the body,
Chen Ling's breathing suddenly became rapid. Gradually, an uncomfortable expression appeared.
Seeing his reaction, Lin Chen did not stop. Instead, he continued to use all his strength to perform the 8 life-sustaining needles.
Because if we stop now,
all the efforts would be in vain. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, Lin Chen's acupuncture speed was so fast that it was difficult to see clearly.
Chen Ling's condition is obviously more serious than Wang Xuemei's. Although Wang Xuemei's health is not good, her dependence is not that great. And Chen Ling took too many drugs. Drug addiction today can no longer be treated as an ordinary disease. During the acupuncture process,
Lin Chen continued to use his breath-sensing ability to detect how many types of toxins were in his body.
But because he smoked too many different drugs, as a result, all the toxins have been completely integrated.
The breath sensing was simply unable to detect the exact nature of the toxin.
This is what gives Lin Chen the most headache.
The only way now is to forcibly clear out all the toxins. But it comes with great danger.
There is no other way to think of at the moment.
Because Chen Ling's current situation is urgent. So now Lin Chen can only rely on the power of the Yi Jin Jing.
Try to clear the toxins out of Chen Ling's body. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the 6th level mission. The Magic City Supreme Seaview Villa has been received. Since the host has no place to stay in Demon City, the property certificate, purchase contract, purchase invoice, and keys are temporarily stored in the system page.
The host can collect them at any time.
Lin Chen was not very happy when he heard the system prompt. Because the most important thing now is to save Chen Ling. But the next prompt from the system made Lin Chen very excited.
Ding!
It is detected that the host has successfully treated Chen Ling's wife. The achievement of saving the world has been achieved. The host is rewarded with 3 skill evolution coupons. Anyone who has played the game knows what evolution coupons mean. The current system rewards are nothing more than timely help. In other words, if you use the evolution voucher to evolve the skill Peerless Medical skills now,
maybe the current difficulties will be solved.
So Lin Chen closed his eyes and entered the summoning system page in his mind. Then he opened his backpack and used the skill evolution voucher. After using it, several skill options appear. Lin Chen didn't check it carefully and directly clicked on the mastery of Peerless Medical skills.
Ding!
The Peerless Medical skills have evolved.
Please pay attention to the changes, host. The system prompt sound just fell.
A large amount of fragmentary medical information entered Lin Chen's mind. This information is beyond the scope of modern medicine. All of them are chapters about ancient historical medical skills. Even some ancient fragments that have never been heard of. The large amount of information made Lin Chen a little overwhelmed. But soon he saw a chapter. It actually records a brand new set of 8 life-extending needles.
Chapter 63 Gu Xinglin's Arrival.
After reading it carefully,
Lin Chen discovered that this new 8 life-extending needles was somewhat different from what he had practiced before. Became more perfect. And there are a lot more acupuncture techniques.
It can be said that the 8 life-extending needles he had practiced before was at best a fragment.
And this new set of 8 life-extending needles is the true conclusion.
Seeing this, Lin Chen instantly understood something. So he hurriedly poured all his internal energy into the 2 silver needles. Holding a needle in each hand, he began to perform strange cross-needle manipulation on Chen Ling.
Whoosh! Bang! Bang!
Weird cross-stitching. An unusual sound was made. At this time, Chen Ling's face showed a comfortable expression.
This expression gave Lin Chen an indescribable feeling. But this is not the most important thing right now.
The most important thing is to remove all the toxins from his body. In this way, after an unknown amount of time, the acupuncture was finally completed. Although he had the inner strength of Yi Jin Jing. But this strange acupuncture technique still made Lin Chen feel a little weak and he almost couldn't stand.
Ahem!
At this time, Chen Ling, who was lying on the ground, suddenly coughed a few times. Then he slowly opened his eyes.
Are you awake? How do you feel?
Looking at Chen Ling, who had just woken up with a confused look on his face, Lin Chen asked calmly. After hearing Lin Chen's question, he felt a rare sense of relaxation in his body. Chen Ling now understood that it was the man in front of him who saved him. Not only that, he also saved his loved ones.
Thank you for saving my life, Master. I will never forget your kindness.
Knowing everything in front of him, Chen Ling knelt down again. At this time, Lin Chen slowly went over and helped Chen Ling up, then responded calmly.
I told you long ago that you don't have to do this. These are all empty words. If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a meal.
Your wife is very weak now and needs time to recover slowly. Don't worry. Chen Ling looked at Lin Chen, who was calm and composed in front of him. The last line of defense in my heart was completely broken, and I sat on the ground and burst into tears. His wife's illness has always been the biggest pain in his heart. In order to treat his wife's illness, he even took to drugs. But the result was not as perfect as he had imagined.
My wife's condition is getting worse.
And because of drug addiction, I became extremely addicted. He wanted to end his life, but his wife was still alive. So he survived. Recently, his wife's condition has become beyond recovery.
No amount of first aid powder will help.
Chen Ling naturally knew what the outcome would be. But he was powerless. So he was prepared to stay with his wife until the last moment of her life. Then he ended his own life and went to that world with her. But the man in front of him saved himself and his wife from that fate. Looking at Chen Ling, who was sitting on the ground in pain.
For a moment, Lin Chen didn't know what to say to comfort him.
I had used my spiritual powers to probe Chen Ling's memory before. All signs indicate that he is a good person.
But why can't this world treat good people well? Instead, it allows bad guys to run rampant?
After a long time, Chen Ling finally stopped crying.
Wang Xuemei was still sleeping.
Seeing that he seemed to have returned to normal, Lin Chen murmured.
Now that you've finished crying, there's something I have to tell you.
That means your wife's illness was not an accident, but someone deliberately framed her.
And that person is probably Gu Shanglin. Hear what Lin Chen said.
Chen Ling stood up suddenly, his eyes full of bloodshot, and asked with gritted teeth.
Master, are you serious? In response to Chen Ling's question, Lin Chen nodded slightly.
But he looked as if he knew about it in advance. Lin Chen seemed to understand something. At this time, Chen Ling clenched his fists and clenched his teeth.
Thinking back to everything that happened before.
When he was treating his wife.
The doctor said that Wang Xuemei had an unknown virus in her body.
The appearance of Gu Shanglin at that time was like timely help to him.
But he couldn't help but doubt Gu Shanglin's identity.
Until Gu Shanglin made him take drugs. He was certain that the virus in his wife's body must be related to Gu Shanglin. But by then I had already started to become addicted to drugs. And by then his wife's illness was beyond recovery. So even if he wanted to settle the score with Gu Shanglin, it was too late. But now, both he and his wife's illnesses have been cured.
It's time to settle accounts with Gu Shanglin. Master, although you saved my husband and me, I still want to ask, who are you?
Although Chen Ling was extremely grateful to Lin Chen.
But I couldn't help but doubt his identity.
Lin Chen naturally knew what he meant and explained slowly.
You should have heard of Lin Chen, right?
Boss Lin had some accidents before, I'm sure you've received the news, so he sent me to take charge of the Jinghua Hotel.
After hearing Lin Chen's answer, Chen Ling suddenly understood. No wonder the man in front of me would help me. It turns out that everything was arranged by General Lin. I see. It seems that I have to go to Bohai City to visit Mr. Lin in person to express my gratitude when I have time. Chen Ling's answer left Lin Chen at a loss for how to respond. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen hurriedly explained. You know Mr. Lin's situation well. He doesn't want anyone to see him, so he sent me here.
Boss Lin doesn't want to get involved now, so he will transfer all the shares of Jinghua Hotel to me.
Do you understand?
The situation in Shanghai is now very complicated. It is really not advisable to reveal your identity too early.
So that's how it is. If that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. Then may I know your name, Master? Shao Qi. Hearing Chen Ling's question, Lin Chen thought for a while and then said. The name Shao Qi was a name he made up at random.
It seemed that the male protagonist of a novel he had read before was also named this.
But none of this matters. Master Shao, how do you know that it was Gu Shanglin who poisoned my wife?
Although I felt that something was wrong with Lin Chen.
But Chen Ling still asked curiously.
But at this time Lin Chen did not respond to him immediately.
Instead, she grabbed his arm and walked out of the room.
Being held like this by him, Chen Ling was just about to ask what was going on. Lin Chen immediately said.
Gu Shanglin is here, right at the door of the villa.
Go and hold him down first, and then I'll take care of him.
Hearing Lin Chen's instructions, Chen Ling quickly nodded in agreement. I don't know why.
He actually had great trust in the man in front of him. Even though he saved himself and his wife. But he has been struggling in society with this feeling for so many years.
It's the first time I feel this.
So after Lin Chen hid, Chen Ling went straight to the living room. When he came to the living room, he found Gu Shanglin sitting on the sofa waiting for him.
You're finally here.
I didn't expect you would make me wait so long.
Gu Shanglin looked at Chen Ling with a little disdain.
At this time, Chen Ling heard his tone, clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. I saw that his reaction was a little strange.
Gu Shanglin frowned slightly, but then said,
"It will take some time for the dirty money from the stock market to be recouped.
Before that, I hope you can help me out more."
After saying that, Gu Shanglin slowly took out a bag of white powder from his pocket.
Chapter 64, Dealing with Gu Shanglin. After seeing Gu Shanglin take out the white powder,
Chen Ling looked at him calmly.
Gu Shanglin was somewhat surprised by Chen Ling's reaction.
After all, he had relied on the drugs in his hands to control Chen Ling.
Logically speaking,
now Chen Ling should be extremely eager for what he has in his hand.
But why is he so calm now?
So with this thought in mind, Gu Shanglin asked softly, "Brother Chen, if you help me this time, not only can I give you this thing for free, I can also give you a discount on your wife's medicine."
What do you think? Hearing Gu Shanglin's question,
I heard him mention his wife again.
Chen Ling couldn't bear it any longer. He punched Gu Shanglin directly in the face.
Then he kicked him down on the sofa.
How dare you hit me? Gu Shanglin looked at Chen Ling in disbelief. For him,
Chen Ling was just a dog that he could summon and dismiss at will.
But now, this dog dared to resist him.
At this moment, Chen Ling looked at the beast in front of him who had been kicked down by him with gnashing teeth and yelled,
"Do you think I really don't know what you did?
Before, I had no choice but to obey you, but now, I..." Before Chen Ling could finish his words, Gu Shanglin, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly stood up and fought back.
He kicked Chen Ling directly in the stomach. After this blow, Chen Ling was kicked to the ground. So what if you know? I tell you, you are just a dog to me. Now that you know, you are worthless. Gu Shanglin looked at Chen Ling viciously.
Seeing this, Chen Ling was about to stand up and resist.
But he was stepped on by Gu Shanglin and could not move.
Lin Chen, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene. He slapped his forehead helplessly.
Chen Ling was addicted to drugs before. My physical fitness is weak. Now I have just recovered from a serious illness.
But physical fitness has not improved.
That's why he was easily stepped on by Gu Shanglin. Ahem. Gu Shanglin, you. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about these things,
Chen Ling, who was being stepped on, was suddenly grabbed by Gu Shanglin's neck with both hands. Chen Ling stared at Gu Shanglin, coughing and shouting. Seeing this, Lin Chen rushed over without saying a word.
He kicked Gu Shanglin away. Ah! Following a scream from Gu Shanglin,
he was kicked more than 10 meters away.
Who are you?
Gu Shanglin, who was lying on the ground, looked at Lin Chen with a frightened face and asked.
After questioning, blood continued to come out of his mouth. Because of Lin Chen's kick just now.
The kick broke several of his ribs. Seeing his frightened eyes, Lin Chen responded calmly.
You don't need to know who I am.
After saying that, Lin Chen smiled slightly, and then slowly walked towards Gu Shanglin. Seeing Lin Chen approaching him step by step,
feel his terror. Gu Shanglin instinctively stepped back.
But Lin Chen's kick just now caused all his ribs to be broken.
Now he can't move at all.
He could only watch Lin Chen slowly approaching him.
You, don't come over here, help! Help! I know there is no way out. Gu Shanglin instinctively called for help. But no one responded to him.
Lin Chen's footsteps did not stop because of his shouting. After walking in front of Gu Shanglin,
grabbed his head directly.
Throw him in front of Chen Ling. Chen Ling looked at the beast who almost killed him and his wife. His whole body was shaking, and then he clenched his fists.
Chen Ling, what do you want? Do you want to kill me? Don't forget that I am the manager of Thunder Group. You can't afford to offend the Thunder Group. I advise you to let me go immediately, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen to you and your wife. Hearing Gu Shanglin's threat, Chen Ling froze in place for a moment.
Indeed, Thunder Group is not someone he can afford to offend.
If it's just myself. Of course he could ignore that. Give Gu Shanglin a good beating. But he still has a wife. He knows the methods of Thunder Group better than anyone else. He couldn't let his wife be in danger because of him. At this moment, Gu Shanglin saw Chen Ling's reaction and suddenly laughed crazily and said, "What? Are you scared? If you kneel down and beg me now, I can consider letting you and your wife go." Hear Gu Shenglin's threat. Chen Ling's heart began to waver. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. He had previously used his Sky Eye ability to investigate the 4 major groups in the Magic City. Lei Ting Group is one of them. Its strength can be imagined. But despite the terrifying nature of the Thunder Group. But now Lin Chen is not going to let Gu Shenglin go. So he walked straight up to Gu Shenglin. Looking into his eyes, he directly released the spiritual magic. Fragments of memory images appeared before him. He had already checked all the memories in Gu Shenglin's mind. What we need to do now is to delete all the memories in his mind. Although this is very mentally exhausting. But Lin Chen didn't care. Rather than letting the tiger go back to the mountains, it is better to solve the problem on the spot. Call out. After erasing Gu Shenglin's memory of several years, Lin Chen gradually felt a little tired. The rapid decline of his mental strength caused him to be somewhat unsteady on his feet. But then he discovered his mental strength recovered quickly. He knew that this was also a benefit from the I Jin Jing. I didn't expect that the I Jin Jing can do more than just restore internal strength. Even mental strength can be restored quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. So he relied on the powerful recovery ability of the I Jin Jing. Lin Chen deleted all the memories in Gu Shenglin's mind down to the age of 6 in one breath. After exiting the mind, Lin Chen slowly turned off the spiritual magic. And Gu Shenglin who just fell to the ground. Because most of the memory is lost. He is now in a deep coma. After Gu Shenglin fell into a coma, Lin Chen directly helped Shenling up. Prepare to take him back to the room. Because he just sensed that Wang Xueme had woken up. So it is necessary to let the couple get along well. As for Gu Shenglin, leave it to me to deal with. After bringing Chen Ling to the room, Lin Chen slowly left and went to the living room. Arriving at the living room, looking at Gu Shenglin who was still unconscious, Lin Chen directly carried him up. Brought to the door of the villa. Then he called a taxi from the street. They were preparing to take him to a mental hospital. After all, after he wakes up, his memory has stopped at the age of 6. This society has no room for him anymore. So the mental hospital is his best destination. Arriving at the mental hospital, Lin Chen paid medical expenses to the hospital for decades. After all, this little money is nothing to him. After completing the hospitalization procedures, Lin Chen took a taxi back to Chen Ling's villa. The aura sensed that the couple was still reminiscing and chatting. So he waited quietly on the sofa in the living room. With nothing to do, Lin Chen closed his eyes and entered his mind. Continue to practice the newly integrated Hunyuan Wuji Dao. With every breath, the power of Hunyuan Taoism circulated throughout the body, emitting a faint glow. Just as Lin Chen was about to continue the practice, suddenly I felt pain all over my body as if it was being burned by the scorching sun. Chapter 65 Artificial Intelligence. A strange feeling spread all over my body. Lin Chen's expression was extremely painful at this moment. After a while, the pain continued. Lin Chen's expression became more and more painful. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Despite this, the burning sensation in his body did not go away. Lin Chen quickly took off his clothes and checked. Found it on the blue-green tattoo on his body. Suddenly it flashed with a blood-red luster. Immediately following, he saw it in the eyes of the tattooed dragon. 2 golden lights appeared and disappeared. Just when Lin Chen was confused, 2 golden rays of light shot directly into Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen groaned a few times. Suddenly I felt a strong burning sensation in my eyes. This feeling is even more uncomfortable than the one on my body. After a while, Lin Chen lost consciousness. I don't know how long it was like this. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. But he found that his vision was still a little blurry. After a brief moment of confusion, he gradually regained consciousness.
So he hurried to check what the tattoo on his body was.
After several investigations,
Found nothing unusual. This made Lin Chen very confused.
that kind of thing is so real. How come there is not even a trace of anything now? Think of this.
Lin Chen suddenly found that his vision became much clearer.
Originally, he was a little nearsighted.
But now he looked around.
It feels like everything around me seems extremely clear. So he quickly opened his phone camera to take a selfie.
I found that the pupils of my eyes had turned golden.
After careful inspection, I found that my pupils were not like those of humans. But I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Etc. Isn't this the pupil on the dragon tattooed on me? Think of this.
Lin Chen hurriedly looked at the pupils on the tattooed dragon.
The golden light in his pupils was brighter and more flickering than before.
Suddenly, Lin Chen felt dizzy.
The whole person slumped down on the sofa. After a while, when he came back to consciousness,
He found that the tattooed dragon's pupils had lost their luster.
so he quickly opened his phone and took a selfie.
I found that the pupils of my eyes had returned to their original appearance. The burning sensation on his body and eyes just now made Lin Chen feel his scalp tingling.
But now they have all disappeared. So Lin Chen entered into his mind with curiosity.
Prepare to ask the system for specific details.
After summoning the system homepage, a tiny human model instantly appeared in front of Lin Chen. It gave him a fright. Last time, I found the skill to disguise my identity as quickly as possible.
So he didn't pay much attention to the new model of the system.
Now is a good time to study it. With this idea in mind,
Lin Chen slowly approached the new model of the system.
the human model felt that Lin Chen was moving closer to it.
So I began to retreat instinctively.
Like a child. Me? What is going on?
When Lin Chen saw this scene, his eyes widened immediately, and then he said with a smile,
Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. You live in my mind now, and I just came to see you.
The system heard what Lin Chen said. She was stunned for a few seconds, and then slowly approached him.
See the system get close to yourself.
Lin Chen quickly stretched out his hand and touched its head.
Call out.
The moment Lin Chen's palm touched its head, the surrounding environment suddenly began to change rapidly.
Then suddenly it became bright. Hello, nice to meet you. Just as Lin Chen was curiously looking at the surroundings,
Suddenly, a slightly shy electronic voice sounded above him.
Lin Chen looked up.
He discovered that the system model was floating above him. Lin Chen was stunned by everything around him.
Then I couldn't help but ask the model above. System, are you talking to me? It's me. To be precise, I am an artificial intelligence. Hear the system's answer. Lin Chen was completely confused now. I have read so many novels before. Novels with system cheats are emerging and endlessly.
But this system also has artificial intelligence. This was the first time he had heard of it.
After a brief moment of confusion,
Lin Chen gradually came back to his senses. Looking at the system still floating in the sky, he asked slowly,
Why are you floating all the time? I'm scared.
Lin Chen patted his forehead, then said with a smile,
What are you afraid of? I'm not a bad person and I can't eat you. Besides, wasn't my previous interaction with you quite loving? No. Isn't it just that I gave you a task and you completed it? Where is the love? Hear the system's response. Lin Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. There seems to be nothing wrong with what it says.
It seems like I have been accepting tasks from the system from the beginning to the end. Then finish and get rewarded.
Doesn't seem to care about the system itself.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen fell completely silent.
An awkward atmosphere spread instantly. Seeing this scene, even the system couldn't help but ask. What's wrong with you? If I make you unhappy, I will go down now. After all, I'm just an artificial intelligence. You can shut me down by just touching my head.
Seeing that Lin Chen had not responded yet,
the system is really anxious now. So he quickly jumped in front of Lin Chen. He stretched his little head over, waiting for Lin Chen's execution.
At this moment, Lin Chen was looking at the scene in front of him.
Just stretch out your hand.
Upon seeing this, the system closed its eyes tightly. It seemed to be waiting for Lin Chen to give it the final execution. When Lin Chen's hand was about to touch the system's little head, it suddenly stopped. The system felt that Lin Chen did not touch its head. So he blinked his little eyes and looked at Lin Chen, as if he was very confused.
Just as it was about to ask,
Lin Chen held it in his arms and said, "I'm sorry, I never paid attention to your feelings until now.
I just treated you as a tool. From now on, it will never happen again. We will always be good friends. Please forgive me, okay?"
The system listened to Lin Chen's apology blankly in his arms.
I didn't know what to respond for a moment. After all, it just came out. I don't quite understand any of this. But despite that,
it still felt that Lin Chen treated it sincerely, so it stammered in response.
I forgive you, but can you let me go first?
Being held in Lin Chen's arms, it felt a little strange.
But I can't tell what's strange about it. Hear what the system says. Lin Chen realized that he was a little excited.
So he slowly released his grip on the system.
The liberated system quickly flew into the sky. Looking at this human who just apologized to me, I don't know what to say.
At this time, Lin Chen's eyes smiled into crescent shapes, and then he asked with a smile,
"Do you have a name?" "Name? What's your name?" The system touched its little head and looked at Lin Chen with a confused expression. Seeing its reaction, Lin Chen smiled and explained, "A name is just a code name. It can represent your identity and your existence. Besides, I can't keep calling you the system, can I?" After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, the system seemed to understand something.
Then he showed a slightly disappointed expression, and then responded in a low voice.
I don't have a name." Chapter 66 New Name of the System.
The system's answer sounded lost and insignificant.
Lin Chen saw all of this. Naturally, I feel very uncomfortable inside.
But he still comforted her.
"Oh, it's just a code name, it's not something important. At worst I can get one for you." Hearing Lin Chen's comfort,
the system's little eyes suddenly lit up, without saying anything more.
Just staring at Lin Chen closely. Seems like he's waiting for him to give himself a name. Seeing the system's reaction, Lin Chen was confused. He originally just wanted to comfort the system. Now it seems that we must come up with a name. But naming is too difficult for Lin Chen. When I was young, my family had a black dog. Because he didn't know what to name it. So I just gave him a random name, Dahe. Other people's dogs all have cool names. Because of this, he was not laughed at by his friends when he was a child. Moreover, Lin Chen discovered that his inability to name was hereditary. Because when his father named him, it's just because Lin Chen was born at night. Lin Chetian only saw stars at night. So I decided to call him Lin Xing. This proposal was quickly rejected by Wang Xiufeng. She felt that the name Lin Xing sounded too much like a girl's name. So in order to associate him with the stars, he was named Lin Chen. And in the novels he had read before, any protagonist's name is Yi Chen or Su Chun. So he felt that the name Lin Chen was too common. Think of this. Lin Chen felt helpless. Then he looked at the system above and was speechless for a moment. Because naming is too much of a brain burner for him. Either, or just forget it. It seemed that he saw Lin Chen's embarrassment. The system's lost tone sounded again. "Why don't you just call yourself Xiaoxing? Your real name is Lin Xing." Lin Chen really couldn't think of any other good name. It would be better to give the system the name that you haven't gotten before. This name can be regarded as treating the system as another self. At this time, the system heard Lin Chen's answer. The little eyes lit up instantly. Then he flew around above Lin Chen excitedly. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled knowingly, then shouted slowly, "Xiaoxing, it's enough to fly, there's still business to do." Hearing Lin Chen's call, Xiaoxing flew directly in front of him. Then she looked at him intently with her small eyes. When it looked at him like this, Lin Chen suddenly felt a little uncomfortable all over. What business?" Xiaoxing floated in front of Lin Chen and asked slowly. Seeing that it had returned to normal, Lin Chen took off his shirt directly. The blue-green tattoo instantly appeared in front of Xiaoxing. And the moment Xiaoxing saw the blue tattoo, the body instinctively took a few steps back. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask it. What's wrong with you? Despite hearing Lin Chen's question. But Xiaoxing stared at the tattoo. His whole body was shaking, and he chose not to respond. Seeing this, Lin Chen understood what was going on. So he quickly put on his clothes. Sure enough, the moment he put on his clothes, Xiaoxing quickly came back to his senses. Then he looked at him with horror. This made Lin Chen feel very confused, so he quickly asked. Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with this tattoo? I don't know what's going on. I just felt inexplicably scared when I saw that thing. Here's Xiaoxing's answer. Lin Chen knew that he might not be able to find the answer from it today. We can only wait and consider it later. So Lin Chen touched Xiaoxing's head and said with a smile. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm always here. If you miss me, call me in your mind anytime. Xiaoxing looked at Lin Chen, who was smiling brightly. I don't know why. It actually felt the warmth. Then he nodded quickly at Lin Chen to show his agreement. See its reaction. Lin Chen felt relieved. Then he simply withdrew from his mind. Then he slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, I immediately sensed that Chen Ling was still reminiscing about the past with his wife. This made Lin Chen feel very helpless. But underneath this helplessness is more envy. If only he could have confirmed his feelings at that time. I'm afraid now he has already. Lin Chen sighed deeply several times. Ultimately, it was all my fault for underestimating the enemy. That will lead to such a result. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, the tragedy of last time will surely be repeated. But there's no point thinking too much now. Now that I have arrived in the Magic City, the battle has already begun silently. Just thinking about this. Chen Ling slowly came out of the room. Looking at Lin Chen sitting on the sofa. Chen Ling knelt down again. But this time, he didn't say much to thank you. Just kneeling quietly. Lin Chen wanted to help him up. But I saw that he was serious. So I gave up the idea of helping him up. Master Xiao, I won't say much to thank you. You saved my life and my wife's life. From today on, my life belongs to you. I am willing to serve you, even if it means death. Lin Chen just smiled slightly at Chen Ling's lofty ambitions. Then he walked to his side. He patted his shoulder, helped him up, and then said slowly. No need for such a big gift. Since Mr. Lin has given me the shares of Jinghua Hotel, I will definitely run it well. Just follow me and do your best. Hearing Lin Chen's answer, Chen Ling nodded quickly. See his reaction. Lin Chen directly picked up the paper and pen on the table. He wrote down the mental techniques and moves of Pei Yuan Dao. After writing, he handed the paper directly to Chen Ling. Then he instructed. This skill has the effect of strengthening the body and replenishing the vital energy. It is helpful to the health of both you and your wife. Remember to practice it at least twice a day. I will officially take over the hotel tomorrow. Please inform all employees in advance. After quickly catching the paper, Chen Ling nodded quickly. He was about to continue speaking. But Lin Chen didn't give him a chance to speak. Then he left the villa directly. Xiaoxing, help me retrieve the house key I deposited earlier. Walking on the road, Lin Chen whispered to his mind. Xiaoxing did not choose to reply at this time. Just when Lin Chen was full of doubts, he suddenly felt like there was something extra in his pocket. So I explored it. It turned out to be the room key. Thanks, Xiaoxing. Lin Chen thanked the mind. So he walked to the street and hailed a taxi. Rushing to the Supreme World Villa district in Magic City. Sitting in a taxi. When the driver heard that Lin Chen was going to the Supreme World Villa area, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Lin Chen saw all of this. But he was not angry. Because what I am wearing now is the clothes of a programmer. No one could believe that he was the owner of the villa. Chapter 67, Best Actor Level Acting. After arriving at the Supreme World Villa area, Lin Chen looked at the periphery of the villa area. It is more than 10 times better than the imperial capital New City in Bohai City. It's not just about appearance, the key is momentum. After the observation, Lin Chen walked slowly into the villa area. Excuse me, do you have an appointment?
when Lin Chen walked to the door. The security guard at the door stopped him and asked in a cold voice. Lin Chen saw that the security guard was big and strong.
It looks like it wants to eat someone. So he responded calmly, "Big brother, I am a resident here." Resident? Why haven't I seen you before?
In response to the security guard's loud question, Lin Chen explained helplessly.
I'm a new resident. It's normal that you haven't seen me before.
If you don't believe me, come in with me and I'll open the door.
Is that okay? I've seen a lot of people like you. 3 of them have come today. If you really want to see the whole picture of the villa, just check it out online.
Breaking into a private residence is illegal. The security guard noticed that Lin Chen's clothes were a bit too ordinary.
He didn't seem to believe what he said.
So I didn't let go of the blockade against him. Lin Chen saw that his explanation was not working.
So I chose to ignore it. Go directly into the villa area.
Upon seeing this, the security guard took the baton from his waist and pointed it at Lin Chen. Then he used the intercom to call other security guards to come and help.
After a while,
more than a dozen security guards surrounded Lin Chen.
See this scene.
Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. The Hanyuan Dao force is released directly.
Just at this moment,
a luxury car suddenly stopped behind Lin Chen. Hearing some noise behind him, Lin Chen hurriedly turned back to check. A woman got out of the car. She was wearing a pure white floral dress, her long black hair reached her waist, she had a cherry mouth, eyes as bright as a clear spring, and a cool look between her eyebrows. Although she was wearing a dress, it still couldn't hide her devilishly hot body.
What's going on?
The woman looked at the dozen or so security guards surrounding Lin Chen, and then asked calmly. The security captain heard the woman's question and quickly replied respectfully.
Miss Nangon, this man wants to break into the villa area. You go in first and leave him to us. Hear the security guard's answer. The woman glanced at Lin Chen indifferently and didn't say any unnecessary nonsense. She then entered the villa area protected by the black-clad bodyguards behind her. After the woman left,
the security guards surrounded Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately released the powerful force of Taoism. More than a dozen security guards were pressed to the ground.
Damn it, what kind of magic did you use? Feel the tremendous pressure on me.
The security captain looked at Lin Chen in shock and asked. Lin Chen was too lazy to waste time talking to these minions.
Directly entered the villa area.
Seeing Lin Chen walk in swaggeringly, the security captain, who was pinned to the ground and unable to move, struggled to bring the intercom to his mouth and then shouted.
Someone is forcibly invading the villa area, please stop them.
If you receive any, please reply. Naturally, Lin Chen also heard the security guards shouting. He also felt that there were no less than 100 people approaching him. So he secretly cried out that something was wrong. Although it is not difficult to deal with these minions. But this is in the villa area of Shanghai. There must be many rich kids or people from the 5 major families living in the villa area.
If the noise is too loud, it will not be worth it.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly came up with a solution.
Then he smiled evilly. Quickly used the ability of the universal mask. He transformed into the appearance of the security captain. By the way, he also added a few bloodstains on his body in his imagination. That's all.
Lin Chen began to stroll calmly in the villa area.
After a while,
he saw a large group of bodyguards in black appearing in front of him. In response, Lin Chen smiled slightly and turned on his acting mode. He rushed to the black-clad bodyguard in a panic and shouted.
That man is too strong. We can't stop him at all.
I saw the opportunity and escaped to tell you. He is now at the door of the villa. After saying this, Lin Chen collapsed to the ground,
pretending to be seriously injured.
The bodyguard in black saw him like this.
I know the situation is very urgent now. So I didn't say much.
Then he rushed to the gate of the villa with hundreds of bodyguards behind him.
After all the bodyguards left,
Lin Chen slowly stood up and brushed off the dust on his body.
I can't help but admire my acting skills. It's a really good batch. With this acting skill, if he enters the entertainment industry, he is definitely at the level of an award-winning actor. After narcissism,
Lin Chen uses his mind to control the ability of the universal mask.
Change yourself back to your original appearance.
Then prepare to find your own villa.
But he didn't know which villa his was. Xiaoxing, could you please help me get the house purchase contract out of my backpack?
Lin Chen had just finished his instructions. A file appeared out of thin air in front of him. So he took the document in his hand.
Open the file and look through it carefully. I discovered that this villa is actually in building 001. Everyone knows.
The building numbers in the villa area are distinguished according to the luxury level of the villa. Building 001 is the best, followed by building 002, and so on.
That is to say,
what Lin Chen owns now is the best villa in the Supreme World Villa District in Magic City. Lin Chen was very surprised when he saw the villa number on the contract. After all, the villa he lived in before in the imperial capital New City was only building 006.
Thanks, Xiaoxing.
After using my mind to thank the little star in my mind,
Lin Chen walked towards building 001. After arriving at the door,
he discovered that the door was inlaid with diamonds.
Seeing the scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow.
This is too luxurious.
That was all he was thinking about now. Lin Chen picked up the key and opened the door. The first thing that comes into view is the living room. All the furniture in the living room is made of diamonds. Hanging on the wall are some valuable calligraphy and paintings.
Lin Chen was watching. I actually found Tang Yin's authentic painting pair of pines and waterfall on the wall. After reading this, Lin Chen continued to observe inside.
I saw the swimming pool and rooftop one after another. After watching these, Lin Chen went to the bedroom to take a look.
It turned out that even the bed frame and wardrobe in the bedroom were made of diamonds. This time Lin Chen was really shocked. He originally thought that the golden furniture in the imperial capital New City was already exaggerated enough.
I didn't expect there would be something more exaggerated than that.
After a brief shock, Lin Chen gradually accepted everything. So he called Chen Ling. Tell him that his luggage is still in the lobby on the first floor of Jinghua Hotel. Ask him to find someone to send the luggage back to the villa. Received Lin Chen's order.
Chen Ling naturally did not dare to neglect it. At night,
the luggage was delivered to the door of the villa area. Lin Chen slowly arrived at the entrance of the villa area. More than a dozen security guards were found still pinned down on the ground.
So he asked in a rude tone, "Hey, are you guys here enjoying the scenery?" Chapter 68, Gravity of the Mind.
The security captain shook his head helplessly when he heard Lin Chen's tone.
Seems like he wants to say something. But the pressure on me was too great. He even had difficulty breathing. Not to mention talking. Lin Chen saw his reaction. Although he looked very confused on the surface. But I was still a little panicked inside. After entering the villa area, he forgot to take back the power of Taoism.
So treat this security captain. Lin Chen still felt a little guilty.
After all, they didn't do anything wrong. But who made him stop himself? It's all my own fault. Think of this. Lin Chen saw a person standing not far away,
still holding his luggage in his hands.
So he quickly walked up to the man. After some communication,
the other party handed the luggage to him. When Lin Chen dragged his luggage back to the entrance of the villa area, he noticed that the security captain was looking at him with pleading eyes.
It seems to be asking for help. See his eyes. Lin Chen also felt sorry for it. After all, they have been suppressed for a whole day. But he cannot take back the pressure of Taoism now. Because if I take it back now, it will definitely arouse their suspicion.
So Lin Chen dragged his luggage and quickly walked towards the villa. When we were about to reach the door of the villa, Lin Chen immediately withdrew the pressure of Taoism. The security guards, relieved of the pressure, collapsed to the ground instantly.
Everyone lay on the ground gasping for breath. Lin Chen after returning to the villa, sitting on the bed in the bedroom, he closed his eyes and entered his mind. Xiaoxing transformed into a rocking chair in his mind. Lying leisurely in the rocking chair, see Lin Chen suddenly appear. It was so scared that it immediately flew into the sky. Don't run away, I saw everything. I see you're having a great time.
Lin Chen looked at the little star in the sky and said lovingly.
Hear what Lin Chen said. Xiaoxing didn't respond, but just kept floating in the air.
Seeing that it was so shy, Lin Chen said slowly. Don't be afraid, I just came here to chat with you. If you're scared, I'll leave now. If you want to find me, just call me anytime. Otherwise, I won't bother you at all. After saying that, Lin Chen immediately withdrew from his mind. For Xiaoxing. In fact, Lin Chen has always treated it as a child. Although the main body is a system. But this mentality is still quite childish. After withdrawing from the mind and opening your eyes, Lin Chen prepared to take a shower and go to bed early. After all, we have to go to the Royal Hotel the next day. You can't be late on the first day, right? Well, don't you want to chat? Just when he was about to take a shower, Xiaoxing's voice sounded faintly. Although the sound is really light. But Lin Chen quickly caught it. So he closed his eyes again and entered his mind. I found Xiaoxing hiding behind the rocking chair. The small eyes stared at him. What do you want to talk about? In response to Xiaoxing's shy question. For some reason, Lin Chen felt like laughing. But he still held it back, and then replied calmly. I've already said that we're just chatting, you should understand what I mean, right? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing slowly flew from the sky to Lin Chen's front. Look at its timid appearance. Lin Chen gently touched its little face, and then asked softly. I have a few questions that I'm particularly curious about, so I want to ask you. First, if you've been here the whole time, why didn't you come out earlier? Second, why are you so afraid of me? Third, do you stutter when you speak? The series of questions left Xiaoxing at a loss as to how to answer. But it saw Lin Chen's eyes that were eager to know the answer. So he thought for a while, then responded. I'm not stuttering, I'm just scared. As for why I didn't come out earlier, I actually don't know how I came out. Here. Lin Chen was really confused. But then, he seemed to have thought of something. System exception. It seemed as if it all started after I accidentally entered the periphery of the system. Could it be that the periphery of the system is the key to unlocking artificial intelligence? After thinking about this, Lin Chen prepared to go to the periphery of the system to find out what was going on. But when he found the periphery of the system, he found that the faint starlight that was previously on the periphery had disappeared. All that was left was darkness. Just at this moment, a strong gravitational force suddenly appeared outside the system. Quickly pulled Xiaoxing into the air. Its tiny body shrank into a ball in fear. Just when Lin Chen was confused, the powerful gravitational force directly pulled him into the air. Although I don't know what this power is. But it was the first time that Lin Chen looked down at his own mind from such a high place. There was an indescribable feeling for him. After checking out 4 weeks out of curiosity, Lin Chen discovered Xiaoxing not far from him. His body curled up into a ball and kept shaking. See this scene. Lin Chen prepared to go over and take a look at it. But due to the strong gravitational force, as a result, he didn't even reach Xiaoxing. He was forcibly pulled back to where he was. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lin Chen closed his eyes and prepared to withdraw his mind. Then re-enter your mind again. This way you can find a way to check on Xiaoxing. But after he closed his eyes, I found that I couldn't get out of my mind at all. I have always been forcibly attracted by this gravity. There's no way to get free. Ah! Right at this moment, Xiaoxing, who was not far from him, suddenly screamed a few times, seeming to be in pain. Seeing this, Lin Chen decided to break through this layer of gravity by force. Next second, the power of Han Yuan Tao circulates throughout the body. He rushed directly towards Xiaoxing. Bang! Buzz! Just when Lin Chen arrived next to Xiaoxing, a barrier suddenly rose up around Xiaoxing. He was thrown back to where he was. I don't know why. Lin Chen felt that this scene was very familiar. It's still a barrier. Still the person you care about. It's still this feeling of powerlessness. But Lin Chen is no longer the same person he used to be. From now on, he will never let anyone he cares about get hurt. Roar! Roar! Just when Lin Chen was ready to release all his fighting power, suddenly, several dragon roars sounded around him. The dragon's roar just ended. He suddenly felt an intense burning sensation all over his body. Then, his eyes also had this feeling. The golden pupils appeared again.
Fuck, you dead loach tattoo, what on earth are you trying to do?
Being dominated by this painful feeling,
Lin Chen couldn't help but curse at the dragon tattoo on his body.
because he had encountered this situation before. It was his own dragon tattoo that caused the trouble. Lin Chen had just finished cursing. The tattooed dragon seemed to understand what Lin Chen said. The burning sensation on his body also intensified.
Feel the pain getting worse.
Lin Chen instinctively activated the Hunyuan Dao force for protection. But he found that it was of no avail. The intense burning sensation continued to devour his Hunyuan Dao power.
Just like that for a few minutes. Lin Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer.
He screamed in pain several times towards his mind in the sky.
Lin Chen thought he was going to die.
But now he noticed the burning sensation on his body. It actually slowly turned into his strength. So he decided to use this force to rush directly to Xiaoxing.
Chapter 69 Memory Fusion. Lin Chen's Hunyuan Dao power condensed again. Before you know it, the Hunyuan Taoist force actually merged with the burning sensation.
With his strength greatly increased, Lin Chen rushed to Xiaoxing at lightning speed.
Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you? Say something.
Looking at Xiaoxing, who was curled up and lost consciousness in front of him, Lin Chen felt very uncomfortable.
He originally always regarded the system as a tool
that can make him richer and more powerful. But since Xiaoxing appeared, the moment Lin Chen saw it for the first time, unconsciously, I regarded it as my good friend. Looking at the unconscious and weak Xiaoxing, Lin Chen's hand gradually moved towards its head.
I'm sorry, Xiaoxing, it's all my fault. I can't let you suffer like this anymore.
Although I know this is cruel, I have no choice but to do this in order to protect you from getting hurt.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Just when his hand was about to touch Xiaoxing's head, Xiaoxing's body suddenly turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Chen's body.
Bang!
The moment the light entered his body,
Lin Chen felt that the surrounding environment could shatter and disappear. My mind is shrinking little by little. Then everything went black and he lost consciousness.
I don't know how long it took. Lin Chen floated in a pitch-black environment and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the dark and unfamiliar surroundings.
This feeling seems familiar. When he accidentally entered the periphery of the system before. This is also the case.
And the last time he entered the periphery of the system, most of my mental energy has been consumed.
My consciousness almost couldn't return to the real world.
But this time he didn't feel any discomfort.
Think of this.
Lin Chen felt as if he had forgotten something very important. The next second, he suddenly remembered where Xiaoxing had gone.
Xiaoxing, where are you? Can you hear me? Lin Chen shouted loudly into the darkness around him. But he didn't get any response. Just when Lin Chen was about to give up,
suddenly, a blue-white light flashed between his eyebrows.
Hiss! Lin Chen took a breath of cold air.
Because he felt that the light seemed to be entering his brain. There was a tingling sensation in his brain.
Don't move, this is the only way we can get out.
Just when Lin Chen was about to resist, Xiaoxing's voice sounded in his mind. I heard Xiaoxing's voice.
Naturally, I feel very happy. But this feeling is really uncomfortable. Call out. Just when his consciousness was about to disappear,
Lin Chen found himself back in his mind.
And the little star was floating in front of him. What happened just now? Feel what just happened. Lin Chen asked Xiaoxing with a confused look on his face. Regarding his questions,
Xiaoxing thought for a while, then explained.
The system just merged your memory with mine. Fusion? So, you now possess my memories? Yes. Here's Xiaoxing's answer.
Lin Chen was stunned on the spot.
Xiaoxing integrated his own memory? That is to say, does it know all about my past dark history now? Lin Chen swallowed his saliva, then asked tentatively. Then, if you merge my memories, you will know everything about my past? Seeing Lin Chen's embarrassed look, Xiaoxing giggled out loud. Lin Chen was super happy to hear its laughter.
After all, this was the first time he heard Xiaoxing smile. But after listening for a while, Lin Chen gradually felt something was wrong.
Because Xiaoxing's smile seemed to be a mockery.
And so some time passed. Xiaoxing's smile never stopped. I say, do you have to laugh for so long? It seems that Xiaoxing has no intention of stopping. Lin Chan rolled his eyes at it and asked. Although Lin Chan was a little helpless. But all my previous experiences were indeed very strange. My crotch ripped when I was climbing a tree as a kid. I was bitten by the neighbor's dog after teasing him. I confessed my love to the most beautiful girl in my elementary school, but she told my teacher, etc. Xiaoxing saw that Lin Chen seemed a little unhappy. He quickly stopped smiling and said, I'm not going to laugh, but your past experiences are so funny, I just can't help it. Here's Xiaoxing's answer. Lin Chen took a deep breath. It seems to be suppressing something. Xiaoxing saw that he seemed very calm. Then he continued with his eyes wide open. Why did you confess your love to your elementary school class beauty? She's not that pretty. Xiaoxing's inquiry directly became the fuse for Lin Chen's explosion. The next second Lin Chen pinched its small body. Then he responded fiercely. Can you please stop mentioning it? I also want to save face, okay? Of course you can, but isn't your current state called impotent rage? Looking at Xiaoxing asking himself innocently. Lin Chen completely collapsed now. Where did you learn the skill of impotent rage? Then he suddenly thought of the time when he played Luelu before. I use Yasuo to PK with the opponent's Yasuo in the middle lane. As a result, I showed off my skills. Directly blow up the opponent. The two also started to curse each other in the game. In the end, they were not satisfied with the scolding, so they added each other's contact information and scolded each other via voice. The words Lin Chen used most often to insult the other party were incompetence and rage. At this time, Xiaoxing saw Lin Chen in a daze. So I asked a few more questions. By the way, what is a mid-lane Yasuo? If you don't give it to me, I'll give it away. Also, why did you kiss the FHM magazine on the bedside table every day? And also, why do you always ask your friends for websites? Is the website something fun? In the following period of time, Xiaoxing asked a lot of strange questions in succession. Every question left Lin Chen at a loss as to how to answer. But when Xiaoxing asked the last question, Lin Chen quickly withdrew from his mind. Because its problem is, why are the people on the websites you watch naked? For this kind of problem, Lin Chen simply chose to mute his microphone. After quickly opening his eyes, Lin Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Is this what it feels like to have someone know your secret? Isn't it too exciting? Why did you leave? Did I do something wrong? Seeing Lin Chen leaving, Xiaoxing asked disappointedly. After it integrated Lin Chen's memory. I don't know why. It actually wanted to get close to Lin Chen on purpose. That's why I always want to find common topics to talk about with him. I just saw Lin Chen leave. I thought he was angry. That's why I want to ask for his forgiveness. When Lin Chen saw its lost look, he quickly comforted it. Don't get me wrong. You didn't do anything wrong, it's just that you asked too many questions and I don't know how to answer them. Plus I have to go to work tomorrow, so I have to go to bed early tonight. How about this? When I finish my work tomorrow, I'll go to the library. Then you'll know everything. Okay? Yes. Yes. Good. Hearing Lin Chen's comfort, Xiaoxing replied happily in his mind. Chapter 70, Combining Hardness and Softness. After Xiaoxing replied, there was no further movement. Lin Chen smiled indulgently when he heard its happy tone. After that, he immediately began to practice Hunyuan Wuji Dao. Just when I was restrained by the pressure in my mind, the power of the tattoos on his body actually merged with the Hunyuan Wuji Dao. So now Lin Chen has to investigate it carefully. After a careful search, Lin Chen discovered that there was no change in the Hunyuan Wuji Dao. The same thing happened when he took off his clothes to check out his tattoos. This made Lin Chen very confused. But no matter how much I think about it, there seems to be no answer. We can only take this matter one step at a time. So in the following period of time, Lin Chen continued to practice the Hunyuan Wuji Dao. After all, since the integration of Xiantian Gongqi and Yi Jin Jing, he hasn't studied it carefully yet. When he released the power of Hunyuan Taoism, the luster on it is getting brighter and brighter. And because it integrates the Yi Jin Jing,
This resulted in the originally extremely powerful Han Yuan Taoist force. Now there is a bit more feminine power. Although the proportion is not large, it still makes Lin Chen very excited. From what was recorded in his mind, the real Chinese martial arts is not just about being tough or gentle. Instead, combine the two into one. Be both hard and soft. This is the only way to exert the greatest power. Although the Han Yuan Wuji Dao now has a bit more feminine power, but it is far from enough. So what Lin Chen needs to do now is to tap out the feminine power in the Han Yuan Wuji Dao. The Han Yuan Wuji Dao is inherently fierce and domineering. If it weren't for the I Jin Jing, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to develop feminine power at all. So the only breakthrough now lies in the I Jin Jing. Think of this. Lin Chen used all his strength to circulate the I Jin Jing in his body. Feel the constant supply of inner strength. Lin Chen tried to integrate all his internal energy into the Han Yuan Wuji Dao, then develop the feminine power. But it is easier said than done. The main core power of Han Yuan Wuji Dao is Baji Jin. Although Baji Jin is a long-lost secret technique of Tai Chi, but it is different from ordinary Tai Chi Kung Fu. Its essence is rigidity. This kind of strength has reached the pinnacle. So this is the reason why Lin Chen is unable to develop the feminine power of Han Yuan Wuji Dao. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lin Chen gradually lost his patience. But he suddenly thought that the previous tattoo seemed to have completely integrated the power of the I Jin Jing into the Han Yuan Wuji Dao. So he decided to take a gamble and force the integration. Ahem. Because the powerful force of Han Yuan Wuji Dao is too overbearing, directly causing him internal injuries. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was rekindled. This time he just didn't want to believe it, because he had tried many times before and failed. The current situation no longer allows him to waste time. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Lin Chen didn't say much and started to practice I Jin Jing and Han Yuan Wuji Dao at the same time with all his strength. An attempt to forcibly combine the two. Sizzle. Whoosh. Two forces, one hard and one soft, collide with each other. Lin Chen felt that his meridians were about to be broken. The same feeling naturally applies to the internal organs, tendons, and bones. Damn it! Close it for me! Following Lin Chen's roar, the two forces collided again. Lin Chen groaned. I felt like everything inside my body was being wantonly destroyed by these two forces. Even the mental power within the brain is affected. Stop it now. You'll die. I felt that Lin Chen's body and mental strength were being destroyed. Xiaoxing hurriedly dissuaded him in his mind, although I heard its dissuasion. But at this time Lin Chen did not choose to give up. Continue to release the two forces with all your strength. This time, he couldn't hold on any longer. Is this my limit? I felt as if everything in my body was being destroyed. Lin Chen murmured unwillingly. Just when he thought it was all over, the burning sensation of the blue-green dragon tattoo reappeared. Roar! 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 The sound of dragon roars rang out in his mind. Seeing this, Lin Chen tried again to merge the two forces. At this point, something subtle happened. Because Lin Chen felt that the tattooed dragon was devouring those two forces. The meridians and internal organs that had been damaged before were actually recovering slowly. About a few minutes later, Lin Chen's physical and mental strength had been completely restored. But the tattooed dragon had swallowed up the two forces and was not satisfied. The dragon roar sounded again. Seems not satisfied with these powers. Lin Chen saw the greedy look in tattooed dragon's eyes. I immediately understood what it meant. So he put all his innate energy into circulation. Seeing this, tattooed dragon accepted the order immediately. After swallowing these, the tattooed dragon looked at Lin Chen again. Although Lin Chen understood what it meant, but he has no other choice now. Apart from these, he did not acquire any martial arts skills. Ding! The host's situation has been detected, and the skill Takeover is now awarded. Hear the name of this skill. Lin Chen felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly he thought of his school days. Very obsessed with martial arts novels. And this Taishan Sutra seems to be the most profound magical skill in martial arts novels. Just thinking about this.
A lot of information suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. It includes a summary of 24 verses.
Look at these peerless magical skills that can only be seen in movies and TV dramas.
Lin Chen was very excited. There is no such thing as a tattooed dragon. He just closed his eyes and began to have enlightenment. The outline of the 24 verses seemed to be conscious in his mind. Begin to move closer to his body.
Every time a verse of scripture enters his body,
Lin Chen was able to comprehend a new skill. Either sword technique or palm technique.
Either it is light kung fu or internal kung fu. Every realization is the same. The dragon tattoo on his body will swallow one.
I don't know how long it took. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again,
I realized it was already late at night.
The tattooed dragon has long since disappeared. But he has noticed obvious changes in his body.
Not only did his mind contain many more techniques and skills from the Taishan Sutra.
Moreover, he discovered that the innate Qi, Yi Jing Jing and Hunyuan Wuji Dao had been completely integrated together. He has achieved the highest level of martial arts, combining both hardness and softness.
You scared me to death, I thought you were going to die.
I heard Xiaoxing was worried about me. Lin Chen sat on the bed and closed his eyes.
From the moment he entered my mind,
he found that the surrounding environment had undergone tremendous changes. Originally there was only a faint light around. At this moment it turned into a golden ocean. But there was no sign of Xiaoxing.
Just when Lin Chen was confused, he found Xiaoxing hiding secretly in a corner. Seems to be afraid of something. So he quickly asked, "Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you?"
Hearing that Lin Chen cared about him,
Xiaoxing did not respond.
Instead, it pointed directly behind Lin Chen.
Seeing its fear, Lin Chen looked back. Found in the golden ocean not far away, a huge blue monster was sleeping with its eyes closed. Chapter 71 Hotel Inspection. Although he couldn't see the specific details,
but from its general shape, it can be seen that this is a giant dragon with wings. And Lin Chen, after careful observation, I found that this dragon was exactly the same as the pattern on my tattoo.
This scene really shocked Lin Chen.
After all, creatures like dragons only exist in myths passed down from ancient times. He had only seen pictures of dragons in books like Shanghai Jing. But watching it so closely, it's his first time.
After sighing,
Lin Chen looked at Xiaoxing, who had been hiding in the corner and dared not say a word, and said with a smile,
"Come out, don't be afraid, don't worry, I'm here."
I heard what Lin Chen said. Xiaoxing stood in the corner and walked slowly towards Lin Chen cautiously.
After reaching him,
Lin Chen touched Xiaoxing's head lovingly.
Then he continued to look at the giant dragon not far away. I don't know why.
Lin Chen always has an indescribable feeling towards this dragon.
Maybe it was because it had given me strength before. Think of this.
Lin Chen looked at Xiaoxing, who was still afraid of the dragon.
Then an idea came to mind.
The golden ocean in the mind began to flow towards the dragon.
Gradually wrap it all up. See this scene.
Xiaoxing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Then his little eyes stared straight at Lin Chen. Seeing its eyes, Lin Chen smiled dotingly. Then he withdrew from his mind directly. Start practicing Tai Xian Jing with eyes closed. Lin Chen had only known about this magical skill from movies, TV dramas, and novels.
Before, when he had an epiphany,
he found that he had combined all his sword techniques, palm techniques, internal strength, and lightness skills into one.
The most terrifying thing is the last sentence of the summary of the scripture. Directly connect hundreds of acupoints on Lin Chen's body into one internal breath.
The inner breath is surging.
It flows rapidly like a big river. After Lin Chen understood everything, the moves have reached the level where they can be used at will.
I could no longer tell whether it was a palm or a sword.
There is no need to concentrate on the inner breath. There is no need to memorize moves. There are thousands of moves in the Taishan Sutra.
It spreads naturally from the heart to the hands and feet.
Feel the changes.
Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised.
Because his current strength has achieved a qualitative leap.
And in his eyes, what happened before has always been a thorn in his heart.
No matter if it's the person that is important to you.
Or maybe it was the opponent.
For Lin Chen, it's the biggest regret. I regret that I failed to protect the one I love. I also regretted that I didn't use my full strength to crush that opponent. But times are different now. Start now.
He is about to launch a full-scale counterattack.
After the memories.
Lin Chen found that it was already late at night. It seems that there is not much time left until the time to go to work. So, he then went to practice the Taishan Sutra again.
Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was morning.
Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes.
After some epiphanies last night,
Lin Chen discovered some mysteries in the Taishan Sutra. This mystery is beyond words. But his skills have reached a higher level. After Lin Chen opened his eyes and moved his body. So he started to wash up.
Getting ready to go to work. After reaching the bathroom,
Lin Chen looked at himself in the mirror.
Feel yourself glowing.
It seems that this is also the benefit brought by the magical power.
Think of this.
Lin Chen quickened his washing speed.
After a simple tidying up, Lin Chen used the power of the universal mask to transform himself into Shao Qi. That's not all.
He also conjured up for himself a set about of print suits from a magazine. Then he hurriedly left the villa.
Just arrived at the gate of the villa area.
I found that the special car had been waiting for a long time.
See Lin Chen coming.
The bodyguard in the car hurriedly got out and opened the door. Lin Chen got into the special car without saying a word.
Set off to the Royal Hotel. After a while, then we arrived at our destination.
Sitting in the car and looking at the historic plaque, Lin Chen was filled with emotion.
After all, the last time I came here,
it caused quite a stir here.
Just thinking about this.
The bodyguard in the car hurriedly opened Lin Chen's door. After Lin Chen got off the car,
walked slowly towards the first floor lobby. Have you heard? The president of our hotel is here to inspect today.
I heard that the previous president went on a world tour after transferring all his shares.
This new president has never been to the hotel before. Today is his first time to inspect.
That's why the general manager asked us to be more standardized so that we can welcome this new president.
In the lobby on the first floor, all the hotel staff lined up in a standard queue.
They were whispering and talking to each other,
waiting for the inspection of the new president of the hotel.
And right in front of them,
Chen Ling and the hotel manager were waiting for Lin Chen's arrival. After a while,
the hotel door slowly opened.
All the employees looked towards the door.
At this time, Lin Chen was being protected by several bodyguards as he entered the venue. When Chen Ling saw Lin Chen, he hurried forward to greet him.
Boss Xiao, you're finally here. Listening to Chen Ling's flattering tone, Lin Chen smiled slightly, then responded. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Boss Xiao, what are you talking about? You are really embarrassing me. The hotel staff saw Chen Ling's reaction. I couldn't help but be shocked.
Because this was the first time they saw Chen Ling show such respect to someone.
And he's still a young man. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Ling, Lin Chen walked to the opposite side of the employees and said,
You should know my identity, so I won't say any more polite words. I hope everyone can work hard and carry forward the characteristics of our royal hotel.
Everyone should do their part well. If I find someone not doing their job well, don't blame me for being ruthless. Do you understand?
I heard Lin Chen's loud voice like he was giving a speech. The employees nodded and responded loudly.
Understood. In the next period of time,
Lin Chen also told the hotel staff some of his own rules.
After saying that, Lin Chen glanced towards the back of the employee queue.
Several security guards kept their heads down.
Seems to be avoiding something. Lin Chen recognized them at a glance.
It was just when he was about to enter the hotel. The security guards who stopped him outside the hotel. The leading security guard saw Lin Chen looking at him. Hastily avoided his gaze.
Just when Lin Chen entered the hall,
the leading security guard recognized Lin Chen.
Thinking about what happened that day,
I felt a little scared. And Lin Chen had already seen his fear. So he slowly walked up to the security guards,
patted him on the shoulder. Then he asked Chen Ling, what was this person's original position? He's just an ordinary security guard. Regarding Lin Chen's questions,
although Chen Ling was very confused, but still responded respectfully. At this time, the leading security guard was so scared that he was scared out of his wits. He was afraid that Lin Chen would fire him, because the salary that the Jinghua Hotel paid him was higher than what he could get outside. He also has to rely on this salary to support his family. But he got the position of new president of Jinghua Hotel. I can only blame myself for being blind. He thought Lin Chen would just tell him to get out. But he didn't expect that what happened next would move him to tears. Chapter 72 Taishan Sutra, Evolution. Lin Chen said slowly to Chen Ling. From today on, he is the security captain. After saying that, Lin Chen did not forget to point at the security guard who was in charge. Regarding Lin Chen's order. Naturally, Chen Ling did not dare to disobey. So he ordered the Human Resources Department to promote the leading security guard to the position of security team leader. The security captain was looking at Lin Chen at this time. I don't know what to say. Lin Chen patted his shoulder again and said, there aren't many people as responsible as you these days. Keep working hard and don't let me down. After saying that, Lin Chen then dismissed the other employees. Then he went to the meeting room with Chen Ling. And the leading security guard left after Lin Chen. He sat on the ground and burst into tears. After arriving at the meeting room, Lin Chen sat at his desk, thoughtful. Isn't there a president's office in the hotel? I didn't see it the last time I came here. This question has actually been hidden in Lin Chen's mind for a long time. When he first came to the hotel, he was struggling to find the president's office. But it was never found. Although I had met Chen Ling before. But I never had the chance to ask for the answer. I just remembered it now. That's why I asked Chen Ling. Regarding Lin Chen's questions, Chen Ling naturally did not dare to neglect it and quickly responded. Of course there is a hotel office, but it's not inside the hotel. Hear his answer. Lin Chen couldn't help but become more curious. See Lin Chen's reaction. Chen Ling then explained. Except for this conference room and some rooms necessary for work, all the rooms in the hotel are accommodation rooms. The president's status is so noble that he cannot be treated the same as an ordinary employee. So a villa was built near the hotel. The president usually works in the villa. If he wants to come to the hotel for inspection, there is a special car to pick him up at any time. I know that Mr. Xiao owns a villa in Supreme World, so you may not be interested in ordinary villas. But if you don't mind, you can come with me to the president's villa to take a look. Regarding Chen Ling's invitation, Lin Chen agreed immediately. Seeing him agree so readily, Chen Ling was also a little surprised. But what Chen Ling didn't know was, if he didn't invite Lin Chen also prepared to go and take a look. After all, it was the first time that Lin Chen heard that the president's office was a villa. So he was still very curious about this villa. That's all. The two arrived at the door of the villa in a short while. Chen Ling respectfully opened the door of the villa. After Lin Chen went in, I found that the overall style of this villa is quite luxurious. Although it is much worse than the villa in Supreme World. But overall, it's already acceptable. After all, Supreme World is not an ordinary villa area. Those who can live there are generally the wealthy children of the 5 major groups in Shanghai. Therefore, people from ordinary groups simply cannot live in the Supreme World villa. This is also the reason why Chen Ling said before that Lin Chen looked down upon ordinary villas. In Chen Ling's mind, he had already guessed that Lin Chen was a member of one of the 5 major groups. As for which group it is, he did not ask the question directly, because he knew how terrible the 5 major groups were. Before, Gu Shanglin was just a small manager of Thunder Group. You can run rampant in all the bars and casinos in Shanghai. This shows the status of the 5 major groups in Shanghai. Think of this. Chen Ling followed behind Lin Chen and introduced everything in the villa. After introducing all the affairs in the villa, Lin Chen ordered Chen Ling to leave the villa. Before letting him leave, I also asked about the couple's practice of Pei Yuan Dao. The situation is naturally excellent. Afterwards, he gave his cell phone number to Chen Ling. Just in case. Before coming to Shanghai, Lin Chen specially applied for a new phone card in Bohai City. After Chen Ling left, Lin Chen sat at the desk in the villa. Entered into meditation again.
Ever since practicing the Taishan Sutra last night,
Lin Chen felt that his skills had changed again. He thought that after he had mastered the Taishan Sutra,
there is no room for improvement.
But after last night's rehearsal, he discovered the endless mysteries of the Taishan Sutra. Every time after practicing all the mental techniques and moves in the Taishan Sutra, your own skills will be qualitatively improved again.
After practicing the entire Taishan Sutra, an idea suddenly came to Lin Chen's mind. I had obtained a skill evolution voucher during a mission before. The Taishan Sutra today is already extremely mysterious. If the Taishan Sutra is evolved, so what changes will happen? So I held this idea.
Lin Chen entered his mind without saying a word. Opened the system backpack and used the skill evolution voucher. Selected the Taishan Sutra skill.
The moment Lin Chen clicked on evolution,
he discovered a golden ocean in his mind.
Suddenly it became turbulent.
It seemed to devour everything in his mind. And the original 24 verses of the Taishan Sutra are the general outline. Suddenly it increased by more than 10 times.
It became 240 sentences. See this scene.
Lin Chen was stunned.
This is after you have fully understood all the scriptures in front of you. How abnormal should my strength be? Think of this.
Lin Chen began to get excited.
In the next period of time, the general outline of the 240 verses of the scripture entered Lin Chen's body one by one. It was exactly the same scene as when he first comprehended the Taishan Sutra. Whoosh! 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 After one scripture after another entered Lin Chen's body.
Naturally, he understood the techniques and concepts behind each move.
But then,
he suddenly felt as if his body was about to explode.
Because there are too many scripture outlines.
As a result, his body simply couldn't bear it.
What's wrong with you? What's going on?
At this moment, Xiaoxing is hiding in the corner of my mind.
Watching the surrounding environment change dramatically,
he hurriedly said to Lin Chen worriedly.
But now Lin Chen is simply unable to respond to it.
Lin Chen originally wanted to stop comprehending. But it was too late.
Because once the understanding of the general outline of the scriptures begins, unless you understand it all, otherwise it would be impossible to stop. Seeing this, Lin Chen kept staring at the direction of the giant dragon not far away.
Now he has no other choice.
I can only turn to the tattoo dragon for help. The giant dragon is sleeping at this moment, as if I had been summoned.
Suddenly woke up and flew towards Lin Chen's body. After a few dragon roars, it began to devour these scriptures. However, the scriptures that were swallowed by the dragon were still being comprehended by Lin Chen.
His own body also got some relief. Roar! Roar!
Just when Lin Chen thought he had secured victory, the giant dragons around him let out several dragon roars.
Seems to be in a lot of pain. After the giant dragon let out those dragon roars,
then he flew back to his original position and continued to sleep.
Lin Chen saw the scene and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, you old loach have no moral principles. Didn't you even say a word before you left? Whoosh! Whoosh!
Lin Chen's words had just fallen. A summary of the scriptures that were originally swallowed by the dragon. At this moment, it entered his body again.
Ahem!
The moment the scriptures entered his body,
Lin Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer. A mouthful of blood spurted out immediately. Ding! The host is detected to be in danger. The skill Wuxiang Divine Art is now awarded as a reward. Chapter 73. My name is Gengchen. The system prompt sounded again.
A large amount of information entered Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen suddenly felt that the burden on his body was suddenly lightened a lot.
Is this the Prajnaparamita magical art? God is really helping me. Be aware of the changes happening in your body. Lin Chen smiled evilly.
Then he used all his strength to practice the Wuxiang Divine Art.
Lin Chen developed the internal energy in his body after studying the Taishan Sutra. Relying on the supreme internal power in the Taishan Sutra, you can naturally do whatever you want. But after Lin Chen evolved the Taishan Sutra,
not only has the number of scriptures increased by more than 10 times, this is also true for the lightness skills, sword techniques, palm techniques, and internal strength contained in the scriptures.
The scariest thing is,
the internal energy originally developed in Lin Chen's body has now increased by more than 10 times.
you know, the internal energy is strong. But it always exists in the human body.
A person can only have one internal breath in his body throughout his life.
If you force yourself to develop more internal energy,
it will only make you go crazy and explode to death. And this is Lin Chen's current situation. Increasing so much internal energy at one time. If it weren't for the I Ching Jing he had practiced before and the help of the dragon, I'm afraid he would have been reduced to ashes by now.
Despite this,
the body continues to bear more than 10 strands of internal breath.
This is simply impossible for Lin Chen.
Just when he thought he was going to die,
the formless magic of Prajnaparamita appeared.
Based on what he knew from the martial arts novels he had read, this formless magical skill can not only dredge the meridians, but also promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. You can also adjust your internal strength to the highest level of being colorless, formless, and lawless. At this moment, Lin Chen was using all his strength to practice the Wuxiang divine art.
Whoosh! 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 As the scriptures entered his body one by one,
they were all cleared and integrated one by the Wuxiang divine art.
Even all the martial arts techniques in the Taishan Sutra are like this. That's all.
Under the guidance of the Wuxiang divine art,
Lin Chen was finally out of danger. Because of severe physical overdraft,
he lost consciousness and passed out.
When he opened his eyes again, I don't know how much time has passed. Looking at the golden ocean gradually expanding around,
Lin Chen knew that he had succeeded. If he were in the martial arts world now, he can definitely be called a peerless master.
Feel the changes in your body.
Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised, although he regretted using the skill evolution voucher before. But judging from this result,
it's all worth it. Think of this. Lin Chen looked at the giant dragon not far away.
At this moment, the blue-green body of the giant dragon has gradually become clear. Walking closer, you can clearly see the scales on the dragon's body, although the dragon kept his eyes closed. But Lin Chen could still feel its momentum.
After viewing,
Lin Chen found that he did not see Xiaoxing. So he hurried down from the sky.
Start looking for little stars around. Finally, in a very hidden corner, Xiaoxing's figure was discovered. At this moment, it huddled in the corner. Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you? Can you say something?
Lin Chen looked at Xiaoxing who was shivering in the corner.
He asked hurriedly with concern. Despite hearing Lin Chen's question, Xiaoxing was still trembling.
Lin Chen saw that something was wrong with it. Then it suddenly occurred to me.
Before, when I was understanding the general outline of the Taishan Sutra, Xiaoxing once asked me about it with concern.
But the situation was too dangerous at the time. As a result, Lin Chen had no way to respond to it.
And when the dragon appears, Xiaoxing then completely lost his movement. Think of this.
Lin Chen seemed to understand something.
Xiaoxing was extremely afraid of the dragon before.
It must have been when the giant dragon appeared around Lin Chen.
That's probably what scared it like this. But what Lin Chen didn't understand was,
Xiaoxing serves as the artificial intelligence of the system.
Aren't we supposed to be in control of all this? Why are you still afraid of this dragon?
Although Lin Chen had many questions in his mind.
But now is not the time to think about these things. So Lin Chen hurried to the corner.
Then he held Xiaoxing in his arms. Looking at Xiaoxing shivering in his arms,
he felt so heartbroken. Lin Chen just held it like this. I don't know how much time passed. Xiaoxing finally recovered. When it opens its eyes, I found that Lin Chen had fallen asleep.
But the hand holding it has never been let go.
See this scene.
Xiaoxing couldn't help but rub Lin Chen's hand. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep again.
The next day, early morning,
Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes in his mind. I found that Xiaoxing in my arms was still sleeping quietly. So he quickly withdrew his mind. After consciousness returns to the real world, he found himself sleeping on his desk for so long.
After stretching your body, Lin Chen let out a long breath. I feel a warm current in my body. It starts from the dantian and flows throughout the body. Boy, I didn't expect you could hold more than a dozen internal energy in your body.
Just as Lin Chen felt the changes in his body, an ancient and deep voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly closed his eyes and calmed himself down.
The moment he entered my mind,
found the little star sleeping. At this moment, it was wrapped in a golden light.
And the giant dragon not far away slowly opened his eyes. See this scene.
Lin Chen's heart couldn't help but be filled with turmoil. This was the first time he saw a dragon's pupils up close.
Hey, kid, have you seen enough?
At this moment, the dragon suddenly looked at Lin Chen fiercely. Then he opened his mouth and spoke slowly.
I heard the dragon's majestic question.
Lin Chen came back to his senses instantly, and then asked calmly.
What did you do to Xiaoxing? Seeing Lin Chen's calm reaction,
the dragon was a little surprised.
But then, it suddenly started laughing.
Then he responded in an ancient and deep voice.
That little thing is fine. I set up a barrier to prevent it from finding me. So what's the matter with you suddenly showing up now?
The dragon's response. Lin Chen frowned slightly, then continued to ask.
Boy, aren't you surprised that I showed up so suddenly? I'm sure you have a lot of questions in your mind that you want to ask me, right?
Yes, there are many, but if you don't want to talk about it, why should I bother myself?
Hear Lin Chen's answer.
The dragon laughed loudly for a long time, looking up to the sky. Then he said slowly. Good boy, no wonder you can accomplish things that ordinary people cannot accomplish in their entire lives. You are truly extraordinary.
I really can't answer your question now.
If it weren't for the huge amount of energy that erupted from your body, I'm afraid I wouldn't have woken up so briefly.
But I still want to say that it's been a long time since I met someone as interesting as you. With your current strength, I believe we will have a chance to communicate soon.
Then I can solve the mystery in your heart.
I don't have much time left. Since we are destined to be together, I will make an exception and give you something that will definitely help you reach a higher level of strength. One last thing I'll tell you. My name is Gengchen.
After the dragon finished speaking, then he fell into a deep sleep again.
Immediately following,
the barrier surrounding Xiaoxing also disappeared.
It looks like it hasn't woken up yet.
Lin Chen smiled indulgently. Then he withdrew from his mind.
After opening your eyes,
Lin Chen could not forget the conversation he had just had with the dragon for a long time.
Chapter 74, Encountering Xuanwu again. The name Gengchen.
It was the first time Lin Chen heard of it.
What a coincidence. There is one character in the same name between them. Is this really a kind of fate?
It seems that these mysteries will have to wait until later to be solved.
Think of this.
Lin Chen stood up and stretched his muscles.
Ding-a-ling. Just as Lin Chen was stretching his body, his phone rang.
After checking, Lin Chen found that it was Chen Ling who called. Then he chose to answer the call. Mr. Xiao, there are several important guests at the hotel, and we need you to come over in person.
The other end of the phone,
Chen Ling made an anxious plea. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't say much.
Just hung up the phone.
Then he got up and went to the Jinghua Hotel.
After arriving at the meeting room,
Lin Chen found that Chen Ling had been waiting for a long time.
Look at his condition. Seems very anxious. Where is the important guest you mentioned? Seeing him so anxious, Lin Chen asked straight to the point.
We have arranged for you to stay in the best room on the top floor of the hotel. In response to Lin Chen's question.
Naturally, Chen Ling did not dare to neglect it and quickly reported and responded.
Lin Chen has done some research on the Jinghua Hotel. The Royal Hotel has a total of 32 floors.
The first floor is the check-in waiting hall. The second floor is the restaurant.
The 16th floor is used as the hotel's conference room. The other floors are all occupied by guest rooms. The third floor has the worst rooms in the hotel. The fourth floor is relatively better.
And so on.
The higher the floors, the more luxurious they are.
The higher the level of accommodation the customer is staying at.
The top floor serves as the hotel's top-level guest rooms.
Few people can stay here during the year. Even if someone can live there,
those would only be people from the 5 major groups.
So now the residents living on the top floor. His identity can be imagined. Why does the guest want to see me?
Lin Chen was very surprised that the guest on the top floor wanted to meet him.
I used to be with the Wushuan group. There are indeed many connections.
I guess people from other groups have already received the news. But this time when he came to Shanghai, he had completely concealed his identity.
To ensure that nothing goes wrong, Lin Chen also asked Guo Ziang to prepare a substitute for him in Bohai City. Good for confusing audiences.
Therefore, it was impossible for people from the 5 major groups to notice me.
I don't know about that either.
The guest just said he wanted to meet the owner of the hotel, and he didn't say anything else.
I heard Chen Ling's answer. Lin Chen seemed to be thinking about something.
Then he waved his hand and asked Chen Ling to leave first.
Then bring the guests to the meeting room. After a while,
Chen Ling then brought the guests from the top floor. The guest was accompanied by a bodyguard.
Bring the guests to the after. Chen Ling quietly left the meeting room.
Lin Chen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him.
He was wearing a dark suit and had a beard.
He also wore a black bowler hat on his head.
See the appearance of a middle-aged man.
Lin Chen turned his head and looked at the bodyguard behind him.
I don't know why. He actually had a sense of déjà vu about this bodyguard. Despite this,
Lin Chen still said politely,
"Hello, welcome to the Jinghua Hotel. What can I do for you?" Greetings to Lin Chen. The middle-aged man did not respond immediately.
Instead, he grabbed Lin Chen's hand and said slowly,
"Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am Shangguan Wushuan. I came to you this time to ask you if you know someone named Lin Chen?"
When the man in front of him said his name, Lin Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had previously used the power of Sky Eye to look into some matters concerning the Wushuan group.
The president of Wushuan group is Shangguan Wushuan. And this Shangguan Wushuan is also the patriarch of the Shangguan family.
Even though he knew that the person in front of him was Shangguan Wushuan,
Lin Chen didn't feel anything about it.
What really surprised him was the Shangguan family actually already knew that the shares of Jinghua Hotel were in their hands.
Think of this. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Shangguan family's intelligence network. "Mr. Xiao, you don't have to be afraid. I want to talk to Lin Chen about something important.
So I need you to act as a matchmaker for me, that's all." At this time, Shangguan Wushuang seemed to notice the change in Lin Chen's expression. Then he spoke slowly.
Hear Shangguan Wushuan's words. Lin Chen immediately understood what he meant.
The original meaning is matchmaking.
In fact, to put it bluntly, it is just to test your own situation.
In response to this, Lin Chen decided to take advantage of the situation.
Because revealing your identity now would be the most unwise thing to do.
So Lin Chen deliberately acted like he was very scared. Then he responded in panic.
"President Shangguan, I know Mr. Lin.
He is now paralyzed on one side of his body and can only spend the rest of his life in bed. Because he couldn't come to the Jinghua Hotel to take charge of the situation, he gave all these shares to me.
I am just a small director under him. Please let me go, President Shangguan." The words just fell. Lin Chen once again marveled at his Oscar-winning acting skills. And after Shangguan Wushuang heard Lin Chen's answer, the originally expressionless face now showed a few different emotions. The reason why he came to Jinghua Hotel in person. This is because it was previously discovered that Lin Chen had handed over the shares to a man named Shao Qi. He was afraid that Lin Chen would take action. Even though I know that Lin Chen is now paralyzed on one side. But caution has always been his style.
But now I see Shao Qi in front of me. It seems that there is no threat to me.
Shangguan Wushuan gave a strange smile.
Then he patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and said softly,
"Don't worry, if you don't become my enemy, I won't do anything to you."
After saying that, before Lin Chen could respond,
Shangguan Wushuan glanced at the bodyguard behind him.
Then he left the meeting room. After the bodyguard received the order,
he grabbed Lin Chen's neck. Feeling the strength in the other person's hands,
Lin Chen recognized at a glance that this person was the Xuanwu with whom he had fought before.
"Prepare to die, boy."
Xuanwu finished speaking.
"Release all the strength in your hands." He thought he had it all figured out. But he didn't expect that his full strength would be released on Lin Chen's neck. It's like falling into a bottomless pit. I can't do anything at all. Feeling the unusual changes,
Xuanwu immediately let go of Lin Chen's hand. Then he took a few steps back.
Lin Chen didn't give him a chance to breathe. Rush forward quickly. A palm hit Xuanwu on the chest. Puff!
He was hit by Lin Chen's palm.
Xuanwu flew out directly.
He fell to the ground, spitting blood. Then he looked at Lin Chen in shock and asked,
Who are you? If you really want to know, let's go out and talk. This thing of mine is quite expensive.
In response to Xuanwu's question,
Lin Chen responded with a smile.
Then he jumped out of the meeting room window.
Because he practiced the superb likeness skills in the Taishan Sutra. Lin Chen reached the top rooftop of Jinghua Hotel in a flash.
And Xuanwu followed closely behind.
Reached the rooftop a step slower than him. The war is about to break out. Chapter 75, Disparity in Strength.
Because I had felt Lin Chen's terrifying power before.
As a result, Xuanwu now dares not act rashly. Don't you want to ask who I am? Are you just standing there and asking me? The people from Wushuan Group are useless.
Lin Chen naturally saw Xuanwu's concerns. He was directly ridiculed.
Then he rushed towards Xuanwu. Feeling a huge threat from the front, Xuanwu instinctively activated the defensive barrier.
Lin Chen sneered when he saw this. He directly slammed his palm onto the barrier.
Bang! With a loud noise,
Lin Chen was pushed back several steps by the defensive barrier.
Seeing the scene, Xuanwu smiled viciously. But the next second,
he saw that there were cracks in the defensive barrier.
Lin Chen didn't give him a chance to react.
Rushed towards the defensive barrier again.
Bang! This time,
the defensive barrier was directly shattered by Lin Chen.
Xuanwu looked at everything in front of him. I couldn't help but swallow.
The expression on his face changed completely from fear to terror. Because of its own defensive barriers. I'm afraid there are few people in China today who can directly blow it to pieces. And the person in front of him could actually do this so easily. No matter how much fear Xuanwu has.
But what he didn't know was how excited Lin Chen is now.
In fact, he could have destroyed the defensive barrier with one blow at the beginning.
But he didn't do it. Because Lin Chen planned to have some fun with Xuanwu. From the very beginning of the battle,
all the previous memories kept playing in Lin Chen's mind.
No matter if it means seriously injuring yourself. He took away his beloved one. For Lin Chen, he had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Think of this. Lin Chen directly gathered all his internal strength into his fists. Because the Taishan Sutra was evolved before.
Therefore, more than a dozen internal breaths have been developed in Lin Chen's body.
Now his internal strength has reached a level that is unprecedented and unrivaled.
This situation has already exceeded the limits of the human body. Lin Chen gathered all his internal strength into his fists,
flashing with dazzling light. Feeling the powerful internal force in Lin Chen's right fist, Xuanwu was completely panicked now.
But he knew he couldn't escape now. So he had no choice but to bite the bullet and take out the serrated boxing gloves in his arms. Then he put it on his fists. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled strangely.
Circulating the tremendous internal force in his fists, Lin Chen arrived in front of Xuanwu in an instant. Both fists hit him directly in the vital points. Xuanwu was not to be outdone. Prepare to take Lin Chen's attack head-on.
For fists facing each other,
sparks flew.
It was exactly the same as when they first fought.
Ahem! Being shocked by the powerful inner force, Xuanwu directly spat out a mouthful of blood.
He felt as if his insides were about to explode.
It seems this is your limit. Hearing Lin Chen's slightly sarcastic words, Xuanwu stared at Lin Chen's eyes with shock.
He seemed unable to believe what was happening before his eyes.
Are you Lin Chen? Don't you think it's too late to know now?
There's a huge gap between our abilities, so I'll just play with you till here.
Lin Chen expressed great disdain for Xuanwu's question.
Then he used his strength to smash his serrated boxing gloves into pieces.
The powerful internal force fluctuations knocked Xuanwu away.
At this time, Lin Chen also turned off the ability of the universal mask.
After all, Xuanwu had already guessed his identity.
Of course there is no need to hide any longer.
Lin Chen! It's you! Xuanwu, who was lying on the ground, yelled desperately at Lin Chen.
However, in Lin Chen's eyes, these words sounded like a dying struggle.
Don't be too surprised. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. But this is exactly what I wanted.
After Lin Chen finished speaking, he did not give Xuanwu any chance to react. Arrived directly in front of him. A punch hit him on his weak spot,
followed by a scream. Xuanwu's power was completely wasted. Lin Chen, do you think that you can fight against the entire Shangguan family just by destroying me? You are still too naive. At this time, Xuanwu was lying on the ground with half of his body paralyzed, yelling madly at Lin Chen. Then there was a crazy laugh.
Lin Chen didn't seem to care about his words. Instead, he walked directly in front of Xuanwu.
He grabbed his head and lifted him up.
Then he responded slowly.
I think you are the naive one. Do you really think I'm still the same Lin Chen as before?
I'm telling you, sooner or later I will destroy the Shangguan family. Lin Chen finished speaking. He looked directly into Xuanwu's eyes and activated the spiritual power.
Immediately following, scenes of memory appeared in front of Lin Chen. It records many secrets of the Shangguan family. But this is not what Lin Chen wants to see. The reason why he used Lingming magic on Xuanwu. The main reason was to find Shangguan Qiubai's whereabouts. Think of this. Lin Chen quickly flipped through Xuanwu's memory images. Finally saw the news about Shanggu Qiubai.
It turned out that Shangguan Qiubai was brought back to the family.
He was imprisoned by Shangguan Wushuang. Torture her severely. Seems like he wants to ask something. But Shangguan Qiubai would rather die than obey. According to Xuanwu's memory, Shangguan Wushuang seemed to be looking for something.
And only Shangguan Qiubai can help him find this thing. That's why her life has been saved until now. As for why Shangguan Wushuang would deliberately investigate himself, that's because he knew Shangguan Qiubai cared about him. So Shangguan Wushuang wanted to bring himself to Shangguan Qiubai to threaten her. After checking all of Xuanwu's memories, Lin Chen roughly understood what had happened. Seeing that Shangguan Qiubai is safe for the time being,
the heavy weight in Lin Chen's heart finally fell. Despite this,
there are still many questions in his heart that have not been answered. I can only wait until I meet Shangguan Qiubai in the future and ask her for an answer.
Think of this. Lin Chen directly deleted Xuanwu's memory to the age of 3.
Then he turned off the spiritual magic.
After withdrawing from the mind, Lin Chen looked at the unconscious Xuanwu. There was no emotion on his face. But what surprised him was, when I first started practicing the Taishian Sutra,
Lin Chen only felt the changes in martial arts moves and internal strength. There was no improvement in mental strength. But since the evolution of the Taishian Sutra, Lin Chen's mental strength is no longer what it used to be. Now he uses the magic of psychic powers to delete his memories. It's effortless at all. But what surprised Lin Chen the most was, after practicing the Prajnaparamita magic skill, his inner strength had already reached the level of lawlessness.
Just now when we were fighting,
Lin Chen gathered all his internal strength into his fists. He thought he had consumed so much internal energy. It takes some time to recover.
But what I didn't expect was,
after he used up all his internal energy,
all was restored in the blink of an eye. Think of this.
Lin Chen grabbed the deeply unconscious Xuanwu and jumped off the rooftop.
The light skill in the Taishian Sutra.
Lin Chen had already reached the state of walking on snow without leaving any trace.
In an instant,
Lin Chen brought Xuanwu to the land. Lin Chen called a special car to send Xuanwu to the mental hospital. It is said that he became a neighbor of Gu Shenglin.
Chapter 76, Mission 7. Finished dealing with Xuanwu's affairs, Lin Chen prepared to return to the Supreme World Villa.
Because I have learned various martial arts in the past few days,
plus working in a hotel,
he hasn't had a good night's sleep for several days.
Didn't you say you would take me to the library?
Just when Lin Chen was about to call a special car to return to the villa, Xiaoxing's voice suddenly sounded in his mind.
Hearing Xiaoxing's aggrieved tone, Lin Chen wanted to decline and say he would go next time. But when I think of Xiaoxing's aggrieved tone just now,
Lin Chen's heart was shaken. So without saying a word, he called a special car and drove to the library. Because Lin Chen was too sleepy. So I fell asleep on the way to the library. Wait until he wakes up. It was already evening. The special car had already arrived at the library. The driver didn't dare to disturb Lin Chen's rest. So I didn't dare call him. Lin Chen also expressed his understanding of this. After all, many people fail to serve their leaders well. Then the leader made things difficult for me everywhere. Countless people have lost their jobs. Lin Chen still understands him quite well. After all, I had been bullied by my leaders before. But that is all in the past. Think of this. After Lin Chen stretched his body. So I got off the car and walked towards the library. After entering the library, Lin Chen saw the sign at the door which read, "Opening hours are from 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Lin Chen looked at his phone again. I realized it was already 6:30. There is only 1 hour left. I'm afraid Xiaoxing can't read many books. But now that I'm here, better take a look. So Lin Chen hurriedly found a seat and sat down. Then he closed his eyes and entered his mind. Prepared to call Xiaoxing. But when he entered his mind, there was no sign of Xiaoxing. After searching for a while, Lin Chen finally found Xiaoxing sleeping in the corner. Look at it sleeping lazily. Lin Chen was also helpless. I don't know who I inherited this habit of sleeping in from. But then he suddenly thought of something. I seemed to like sleeping in when I was in school. And Xiaoxing integrated his own memories. That is to say, will its personality become like mine in the future? Think of this. Lin Chen felt a little uncomfortable. It's not because of my bad personality, but facing a memory that is different from oneself. Or are they individuals with exactly the same personalities? Lin Chen had a complicated feeling in his heart. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now is to wake Xiaoxing up. So Lin Chen pinched Xiaoxing's ears and shouted, "Wake up!" This voice was shouted out. Xiaoxing was so scared that he rolled over several times. Lin Chen saw this scene. He really couldn't help laughing out loud. Seeing Lin Chen gloating, Xiaoxing instantly gave a resentful look. Lin Chen saw its look. The laughter stopped instantly. Then he coughed a few times and said slowly, "Well, we're at the library now. I'll find a book for you. Come and read it." Before Xiaoxing could respond, Lin Chen quickly withdrew his mind guiltily. After opening my eyes, Lin Chen found that it was already 7 o'clock. There is still half an hour left. I can only find a book called 5,000 Years of Chinese History for Xiaoxing to read. Lin Chen explained his request to the library waiter. After a while, the waiter brought the book over. After taking the hand, Lin Chen sat down on the seat. Close your eyes and enter your mind to summon Xiaoxing to read a book. Change to the next book. I have already finished reading the book the moment your body touches it. Here's Xiaoxing's explanation. Lin Chen seemed to understand something. So Lin Chen told the waiter that he was looking for a book. Start looking for books yourself. In the following period of time, Lin Chen was feeling around for books. Xiaoxing's knowledge is also growing little by little. As for the books on the top of the bookshelf, to save time, Lin Chen took advantage of the time when no one was around. Utilize the light skills in the Taishan Sutra. I started touching the book like crazy. Finally, before the library closed, I touched all the books. After leaving the library, Xiaoxing became quiet. Lin Chen knew that it was digesting that knowledge. After all, China has a lot of knowledge. 9 years of compulsory education. 3 years of high school. 4 years of college. Not to mention graduate students and doctoral students. They say one never stops learning. This shows the ocean of knowledge is endless. So that's the knowledge. It's enough for Xiaoxing to digest for some time. Think of this. Lin Chen called a special car directly. Drive towards the Supreme World Villa District. After returning to the villa, Lin Chen hurriedly ordered several takeout meals for himself. He hasn't eaten for a day. Ever since practicing the Taishan Sutra. Lin Chen felt that his appetite was growing. After the takeaway was delivered, Lin Chen began to eat voraciously.
Ding! An emergency has occurred. The 7th mission is now issued. Rescue the girl in building 002 next door.
The reward is 100% of the shares of Magic City Dawn KTV, 500 experience points and 100 points. Just when Lin Chen was enjoying his meal, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Lin Chen was so scared that the food in his mouth sprayed out.
Damn it, system, can you pick a time to issue the mission? After Lin Chen swallowed the food, he couldn't help but complain.
But at this time the system was silent. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not hesitate.
Go straight next door.
But when he just walked out of the villa, I found a large number of security guards patrolling in the villa area. After all, this is the most prestigious villa area in Shanghai.
It is certain that the security facilities are strong.
But if that's the case, Lin Chen could no longer enter through the main door next door in a high-profile manner.
Because if we are discovered by the security guards,
he will definitely be charged with criminal intent. By then, you won't be able to wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River.
Just thinking about this, Lin Chen suddenly had an idea and walked towards the balcony.
He found that the balcony of the villa next door was not far from him.
So he jumped onto the balcony of the villa next door. Lin Chen looked through the balcony window.
A woman was found lying on the floor in the living room. Lin Chen gathered his internal energy in his palms.
The lock on the balcony window was directly broken. Just opened the balcony window.
Lin Chen smelled a very pungent smell. So he subconsciously covered his mouth and nose, because this smell is exactly the smell of gas leakage. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly entered the kitchen.
First, turn off the gas.
Then he went straight to check on the unconscious woman lying on the ground. Because Lin Chen had previously evolved his skill of peerless medical skills. Therefore, his current medical skills have reached a level that is unprecedented and unparalleled.
Just a glance,
you can tell what disease the other person has. At this moment, Lin Chen could see that this woman had inhaled too much gas. If I had come a step later,
I'm afraid she's going to die. Think of this.
Lin Chen directly gathered his internal energy into his palms. Then he shot towards the balcony from a distance.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Lin Chen punched out a few times.
The powerful internal force actually extinguished all the gas in the house. All blew out from the balcony. Chapter 77 Nangong Yuer. After blowing out all the gas from the balcony, to prevent gas from running wild in the girl's body, Lin Chen directly blocked all the acupuncture points on her body. The next second was to force all the gas out of her body.
Then Lin Chen gathered his internal strength in his palms.
It penetrated directly into the girl's body. The girl's expression suddenly became extremely painful. Cold sweat kept coming out of my face. See this scene.
Lin Chen frowned slightly, because he felt that when he had just injected his internal force into the girl's body, there was actually other internal energy in her body that protected her internal organs and meridians.
At this moment, Lin Chen's internal force penetrated into it. The two internal forces are constantly fighting against each other.
This will cause serious physical discomfort to the girl.
Lin Chen saw this.
There was no choice but to hesitate. He directly carried the girl up. He jumped from the balcony and returned to his villa with the girl.
The girl's current condition does not allow her to force it out using internal force. Because once you do that, the girl's life might be in danger.
So the only way now is to use the 8 life-prolonging injections. Fortunately, after treating Chen Ling and his wife last time, Chen Ling gave the set of silver needles to himself.
Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be trouble again today. After jumping back to the villa,
Lin Chen put the girl directly on the bed in the bedroom. Then the silver needle was found in the diamond wardrobe. But he found that the girl's face had turned purple.
It's like being deeply poisoned. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't say anything extra.
Lay the girl down flat on her back. Then he started the 8 life-extending injections. Originally when he was performing the 8 life-sustaining needles, Lin Chen also needs to allocate the use of his internal strength reasonably.
But since he practiced the Taishan Sutra and Wuxian Divine Art,
his internal energy has long been endless.
So he used the 8 life-extending needles. I have already stopped caring. Whoosh. Whoosh. Weird cross-stitch. There was a harsh friction sound. Well. Because of the 2 internal forces in the body. In addition, there are the 8 life-extending needles used by Lin Chen. This caused the girl to suffer severe physical discomfort. Then an indescribable sound was heard. Lin Chen heard this voice. It almost made his nose bleed. If you're in pain, I understand. But could you please call me normally? You do this. How can a young man like me, full of vigor and vitality, resist this? Think of this.
Lin Chen hurriedly calmed himself down.
You must not be distracted when performing the 8 life-extending needles. Otherwise, there is a high possibility of backlash from internal force. So in the following period of time,
Lin Chen concentrated on performing the 8 life-sustaining needles. Even though the girl made a lot of strange noises. But none of them disturbed Lin Chen. With the completion of the last stitch,
the girl was finally out of danger. Ding!
The 7th level mission has been completed. 100% of the shares of Magic City Dawn KTV, 500 experience points and 100 points have been received.
After the system prompt sounded,
Lin Chen looked at the girl who was sleeping soundly on the bed.
I always feel like I've seen it somewhere.
Then it occurred to him.
This girl seemed to be the one when she first entered the Supreme World Villa. The girl I met at the door.
I heard the security guard call her Miss Nangong. It seems that she is from one of the 4 major families.
So I held this idea.
Lin Chen activated the scanning capability of Sky Eye.
Looked at the girl on the bed. Ding! Scanning the specified person.
As the prompt sound of the Sky Eye fell,
a page pops up directly. Name, Nangong Yuer. Age, 22. Birthplace, Shanghai. After viewing the page,
Lin Chen had a face full of black question marks.
That's it? This doesn't reveal anything?
It seems that we still need to use the Sky Eye to search. So Lin Chen used his third eye ability directly by controlling his thoughts without saying anything.
Then I entered the keyword Nangong Yuer in the search bar.
A lot of information points began to pop up. Nangong Yuer is a shareholder of Tianxia Group and the youngest daughter of Nangong Tianxia, the patriarch of the Nangong family.
Lots of information to follow. It's all about business cooperation with Tianxia Group.
But when Lin Chen saw the last message,
my mind went blank for a moment. Because that message showed Nangong Yuer's measurements. Lin Chen couldn't help but complain that Lin Tianyan had become so wretched now. But now after reviewing this information, Lin Chen finally confirmed the girl's identity. Nangong family? Looking at the girl lying on the bed,
Lin Chen murmured and then revealed an evil smile. Now his only opponent is the Shangguan family. Apart from this, no other families were involved. But according to the powerful intelligence network of other families, I'm afraid he already knew that the Jinghua Hotel had a close relationship with him.
The reason why they haven't taken any action yet. Because I am not harming their interests now.
But one day, I will meet people from other families face to face.
But now is not the time to think about these things. After all, for Lin Chen,
the biggest rival now is still the Shangguan family. This time he defeated Xuanwu and sent him to a mental hospital.
Shangguan Wushuan must have noticed something was wrong a long time ago.
It seems that the war between him and the Shangguan family will soon break out.
Until then,
people from other families will definitely take advantage of the situation.
Then reap the benefits.
But now Lin Chen can no longer care about so many things.
The Shangguan family alone is probably enough to cause trouble for me.
If I get involved with the Nangong family again,
that would be a waste of time. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, Nangong Yuer, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes,
looking at Lin Chen's profile in front of him. And his murderous eyes.
Nangong Yuer didn't make any noise.
Because she grew up in a big family. Her intuition told her that the man in front of her was very dangerous. That's why she held her breath and concentrated.
Dare not make any noise. Now that you're awake, stop pretending. Don't worry, you're safe. Nangong Yuer heard what Lin Chen said.
A look of shock appeared on his face. She thought she disguised herself perfectly.
But what she didn't know was,
In fact, Lin Chen was when she just woke up. I used my breath sensing ability to detect that she had awakened.
What? I saved you, and you don't even say thank you?
Seeing Nangong Yuer was already standing there in a daze.
Lin Chen said half jokingly and half seriously. When he asked this, Nangong Yuer came back to her senses instantly.
Then he replied softly with a thank you.
Lin Chen saw that Nangong Yuer looked very weak.
One could tell at a glance that the internal force in her body had not yet subsided. So he said with a serious face,
There is an extremely powerful and strange internal force in your body.
Although this internal force appears to be protecting your meridians and internal organs, it is actually not the case.
Hear what Lin Chen said. The expression on Nangong Yuer's face did not change at all.
It seemed like he had known about this for a long time. Lin Chen saw her reaction and then asked,
If I'm not mistaken, this is a kind of blood parasite, right? Hearing the word blood poison, Nangong Yuer's originally expressionless face showed a hint of shock. Chapter 78 Blood Goo. How do you know about the existence of blood parasites? Nangong Yuer looked at Lin Chen and couldn't help but ask.
Because this blood goo was a secret experiment conducted by the Nangong family. Even he himself was not spared.
Became an experimental subject. But for now this is a secret.
The man in front of me actually saw through everything. Lin Chen saw that she was so nervous. So he smiled and said,
Don't be nervous, I'm just a doctor. As for the blood parasite in your body, it's just my guess.
I once read an ancient book that had records about blood parasites. Once this blood parasite enters the body, it will protect the internal organs and blood vessels, but once it is stimulated by external forces, it will instantly explode.
In mild cases, the victim will be seriously injured and fall into a coma. In serious cases, the victim may be killed immediately. Hear Lin Chen's explanation. Nangong Yuer didn't seem to believe it. He kept staring at Lin Chen without responding.
Lin Chen saw her look. Then he smiled helplessly and said,
Do you think that just taking a little gas would cause you such serious consequences?
Although I have rescued you now, have you ever thought about why you are still unable to move your whole body? That's because the gas stimulated the blood parasite in your body, and I guess this isn't the first time. Because when I treated you just now, I found that the blood parasite in your body had almost spread all over your body.
Hear Lin Chen's series of analysis and explanation. Nangong Yuer was completely confused now. She had indeed suspected the blood parasite in her body.
But there has been no substantial evidence.
But now I hear Lin Chen's analysis.
It made her more certain of her previous thoughts.
But even if it is confirmed, so what?
She had heard from her father a long time ago.
Once this poison enters the body,
unless the host dies.
Otherwise there is no way to make it disappear. Don't worry. I can try to help you get rid of the blood parasite in your body.
But I never thought that the president of Tang Tang Tianxia Group would be so cruel to his own daughter. Just when Nangong Yuer was at a loss,
Lin Chen's confident voice sounded again. In order to prevent Nangong Yuer from getting suspicious, Lin Chen just said the name of Tianxia Group. There was no mention of the Nangong family.
It turned out to be just as he expected. Nangong Yuer had no doubt that Lin Chen knew the identity of her Tianxia Group.
Instead, he asked curiously, Why are you helping me?
Just think of it as a compassionate doctor. I'm not in a position to tell you other reasons. But you can rest assured that this reason will not cause any harm to you or Tianxia Group. According to the results of Lin Chen's previous investigation,
Nangong Tianxia, the patriarch of the Nangong family, has 2 daughters and a son. But among these 3 children, only Nangong Yuer works at Tianxia Group and successfully entered the shareholders' board of directors of Tianxia Group. In just a few months,
all the group projects she is responsible for are profitable.
Only profit, no loss. Developed Tianxia Group to a new level.
From this we can see that Nangong Yuer is definitely not an ordinary person. So Lin Chen was not going to make up a lie to fool her. Because according to her suspicious and cautious character,
you can definitely see the clues.
Why should I trust you?
Although Nangong Yuer heard Lin Chen's explanation, but she still asked doubtfully. Suspicion about Nangong Yuer.
Lin Chen just smiled slightly, then teased with a smile.
If I really wanted to do something to your group, why would I save you? Do you think that given your current situation, you have any other options besides trusting me? It's okay if you don't believe me, then don't blame me, your brother, for favoring you.
After saying this, Lin Chen showed a lewd expression.
You. Nangong Yuer heard Lin Chen teasing her.
Although he really wanted to stand up and kick Lin Chen. But due to the backlash of the blood parasite, she is now unable to move at all. He could only stare at Lin Chen fiercely. The reason why Lin Chen dared to tease her in person.
I also know her current actual situation. Lin Chen saw Nangong Yuer's face full of resentment. No more teasing.
Instead, he carried her on his back. Then he ran to the balcony and jumped. Fly to the balcony of Nangong Yuer's villa.
On the way to jump.
Although Nangong Yuer was very scared.
But I still held back from screaming. After flying to the balcony, Lin Chen took Nangong Yuer directly to the bed in the bedroom.
Then he smiled at her and said, "You'll probably be able to move tomorrow morning. If you really want to remove the blood parasite in your body, you are welcome to come to me anytime." After saying that, Lin Chen left the bedroom directly. Only Nangong Yuer was left with a complicated expression. After returning to his villa, Lin Chen sat on the bed in the bedroom.
Think carefully about everything that just happened. When he first started, I thought it was just a very simple case of gas poisoning. But I didn't expect that so many information points would be involved. It wasn't just meeting Nangong Yuer. What really concerned Lin Chen was the blood parasite cultivated by the Nangong family. This kind of goo is extremely troublesome.
Even Lin Chen now is not 100% sure that he can completely remove it.
After all, once this blood parasite enters the human body, it will completely integrate with everything in the human body. This is true for both the internal organs and the meridians. And every time the blood parasite is stimulated,
the degree of integration is deeper. According to the previous investigation of Nangong Yuer's body, Lin Chen discovered that her blood parasite had almost completely merged. In this situation, even the most advanced medical skills may be unable to save the patient. But Lin Chen still wanted to give it a try, relying on his superb medical skills and internal strength.
No matter what her identity is. To Lin Chen, this is a life. Besides, the Nangong family has not become his opponent now. Even if there is a possibility of becoming rivals in the future,
Lin Chen also didn't want to see a life die in front of him.
So he had to give it a try anyway. Think of this.
Lin Chen hurriedly searched for a way to deal with the blood parasite in the medical fragments in his mind. But the result was not what he wanted. Lin Chen searched for a long time.
Only then did I find a way to delay the onset of blood parasites in a corner of medical fragments. Just a delay. The operation process is extremely complicated.
First, the patient needs to be taken to an extremely cold place.
Because you want to delay the blood parasite. It will definitely cause the blood parasite to backfire. The main symptom of backlash is the churning of qi in blood. The body temperature increases dramatically.
That's why the operation has to be carried out in extremely cold places.
The second step is for the patient to have unconditional trust in the practitioner. Delay the whole process.
The patient must concentrate on calming his or her mind.
The slightest carelessness can be life-threatening.
The third step is also the most important step.
That means delaying the success within 7 days.
You need to use your internal energy to completely wrap the blood parasite around you. Because the blood parasite will be stimulated by external factors during this period.
It will also kill the patient. The internal force package needs to be done once a day.
Because the blood goo is very powerful. Therefore, it will devour the surrounding internal force.
Chapter 79, Scripture Infusion. After checking the method of delaying the blood parasite, Lin Chen took a breath of cold air. Just the delay is so troublesome.
It seems that this blood goo is not an ordinary goo technique. Lin Chen was looking for a way to cure the blood parasite in the medical fragments in his mind.
I saw the introduction about goo.
According to ancient legends, many poisonous insects were placed in a container and allowed to devour each other.
The poisonous insect that remains alive at the end is called goo, used to put in food to harm people.
Later, various kinds of goo appeared one after another.
Gradually it became a way to control others.
Even a means of killing.
But judging from the records and the fragments of medical skills, Gu magic is usually used by women. There was once a craze for witchcraft in China. During that period, almost all adult women used Gu. But I don't know why. After a short period of enthusiasm. From then on, witchcraft disappeared. Never appeared again. And the witchcraft naturally became a legend. The medical fragments record the last time a person with the power of witchcraft appeared. It was 20 years ago, and the location was in Shanghai. Think of this. Lin Chen couldn't help but start to doubt. The Nangong family is able to cultivate this kind of blood parasite. Is there someone using witchcraft behind them? And what is the purpose of the Nangong family cultivating blood parasites? These mysteries can only be solved later. Lin Chen had a hunch. Things might be changing in Magic City. As for how long it would be, he didn't know. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing is to delay the blood parasite in Nangong Yuer's body. The first step is an extremely cold place. Lin Chen already has a suitable place in mind. So he immediately called Chen Ling. Ask him to free up some space in the hotel's ice storage. As for other matters, I can only wait until Nangong Yuer comes to find me later and then tell her. After finishing all the things, Lin Chen sat on the bed in the bedroom. Close your eyes and enter your mind to check on Xiaoxing's situation. But he found that Xiaoxing was still digesting the knowledge with his eyes closed. So Lin Chen didn't bother him any further. Slowly withdraw from the mind. He took out the set of silver needles that Chen Ling had given him before. Lin Chen suddenly thought of a bold idea. The ordinary 8 life-extending needles rely on internal force to maintain the movement of needles. Even if the 8 life-extending needles were evolved, still using internal force. But if you are using internal force, the general outline of the Taishian Sutra is also attached to the silver needle. What will happen next? Holding this question, Lin Chen took out the silver needle. First, use all your internal energy to inject it into the silver needle. See what the limit of what the silver needle can withstand is. Buzz. Buzz. Just when Lin Chen injected 1/3 of his internal energy, the silver needle made a sharp sound. This sound is the limit of the silver needle. Lin Chen then closed his eyes and started practicing the Taishian Sutra. The summary of the scriptures is gathered directly in the palm of your hand. Then it was directly poured into the silver needle. Buzz. Bang. The general outline of the scripture is at the moment when the silver needle is injected. A strange sound was made. Lin Chen felt that his hand was about to be numbed by the power of the silver needle. But he did not choose to give up. Instead, he continued to pour scriptures into the silver needles. Bang! The silver needle finally couldn't withstand this powerful force. Lin Chen was knocked to the bed, looking at my hands that couldn't help but tremble. Lin Chen smiled evilly, because he felt he had succeeded. Just try the scripture acupuncture a few more times. It will greatly increase the effectiveness of the treatment. So in the following period of time, Lin Chen kept trying this new acupuncture method. He discovered this new method. There is one very big drawback. That is if you don't get the timing right. The meridians in the palm of your hand are very likely to be broken. This method is dangerous though. But if it really comes to the last resort, Lin Chen wouldn't care about the consequences. Think of this. Lin Chen slowly put away the silver needle. At this time, on the top floor of a building in Magic City, Shangguan Wushuang sat at the desk. In front of him stood 2 bodyguards in black. And in the middle of the black-clad bodyguards, Xuanwu was eating a lollipop with a runny nose. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Shangguan Wushuang asked expressionlessly while drinking tea. After saying that, he tightly grasped the teacup in his hand. Xuanwu is one of the best masters in the Shangguan family. Now it has become like this. For Shangguan Wushuang, it is equivalent to the loss of a great general. One of the black-clad bodyguards standing in front of him responded in panic. We found Master Xuanwu in the mental hospital. Other than that, we have no clues. Hear the bodyguard's answer. Shangguan Wushuang's originally expressionless face now showed a hint of anger. Then he threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. The black-clad bodyguards were so frightened that they retreated again and again. Lin Chen, Xiao Qi, let's wait and see. Shangguan Wuxuan looked at Xuanwu, who was sitting on the ground in an idiot state.
Then he gritted his teeth and murmured. After Lin Chen put away the silver needle. I was so sleepy that I collapsed on the bed. Originally he wanted to go home and sleep early. But Xiaoxing has to go to the library to study something. So I didn't come back early. I finally got back from work. Eating takeout. The system has issued another task. This goes on and on. It was late at night. Now he can't hold on any longer. So after a while, Lin Chen slowly fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He had a very good sleep. All the fatigue in my body disappeared. After getting up and stretching, Lin Chen went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. He was so sleepy last night that he forgot to take a shower. I still smell of sweat. So after taking off all the clothes, I went to take a hot bath. Ding-a-ling. Just when Lin Chen was taking a shower, his phone suddenly rang. So Lin Chen wiped his hands in the bathroom. I just put on a pair of slippers and answered the phone. Mr. Xiao, someone from Wuxuan Group came to our hotel and gave you a gift. Tell us to wait for you to come in person before opening it. On the other end of the phone, Chen Ling's reporting voice rang out. Lin Chen quickly agreed and hung up the phone. Go into the bathroom whistling. Continue to take a hot bath. After taking a shower, Lin Chen found that there was no bath towel in the bathroom. Because this was Lin Chen's first time taking a bath in the villa. The bathroom was stocked with toiletries. Lin Chen didn't think about the bath towel. But when he came to Magic City, I deliberately put a few bath towels in my luggage. Just in case of need. It's just what I need right now. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire his own wit. So Lin Chen returned to the bedroom naked. The suitcase was found missing. He suddenly remembered what happened when the hotel staff returned the suitcase. Lin Chen kept it in the living room. Didn't bring it into the bedroom. So Lin Chen went to the living room naked again. Arriving at the living room, Lin Chen found Nan Gongyuer sitting on the sofa. There were several bodyguards in black standing around her. See this scene. Lin Chen just stood there in a daze. Just at this moment, Nan Gongyuer happened to look in the direction of Lin Chen. Ah! Next, a deafening scream rang out in the living room. Chapter 80 Heading to Jinghua. After Nan Gongyuer closed her eyes and let out a shrill scream, Lin Chen hurriedly hid in a corner. Then he asked Nan Gongyuer, I clearly locked the door, how did you get into my house? You asked me to come find you, so I came, but I knocked on the door for a long time and no one responded. So naturally I have to use some unconventional means to open the door. After Nan Gongyuer calmed down, she responded calmly. Hearing this, Lin Chen secretly observed the door of his villa in the corner. He found that the lock core of the door lock had been broken by the shock. It seems that there is no shortage of experts around these four major families. Think of this. Lin Chen saw that Nan Gongyuer had not opened her eyes yet. So he smiled evilly. The light skill was activated instantly. He sprinted to the suitcase in a few quick steps. Before the black-clad bodyguard behind Nan Gongyuer could react, Lin Chen had already returned to the bedroom with his suitcase. The whole process takes no more than 5 seconds. After Lin Chen returned to the bedroom, the black-clad bodyguard hurriedly reported what had just happened to Nan Gongyuer. Because she just closed her eyes. So she didn't know what had just happened. It just felt like a gust of wind was blowing in front of me. After hearing the report from the black-clad bodyguard, Nan Gongyuer slowly opened her eyes. The expression on his face changed slightly. Lin Chen returned to the bedroom and put on his clothes. Then he slowly came to the living room. I saw Nan Gongyuer sitting on the sofa looking at documents. So he swaggered and sat next to her. The bodyguard behind her was about to attack Lin Chen when he saw this. Nan Gongyuer simply waved her hand to signal them to stop. Then he told them to go out and wait. The black-clad bodyguards naturally did not dare to disobey Nan Gongyuer's orders. So they left one after another. At this time, only Lin Chen and Nan Gongyuer were left in the living room. Just tell me straight away,
What is the solution you said yesterday about the poison in my body being able to be cured? Nangong Yuer looked at the document in her hand. He asked straight to the point.
Hearing this, Lin Chen picked up the water cup on the table and responded with a smile.
After my careful research, I have not yet thought of a way to completely cure the blood parasite in your body. But there is a way to delay the onset of the blood parasite. I wonder if Miss Nangong is interested.
Oh?
Tell me about it? Nangong Yuer stopped looking through the documents upon hearing this.
Then he looked at Lin Chen with interest. She naturally knew that blood parasites were not so easy to cure. Ever since she felt something unusual in her body.
I have secretly found many doctors to check on him. The results are always unsatisfactory.
Now Lin Chen says there is a way to delay it.
Nangong Yuer was still very interested in this.
Lin Chen smiled slightly when he saw this. Then he told her all the methods to delay the blood parasite that he had looked up last night.
Lin Chen thought that after telling Nangong Yuer these methods, she will have a huge reaction.
After all, even Lin Chen himself found this method troublesome. But the result was not what he expected.
Nangong Yuer was unusually calm. It seemed as if I already knew what he was going to say.
I have tried some of the requests you mentioned, but they all ended in failure. Not only did it not delay the onset of the blood parasite, it actually accelerated its onset.
Nangong Yuer's answer made Lin Chen sigh at the power of the Nangong family.
Now he is completely sure that there must be someone using Gu behind the Nangong family.
Because only people who use Gu know these methods.
Even I myself have evolved into a peerless medical artist.
Only then did I learn how to delay the blood parasite. But think of this. Lin Chen also came back to his senses. After all, the strength of the four major families. He had already experienced it. The most important thing right now is to deal with the blood parasite in Nangong Yuer's body.
So Lin Chen said slowly.
Even if you knew how to do it before, your method was definitely not the right one. And I now have a method that can greatly help you delay the onset of the blood parasite. Hear Lin Chen's answer. Nangong Yuer's eyes suddenly lit up.
But she immediately regained her composure. She thought her disguise was perfect. But I didn't expect that Lin Chen had already seen all of this. So Lin Chen said nothing.
He directly pulled up Nangong Yuer's arm.
Prepare to go to the ice storage of Royal Hotel.
Being caught by him like this, Nangong Yuer was a little surprised at first. So many years.
This was the first man who dared to touch her. After all, she is the youngest daughter of the patriarch of the Nangong family.
I have been loved by all kinds of people since I was a child.
When she was young, she was willing to play with others.
Other people's children will also be educated by their parents.
As a result, she had few friends since she was a child.
For Nangong Yuer,
her life was lonely. But now he was caught by Lin Chen.
Nangong Yuer had a different feeling in her heart at this moment.
But she quickly hid this emotion.
After all, you're working hard in the business world. Hiding your emotions is a necessary thing. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. So she was caught by Lin Chen and taken to the villa yard.
The black-clad bodyguard standing in the yard saw this scene.
Just about to take action. Nangong Yuer gave him a look and told him to retreat. That's all. Lin Chen held Nangong Yuer and walked to the entrance of the villa area. After arriving at the door,
the special car of Jinghua Hotel has been waiting for a long time.
After arranging Nangong Yuer in the car,
Lin Chen suddenly realized that he had forgotten to wear his silver needle. So he hurried back to his villa to get the silver needle.
Miss, that boy is very disrespectful to you. Do you want to find a chance to kill him? After Lin Chen left, the black-clad bodyguard behind Nangong Yuer asked respectfully. In response, Nangong Yuer shook her head and then responded calmly. No need. Keeping this man will be of great use to me. If there ever comes a day when I need to get rid of him, I will give you instructions. Yes. The black-clad bodyguard naturally didn't dare to say anything more after hearing this. So he slowly retreated. After a while,
Lin Chen hurried back. Then he got on a special car and drove towards the Jinghua Hotel. After arriving at the Royal Hotel,
Chen Ling quickly came out to greet him. It was okay when I saw Lin Chen. After all, this is our own president. But the moment he saw Nangong Yuer,
He turned pale with fright. I didn't even dare to breathe. After all, he has been working in the business world for so many years.
I have heard of the name of Nangon Yuer from Tianxia Group. Take Miss Nangon to the conference room to rest first. Then ask a few people to prepare the things on the paper and send them to the ice storage. We'll talk about the rest later.
Lin Chen handed Chen Ling a piece of paper and then gave instructions.
Regarding Lin Chen's order, Chen Ling naturally did not dare to neglect it.
So he hurried down and sent people to prepare.
Miss Shangguan, please. After Chen Ling left,
Lin Chen made a gesture of invitation to Nangon Yuer.
Nangon Yuer gave a meaningful smile when she heard this. Then he went straight into the Jinghua Hotel with the black-clad bodyguards behind him. Chapter 81 Acting Again. After arriving at the meeting room,
Nangon Yuer sat on the sofa and stared at Lin Chen.
That look seemed to show a lot of interest in Lin Chen.
She has been working hard in the business world in Shanghai over the past few years. Naturally, I also got to know the former owner of Jinghua Hotel. And she suddenly heard about it some time ago. The owner of the Royal Hotel suddenly went on a trip around the world. And he sold all the shares of Jinghua Hotel to a young boy. This shocking news had a significant impact on her heart.
Jinghua Hotel is the best hotel in Shanghai. The net profit alone is hundreds of billions every year. How could anyone be willing to sell such a popular item? Even if someone is willing to sell the hotel,
then you can directly buy 100% of the shares of Jinghua Hotel.
His power background is definitely not simple. Think of this.
She became more interested in Lin Chen in front of her.
Miss Shangguan, you've been staring at me for so long, just say what you want to say.
In fact, Lin Chen had already noticed that Nangon Yuer was staring at him.
He didn't want to expose it.
But he didn't expect that Nangon Yuer had been staring at him. It made him feel uncomfortable all over. Seeing that he was exposed by Lin Chen,
Nangon Yuer no longer hid. He asked directly. Excuse me, what is your relationship with Lin Chen?
Ever since I received the news that Jinghua Hotel had changed hands, Nangon Yuer quickly sent her men to investigate.
Who actually acquired the Royal Hotel? The investigation data showed that the person was a young man named Lin Chen. But what she didn't know was,
when Lin Chen went to rescue her last night,
the ability of the universal mask has been activated. So Lin Chen's current appearance is not the same as his original appearance. This is also the reason why Nangon Yuer asked him. Lin Chen offended the Shangguan family and became paralyzed.
She also received the news early.
Nangon Yuer originally thought that the Jinghua Hotel was now leaderless. But I didn't expect that there is a new leader now.
This made her curious about the relationship between the man in front of her and Lin Chen.
Boss Lin is my savior.
He knows that he is no longer able to lead the Royal Palace Hotel. So he gave me most of the shares under his name, including all the shares of the Jinghua Hotel. It was only after I arrived in the Magic City that I realized he had offended so many people.
You can rest assured about one thing. I am different from Lin Chen. I am not the kind of person who overestimates his own abilities.
I cannot afford to offend the Tianxia Group, and I don't want to be your enemy and suffer the consequences.
Regarding Nangon Yuer's questions,
Lin Chen did not express any surprise. Because of the news that he was beaten and paralyzed by the Shangguan family.
The other three major families must have caught wind of this long ago.
But he is not ready to reveal his identity now. So I made up this lie with tears in my eyes. Lin Chen's acting skills are worthy of being a movie emperor.
Nangon Yuer after hearing his answer. The expression on his face couldn't help but change. It was as if he was sympathizing with Lin Chen. See the scene in front of you.
Lin Chen once again admired his own acting skills. Although he lied to Nangon Yuer.
But he had no choice.
After all, the current situation in the Magic City is quite uncertain for Lin Chen.
If you reveal your identity to the forces of Demon City in advance, it's definitely not a good thing for him.
So now he can only try his best to hide his identity.
In the next period of time, the two fell into silence. Nangon Yuer still looked at Lin Chen occasionally. But he didn't ask any more questions.
And so some time passed.
Chen Lingkai came to the meeting room to inform Lin Chen. Everything in the ice storage has been prepared. Hear the news. Lin Chen grabbed Nangon Yuer's arm without saying a word and walked towards the ice storage.
The bodyguard in black instinctively wanted to take action.
Then I remembered what Nangon Yuer had said before. Only then did he choose to stop.
Until you reached the door of the ice storage.
Lin Chen then let go of Nangon Yuer's arm.
Then he said slowly,
Ms. Nangon, what's going to happen next is not convenient for so many people to watch, so you say. Hear what Lin Chen said.
Nangon Yuer naturally understood what he meant. So he turned around and ordered the black-clad bodyguards behind him.
After she entered the ice storage. Don't go in no matter what happens inside.
The black-clad bodyguard was about to say something when he heard this.
He was so frightened by Nangon Yuer's look that he was speechless. Despite this, the black-clad bodyguard looked at Lin Chen. As if to say if Nangon Yuer had any mishap, they won't let go of this feeling. But Lin Chen doesn't care about these. Just ignored them. Then he grabbed Nangon Yuer's arm and walked towards the ice storage door. After entering the ice storage, the first thing that catches your eye is a bed.
The bed was covered with bedding. There was also a piece of clothing and some ropes on top of the bedding.
Besides, there are some larger ice cubes around the bed. Looking at the scene in front of me, Nangon Yuer was stunned. She knew when to treat the blood parasite. The temperature in the body rises dramatically. But before, she tried to remove the blood parasite from her family. Just some regular ice cubes to cool it down.
This is the first time such a big event has happened.
Before Nangon Yuer could react,
Lin Chen grabbed her and brought her to the bed.
Okay, Miss Nangon, take off your clothes. Although Nangon Yuer knew that this was the process of treating the disease. But I don't know why.
She heard Lin Chen's obscene voice. There is always a strange feeling in my heart.
However, Nangon Yuer did not choose to resist.
He took off his coat directly.
Because she knows how to treat the blood parasite. The blood in your body will boil.
The body temperature rises sharply.
So it is only a matter of time before this outer layer is taken off.
Ms. Nangon, there is something you need to know in advance.
I will insert a silver needle into your body in a moment to stimulate the blood parasite so that I can try to eliminate it. During this period, all you have to do is keep your mind calm. You don't have to worry about anything else. If you feel anything abnormal in your body, you must tell me immediately. Hearing Lin Chen's instructions, Nangon Yuer nodded slightly in response. I don't know why.
She actually trusted the man in front of her so much.
Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't say anything extra. The internal force is directly concentrated in the two fingers. He pressed the major acupoints all over Nangon Yuer's body. Because it delays the blood poisoning. The blood parasite will be very restless and run around everywhere. In order to save Nangon Yuer's life,
Lin Chen could only seal all the major acupoints on her body in advance.
Miss Nangon, if you have no problem with this, let's start now. After making these appetizers,
Lin Chen took out the silver needle.
He looked at Nangon Yuer who was sitting on the bed and confirmed again. Nangon Yuer nodded again after hearing this.
Without saying a word, Lin Chen poured all his internal energy into the silver needle. Then he stabbed directly into her body.
Feel the restlessness of the blood parasite in the body. Nangon Yuer groaned. A painful expression gradually appeared on his face. Chapter 82 Regeneration Ability, activated. Seeing Nangon Yuer's painful expression, Lin Chen started the acupuncture without hesitation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Weird cross-stitch.
An unusual sound was made.
Ahem!
While he was doing the acupuncture,
Nangon Yuer spat out a mouthful of black blood.
Lin Chen was shocked when he saw this.
He thought about delaying the blood poisoning.
The blood parasites will resist and run around.
But he didn't expect that the blood parasite would grow to this extent. The speed of movement also became incredibly fast. The acupuncture has already begun. If you stop now, the blood parasite will definitely invade Nangon Yuer's internal organs and meridians. Until then,
there is no chance of her surviving. So now Lin Chen can only bite the bullet and go ahead. I saw him pouring all his internal energy into the silver needle. The speed of needle movement is getting faster and faster.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by rapid and strange needle movements. Nangong Yuer's face turned even paler. Suddenly she opened her eyes sharply. The skin on the face and body begins to turn red. He was steaming all over. Then there was a cry of pain. Lin Chen frowned slightly when he saw this. It seems that the blood parasite has broken through the major acupoints on the body that were previously sealed. This won't be a good thing. Think of this. Lin Chen quickly practiced the Wuxiang divine art. Continuously replenished the internal energy for acupuncture. I don't know how long it took. Nangong Yuer's clothes were wet due to the high temperature. It's been burnt beyond recognition. The snow-white skin was exposed nakedly, although the torn clothes covered her sensitive parts. But at this time Lin Chen saw this scene. My nose is about to bleed. Nangong Yuer has an excellent figure. She has a curvy figure, fair skin and beautiful looks. Plus her profound background. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is one of the best goddesses in Shanghai. At this moment, the goddess was exposed in front of him. Lin Chen is also a young man full of vigor and vitality. How could I not be touched when seeing this scene? Have you seen enough, ahem? He noticed the look in Lin Chen's eyes. Nangong Yuer asked angrily. Then he spat out a mouthful of black blood. When Lin Chen heard what she said, he came back to his senses instantly. I saw Nangong Yuer's skin getting redder and redder. Lin Chen poured all his internal energy into the silver needle. Ding! Ziz! The silver needle simply cannot withstand such strong internal force. This caused it to make a harsh sound. At the moment, Lin Chen can no longer suppress the power of the blood parasite, because he found that the force of pressure was stronger. The more active the blood parasite is, the faster it grows. The blood parasite has now grown to the point where it cannot be cured. Despite this, Lin Chen was not ready to give up, because he has one last trick up his sleeve. That is to inject the general outline of the scripture into the silver needle. He had tried this method many times before, although it greatly increases the effectiveness of treatment. But it also has serious drawbacks. That is, after the spell is performed, it is very likely that the meridians in your hands will be broken. When Lin Chen tried it before, there were several times when my meridians were almost broken. But he couldn't care less about that right now. Give it a try anyway. Think of this. Lin Chen directly started to practice the Taishan Sutra. Pour the outline of the scripture into the silver needle. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the silver needle in his hand was tightly wrapped by scriptures. Thus it turned into gold. Although I noticed the changes in the silver needle. But Lin Chen had no intention of observing these changes now. I saw that his acupuncture speed was getting faster and faster. Lin Chen originally wanted to suppress the blood parasite with a try-it attitude. But what he didn't expect was, these blood parasites are actually afraid of the general outline of the Taishan Sutra. Lin Chen saw this situation. He showed an evil smile. Then he directly removed the internal force from the silver needle. Use all your strength to input the outline of the scriptures in your body into the silver needle. Originally, when Lin Chen tried it, the internal force in the silver needle was not removed, because there is inner strength to carry on the general outline of the scripture. This is when the power of the scriptures rebounds. It will greatly reduce the harm to the meridians in your hands. But right now, Lin Chen felt the blood parasite in Nangong Yuer's body. How could one be so afraid of the general outline of the scriptures? So naturally I can't hold back. Think of this. Lin Chen directly started the strange cross needle movement. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the general outline of the scripture entered Nangong Yuer's body, her skin gradually returned to white. The expression on his face became calmer and calmer, although I could feel the blood parasite in her body being suppressed and unable to move at all. But it rebounded due to the power of scripture. This caused Lin Chen's hands to become more and more trembling. Poof! Ahem! Make a weird cross-stitch. It would already put some burden on Lin Chen's body. But because he had practiced the Taishan Sutra before, that will make him feel that there is no harm. At this moment, Lin Chen poured all the power of the Taishan Sutra into the silver needle. There is no protection from the general outline of the scriptures. The burden on Lin Chen is getting heavier and heavier. In addition, there is the rebound of the general outline of the scriptures in the silver needle. As a result, he now suffers serious internal injuries. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Despite this, Lin Chen did not choose to give up. Because we have come to this point, we must never let all our previous efforts go to waste. So Lin Chen increased the delivery of the general outline of the scriptures. The speed of needle movement is getting faster and faster. Finally, when he could no longer hold on, most of the blood parasites in Nangong Yuer's body were eliminated. After a while, Nangong Yuer slowly opened her eyes. He looked around with a little surprise. Of course, there is also Lin Chen. Because she thought she was going to die here. Cough, cough, cough. See, Nangong Yuer is intact. Lin Chen was finally relieved. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everything went dark before my eyes and I lost consciousness. When he wakes up again, it was already noon of the next day. He found himself lying in a hospital bed. And next to her, a nurse is giving him an 4. Are you awake? How do you feel? The nurse saw Lin Chen wake up. So he asked hurriedly. Lin Chen did not choose to respond after hearing this. Because he felt a burning pain all over his body. Even the throat is the same. He actually just wanted to respond to the nurse. But just when he was about to speak, I found that my throat was also very painful. It felt like it was about to explode. Feel everything that happens to you. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel that he had underestimated the rebound force of the general outline of the scripture before. He didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. Ding! Serious injuries detected in the host, regeneration ability automatically activated. Just when Lin Chen didn't know what to do, the system's electronic prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. As the sound fell, Lin Chen suddenly felt several warm currents in his body. Hear what the system just prompted. Lin Chen suddenly remembered the first time he fought against Xuanwu. The system has rewarded me for my regenerative ability. But at that time, due to the collapse of the system, this results in the skills being available later. Later, the system rebuilt a body for me. So I didn't use this ability. As a result, this ability was eventually forgotten. The regenerative ability is now activated. It finally brought back Lin Chen's previous memories. Ding! The host's body has been regenerated, please check. Hear the system prompt tone. Lin Chen showed an excited smile. Chapter 83, Plotting to Usurp the Throne. After the regeneration ability is restored, Lin Chen felt itchy inside his body. So I couldn't help but move my body. The nurse next to him saw this and hurriedly advised. Mr. Xiao, your injuries are too serious, please don't move. But at this time, Lin Chen seemed not to hear it. Move your body quickly. The nurse saw that she couldn't stop him. So he quickly left the ward. Prepare to call a doctor to take a look at the specific situation. After the nurse left, Lin Chen jumped off the bed. Started stretching exercises under the bed. Gabba. Gabba. Thanks to the regenerative ability, all the broken bones in Lin Chen's body were restored. So now when he stretches it makes a noise. Suddenly, Lin Chen sensed that 2 people were approaching the ward. No need to guess. It must be that nurse who called the attending doctor. Think of this. Lin Chen smiled evilly. Pick up the clothes and pants on the bedside table. He opened the ward window and then jumped. Wait until the nurses and doctors arrive at the ward. I found that Lin Chen had disappeared long ago. After Lin Chen left the hospital, using the light skills mentioned in the Taishian Sutra, soon they flew to the Supreme World Villa District. Although there were security guards standing at the gate of the villa area, but Lin Chen treated it as nothing. He flew straight in with a whoosh. The security guard at the door only felt a gust of wind blowing above his head. Because his lightness skill has already reached the level of walking on snow without leaving any trace. The speed of Qigong is almost the same as teleportation. And Lin Chen felt that after this rebirth, his skills have actually reached a higher level. Arriving at the door of the villa, Lin Chen directly picked up the key from his pocket. Then he opened the door and entered the villa. After reaching the bedroom, Lin Chen took off his hospital gown,
went straight to the bathroom and started taking a shower.
after using the regeneration ability.
All the impurities in Lin Chen's body were also discharged from his body.
He stinks.
But this may also be the reason why his skills have reached a higher level. While taking a shower, Lin Chen turned off the power of the universal mask. Although this ability is when it is transformed,
It won't be a burden to him.
but if you only look at other people's appearance for a long time, he will have a strange feeling in his heart.
If you don't want to hide your identity.
Lin Chen was too lazy to transform into someone else's appearance.
But there is nothing we can do about it. Think of this.
Lin Chen started taking a quick shower.
After taking a shower,
Lin Chen activated the ability of the universal mask again.
wearing a black suit,
Called a special car to go to Jinghua Hotel.
after a while, the special car arrived at the entrance of the villa area.
When the special car driver saw Lin Chen,
My eyes almost popped out. When Lin Chen was seriously injured yesterday,
that was the hospital he drove to. Yesterday, he was covered in blood.
how come it's fine today? What are you looking at? Why don't you drive? Mr. Xiao, no. I'm sorry.
Just when the special car driver was confused, Lin Chen's majestic words brought him back to his senses instantly. He stepped on the accelerator in panic, driving towards the Jinghua Hotel. In fact, Lin Chen also understood him.
After all, I saw someone seriously injured yesterday. Feel full of energy today. This doesn't make sense either. Just like that, not long after, the special car arrived at the entrance of Jinghua Hotel.
After Lin Chen got off the car, the security guard at the door had the same expression as the special car driver just now.
After Lin Chen entered the hotel lobby, the same is true of the expressions of the employees walking. But Lin Chen didn't care about these things. Instead, he went straight to the meeting room.
After arriving at the door of the conference room,
Lin Chen heard that a meeting was going on inside.
it seems that they are discussing the shares of Jinghua Hotel.
CEO Chen, when CEO Lin was seriously injured, weren't you trying to find a way to get those shares? It's just a change of one person today?
Why do you care about this mere Xiaoqi?
This is our only chance.
If we wait until he is fully conscious, it will be too late. An extremely old voice sounded in the conference room.
Lin Chen immediately recognized the owner of the voice.
It was one of the members of the hotel's board of directors, Ma Yang. He is considered a veteran of the Royal Palace Hotel. It has been there since the hotel was founded, although he has no substantial shares. But what he said made even the former hotel owner give him some respect.
This is absolutely impossible.
Mr. Xiao has been very kind to me.
I absolutely cannot betray him.
Ever since the previous boss traveled around the world,
Ma Yang wanted to support Chen Ling as the new president.
Many members of the board of directors immediately agreed. But Chen Ling believed in following the rules from beginning to end. Since the former president handed over all the shares to a young boy,
he didn't have much to say.
But since the news that Lin Chen was paralyzed on one side, he then had the idea of going to Bohai City to buy back the shares. Because this way he would have money to treat his wife's illness. But unexpectedly, Xiaoqi's appearance broke all his thoughts. Xiaoqi redeemed both of them. He will never forget this great kindness in his life. It is even more impossible for him to think of betraying Xiaoqi. At this time, Lin Chen was standing outside the door and heard Chen Ling's answer. A relieved smile appeared on his face. It seems that Chen Ling is indeed a grateful person. It turned out that my rescue was not in vain.
I don't know what happened between you.
Have you ever thought that Xiaoqi is now no different from that Lin Chen? We at the Royal Palace Hotel cannot be leaderless any longer.
Ma Yang was furious when he heard Chen Ling's answer, because he really couldn't see what was so special about Xiaoqi.
He also didn't understand why Chen Ling supported him so much.
It seems that Mr. Ma is really good at handling things. I haven't done anything yet, but you are already thinking of usurping the throne? Just at this moment.
Lin Chen directly opened the door of the conference room. He asked Ma Yang calmly. The members of the board of directors saw Lin Chen appear.
Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Chen Ling is the same. He personally took Lin Chen to the hospital yesterday.
The examination report said that Lin Chen suffered serious internal injuries.
The chances of recovery are slim.
At this moment, I saw Lin Chen standing here alive.
How could they not be surprised?
However, Lin Chen did not give them a chance to react.
Then he asked Ma Yang again. I wonder how Mr. Ma is going to take away my shares.
After saying that, Lin Chen sat directly at the main seat at the conference table.
At this time, Ma Yang had no idea what to do.
Chen Ling, who was standing nearby, responded to smooth things over.
Mr. Xiao, please don't be angry.
Mr. Ma was just confused for a moment. He has worked hard for the hotel for so many years.
Please give him a chance. Oh? Opportunity? Do you think I should leave it to someone who was always waiting to usurp the throne? Lin Chen's expression didn't seem to change when he heard this. Then he asked Chen Ling back. When Lin Chen asked this, Chen Ling didn't know how to react. Chapter 84 Mysterious Box. Lin Chen's expression was calm. But deep down I was already furious.
In fact, that was what made him most angry.
It's not just this time of usurpation of the throne. But Ma Yang actually thought about it twice.
The target of both times was myself.
How could he not be angry? Boss Xiao, please give me another chance. At this moment, Ma Yang heard what Lin Chen said before.
He was so scared that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The other board members saw Ma Yang's reaction. He hurried over and helped him up. One of the directors complained.
Boss Xiao, aren't you going a little too far? Mr. Ma has worked hard at the hotel for so many years. Even if he has no credit, he has worked hard, right? Even if he wants to usurp the throne this time, he just doesn't want the hotel to be leaderless. Besides, he is so old, how can you bear to make him kneel down? 3 questions in a row made Lin Chen a little confused. But he saw the reactions of other board members. Everyone, including Chen Ling, lowered their heads and said nothing. It seemed as if he agreed with what the director had just said. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen really laughed. Then he said to the director who had just refuted him, Since you have such a strong sense of justice and like to take the lead, I can tell you responsibly that you are fired. Lin Chen's words immediately made the director stand there in a daze. And when he looked at the other board members, the others remained silent with their heads down. Although Ma Yang is a veteran of the hotel and has devoted himself to the hotel for so many years, but he has evil thoughts today, I really can't let him stay. Let him retire. The hotel will give him some dividends every year, which is enough for him to live out his days in peace. Everyone heard Lin Chen's decision. First there was a look around and a conversation. Then they nodded. And the director who had contradicted Lin Chen before, still standing there in a daze. I still couldn't believe what was happening. Lin Chen saw that he was really in the way. So they called security and kicked him out. After finishing everything, Lin Chen sat at the head seat at the conference table. Chen Ling and other directors remained standing. I didn't even dare to breathe. Dear directors, why are you still standing? Sit down. Everyone heard what Lin Chen said. They all sat back in their original seats. In the next period of time, Lin Chen began to talk about the plans for the hotel. After everyone expressed no objection, they began to leave one after another. Just when Chen Ling was about to leave, Lin Chen called him back. Ask him about the big gift Shangguan Wushuan gave him before. Upon hearing this, Chen Ling hurried to the corner of the meeting room. Picked up a sealed box. Lin Chen didn't think there was anything special about the box. But after a while, Lin Chen smelled a slight smell of blood. I suddenly felt something was wrong. Ordinary people cannot smell this bloody smell at all. Because Lin Chen practiced the perception of breath, possessing 5 senses stronger than ordinary people. That's why you can detect such a subtle smell. So Lin Chen said nothing. Just tear open the sealed box. After opening, Lin Chen was suddenly shocked. Chen Ling was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Because the box contained a human head. Or a sealed human head. The owner of this head, Lin Chen, was very familiar with it. It was the human head from Xuanwu. See here. Lin Chen clenched his fists with trembling hands. To be honest, he was a little scared. After all, it was such a bloody scene. He had only seen it in TV dramas or horror movies. The first time I came into contact with death.
It did make Lin Chen a little nervous. But he still forced himself to steady himself. It was hard for him to imagine.
What kind of environment did Shang Wanshoubai grow up in? Are the four major families so lawless? Think of this. Lin Chen clenched his fists tighter and tighter.
Chenling, seal the box again and then cremate the entire box.
Lin Chen really wanted to calm down. But you can hear the trembling in his tone.
Chenling was also scared when he heard this.
But he did it anyway.
After all, he and his wife had almost faced death. The psychological endurance is relatively better.
After Lin Chen helped seal the box, Chenling took the box and left the meeting room.
At this time, Lin Chen was the only one left in the meeting room.
Recalling what happened with the box just now, an inexplicable feeling of fear came over me.
Although he had defeated Xuan Wu before,
it was equivalent to giving Shangguan Wushuang a warning.
But this time, the other party's return gift was obviously too much for him to bear.
Once upon a time, he is just an ordinary person. He just wanted to live a better life. But now I have been involved in this war. I have no way out. Lin Chen clenched his fists.
The nails dug into the flesh. There were traces of blood on his hands. He now had only one thought in his mind.
That means he must destroy the Shangguan family.
But now he has just arrived in Shanghai.
He had no idea how many forces there were in Demon City.
He needs to find someone who understands all the forces in the Magic City. Because Lin Chen wants to build his own power. Only in this way can we compete with the Shangguan family.
Just at this moment,
Chenling suddenly knocked on the door of the conference room. Lin Chen shouted, "Come in."
Chenling dared to enter the house and then reported, "Boss Xiao, the box has been cremated. And also, Miss Nangong invites you to visit Tianxia Group."
Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but recall the previous question.
If you understand the various forces in Magic City, perhaps we can find some clues from Nangong Yuer. Think of this. Lin Chen responded calmly. I understand.
Tell Miss Nangong the news and tell her that I will come to visit her soon.
Chenling did not dare to neglect after hearing this.
He hurried down to take care of things.
After Chenling left,
Lin Chen sat alone in the seat. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes.
After finishing the hotel affairs,
Lin Chen returned to the villa early.
Sitting on the sofa in the living room. I don't know why.
He suddenly felt very tired. That kind of tiredness does not come from the body, but it comes from the heart.
The Magic City is nice,
but it made him a little breathless. So he ran to the balcony.
Sit in the rocking chair on the balcony. Thinking back to the past. It feels like a dream. After simple ventilation,
Lin Chen prepared to go back to the bedroom to take a shower and go to bed early.
Because he plans to go to Tianxia Group in person tomorrow.
It would be best if we could reach a cooperation. If the other party remains neutral,
I won't force it. Lin Chen just stood up.
I noticed a beautiful figure standing on the balcony next door.
He looked closely. It was discovered that it was Nangong Yuer. Xiaoqi, why are you here? Lin Chen didn't want to disturb others.
Prepare to sneak back to the bedroom.
Unexpectedly, Nangong Yuer discovered it.
So he responded awkwardly.
I just came out to get some fresh air. Besides, this is my home. Why can't I stay here? Nangong Yuer heard this. I was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say.
In fact, she wanted to ask about Lin Chen's physical condition. But the words came to my lips.
But I just couldn't say it. Chapter 85 Finale. Looking at Nangong Yuer's embarrassed look, Lin Chen didn't know what to say.
After all, when controlling the blood parasite, he had already touched Nangong Yuer's entire body.
The current situation is indeed extremely embarrassing. What can I do for you?
At this moment, Lin Chen took the initiative to ask Nangong Yuer, breaking the awkward atmosphere.
Nangong Yuer responded slightly embarrassedly after hearing this, no. It's okay, I just want to ask you, are you injured? Oh, that little injury is nothing to me. But you, if there is any abnormal movement of the blood parasite in your body again, remember to notify me. Seeing Lin Chan's extremely confident look, for some reason, a blush appeared on Nan Gongnuer's face.
Even she herself had never imagined such a situation.
Are you okay? Is there any abnormal movement of the blood parasite in your body?
Noticing the blush on Nan Gongnuer's face, Lin Chen asked with a little concern.
Because Lin Chen thought that Nan Gongnuer's blushing face was caused by the surging blood in her body.
There is only one reason that can make her blood boil, and that is blood parasite.
I'm fine. I have work to do tomorrow. I'm going to sleep first. Good night. Looking at Lin Chen's sincere eyes, Nan Gongnuer's face turned even redder.
Then she quickly responded to Lin Chen and left the balcony in a panic.
Strange. Lin Chen was confused by Nan Gongnuer's reaction.
Women are indeed the most difficult creatures to understand in this world.
However, Nan Gongnuer's embarrassed look just now reminded Lin Chen of someone. That is Shangguan Wushuang.
Thinking back to the time when Shangguan Wushuang always behaved strangely in front of him. But now it seems that those are all signs of falling in love with myself. Lin Chen hated himself for not discovering this matter earlier, so that they might have more sweet memories between them. But there's no use regretting now, I can only take it one step at a time. What Lin Chen needs to do now is to keep getting stronger so that he can protect the people he cares about.
System, come out, I have something important to ask you.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen slowly prepared to summon the system. However, after he made the request, the system did not respond.
Lin Chen was not surprised by this. After all, the system had never chatted with him before. Host, please speak.
At this moment, an emotionless electronic sound resounded through Lin Chen's mind. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but show an excited expression on his face. After all, this was the first time the system responded to him.
I want to know how to become stronger quickly. I can't wait any longer. I have to save the one I love.
After saying that, Lin Chen showed a serious expression. Although Shangguan Wushuang is still valuable to the Shangguan family and her life is not safe for the time being, Lin Chen will not be able to put his mind at ease until she is rescued.
There are two ways to become stronger quickly.
First, the system can help the host unlock all of his potential, allowing the host to exert 1000% of his energy.
This energy is enough to destroy the entire Shangguan family.
However, after unlocking the potential, the host will also fall into a paralyzed state, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to recover.
And the second one? Listening to the introduction of the system, Lin Chen frowned and then asked.
Although he could give up his life for Shangguan Wushuang, he still wanted to live if he could survive. Secondly, the system can open a time-space tunnel for the host, allowing the host to return to the time and space of 1,000,000 years ago.
At that time, the Earth was controlled by evil spirits.
The host will go to that era to train, and when the time is right, the system will allow the host to return to the present time and space.
However, the ancient times were full of dangers, so please choose carefully. After hearing this, Lin Chen fell into silence. Although the second method seemed more reliable than the first, he was unarmed and could not really fight against the evil demons from ancient times.
Besides, it might be too late for him to come back from ancient times.
What if something happens to Shangguan Wushuang?
Host, don't worry. After reaching the ancient times, the system will issue new tasks for you to make you stronger. As for the time point, no matter how long the host stays in the ancient times, only 7 seconds will have passed in this era.
After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Chen's face gradually relaxed. Okay, I choose the second one. Do I need to prepare anything?
In fact, Lin Chen originally wanted to explain everything clearly before leaving, but according to the system, no matter how long it took to travel through the ancient times, only 7 seconds had passed here, so there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary.
No, host, please get ready. The space-time tunnel will open soon.
The next second after the system's electronic sound fell, the space around Lin Chen became distorted, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. In response to this, Lin Chen expressed his calmness, because he believed that the system would not frame him.
Whoosh! Bang! Bang!
Just when Lin Chen looked calm, a vortex of time and space gradually emerged in front of him. Congratulations, host, the time and space tunnel has been opened, please enter as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen jumped into the time tunnel without hesitation. Before leaving, Lin Chen looked at his balcony and an indescribable feeling emerged in his heart.
Ancient times? Whatever. When I come back, I will defeat all my opponents. In the ancient times, I have come.
This book is finished.